Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 3415 to Chapter 3462. Laplace nodded. Yes, it's a showdown. They had to start with the Blood Calamity. At that time, the Blood Calamity had agreed to cooperate with them to maintain the ceremony and had Granny Dragon Crow come as a witness. At this point, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to cross realms and receive real-time intelligence from the Gloomy Mirror realm would be of great importance to their salvation operation. Yes, this joint operation of the various races was tentatively named Salvation. It was a very vulgar name, but anyone who heard it would understand its meaning. Just as everyone relaxed and felt that the salvation plan had advanced, one of the leaders of Salvation and the one in charge of Dream Mirror, Gleipnir, suddenly spoke. I have a good friend who is currently trapped in the Gloomy Mirror. Gleipnir paused and looked at the elder of the Crystal Eye race. This person is also an elder of the Crystal Eye race, Shaluta. When Gleipnir mentioned Shaluta, the leaders of the various races did not care at first. They only thought that Gleipnir wanted to use this opportunity to find Shaluta, who was trapped in the Gloomy Mirror. As everyone expected, Gleipnir told Aya about this, hoping that Aya could contact Granny Dragon Crow and ask her to help find Shaluta. Aya naturally did not refuse. After all, Gleipnir was Teacher's mentor and the benefactor of the 100-Dragon Divine Nation. Seeing that Aya had agreed, everyone thought that this matter had come to an end. But unexpectedly, Gleipnir suddenly changed the topic. Do you know why Shaluta went to the Gloomy Mirror? Gleipnir's question did not receive any response from the crowd. In their eyes, this was a meeting of the highest level of the various races. They were talking about salvation. It was completely meaningless for Gleipnir to suddenly mention this small gossip. But seeing that Gleipnir was one of the leaders of Salvation, no one refuted. Gleipnir continued, anyway, the Blood Calamity has no news of Granny Dragon Crow for now. Everyone is waiting. Why don't we listen to this little story? Also, this matter involves the secret of the Crystal Eye race. Don't you want to hear the secret of our host this time? As soon as Gleipnir finished speaking, the elder of the Crystal Eye race, Mozida, said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Since when do we have secrets? Gleipnir said, I believe that every race here has their own secrets. Why? Do you think the Crystal Eye race is special? Mozida frowned and was about to say something when another Crystal Eye race elder, Kulinta, said, I believe you must know some secrets. After all, you are the famous astrologer Granny. There are many things that can be answered through astrology. I admit that the Crystal Eye clan definitely has secrets. But even if they are secrets, you don't have to reveal them in front of everyone here, do you? Kulinta's tone seemed gentle, but his methods were much better than Moxta's. First, he pointed out that Gleipnir knew astrology and would reveal any secrets he had. Then, he said that it was not good to talk about the secrets of the Crystal Eye race in front of everyone. Wasn't he implying that if Gleipnir knew the secrets of the Crystal Eye race, he would know the secrets of the other races as well? If Gleipnir exposed the secrets of the Crystal Eye race, did that mean that she might expose the secrets of other races in the future? All of a sudden, he turned an individual into a group. Sure enough, as soon as the Bitter Forest Tower finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Although they still didn't say anything, it was clear from their eyes that they were already biased in their hearts. Gleipnir could also see that the people in the meeting were wavering, but she did not care. She laughed coldly. Astrology is not a fantasy. It requires a medium. If I want to know about someone, I must at least obtain something related to that person before I can perform. Astrology. Remember, I'm talking about a person, not a race. A race is a group, and the secrets of a race are a general concept. Without a specific object that points to the core of this general concept, I cannot perform astrology. If I can know other people's secrets without any evidence, then I am not Gleipnir. I am an omnipotent god. Gleipnir's words indeed caused many people to break away from Kulinta's words. Then, EA's words changed the direction of the discussion. Gleipnir is right, EA said. Everyone should remember that something big happened in the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom, and Gleipnir was invited to perform astrology. Therefore, I know very well that without the corresponding object, Gleipnir cannot perform astrology without evidence. EA did not mention the details, but everyone present was either a leader or an important person. They were naturally familiar with the incident with the young dragon. Even Lord Arcane Book Dragon had endorsed Gleipnir, so everyone's guard was naturally lowered. Ku Lin Ta saw the change in the atmosphere and frowned. He said, I don't know what secret Granny Astrologer saw, but since you said that this is a secret of the Crystal Eye race, we have to be on high alert. Granny Astrologer, are you sure you want to reveal this in public? Ku Lin Ta's words were still calm, but there was a hidden threat in his words. Gleipnir laughed coldly and was about to speak. But before she could open her mouth, someone answered for her. Gleipnir is just talking about his close friend Xianxia. Why are you so angry? Everyone looked back and saw that the speaker was the fourth Vortex Elder of the Divine Eye race, Eye of the Star, Good Alace. No one was surprised that Good Alace would speak up at this time. Good Alace and Gleipnir were close, and this was no secret. Good Alace said, also, Gleipnir must have his reasons for choosing this time to talk about this. Mozita could not help but say, what reasons? What can't be discussed in private? Gudhales ignored Mozita and looked around at everyone present. There are some things that are not easy to solve in private. Everyone looked over. Good Alace did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she smiled and said, think about it, Xianxia is an elder of the Crystal Eye race, but she ran to the strange and terrifying Gloom Mirror region. Isn't this very strange? Think about it again. Didn't Gleipnir just say that this has something to do with the secret of the Crystal Eye race? The most important thing is that Gleipnir chose to talk about this when everyone is present. Think about it carefully. Coupled with Good Alace's slightly exaggerated tone, everyone could not help but follow her train of thought. And as they thought about it, they started to think about all kinds of suffering. Was Xianxia being persecuted? Or was Xianxia being wronged? Was Xianxia's departure a form of resistance? All of their thoughts were basically in this formula. After all, with Good Alace's words leading the conversation, Gleipnir mentioned Xianxia at this moment most likely because he wanted to seek justice for his close friend. And the target of justice was the Crystal Eye race. If this was discussed in private, the Crystal Eye race might agree on the surface but oppose in private. But if it was said in front of the leaders of the various races, and the Crystal Eye race dared to do something inappropriate, then they would lose face. Therefore, everyone now understood why Gleipnir would suddenly talk about gossip about the Crystal Eye race. How was this gossip? This was clearly redressing a grievance and seeking justice. Moreover, some people imagined that Gleipnir had endured humiliation and climbed to his position step by step. It was also at this time that he became the savior of the world. Only then could he redress injustice. What kind of spirit was this? Of course, those who could imagine such a story were basically people who knew nothing about Gleipnir's identity. In an instant, the direction of the discussion returned to Gleipnir's side. Gleipnir did not expect this either. Why did the situation suddenly change? What grievances could she have suffered? She did not seek justice either. The reason he chose to talk about it at this time was purely because Xianxia was mentioned. In addition, there was no new progress with the blood calamity for the time being, so he wanted to cut the Gordian knot and solve the problem of the Force Tower. But now, with Good Alace's influence, he felt as if he was really standing on the side of the pleading for justice. Although it was a little jumpy, Gleipnir also understood that the situation at hand should be beneficial to him. At this moment, the most authoritative person in the room spoke. Aya looked at Gleipnir with interest. I'm actually very curious too. Why did Xianxia go to the Dark Mirror region? After Aya finished speaking, he explained, I've been to the Dark Mirror region before. It's very difficult to describe the strangeness and danger there with mere words. Even I had to go through several near-death situations there. Therefore, in my opinion, Xianxia going to the Dark Mirror region is an act of suicide. Knowing that she will most likely die, why did she go? Since even Aya had spoken, everyone immediately understood that Aya was on Gleipnir's side on this matter. Everyone was very sensible and expressed their curiosity at this moment. Even if Mozita wanted to refute, she did not dare to speak at this moment. Ku Linta saw the current situation and could only smile bitterly. He turned to look at the other person beside him. This person was the great elder of the Crystal Eye race and the current prophet, Hoda. Hoda didn't say anything because he was also thinking about what Gleipnir wanted to say. What was the so-called secret? It was related to Xianxia. It was probably that matter. But what did that matter have to do with the Dark Mirror region? Hoda could not figure it out. Now that everyone had taken a side, even if he was still confused, it was time for him to express his opinion. Thinking of this, under everyone's gaze, Hoda said, "Not only is Master Aya curious, but I'm also very curious. Because Elder Shaluta going to the Dark Mirror region has nothing to do with us. In fact, before today, we didn't even know that Shaluta went to the Dark Mirror region. So, Gleipnir, you may as well say it directly. I'm also very curious." Hoda's words did not seem to be false. This made everyone confused again. Wasn't Shaluta persecuted? Why did Great Elder Hoda mean that he did not know about Shaluta's situation? Under everyone's confusion, everyone's gaze returned to Gleipnir. Gleipnir also knew that it was time to reveal the truth. Although she didn't expect such a big event to take place, the success of the project was definitely beneficial for the development of the Crystal Eye clan, the Dream Mirror, and the Logans. Thinking of this, Gleipnir stood up. He did not look at Hoda but at Aya beside him. "Let me answer Master Aya's question. Why did Shaluta go when she knew that she would most likely die? The answer is that she had to go because she had her own ambitions, her own ideals, and her own selfishness." Aya asked, "Where did you start?" Gleipnir said, "I'll tell you one by one. Let's talk about her ambitions first. She wanted to find a way to go further in the Dark Mirror region. I believe everyone can understand this. The Dark Mirror region was dangerous, but the more dangerous a place was, the more amazing opportunities there were. Just look at the Bulua Royal City. The 6 prohibitions and 3 oracles of the Bulua Royal City came from the Dark Mirror region. It was because of the prohibitions and oracles that the Bulua Royal City could rise to the top of the pyramid among the countless races in the White Sun Mirror region. Gleipnir said, "And her dream is to completely change the Crystal Eye race, or rather, to reform the Crystal Eye race, get rid of the false bubble, and return to normal life." This dream was a bit empty. No one agreed or disagreed with this. Gleipnir did not care. He continued, "Finally, her little selfishness is to save her most beloved grandson. Force Tower." Hearing Gleipnir's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Of these 3 things, only the first one was related to the Dark Mirror region. What were the others, and what about persecution? What about injustice? What about secrets? Everyone was completely confused. But some people looked thoughtful. It was not that they knew any secrets, but they noticed the expressions of the 3 elders of the Crystal Eye race. Whether it was Kulin Ta, Mozaida, or Prophet Hoda, their expressions were gloomy. This was especially so when Gleipnir mentioned the name Strength Tower. Their pupils shrank a little. Obviously, there was a secret here. At this moment, Mozaida suddenly clenched her fists and stood up. She seemed to want to stop Gleipnir from speaking, but she was stopped by Aya's gaze. Although Mozaida's action was not successful, it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, almost 90% of the audience understood that there was something fishy behind the 3 things Gleipnir mentioned. And these fishy things were definitely related to the secret of the Crystal Eye race. Everyone's interest was piqued at this moment. If the popularity of the main display platform was expressed in terms of the popularity, the one with Gleipnir as the protagonist was at least 90%. After confirming that there was a secret here, everyone asked curiously, "What's going on here? Why did Shaluta go to the Dark Mirror region? What does it mean to save Force Tower? Can you elaborate?" Faced with everyone's questions, Gleipnir did not keep them in suspense. He said directly, "Saving Rita is one of the reasons why Shaluta chose to go to the Gloomy Mirror region. However, if we trace back, the real cause of this matter is not Rita, but the prophet of the Crystal Eye race 2000 years ago. Tunita." End of chapter. Tunita. None of the people present were ignorant. They were familiar with Tunita, the great prophet from 2000 years ago. Even if they hadn't heard of him before, they would definitely hear Tunita's name when they came to Crystal City this time. Pacifying the internal strife, inventing the crystal shell, building the Crystal City, and migrating all living beings. The Crystal Eye race's glorious history and the Crystal Eye race's firm foothold in the White Sun Mirror Zone were all closely related to Tunita. Therefore, when they came to Crystal City, Tunita's name was unavoidable. How could such a great person have anything to do with Shaluta going to the Gloomy Mirror Zone? Everyone looked at Gleipnir in confusion. How were the two related? Just as Gleipnir was about to explain, a distant and loud voice suddenly descended from the sky. We can talk about this in private. We don't have to talk about it now. The voice was like a god's voice. Everyone could hear it descending from the sky and feel it in their hearts. It seemed to be everywhere. Who's talking? Someone looked around, trying to find the speaker. However, most people didn't speak. Their interested expressions and their eyes drifted to the sky from time to time proved that they had guessed who was talking. Gleipnir was naturally one of the insiders. Although it was her first time hearing the voice, she guessed who it was. The giant city spirit, the city spirit of Crystal City. It was also the transcendent creature that controlled the entire Crystal City. The insiders smiled. Even the giant city spirit had come out to stop it. It was obvious that what Gleipnir was about to say was a true secret of the Crystal Eye race. It could probably pierce through the turbid crystal sky of the Crystal Eye race. Everyone glanced meaningfully at Prophet Hoda, but Hoda lowered his eyebrows, his gaze somewhat obscure. Hoda didn't show any reaction, but his heart was filled with bitterness. The giant city spirit had always been detached from worldly affairs and showed an attitude of absolute fairness. Before the regular gathering of the various races, the giant city spirit had said many times that it would completely hide during the gathering to avoid misunderstandings. After all, no one wanted to be in someone else's body. But now, the giant city spirit had broken its own promise. It was because Gleipnir had mentioned Force Tower. Hoda knew that the giant city spirit was anxious. When it realized that the prophet and the elder, whom it had high hopes for, did not stop Gleipnir from going crazy, it personally stepped in. But could they really be blamed for this? Hoda shook his head. Everyone was watching, and the secret book dragon was endorsing Gleipnir. They couldn't stop it at all. Moreover, even if your giant city spirit spoke, nothing could be done to stop it. After all, this wasn't Crystal City's territory. Just as Hoda was thinking this, a terrifying aura rose from all around the 100 Dragon Divine Nations encampment. In the emerald green swamp, the emerald mirror dragon, whose body was covered in leaves, raised its head. In the lake outside the rock palace, the water rushed straight to the sky, forming a 10,000-meter-long water mirror dragon. Even outside the cloud cave, several phantoms rose up. These phantoms were thousands of meters long, and the power they displayed was enough to shatter the heavens, and these were all auras emitted by the mirror dragons left behind by the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. Every one of them was an invincible existence in the outside world. With the giant city spirit's strength, it might be able to rely on its geographical advantage to reach one or two mirror dragons, but against this group of mirror dragons, there was nothing it could do. Moreover, the strongest secret book dragon, Xianxia, hadn't revealed any power yet. When Hoda saw this, his body trembled, but he still stood up and bowed deeply in the direction of the secret book dragon. The giant city spirit was just a little impatient. It didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive it, my lord. Yes, Hoda knew very well that the giant city spirit's words were a huge mistake. It was an affront to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. The 100 Dragon Divine Nation's encampment was outside of Crystal City. It didn't border with Crystal City at all. It only had a spatial entrance. Its attitude was very clear. The 100 Dragon Divine Nation was very clear about the giant city spirit's existence, so it was impossible for them to allow themselves to enter the giant city spirit's body. Their encampment must be a special independent space like this. But the giant city spirit had crossed space and sent a message in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's territory. This was an affront to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's authority. When the giant city spirit felt the soaring dragon aura from the 100 Dragon Divine Nation, it was frightened and didn't dare to speak for a long time. Xianxia didn't speak. Instead, he stared straight at Hoda. He seemed to be waiting for Hoda's explanation. Prophet Hoda could only continue. It's because Lita's matter is very important. It concerns the survival of the Crystal Eye race. That's why the giant city spirit acted so impolitely. I hope Lord Xianxia and everyone can understand. As soon as Hoda finished speaking, the others began to whisper. Lita is related to the survival of the Crystal Eye race? Saluta's grandson is related to the survival of the Crystal Eye race? Isn't this a joke? Lita is just a junior. What can he do? Do you think he's Tunita? Everyone was whispering. Hoda's expression was constantly changing. After a moment of silence, Aya finally spoke. However, he didn't speak to Hoda. Instead, he turned to Gleipnir. "What do you plan to do?" Gleipnir asked. "You guessed it?" Aya nodded. As a mirror dragon whose power was based on knowledge, the knowledge he had accumulated was unimaginable to the outside world. Although he didn't know the secret of the crystal eye race before this, after some detailed analysis, as well as the words Gleipnir had just revealed, he could roughly guess the answer. If it was really as he had guessed, Hoda's words about the survival of the crystal eye race were a little exaggerated, but it wasn't too far off. Therefore, Aya was very curious. What was Gleipnir planning to do by revealing this matter? Was he planning to save Lita? Lita carried the hopes of billions of crystal eye race citizens. Even the crystal eye race had given up on Lita. Was Gleipnir going to save him? Gleipnir said softly, "Since I've chosen to reveal it, I naturally have a solution." Aya looked deeply at Gleipnir and nodded. "I understand." After saying this, Aya turned to look at Hoda. "Do you still plan to stop him?" Hoda knew that there was nothing he could do now. It would be a waste of effort to stop him. He shook his head sadly. "Since Gleipnir insists on revealing it, then let's do it." After a pause, Hoda said, "Lord Aya, the giant city spirit." Aya waved his hand. "That's another matter. We'll deal with the giant city spirit later." Hoda knew very well that Aya definitely wouldn't let the giant city spirit off the hook for offending him. However, Aya had delayed the matter, which at least meant that he didn't care about it. Even if there was a punishment, it probably wouldn't be too severe. Hoda didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only communicate with the giant city spirit through the special crystal shell and ask it not to act rashly. If other people knew the inside story and were in his shoes, they would probably make the same choice as the crystal eye race. Therefore, what was done couldn't be undone. Let the boat drift a little longer. Hoda sat down. The scene became quiet again. Everyone's eyes were on Gleipnir. Gleipnir said calmly, "I believe that everyone is familiar with Tunida. As the former prophet of the crystal eye race, Tunida has been dead for 2,000 years. But now, Tunida plans to use Force Tower's body to resurrect himself." Following Gleipnir's words, everyone was shocked. They had thought of all kinds of things between Force Tower and Tunida, but they didn't expect that the relationship between the two would be resurrection and body. Gleipnir didn't stop there. He continued, "Coming back from the dead sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Also, the one who planned this resurrection was Tunida himself. When he was alive, he gambled everything he had, including the future of the crystal eye race, to plan his own resurrection." Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him again, Gleipnir began to tell the truth behind it. He started from the turning point in Tunida's life and his encounter with the empty realm demon. The vision of the young Tunida, the unwillingness of the middle-aged Tunida, and the scheme of the old Tunida. When Gleipnir finished telling them the whole story, everyone was in a daze. As it turned out, Tunida didn't build the enormous crystal city that could accommodate billions of people for the sake of the unity of the crystal eye race. Instead, he was creating a spectacle, and this spectacle was the core of a huge ritual. As it turned out, the crystallization of the dead crystal eye race's holy corpse and being built into the city wall wasn't to protect their family when they were alive and protect their race when they were dead. It was part of the ritual. As it turned out, the 14 or 15-year-old crystal eye race youths suddenly became intelligent and even became famous scholars. It wasn't because they had gained innate wisdom, but because their bodies resonated with the dead crystal eye race. With the help of the ritual, the dead crystal eye race were resurrected. As for the ignorant youths, they would forever sleep in the darkness of death. Such a huge plan, a resurrection that spanned thousands of years. In order to resurrect himself, he put the entire crystal eye race around his neck and rushed forward. They shared the same interests. No one could get off this train. Even the outsiders who were just listening to the story couldn't help but be amazed by Tunida's scheme. "So, it's Force Tower's body that resonates with Tunida because of the ritual?" Everyone looked at Gleipnir. Gleipnir nodded. "Yes. This means that as long as Tunida occupies Force Tower's body, his resurrection that he planned for thousands of years will succeed." After receiving the answer, everyone had different feelings. Some agreed, and some disagreed. Tunita is really a hero of his generation. If I were Tunita, I wouldn't be able to make such a decision. But if I were Tunita, as long as he could be resurrected, it wouldn't be a big deal to sacrifice some juniors. Incompetent juniors might not be able to create value, but if Tunita were to be resurrected, the value he would create would probably be greater than sacrificing millions of people. You're wrong. The youth's lives are innocent. Also, how do you know that there won't be anyone more intelligent than Tunita among the youths whose consciousnesses have been obliterated? Gleipnir heard everyone's whispers. If one looked carefully, they would find that those who agreed with Tunita were actually louder than those who disagreed. Just as Hoda thought, if they were in Tunita's shoes, not many people present would be able to do what Tunita did. Moreover, everyone present was the leader of the various races. After hearing the story, if they were to be immersed in the role, they would definitely be more immersed in Tunita, who was at the same level as them, rather than those ignorant youths. As long as they were immersed in Tunita's actions, they would be able to understand. Therefore, Hoda didn't stop Gleipnir from speaking in the end. Firstly, he knew that he couldn't stop it. Secondly, he believed that the others would understand the Crystal Eye race's painstaking efforts after hearing the whole story. As long as half of the people present supported Tunita's actions, Gleipnir would at most embarrass the Crystal Eye race by revealing the matter at this time. It wouldn't cause them to lose anything. Now, as he listened to everyone's discussion, Hoda understood that this time, it should be a sure thing. However, Hoda didn't dare to show too much emotion. After all, no matter how much everyone supported Tunita's actions, according to the general logic of the White Sun Mirror Zone, forcing youths to die was extremely sinister. Seeing that the discussion was getting more and more intense, Aya finally spoke to stop it. As soon as Aya spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Aya said, "No matter what your thoughts are, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take any sides. The ones who really need to resolve this matter urgently are Gleipnir, the one who brought it up, Li Ta, and the elders of the Crystal Eye race who participated in the ceremony." Aya's words directly turned everyone from debaters to insignificant bystanders. This actually wasn't beneficial to Hoda's side. However, Hoda wasn't in a hurry. He didn't expect to gain everyone's support. As long as they understood the internal cause of this matter and understood the great significance of resurrection to the Crystal Eye race, it would be enough. Gleipnir also saw through everyone's thoughts, but he was calmer than Hoda. Since he dared to bring up this matter, he must have made all kinds of plans. Gleipnir said indifferently, "I don't know if you understood what I just said. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now." Gleipnir looked at everyone. Because of Aya's words, they didn't know what to say. No one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was Sage Pika who spoke first. "What you just said was the matter between Li Ta and Tunita. But what does this have to do with Sharuda going to the ghost's domain?" Sage Pika's words made everyone realize that Gleipnir hadn't mentioned Sharuda at all. In this story, Sharuda was at most Li Ta's grandmother. They were a little close, but it didn't have much to do with her. Besides, even if Sharuda was Li Ta's grandmother, what did her going to the Dark Mirror have to do with Tunita's resurrection? Gleipnir frowned. "I know you all think that Tunita's resurrection is a good thing. Most Crystal Eye race people think the same way. Everyone else gave up on Li Ta. Even Li Ta's parents had no choice but to give up on Li Ta. Li Ta is now isolated and without help. But fortunately, not everyone gave up on him. Someone didn't give up on Li Ta and decided to save him. That person is Sharuda." End of chapter. Do you remember what I said before? Sharuda went to the gloomy mirror because of her own ambitions, ideals, and selfishness. Actually, whether it's ambition or ideals, they all come down to selfishness. Her goal is to save Force Tower. Sharuda knew that the gloomy mirror was dangerous, but she also knew that there were endless opportunities there. Sharuda hoped to find opportunities that belonged to her in the gloomy mirror so that she could become more powerful. More power meant more authority. If she had such authority, she might be able to save Force Tower directly. That was one of the reasons. Speaking of ideals, there was another important and direct reason why Sharuda went to the gloomy mirror. She received information that a mirror space that reflected an unknown time and space had appeared in the gloomy mirror. That mirror space contained a lot of knowledge about rituals. Sharuda wanted to get her hands on this knowledge. she knew very well that the mirror space that suddenly appeared was not fake. This mirror space had appeared 2,000 years ago. At that time, an adventurer had obtained a scroll of ritual knowledge from the mirror space and sold it. Tunida, on the other hand, was the buyer of this scroll. The reason why he was able to set up such a huge spectacle like the Crystal City was also because of this ritual study scroll. Since Tunida had been able to use ritual knowledge to turn the Crystal Eye race into their current twisted state, Shaluda wanted to find knowledge about ritual knowledge herself to break the cage-like ritual in the Crystal City. As long as she could destroy the ritual in the Crystal City, or rather, destroy the most crucial possession ritual, then the youth of the Crystal Eye race would no longer be shrouded in shadows. This was Shaluda's dream, to reform the Crystal Eye race, get rid of the false bubble, and return to normal life. As long as Shaluda could realize this dream, Force Tower could also be saved. Therefore, Shaluda's ambitions, her dreams, in the end, were all related to saving the tower. So, Shaluda went to the gloomy mirror to find knowledge about ritual knowledge. Sage Pika touched his chin. This is indeed a drastic solution. As long as we solve the ritual in the Crystal City, we can solve the problem once and for all. Sage Pika asked, but speaking of which, does the mirror space with the knowledge of rituals really exist? Gleipnir said, it should be. After all, the source of this information is Lady Nalujuo. At this point, Gleipnir looked in the direction of the Longhua tribe. The Longhua tribe was also participating in the meeting this time. The people who came were Nawat and Yatsen. When it came to the matter of fighting against the Woe puppet, the two of them put away their incitement and did not cause any trouble. Now that Gleipnir looked over, Nawat said softly, I don't know if the information from the gloom mirror is true or false. However, if Elder Salota's source of information is really Teacher, I believe that this information should not be wrong. Teacher has always had a good relationship with Elder Salota. He has never incited her. Phantom Granny Nalujua was Nawat's teacher. Gleipnir agreed with Nawat's words. Although Nalujua was from the Longhua tribe, her strength was actually at the top of the pyramid in the White Sun Mirror domain. She was comparable to the powerful mirror dragon of the 100-dragon divine nation. With her identity, if she really wanted to incite someone, she would not be able to incite one or two people. Instead, she would incite an entire tribe or an entire nation. Moreover, Nawat was not lying. Nalujua and Saluda were indeed good friends. Therefore, Gleipnir did not think that Nalujua would release false information to Saluda. Sage Pika nodded. If it's the Phantom Granny's information, then there is no doubt. After Sage Pika finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Gleipnir. I'm done with my questions. Gleipnir looked at the others present. What about you? Do you have any more questions? The voices were sparse. A small number of people were whispering, but no one asked Gleipnir any more questions. Seeing that no one was speaking, Aya, who was sitting next to Gleipnir, coughed and said, what Gleipnir said is basically clear now. I'm sure everyone has their own opinions, but I still say the same thing. No matter what you think, it doesn't matter. What matters is the person involved. Aya looked at Gleipnir. Since you brought up the matter of the Force Tower, you want to solve the problem, right? How do you plan to solve it? Although everyone had their own preferences, since Aya had already said so, it was not good for them to say anything more. He only looked at Gleipnir, wanting to see what Gleipnir was thinking. Gleipnir did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Hoda. What about you? I want to know your opinions. Are you really going to give up on the Force Tower? Hoda did not answer. Instead, he asked, esteemed Lady Gleipnir, if there were no external emotions, if it were you, would you choose the Force Tower or Tunida? Gleipnir did not answer Hoda's question either. So, you now think that Tunida is more important, right? Hoda said in a low voice, this is a difficult choice. I believe that everyone here will weigh the pros and cons and choose the best option when faced with such a dilemma. As for the Crystal Eye race, after countless discussions, they all agreed that Tunida was more important. So, we can only reluctantly give up on the Force Tower. Hoda's words were like a performance, full of charisma. Although many people did not express their opinions, they could not help but nod when they heard Hoda's words. Gleipnir already knew Hoda's answer. He was not surprised. She nodded. I understand your choice. After a pause, Gleipnir turned to look at Aya. Lord Aya, if you were faced with such a dilemma, what would you choose? Aya was confused. What does this have to do with me? Gleipnir raised his eyebrows and used his eyes to say, I'm just asking. Aya sighed. Usually, I won't let myself fall into such a dilemma where everyone is wrong. If I really fall into such a dilemma, I'll think of a way to escape and see if there's a way to change the choice. Aya's words seemed to mean that he did not touch either side. If a normal person answered in this way, it would obviously be an opportunistic choice. But if it was Aya, it was not a matter of opportunistic choice. It was because he did have the ability to escape the shackles and reset the choice using external means. This was the confidence given to him by the 100-dragon divine nation. It was also Aya's confidence and foundation. At this point, Aya also looked at Gleipnir. I believe that if you were to choose, your answer would be the same as mine, right? Aya's words caused a lot of discussion. Was he indirectly telling everyone that Gleipnir had the ability to escape the shackles and use external means? Many people had heard rumors that Gleipnir had an extraordinary background. Now, it seemed that it was true. Gleipnir smiled and did not answer Aya. Instead, he looked at Hoda again. Your goal is to revive Tunida, right? Hoda nodded. Yes. Gleipnir said, then if there's a way to revive Tunida without harming him, would you be willing to use this method? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression was somewhat surprised. Could it bring the dead back to life? Without harming Tunida, what kind of secret technique was this? If there really was such a secret technique, was there a racial restriction? If there was no racial restriction, wouldn't it be a bit too wasteful to use it on Tunida? At this moment, everyone was no longer thinking about the Crystal Eye race's territory. They were thinking about their own families. They admitted that Tunida was very powerful, but they also had geniuses who had passed away. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes clearly became enthusiastic. However, they were all defined as non-parties by Aya, so it was not appropriate for them to interrupt. They could only listen attentively. On the other side, as the party, Hoda's expression was also very subtle after hearing Gleipnir's words. What Gleipnir said was obviously the method that Aya had mentioned to escape the shackles and reset the choice using external means. Hoda still did not quite believe it. Is there really a way to satisfy both sides? Gleipnir shrugged. A way to satisfy both sides? No, it's not really a way to satisfy both sides. There are certain flaws. However, in terms of the result, Tunida and Tunida are both saved. As soon as Hoda heard the words flawed, the bit of doubt in his heart immediately dissipated. Because he really could not imagine that Tunida had spent countless resources, built buildings of wonders, and moved the entire race to barely set up a resurrection method. But now, Gleipnir had spoken of a way to satisfy both sides. This? He could not accept it. But if it was a flawed method, then it was fine. A flaw was a flaw, but if the flaw was not big and both sides could really be saved, Hoda did not mind listening. Hoda asked, what's the flaw? Gleipnir said, we can revive Tunida. He will have consciousness and retain his former wisdom, but he will not be able to exist in this world. Gleipnir's words were very confusing. Hoda did not understand at all. Not be able to exist in this world? Wasn't that the same as being dead? But Aya's eyes flickered. He guessed Gleipnir's method. If that was the case, then they might really be able to satisfy both sides. Hoda asked, can you elaborate further? As far as I know, Gleipnir said, Tunida set up such an enormous ceremony of wonder in order to preserve his consciousness until the Crystal Eye race gives birth to a body that can resonate with his consciousness. Yes, Tunida's body can resonate with Tunida's consciousness. Hoda nodded. These were all secrets, but now that they had reached this point, Hoda did not mind going all out. Gleipnir said, in other words, Tunida's consciousness is still sleeping in a piece of St. Corp's crystal in Crystal City, right? Hoda hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Yes. Gleipnir heard this and chuckled softly. He took out a pendant from his pocket and played with it. When everyone saw this pendant, their expressions more or less changed. This pendant was the login device for the dream crystal. They had probably guessed Gleipnir's thoughts. Under everyone's gaze, Gleipnir slowly revealed the final truth. Since Tunida's consciousness hasn't died, then he has the qualifications to enter the dream crystal. Hoda's pupil shrank. He was not stupid and immediately understood Gleipnir's meaning. Not long ago, Gleipnir had told everyone about the login device. He had mentioned that even if one's body died in the real world, one's consciousness could enter the dream crystal. Moreover, one's consciousness could exist in the dream crystal for a long time and become a native of the dream crystal. According to Gleipnir, although becoming a native could not directly affect the real world, as long as one did not seek death, they would not die. In other words, this was a different type of longevity. No wonder Gleipnir had said that he would retain his consciousness and wisdom, but he would not be able to exist in the real world. This was because after Tunida became a native, he would not have a body in the real world. Instead, he would become a creature in the dream realm. From a certain perspective, this had indeed resolved the problem between Tunida and Rita. Tunida could still live in the real world and would not be affected. Tunida's greatest strength was his wisdom. His wisdom would not be affected, and the descendants of the Crystal Eye race could enter the dream crystal and ask for Tunida's wisdom at any time. Hoda was a little tempted. This was because there was actually a very important piece of information hidden in this. After Tunida became a native, he would not be able to directly affect the outside world. This meant that he would not be able to participate in the political struggles of the outside world. Tunida was a prophet. Hoda was also a prophet. If Tunida was revived in the real world, with his reputation and status, he would definitely be put on a pedestal and regain his position as a prophet. However, only one prophet could exist. At that time, Hoda's position as a prophet would definitely be revoked. However, if he was revived in the dream crystal, it would not affect Hoda's position as a prophet. If the Crystal Eye race encountered a problem, they could still borrow Tunida's wisdom. Although he would be considered a tool, it was undoubtedly perfect for Hoda. However, Hoda thought this way because he was in his position. He was also planning for this position. As for the other Crystal Eye race, they would not think so much. They worshipped Tunida from the bottom of their hearts. Hence, they would think from Tunida's point of view. If Tunida was revived in the dream crystal, would this be a good thing for Tunida? At this moment, Mosaida frowned and said, the reason Tunida wants to be revived is that he does not want to die. He wants to witness the scenery of a higher level. But now, if he is revived in the dream crystal, isn't this a disguised way of locking up his dream? End of chapter. At first, Hoda was a little tempted. He even wanted to feign civility to gain some face so that outsiders would not think that he was too impatient. Of course, he would definitely agree in the end, but the way he agreed was to delay for a period of time and then put on a show of reluctance before finally nodding and agreeing to try. But unexpectedly, before Hoda could even put on a show, Mosaida began to refute him directly. Moreover, the point of her refutation happened to be what the Crystal Eye race was most concerned about. Prophet Tunida planned to be resurrected because his previous body was too weak and his talent was average. There was no way for him to become a powerhouse. Tunida's greatest wish was to become a powerhouse and see a higher level of scenery. This was the determination he made after witnessing the mirror demon Laplace. But if he was resurrected in the dream crystal and became a native, shackled in a small world, how could he become a powerhouse? How could he see more of the world's scenery? As an admirer of Tunida, Mosaida did not want Tunida to be resurrected with regrets. In her opinion, this resurrection was no doubt a hopeless situation for Tunida. Mosaida's words were powerful and righteous. Even Kulinta, who had always been on bad terms with Mosaida, secretly nodded. Even if Hoda wanted to shut Mosaida up, as a prophet of the Crystal Eye race, he still had to brace himself and express his attitude. Hoda said, Mosaida is right. To some extent, this resurrection is indeed the best of both worlds. But Tunida is resurrected not only because he wants to live, but also because he has his own ideals. Letting Tunida enter the dream crystal is equivalent to banishing and imprisoning his dreams. Even though Hoda had different opinions, if he really stood on the side of Mosaida and the Crystal Eye race and spoke, he would still have his own principles. In the face of Hoda and Mosaida's rebuttal, many of the people present actually felt that it was a bit too much. It was already good enough that the other party's proposal could help them resurrect Tunida, but they still had to satisfy Tunida's wishes? Asking for this and that? Asking for everything would only harm you. Everyone's thoughts were actually understandable. If they were in Hoda's position, they would definitely be willing to let Tanada resurrect. However, the request to be resurrected had already exhausted most of the positive side of the crowd, or rather, goodwill. What Mozaida mentioned later was Tanada's spiritual pursuit after his resurrection. It was already enough for him to be revived. Who would be willing to take advantage of this situation? Moreover, they could bring in the thoughts of the Crystal Eye race, but they were not members of the Crystal Eye race. They were willing to see Tanada resurrect, but they were more willing to see Tanada resurrect in the Dream Crystal plane. That way, it would not be so easy for Tanada to help the Crystal Eye race develop. It was not their own race. Who would be happy to see the Crystal Eye race develop? The human heart was complicated. Everyone had their own standpoints, and their views on different standpoints were as different as poles apart. Even if they were on the same side, the results could be completely different due to the strength of the supporters. However, they were still outsiders. No matter what they thought, it would not affect the two parties involved. In the face of Shiruda's sudden interruption, as well as Hoda's awe-inspiring stance, Gleipnir's expression did not change at all. She looked at Hoda and Mercida and said indifferently, "I can't provide you with the true method to achieve both. This is the only solution I can provide. Let me put it this way. If you accept this solution and it really succeeds, then all of the consciousness in the Crystal Eye race will enter the Crystal Eye race. In the future, all of your consciousnesses hidden in the Sacred Corpse crystal will be able to enter the Dream Crystal. This is not just a matter of 1 or 2 people. Most importantly, there will be no more tragedies of young people being possessed. Isn't that enough?" Although Gleipnir did not say it out loud, the people present were not stupid. Gleipnir's words already contained a threat. If they agreed, the consciousness in the Crystal Eye race would enter the Dream Crystal plane and be reborn. There would be no more young people dying early. Everything would be good. However, if they did not agree, then there was nothing to be said. The consciousness in the Crystal Eye race might not necessarily meet a young person who shared the same frequency. It was possible that they would continue to sleep and never wake up. This threat was straightforward, but it was very useful. Just look at Bitter Forest Tower. Hesitation appeared on his face. His originally standing body also sat down, his expression absent-minded. He could ignore the young people being possessed, but he could not ignore the consciousness in the Crystal Eye race's Crystal Eye race. As an elder of the Crystal Eye race, he had lived for so long and had a few close friends and family. Many of these people had already turned into Crystal Eye race's Crystal Eye race due to the limitations of their lifespans. If possible, Bitter Forest Tower would definitely want to see those old friends of his. It was not just Bitter Forest Tower. Even Mozaida, who had spoken loudly before, showed hesitation. Her deceased lover and child had all turned into Crystal Eye race's Crystal Eye race. She cared about the former prophet Tanada, but she cared more about her own family. Hoda saw the changes in Bitter Forest Tower and Mozaida's expressions. He shook his head inwardly. Many times, when it did not affect one's own interests, one could be righteous. However, when it came to oneself, it was different. Hoda naturally had relatives who had passed away. He also cared about the Crystal Eye race's Crystal Eye race. However, he had already expressed his stance to Mozaida. If he changed his stance now, it would obviously be very embarrassing. Moreover, it might make others think that the Crystal Eye race was easy to bully. Thinking of this, Hoda was silent for a moment. Is this a threat? Gleipnir shook his head slightly. A threat? No, this is my right. Because of the appearance of the woe puppet, for the sake of righteousness, I can provide services to the living. But when did I say that I can provide services to the dead? It was like going to a shop to do business. If the shop owner did not want to sell, were you going to force him to sell? The Crystal Eye race belonged to the Dream Mirror. It was up to the Dream Mirror to decide whether to allow the consciousness to enter the Crystal Eye race. Therefore, from Gleipnir's point of view, this was not a threat at all. This was just an exercise of his right. Hoda was instantly speechless. If Gleipnir had admitted that this was a threat, he might have been able to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. However, Gleipnir had made it clear that this was business. She had the right to refuse to provide services, so Hoda could not refute. That was because she was completely right, While Hoda did not know how to respond, Gleipnir continued, "Now, let's go back to your previous question. From your point of view, the crystal eye race is a cage that will shackle Tunada's future. Is that right?" Hoda nodded silently. Gleipnir chuckled. "I really want to know, who told you this? Who told you that the crystal eye race has no future?" Hoda frowned. Indeed, no one had said that the crystal eye race had no future. However, the crystal eye race that Gleipnir had introduced gave them the feeling that it was a virtual world. Its greatest function was that it could be easily interacted with. However, a virtual world was a virtual world. It could not affect reality. How could they see the future in such a virtual world? Not to mention Hoda, even the others present had the same opinion about the crystal eye race. According to what Granny Astrologer said, the crystal eye race is an extension of the dream realm. It has some of the dream realm's characteristics. The power of the dream realm is generally unable to affect reality. In other words, entering the crystal eye race is like having a dream. What future can there be in a dream? The one who said this wasn't Hoda. Instead, it was a green-skinned Paluxiu who wore a priest hat and large round glasses. Although he was Paluxiu, he didn't come from Pippi Castle. He didn't sit beside Sage Pika either. Instead, he sat in the representative area of Buluo Royal City. Yes, he represented Buluo Royal City in this meeting. There were a total of 6 representatives from Buluo Royal City in this meeting. Each of them represented a different race. Priest Paluxiu was only one of them. Although Priest Paluxiu's words were a bit sharp, it didn't stop the others from nodding. That was indeed what they thought. How could there be a future in a virtual world? Facing everyone's doubts, Gleipnir said calmly, "I did say that the crystal eye race has some of the dream realm's characteristics. However, it also has the characteristics of the mirror realm. In other words, the crystal eye race's birth was not only approved by the dream realm's consciousness, but also by the white sun. Mirror realm's consciousness. Since the crystal eye race has the approval of the mirror realm's consciousness, then Buluo Royal City's representative, when you said what future can there be in a dream, are you refuting the consciousness?" Priest Paluxiu's expression froze. He didn't dare to refute. Gleipnir had even brought out the consciousness of the white sun mirror realm. Did he dare to say anything? However, although Gleipnir's words had the meaning of using the tiger's skin to pull a banner, if one thought about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. If the crystal eye race's consciousness had the approval of the white sun mirror realm's consciousness, it meant that the crystal eye race had benefits from the world's consciousness. If one thought about it more deeply, the dream realm hadn't extended its tentacles to the white sun mirror realm for many years. But now, the white sun mirror realm's consciousness was willing to cooperate with the dream realm's consciousness to create a crystal eye race. This meant that in the game between the consciousnesses of the world, the crystal eye race was a common divisor that both parties could accept. The existence of the crystal eye race must have a great meaning. If it had meaning, it meant that its potential was limitless. With this in mind, everyone's mind began to waver. Maybe they really misunderstood the crystal eye race. If Angor knew what they were thinking, he would probably shake his head violently. He knew very well that the white sun mirror realm's consciousness and the dream realm's consciousness weren't really working together. The two sides weren't harmonious at all. This could be seen from the appearance of the purgers. The key to stabilizing the crystal eye race and convincing the white sun mirror realm and the dream realm's consciousness was the power of the nightmare realm. In other words, the fundamental power that maintained the crystal eye race's consciousness was the power of the nightmare realm. Therefore, Gleipnir's words were indeed using the tiger's skin to pull a banner. But then again, would a crystal eye race that was created with the support of the nightmare realm's power have no potential and no future? Any transcendent superhuman would probably not say such a thing. Therefore, in terms of results, no one was wrong. The crystal eye race's potential was limitless. However, only Angor knew this. Even Gleipnir didn't know the secret behind it. Her words were still empty. "Everyone, you have never entered the crystal eye race, so many things you're talking about are baseless. If you go to the crystal eye race, you'll see that it's a blue ocean of a new world. It has its own energy system, incredible items from the fairyland, and mysterious knowledge that even I can't understand. You may think that the world is illusory, but you'll know whether knowledge is illusory or not when you get it." At this point, there was a hint of hypocrisy, but at this moment, Aya spoke up to support him. What Gleipnir said is true. You may think that the dream crystal is illusory, but the mysterious knowledge that exists there is undoubtedly real. What Aya said was not false. The Black Nightshade ability that Cuculus obtained was proof of this. Cuculus had obtained the bloodline ability of the Black Nightshade from the Dream Crystal's Wonderland. Didn't this mean that the Dream Crystal could affect reality? It could even affect reality. After hearing EA's words, everyone looked at the Crystal Eye race with much more enthusiasm. Before this, they had viewed the login device in a different light because it could be used as a communication tool to deal with the Woe puppet. But now, after learning that the Dream Crystal could affect reality and was even beneficial to the Mirror Dragon, they truly valued the login device. Gleipnir also took the opportunity to look at Hoda. Now, do you still think that the Crystal Eye race has no future? How could a Crystal Eye race that could affect reality have no potential and no future? Hoda knew that it couldn't. Hoda remained silent for a moment. He glanced at Mozaida and Ku Lin Ta beside him. Their eyes were flickering, and they didn't dare to look at Hoda directly. After Gleipnir's threat, they had obviously betrayed him. In their minds, Hoda also supported Tunada's revival in the modern world. Their betrayal had let Hoda down. Therefore, they didn't dare to look at Hoda directly. But what they didn't know was that Hoda had already secretly supported Tunada's revival in the Crystal Eye race after hearing about Gleipnir's plan. For the sake of his reputation, he didn't admit it immediately. But now, it seemed that his reputation didn't matter anymore. Since Mozaida and Ku Lin Ta had also betrayed him, he had to quickly make a decision. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. End of chapter. Silver Forest Dimension. Laplace looked at Angor. That's about it. It's going to be difficult, but Hoda has agreed to give it a try. The try meant to test whether the consciousness inside the corpse crystal could be guided into the dream crystal. If it was possible, and there was nothing to worry about. That was why Hoda chose to use Tunada's corpse crystal. Angor understood. What Gleipnir said was just empty talk. They still needed to see how it worked. Did Gleipnir say when he'll do it with Hoda? Laplace shook his head. Not yet. It depends on when you have time. The consciousness hidden in the Saint Corpse's crystal couldn't directly use the login device. Angor had to go there and use Nightmare Dream to guide the consciousness into the dream crystal. So, when could he do it? It all depended on Angor's decision. Anytime? Laplace nodded. Hoda said he can do it anytime, but it's better to do it as soon as possible. Although Hoda had agreed to give it a try, once the news got out and the people of the Crystal Eye race learned about it, they might have a lot of opinions. After all, not everyone could understand the Crystal Eye race's difficulties. Public opinion was not about profit or efficiency. It was about the current mood. Once the current mood was too agitated and the public was enraged, no matter how correct a decision was, it could turn into a civil war. Therefore, Hoda wanted to cut the Gordian knot as soon as possible. It would be better to let Tunada show up in the dream crystal first and let him do the job. Therefore, the sooner this matter was settled, the better. Angor nodded. Hoda's worries were not unfounded. The leaders of all the races already knew about the corpse crystal, which meant it was very likely that it would spread. Plus, if Hoda added fuel to the fire, the Crystal Eye race's public opinion would really backfire. Besides, there were also some Evermores in the meeting who didn't mind watching the show. Especially Atsun. Compared to Nawat's order, Atsun was a pure evil faction. If she got involved, she might be the one who caused the tsunami of public opinion in the end. Therefore, Hoda's request was to do it as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to go now. Should we head there now? Angor asked after a moment of consideration. Currently, there was no news from the blood calamity for the time being. He needed to give it some time. The gathering in the outside world was also suspended until the blood calamity replied. In addition, the god's blood clone needed 8 hours to prepare the blessings for him. All in all, Angor was perfectly fine. In that case, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the Holy Corpse crystal with Hoda first. Of course, there was another reason. He felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by his clones in Silver Forest Dimension all the time. If he could avoid this sudden tea party, he would do so first. Laplace nodded noncommittally. Okay, I'll contact Gleipnir now. About 2 minutes later, Laplace raised his head and said, Gleipnir has spoken to Hoda, and Hoda has agreed. Let's go. After bidding farewell to the avatars, Angor and Laplace left the Silver Forest dimension. Outside was still the text space where the Dragon Feast kitchen was located. Since Marion was sent to the Blood Calamity ritual by EIA, only Luigi and Steward Fan were left in this space. Moreover, Luigi was still sleeping on the table, but he didn't enter the dream crystal. He was just sleeping. Above Luigi's head, a pure white crystal ball was floating in the air, which was constantly releasing ripples. When the ripples reached Luigi's forehead, they all gathered together. Is he? Angor was a little surprised. Is he experimenting with Qinghong and Yuan? Angor didn't see Qinghong and Yuan with his own eyes, but Luigi had been studying them for a long time. Logically speaking, Luigi should be experimenting with Qinghong or Yuan right now. Laplace nodded. Yes. To be precise, he's experimenting with Qinghong. The floating pure white glass ball was Qinghong's true body. It could give someone a beautiful dream as light as a feather. Angor looked at the sleeping Luigi. Since he's still sleeping, should we wake him up? Laplace nodded and waved his hand, pulling Luigi from the text space into the Silver Forest space. They might not return to the text space later, so it was better to take Luigi with them first. It didn't matter where Luigi slept anyway. Next, Angor bowed to Steward Fan to express his gratitude for today's hospitality. Next, Angor and Laplace left the space filled with text messages. The exit was still the same painting. Angor and Laplace walked out of the painting and saw that the outside world was now covered in thick fog. This was completely different from the cloud cave they entered earlier. Earlier, the cloud cave was surrounded by fog, but it was only at the edge. Now, the entire cloud cave was covered in fog, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. They could only hear rustling voices in the distance. He heard Gleipnir's voice calling out to him. They followed the voice and walked to the right. After about 30 steps, the fog around them began to disperse, revealing a large meeting room. This was probably the largest meeting room Angor had ever seen. Tens of thousands of creatures gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to one another. They came in all shapes and sizes. Some were humanoid, some were gigantic, and some were in all kinds of strange shapes. There was some kind of energy suppression in the room, which slowed down the energy flow around them. Even so, the people in the parlor still exuded a superior aura that was different from energy suppression. Without a doubt, they were all leaders of different races. At this time, because there was no news from the Blood Calamity, this gathering of the leaders of many clans was forced to pause. No one was willing to leave, so they simply gathered together and whispered to each other. Their expressions were either serious or nervous. The atmosphere was rather austere and stiff. Obviously, the Woe Puppet's information was too much for them to care about anything else. They were all thinking about how to deal with it. EIA and Gleipnir had already proposed a solution, but only a few people had received a login device. Most of them hadn't logged into the Dream Crystal yet. They had to wait until the logins were distributed to them. Angor and Laplace's arrival didn't cause any commotion. Everyone was minding their own business. Only a few people noticed them. However, even if they did, no one came to talk to them. They only looked at them from afar. Angor looked around and soon saw Gleipnir. At this moment, she was standing under a curtain not far away. Beside her was a 6-meter-tall giant crystal that looked like a transformer. The giant was a special crystal shell. Through the transparent shell, one could see a hunchbacked old man who was about 1.5 meters tall inside. It was the Crystal Race's Grand Elder, Prophet Hoda. Let's go, Gleipnir and Prophet Hoda walked over and whispered. Angor nodded. Before he could say anything, Laplace spoke up, wait a moment. With that, Laplace walked through the crowd and headed to the front of the hall. They went straight to the mystery book Dragon EIA. From afar, Angor saw Laplace and EIA talking about something. After a while, AIA seemed to hand something to Laplace. After receiving it, Laplace turned around and walked towards them. You may go now, said Laplace, coming nearer. Gleipnir didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and led everyone into the depths of the fog. Before entering, Angor looked back at the hall and happened to see EIA, who was standing at the center of the hall. EIA nodded at him. Angor nodded back at him. Then, they turned around and left. No one spoke on their way. When they left the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom's territory, Prophet Hoda sighed inside the crystal shell. He looked back and saw Prophet Hoda speaking in a low voice while frowning inside the Big Mac. He seemed to be talking to someone. But there was no one around. About 10 seconds later, Hoda slowly looked up. Angor and the others all looked at Hoda. Hoda looked a little uncomfortable. "I was talking to the spirit of the giant city just now," he explained in a low voice. "It wasn't happy about my choice. The giant city spirit was cultivated by Tunida in order to maintain the spectacle ceremony of Crystal City. To a certain extent, the giant city spirit was Tunida's loyal guard. It was normal for the spirit to object to Hoda's choice. Angor was curious about how Hoda was going to appease the spirit. The spirit controlled the entire Crystal City. If the spirit didn't agree, they might not be able to take the zombie crystal from it. Hoda remained silent for a moment. "It's hard. But I used the method Gleipnir taught me and managed to appease the spirit for now." "Gleipnir's method?" "As far as I know, the Saint Corpse crystal is a special kind of soul foundation." Gleipnir looked at Angor with a surprised expression. It was because of the soul foundation that it could carry Tunida's consciousness for thousands of years without being destroyed. Once Tunida entered the dream crystal, the zombie crystal wouldn't shatter within a day or two. If the spirit wasn't satisfied with the dream crystal during that time, he could return to the crystal and go back to sleep. Therefore, what Hoda told the giant city spirit was to let Tunida try it first. He even told the spirit to enter the dream crystal and talk to Tunida in person. Angor understood that the spirit was only appeased because Tunida could return to the dream crystal. Still, he was curious about one thing. If Tunida chose not to stay in the dream crystal in the end, what should he do? Hoda didn't say anything. He didn't have an answer. "He'll stay," Gleipnir said without hesitation. "Why?" Gleipnir said indifferently, "Do you still remember why he set his dream?" As Angor remembered, Tunida's dream was to see the scenery of higher places. Tunida's dream came about because he met the monster of emptiness when he was young. Monster of void? Angor looked at Gleipnir in confusion. Gleipnir nodded at him. "You got it?" "I think so," said Angor. Tunida's dream was inspired by the empty mirror demon, and the empty mirror demon was actually Laplace. Laplace was one of the founders of the dream mirror, which meant he had something to do with the dream crystal. If Tunida knew about this, he would probably choose to stay in the dream crystal. This was why Gleipnir was so confident. However, such words could not be said in front of others. Otherwise, if he had thrown out such a bombshell at the gathering just now, it would probably have been effective immediately. There would be no need for so many arguments. Hoda didn't know what they were talking about. He didn't know what they were talking about. But Hoda didn't ask. He only wanted to know the result. As for the process, well, never mind. Hoda cleared his throat. "Everyone, please come with me. I'll take you to the first zombie crystal." Hoda led the group to the staircase. After entering the staircase, a light screen appeared. Hoda quickly keyed in the number of floors, 5,000. Surrounded by the power of space, they arrived at the 5,000th floor. This was where the main display platform was located. Even though it was closed for the time being, the place was still crowded with people. "You're putting the crystal here? Was it really appropriate to put it in such a crowded place?" Hoda shook his head. "No. The zombie crystal I'm looking for isn't in the ring fortress. It's in the graveyard. If you want to go to the graveyard, you'll need to start at the 5,000th floor." While speaking, Hoda quickly adjusted the number of floors on the screen. Soon, he reached the 100th floor. You can only reach the 100th floor after reaching the 5,000th floor. The other floors can only reach the 101st floor and above. Hoda was about to click on the teleport button. However, a group of people suddenly showed up outside the staircase. They seemed to be in a hurry to enter the staircase. However, when they saw the gigantic crystal shell in the staircase, they subconsciously stopped. Hoda ignored the people outside and lightly tapped the screen. Spatial power enveloped everyone. In the next second, they disappeared from the 5,000th floor. When they finally stood up, they were already on the 100th floor. He was already on the 100th floor, but he was still thinking about the group of people he met earlier. This was because he happened to know the leader of the group. It was Rice God. End of chapter. Angor exchanged a glance with Laplace. They didn't say anything, but they understood what each other was thinking. The leader of the group was indeed Rice God. Although the god of rice was wearing a hood and a cloak that covered his face and most of his body, the exposed chest, the leather shoes on his feet, and the silver pattern on his cuffs all showed the familiar religious style. Rice God was the only one who dressed like this in the party. Along with the Rice God, there were several people from the Ersi clan who were more than 3 meters tall. Rice God had been staying with the Ersi clansmen for a long time, so there was no doubt about his identity. He looked like he was in a hurry. Maybe he already got the coordinates from Little Red and started to follow Parrot, Angor thought to himself. But judging from the time, Parrot should have left the Crystal Kingdom by now. The Rice God's pursuit would most likely be in vain. Angor shook his head and followed Hoda out of the staircase. On the 5,000th floor of the Ring Fortress. Rice God entered the staircase again and frowned as if he was thinking about something. But soon, he was interrupted by a buzzing sound in his ears. It's that human again. Are you sure he's not one of you? Rice God glanced at the pocket on his shoulder blade. A muscular mini doll was clinging to the edge of the pocket and looking at him with its head raised. It was the one who made the buzzing sound. Rice God shook his head. I told you. He's not one of us. I only bumped into him once at this party. The puppet sighed in disappointment. You're right. If you could make friends with him, you would have caught that criminal merchant long ago. What do you mean? Rice God was puzzled. The puppet said, the last time we saw him, he was accompanied by that unfathomable woman with strange pupils and a core descendant of the Ingji clan. We didn't see anything at that time. But do you know who the giant beside him is? Rice God tried to recall what happened. That giant was clearly a crystal shell. Was it someone from the Crystal clan? The puppet nodded. Yes. And he was the most powerful one among them. The Grand Elder of the Crystal clan and the current Prophet Hoda. The doll continued, moreover, from the way they're standing, Prophet Hoda seems to be slightly weaker. Although this was just a feeling from the doll and could not be taken into account, the fact that the human was able to walk side by side with Prophet Hoda was enough to show that the human's position and identity were extraordinary. If he could talk to Prophet Hoda about stopping the criminal merchant, our mission would have been completed long ago, the puppet sighed. First, this man was with a core member of the Injit clan, and now he was with Prophet Hoda's side. If Rice God could communicate with him, their mission wouldn't be so troublesome. After hearing the puppet's words, the Rice God was also in disbelief. Who is this guy? Wasn't he a wizard from the southern region? Why does he feel like a fish in water in the Sun Mirror domain? How about you contact him? Maybe he'll help you since he's also a human, the puppet suggested. However, the Rice God shook his head and said, I don't have a way to contact him. Moreover, if it were you, would you help a person whom you have only met once for no reason? The puppet didn't say anything. So don't even think about it, Rice God said. Now, let's follow the coordinates and find the criminal merchant. With that, Rice God followed the Air clan members deeper into the corridor. They were going to find the first set of coordinates. The puppet still wanted to say something, but when it saw the Rice God completely turned his face away, it knew that the Rice God would no longer pay attention to it. The puppet humped and went back into his pocket. Soon, it became quiet again. The 100th floor of the Ring Fortress. Angor followed Hoda to the corridor and looked up at the sky with great interest. The Ring Fortress looked like a series of earthen buildings. Usually, one could see the upper floors from the lower floors. However, Angor couldn't see anything from the railing. Above, there were layers of dark clouds with lightning bolts dancing in them, as if they were warning anyone who was watching. The lightning bolts seemed to be moving randomly, but after careful observation, Angor noticed that they were moving in a regular pattern within the dark clouds. If the lightning bolts were connected together, they would form a giant concentric circle. Outside the circle were circles of lightning bolts that looked like tadpoles, while inside the circle was a hexagram. This was some kind of array formation. It wasn't a magic array like what Angor knew. It looked more like the magic arrays he saw in the hologram tablet. But those were just illusions, so this wasn't a magic array. What could it be? Angor wanted to ask Hoda, but Hoda wasn't here right now. A few minutes ago, Hoda said, the graveyard is located in a crystal cave on the 71st level of the Ring Fortress. It's not hard to get there, but I need to apply for a permit for you. Hoda could enter the graveyard as he wished, but he had to apply for a permit if he wanted to bring someone in. It sounded ridiculous. After all, Hoda was the uncrowned king of the Crystal Eye race. He could do whatever he wanted. But there was a reason behind it. When the Crystal City was first built, Tunida set everything related to the Crystal of St. Corpse to the highest level of confidentiality. As one of the places where the Crystal of St. Corpse was stored, the graveyard was also included in the confidentiality clause. In other words, Tunida was the one with the highest authority in the graveyard. Hoda might be in charge of the entire Crystal Eye race, but he couldn't surpass Tunida in terms of authority. If he wanted to bring someone into the graveyard, he had to apply for a permit. And the permit was issued by the spirit of the giant city. Hoda asked Angor and Laplace to wait for a moment while he went to a secret place nearby to discuss the matter with the city spirit. He hadn't returned yet. Angor couldn't ask Hoda about it even if he wanted to. But Laplace seemed to have read Angor's mind. He glanced at the dark clouds and said, that's part of the ceremony of wonder. You know about it? Laplace shook his head. I don't know much about the ceremony of wonder. But Gleipnir found a lot of books about it in Shaluta's study. Those books were Shaluta's personal records. There were many records about the ceremony of wonder. According to Shaluta, all forbidden areas in the Crystal City have mysterious seals. These seals are part of the ceremony of wonder. To open the seals, you either have to destroy the ceremony of wonder or get permission from the master of the ceremony of wonder. What was a forbidden area? Everything above the 101st floor was a free zone. Below the 101st floor, every floor was a forbidden area. Laplace pointed down. Normally, we can see everything on the 99th floor from the 100th floor. But we still can't see anything here. It's like a black hole. Actually, it's also a seal. Layers of seals not only sealed the sky but also the abyss below. Unless one had the right to enter, no one would be able to enter the forbidden grounds. Just by looking around, it was clear that the size of the 100th floor was no larger than the other floors. However, it was completely silent, and there was no one in sight, so this was the so-called forbidden area. Angor nodded. In other words, the hexagram that looked like a magic array was actually part of a ritual. Angor thought it was some kind of special array that could be used as a reference to modify a magic array. But if it was a ritual, he couldn't use it as a reference. This was because rituals and formations were not the same at all. As Angor sighed, a crystal wall nearby began to ripple. Then, an arched door appeared out of nowhere. The familiar Big Mac walked out from the dark arched door. Gentlemen, I have already applied for your entry permit. Please come this way. Hoda's voice rang out from the jumbo. At the same time, two light dots flew out from the monster's hand and landed in front of Angor and Laplace. Angor took the light dots and saw a droplet-shaped crystal in his hand. This is a one-time permit. It's also a special crystal shell. Hoda continued, after today, the permit will disappear, but the crystal shell will remain. You can keep it as a souvenir. What kind of crystal shell is this? Angor asked curiously. You can call it Thin Wing. Thin Wing was the name of the crystal shell. Thin Wing? Does it have something to do with flying? No, it has nothing to do with flying. As for what this Thin Wing does, Hoda shrugged. I don't know. Only Prophet Tinita knows. Huh? Following Hoda's explanation, Angor finally learned about the crystal shell's past and present life. According to the research of the Crystal Eye race, this crystal shell did not have any special characteristics, but it was very malleable. A droplet of crystal shell could extend into a thin wing that was dozens of meters long, and the wing would not be damaged at all. This was also the reason why it was called Baoyi. However, apart from its malleability, it didn't have any other special characteristics. Normally speaking, this crystal shell was the lowest level crystal shell among all the crystal eye races. Even so, it was still very special. It was because it was the last crystal shell that Tanida had invented before his death. So far, no one had ever managed to replicate this crystal shell. The crystal shell was only the size of a soccer ball, and it would be depleted every time it was used. Its origin was special, and so was its stock. Therefore, it had enough qualifications to be crowned with a special prefix. The spirit of the giant city once said that this crystal shell might be Prophet Tanida's favorite, Hoda said. Ever since Tanida created this crystal shell, he carried it with him everywhere he went. Even when he knew he was going to die, he put all his crystal shells aside and never took this one off. From this point alone, it was impossible to tell how much Tanida liked this kind of crystal shell, but it was enough to show how much Tanida valued this kind of crystal shell. We always believed that there was more to this thin wing than met the eye. But after 2,000 years of research, we still couldn't find any clues. Hoda sighed. Maybe we can only find out the answer when Prophet Tanida comes back to life. Angor finally understood what was special about this thin wing. It was just that such a precious piece of paper was actually used as an entry permit, Hoda chuckled. You're the first outsiders to enter the graveyard in the past 2,000 years. To show our respect, we used this thin wing as an entry permit. Hoda pointed at an arched door on the crystal wall. This way, please. The jump point to the 71st floor is inside. Without hesitation, Angor and Laplace followed Hoda into the arched door. After walking through a long dark path, about 10 seconds later, they arrived at a new space. The space was large, about the same size as the guest hall in the Cloud Cave. Looking from afar, they could see dozens of crystal shell buildings. Pairs of crystal eye guards patrolled the area. Judging from the strict security measures, this place must be a very important place. Hoda led Angor and Laplace through all kinds of crystal shell buildings. Under the watchful eyes of the crystal eye guards, they arrived at a high platform. The platform was round, with familiar hexagonal patterns on the ground. This is the jump point. Hoda walked to the center of the platform, took out a crystal shell that was flickering with electric sparks, and tossed it toward the center of the hexagonal pattern. The entire hexagonal pattern and the concentric circles on the outside began to shine brightly. Next, a blinding light flashed. Hoda, Angor, and Laplace disappeared from the platform. After a moment of weightlessness, Angor regained his footing and opened his eyes. When he saw his surroundings, he was surprised. They were inside a giant crystal bubble. It looked like a crystal bubble that a child would blow when they were having fun, except that it was countless times larger. Inside the bubble, there were small bubbles everywhere. Some of them floated in the air, some were embedded in the walls, some were connected together, and some even formed a giant bubble mountain. More importantly, all of the bubbles were glowing with colorful light, as if they were part of a fantasy world. Angor watched the strange scene in a daze. One of the floating bubbles floated to Angor's side. Out of instinct, Angor reached out a hand to push it. The outer shell of the bubble was very soft. One could even easily press a dent on the surface of the bubble with a finger. However, the bubble was very resilient. It was not easily pierced. Instead, it was bounced away by a rebounding force. Angor wanted to grab it and study it, but it bounced back quickly and disappeared into the mist. Angor had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Hoda's voice rang in his ears. This is the 71st level, one of the Crystal Eye graveyards. End of chapter, Bubble Graveyard. Angor learned this name from Hoda. It was also the name of the place they were in. It sounded like a child's play, as if it was just a random name. But it was only a child's play. It was Angor's judgment from a human's perspective. From the perspective of a Crystal Eye race, the name Bubble Graveyard was not childish at all. For example, Angor might find the names Doodlely or Doodleby cute. But for a Doodlely, it was just a normal name. Maybe this was the so-called cultural difference? So the bubbles here are all crystallized corpses? Angor muttered in his mind before he changed the topic of the graveyard's name. Angor looked at Hoda, who was standing not far away. No. The glowing bubbles are just a kind of crystal shell. They are used to prevent contamination and energy corrosion, as well as to protect the inside. After a short pause, Hoda continued, however, there is indeed a Saint Corpse crystal inside the glowing bubble. There were millions of glowing bubbles here, and each one contained at least one zombie crystal. In other words, if a zombie crystal was considered a sleeping person, at this moment, there were at least millions or even tens of millions of crystalline ancestors floating, curled up, and sleeping around Angor. And this was only one of the graveyards of the crystalline race. According to Hoda, there were many more graveyards. If every graveyard was like this, there would be more than 100 million sleeping consciousnesses. That was not all. Those who were able to place their zombie crystals in the graveyard after their death were either famous or important figures among the crystalline race. More of them would fuse their zombie crystals with the walls of Crystal City. If the number of zombie crystals was added up, there could be billions or even tens of billions of sleeping consciousnesses. Before this, Angor did not feel much about Tunuda's actions. But now, when he saw the zombie crystals in the core graveyard of the crystalline race and thought about what Tunuda did when he was still alive, Angor could not help but have mixed feelings. To a certain extent, most of the crystalline clan members in the sacred corpse crystals were not truly dead. They were in a superimposed state of life and death. If they allowed time to erode them, they would truly die in the end. However, if they transcended into the dream crystal plane, they would be able to live another life. Think about it. Tens of billions of dormant consciousnesses would enter the dream crystallization plane. No, even if it was only 1%, 100 million of them would become natives of the dream crystallization plane. This was a terrifying force. Even though Tunuda did not expect that the dream crystal would appear out of nowhere in the future before his death, the boundary between life and death that he fought for himself and for all the crystalline race could be considered a miracle from the perspective of today. Of course, he wasn't planning to let the dream crystal contain billions of sleeping consciousnesses yet. Firstly, the number was too large, and he might not be able to do it. In the future, when he could recruit a large number of people, he could consider it. Secondly, for the sake of maintaining the balance of races in the dream crystal plane, he should try not to recruit too many people from the same race in the near future. However, this was only temporary. Once the authority of the dream crystallization plane was more abundant and stable, let alone 10 billion, even 10 times or 100 times more would be easily accommodated by the vastness of the dream crystallization plane. As Angor pondered, Hoda's voice came again. Please follow me. The sacred corpse crystal we chose this time is in the depths of the bubble graveyard. With that, Hoda drove the giant car ahead and headed deeper into the graveyard. Both Angor and Laplace followed behind. As they walked, the floating bubbles all moved away from them as if they had their own consciousness. However, they did not move too far away. They gathered together about 10 meters away from the graveyard like street lamps, illuminating a path of light for them. Walking on this path of light, they arrived in front of a bubble mountain. Angor already saw this mountain of bubbles when he opened his eyes. That was because it was the largest existence here. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. It was not as big as the snow-capped mountains outside, but it was still a giant in the bubble graveyard. The sacred corpse crystal is at the top, Hoda said as he pointed at the mountain. Angor stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. He could only see a bunch of floating bubbles. He had no idea which one Hoda was referring to. Moreover, although this mountain of bubbles was called a mountain, it was actually just bubbles. Under such circumstances, there was no such thing as a road. If they wanted to reach the top, they would have to fly. However, when they were on their way to the cemetery, Hoda had said that the cemetery was a no-fly zone. If they did not fly now, how were they going to reach the top? Should they jump up? Angor rubbed his chin and decided to give it a try. As long as he controlled the energy under his feet well, he would be fine. But he did not know if there would be a landing point or if he would just step on one of the bubbles. As Angor pondered, Hoda waved a hand, and a large number of bubbles appeared on the ground. However, these bubbles were different from the ones around them. They did not give out any light. Instead, they looked dark. These are newborn bubbles. There are no sacred corpse crystals inside. As Hoda spoke, he manipulated the bubbles and began to transform. Only bubbles with crystallized corpses will glow. Soon, the bubbles turned into a floating bubble carpet under Hoda's control. Hoda jumped onto the carpet and looked at Angor and Laplace. Angor understood that the next step was not to jump from the foot of the mountain to the top. Instead, they had to get on the carpet and use it to send them up. Angor and Laplace followed Hoda's instructions and stepped onto the carpet. He felt something soft under his feet. It felt like he was stepping on non-Newtonian fluid. He felt like he could turn this soft liquid into a whirlpool if he exerted some force. As he thought about it, his feet began to itch. It was like someone who saw a bubble bag and wanted to pop it. Still, he knew where he was. He curled up his toes through his boots and looked at the top of the mountain as if nothing had happened. He allowed his thoughts to wander. Soon, the dim bubble flying carpet sent them to the top of Bubble Mountain. This place was no different from the ground. There were glowing bubbles everywhere. There was nothing special about this place. Anyway, he couldn't tell who was who in such a large group of bubbles. Perhaps only Hoda could tell which one was the bubble he was looking for. Angor looked at Hoda and waited for him to explain. However, Hoda didn't make a move as he looked at the glowing bubbles on top of the mountain. After a long time, Hoda murmured in a low voice, "I don't know which one it is." Angor did not know what to say. Angor thought he was the only one who could not tell which one was Hoda. Laplace, who had been quiet all this time, frowned. "Then what do you mean by that particular bubble? If Hoda could not tell which one was the sacred corpse crystal, why not just pick a random one? In any case, it was just an experiment to serve as a model. It did not matter which one was the sacred corpse crystal." Hoda smiled wryly and shook his head. "It's not my decision. The city spirit suggested it. Their ultimate goal was to let Tanita enter the dream crystal. However, Hoda needed the city spirit's permission to get Tanita's sacred corpse crystal. Although Hoda and the giant city spirit had a deep discussion, and the giant city spirit had reluctantly agreed to let Tanita go to the dream crystal plane to take a look before making a decision. However, before that, the city spirit wanted to do a test. It would let the other sleeping consciousnesses go to the dream crystal and return to the sacred corpse crystal. The spirit would only allow Tanita's consciousness to leave the sacred corpse crystal if the trip was successful. Hoda agreed because he also wanted to see if Gleipnir's words were true. Therefore, he had to pick a sacred corpse crystal as proof. Hoda wanted to pick one at random, or even break off a sacred corpse crystal on the city wall outside to test it out. However, the city spirit did not agree. Instead, it gave him a sacred corpse crystal. The sacred corpse crystal was located at the top of the Bubble Hill in the 71st level of Bubble Graveyard. It was easy to find the top of the Bubble Hill, but there was more than one bubble at the top. Which one was the one the city spirit wanted, or could it be that as long as it was a bubble at the top, then, just pick any bubble? As Hoda hesitated, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly descended from the sky. He was familiar with this energy. It was coming from the spirit of the city. So, the city spirit's power came. Hoda's expression confirmed his suspicion. However, the city spirit did not speak this time. Instead, it turned its energy into a tentacle and reached into the cluster of bubbles at the top of the Bubble Hill. Soon, an inconspicuous glowing bubble was dragged out by the tentacle and tossed into the air. The swaying bubble was gently poked by a tentacle in midair. Bang, the bubble shattered, and a fist-sized crystal fell out from the broken halo. Hoda reached out his hand and caught the crystal. Without a doubt, it was the sacred corpse crystal that the city spirit wanted Hoda to test. After the holy corpse crystal was caught, the giant city spirit's power did not immediately retreat. Instead, it created a familiar hexagram array out of thin air. The hexagram was faintly visible in the air. Only then did the giant city spirit's power quietly leave. Of course, it was only limited to its power. Whether or not it was still watching them was unknown. On the other side, the moment Hoda obtained the Saint Corpse crystal, he already knew who the crystal's owner was. He also finally understood why the giant city spirit would specially arrange a holy corpse crystal. So it was because of her. Hoda shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned to Angor and Laplace. "Let's go. The city spirit has created a space outside Bubble Graveyard. We can conduct the login test for the dream crystal in that space." As he spoke, Hoda skillfully took out a crystal shell that flickered with electricity and threw it at the center of the hexagram. Following a flash of lightning, a large door slowly emerged from the center of the array. The door was already open. Inside the door were clusters of light yellow crystals. Behind the crystals, they could see the outline of a person. Hoda took the sacred corpse crystal and entered the door first. Angor and Laplace did not linger and followed him. Inside, Angor noticed that the space was not small. However, there was nothing else inside. Clusters of crystals were everywhere. There were crystal clusters everywhere. It was like a small space made of crystal clusters. The bizarre-shaped clusters of crystals even constituted a row of irregular sofas. Judging from the number, there was one seat for each of the three of them. Across from the sofas was a large crystal screen. On the crystal screen, a hairless man with a dull face that looked like a model was observing them in silence. The figure Angor saw earlier was the same as the one on the screen. Hoda wasn't surprised to see the figure on the screen. He turned to Angor and said, "That's the spirit of the city." After a pause, Hoda seemed to have thought of something and added, "Don't worry, the giant city spirit won't interfere with us. It just wants to witness the entire test." The giant city spirit on the screen also gently nodded at the right time, as if it was also expressing its position. Angor nodded at the spirit as a form of greeting. Angor wasn't surprised that the city spirit showed up. Even if the spirit didn't show up, he knew that it would be watching them all the time. Now, Angor felt that it was better to observe the whole process from the outside, rather than hiding in the dark. Indeed, as Hoda had said, the giant city spirit had no intention of interfering at all. From beginning to end, it just watched silently without saying a word. Soon, Angor and the others sat down on the crystal sofas. Hoda sat down and looked at Angor. "Shall we begin now?" Angor nodded. "Sure. But I need to take a look at this undead crystal first." Hoda considered and didn't refuse. He handed the crystal to Angor. Angor felt something cold in his hand. Apart from that, he didn't feel anything else. The inside of the crystal was almost transparent. Angor could feel something flowing inside, as if there was some kind of clear liquid inside. Judging purely from its appearance, this crystal was absolutely beautiful according to the aesthetic standards of human beings. If it was attached to the top of a cane, it could be used as a scepter in the human world. If he didn't know the definition of undead crystal, he wouldn't believe that the fist-sized crystal in his hand was actually the corpse of a crystal-like creature. The crystal-like creatures didn't look like humans, but they still maintained a humanoid shape. Angor didn't expect that when humans died, they would turn into skeletons, while the crystal-like creatures would turn into transparent crystals. TSK. That was like a Mary Sue story. Angor didn't want to observe the undead crystal just to see if it was beautiful. He also wanted to confirm one thing. Did the undead crystal really have a consciousness, or was it possible for him to sense the consciousness inside the undead crystal with his current ability? The consciousness inside the undead crystal couldn't be equipped with a login device. Therefore, Angor's only way to let the undead crystal's consciousness into the dream crystal was to use nightmare illusion to send it inside. But there was a prerequisite. He had to be able to sense the undead crystal's consciousness first. If he couldn't even sense the undead crystal's consciousness, how could he cast the spell? This was why he needed to observe the undead crystal in advance. Angor carefully scanned the undead crystal with his spirit feelers while praying in his mind. He already gave his word, so please don't screw it up now. To his surprise, when he scanned the corpse with his spirit feelers, he noticed that something was amiss. He didn't sense anything. End of chapter. He looked calm on the surface, as if everything was just a simple formula without any unknowns in his eyes. As if he had everything under control. However, the real Angor was already worried about his own safety. If he didn't have absolute control over his emotions, he wouldn't have been able to hide it. Angor thought that since there was a sleeping consciousness inside the corpse crystal, he would be able to sense it with his spirit power. After all, consciousness was also a manifestation of energy. As long as he could sense the energy ripples, he would be able to find the consciousness's base. And once he located the consciousness's location, he could easily use Nightmare Dream. However, even though his imagination was perfect, the reality was far from satisfactory. His spirit power kept scanning the corpse crystal, but he couldn't find any energy ripples at all. It was as if the corpse crystal was just a normal crystal. Half a minute later. Angor remained calm and looked at Hoda. Can we talk about this corpse crystal? Hoda was surprised. Is there something wrong with it? Angor shook his head. No. I'm just curious. Why did the spirit of the giant city choose to test it? Could it be that it has some kind of meaning? Angor's expression was just perfect, as if he was really curious about what the giant city spirit was going to do with this crystal. But in reality, he was thinking of another question. This Saint Corpse crystal couldn't have been specially chosen to mess with my mentality, right? Yes. When Angor sensed no energy ripples from the corpse crystal, he began to wonder if the spirit of the giant city chose it on purpose to give him a hard time. Could it be that the sleeping consciousness in this Saint Corpse crystal had already dissipated to the point where it was close to nothing? The giant city spirit had deliberately used the high-difficulty sacred corpse crystal to test the lower limit of the dream crystal origin. Or maybe the spirit of the giant city simply used a fake corpse crystal to test Angor's reaction. Either way, Angor had his doubts about the corpse crystal, which was why he asked why the spirit of the giant city chose this corpse crystal. Hoda didn't know what Angor was thinking. He didn't doubt Angor's question. I was wondering why the spirit of the giant city chose this corpse crystal. However, when I saw its true body, I roughly understood the meaning of the giant city spirit. Oh? What do you mean? Hoda sighed. The real body of the Saint Corpse crystal is Evelda. She is Prophet Tunida's favorite student. Evelda was Tunida's first student after he became a prophet. She was also the one who had been with Tunida for the longest time. Even after Tunida's death, it was Evda who collected the Saint Corpse crystal for Tunida. Because of this, the outside world suspected that the relationship between Evda and Tunida had exceeded the boundaries of a teacher-student relationship. Nowadays, many arts of the Crystal Eye clan, including plays, sculptures, and writings, were about the ambiguous relationship between Evelda and Tunida. However, those who knew Tunida and Evelyn well knew that there was nothing ambiguous between them. They were just a simple teacher-student relationship. The reason why Tunida doted on Evda so much was that Evda was a great talent. Tunida treated Evelda as his successor. In other words, he was preparing for the next prophet. From the fact that Evelyn could be nurtured as a reserve prophet, it could be seen that she had her own set of wisdom and methods. Unfortunately, Evelda didn't live long. A year after Tunida's death, Evelda suddenly died at home due to an accident before the new prophet selection began. Because of this, Evelyn could not become a prophet. Tunida's efforts were in vain. After learning about Evelyn's life, Angor could guess why the city spirit chose Evelyn for the test. That was because she was smart enough and had enough discernment. Especially when it came to important decisions, Evelyn never chose the wrong side. She seemed to have an extraordinary intuition, which gave her extraordinary foresight. In this aspect, she was almost as good as her teacher, Tunida. Therefore, if Evelda successfully entered the dream crystal, she would definitely be able to discern the potential of the dream crystal. Besides, Evelyn knew Tunida well enough. If Evelyn believed that it was a good thing for Tunida to enter the dream crystal, then Tunida must have thought the same. So, the city spirit chose Evelyn's corpse crystal, and the answer was obvious. Angor listened to Hoda's story and did not feel anything. But he could tell from Hoda's emotional fluctuations that Hoda was genuinely concerned about her. In other words, the story was probably true, and the corpse crystal did belong to Evelyn. This meant that Angor's guess was wrong. The corpse crystal itself was fine, and the city spirit did not make it difficult for Angor. It was not anyone else's fault. It was just that Angor could not sense the sleeping consciousness inside the corpse crystal. When he came to this conclusion, Angor felt a sense of panic that he had not felt in a long time. It was mainly because Gleipnir's tone was too high. Now, he suddenly realized that he could not bring it down smoothly. How awkward was that? What should he do? Angor remained silent. Should he just say it? Or should he take a detour and stall for time? Or should he bet everything on one throw and use the nightmare illusion to envelop the entire Saint Corpse crystal and see if he could hit the jackpot? Angor suddenly felt someone staring at him. He looked back and saw Laplace looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Laplace said indifferently, "Spirit bond." Angor did not know what Laplace meant, but he still activated the spirit bond and initiated a private conversation with Laplace. Hoda did not say anything. He assumed that this was just a private conversation between the dream mirror. For a moment, silence filled the air. As soon as the spirit bond was established, Angor heard Laplace's question. "Something's wrong with you. You noticed?" Laplace said, "If it's just to pull someone into the dream crystal, it won't take that long. There's also no need to ask about the identity of the Holy Corpse crystal." Laplace already knew that something was wrong when Angor asked about the corpse crystal. If he really wanted to ask, he would have asked earlier. There was no need to drag it out until now. Therefore, there must have been an accident here. As expected, Laplace immediately noticed that Angor did not try to pull someone into the dream. That was why they were talking to each other. "Is there something wrong?" Laplace asked. Of course, Angor did not want to hide anything from Laplace, so he quickly vented all his grievances in a few words. "So, you can't sense the consciousness inside the crystal?" Laplace asked in a low voice. Angor nodded and sighed. "I'm thinking. What should I do? Should I try to see if the corpse crystal can pull me into a dream? Or should I just tell it the truth?" Laplace hesitated for a moment and asked again, "You really can't sense any fluctuations?" Didn't he just answer the question? Why did he have to ask again? "Yes," Angor answered honestly. After a few seconds of silence, Laplace said, "But I can sense it." "Huh?" 10 minutes later, Angor talked with Laplace several times and finally confirmed something. There was indeed energy inside the corpse crystal. However, it was very weak, and the source of the energy was polymerization energy. Because of this, Angor could not sense the source of the energy. In other words, Angor was able to sense polymerization energy normally. However, he was not a creature of the polymerization energy system. If he tried to sense polymerization energy, his perception would be much weaker than when he tried to sense matter. It was similar to how it would be more difficult to learn a different system. But it would also be more difficult to sense a different system. This was why Angor could not sense the weak energy inside the corpse crystal. But Laplace was different. As a creature of the mirror realm, she could sense polymerization energy at full capacity. She could easily sense what Angor could not. Angor's anxiety was mostly gone after realizing the truth. He could not sense the energy inside the corpse crystal, but as long as he could confirm the energy inside, it meant that he could use nightmare dream. As long as he had the right idea, he could always find a way. Should I spend some time to learn something about aggregation now? Angor believed that as long as he could learn the basics of polymerization energy, he would be able to sense the weak energy inside the crystal. Laplace shook her head. "No need for that. I can give you the specific coordinates of the sleeping consciousnesses. All you need to do is stay close to the coordinates, and you'll be able to sense the strange energy." Angor only needed to sense one strange energy fluctuation to locate the sleeping consciousnesses, and he could use nightmare dream to send them into the dream crystal. Angor nodded in agreement. It was a little troublesome, but Angor believed that he could send Avelda into the dream crystal as Laplace suggested. The only downside was, "I can't use this method on everyone," Angor sighed. Previously, he had been worried that the dream crystal's cape would be turned into a mess if the consciousness of hundreds of millions of Crystal Eye race members entered the dream crystal's cape. But now, he discovered that it was not so easy to let the consciousness of so many Saint Corpse crystals enter the dream crystal. This was because he could not find a way to locate them. If Laplace had to do it one by one, the efficiency would be too low. Even if Laplace worked non-stop for a whole day, he could only send about 1,000 people into the dream crystal. If he wanted to send all of the sacred corpse crystal's dormant consciousness that had accumulated over the past 2,000 years into the dream crystal, he would probably need to spend years. Angor did not have time to waste. Therefore, Laplace's method could be used on a small scale. If he really wanted to use it on everyone, he would have to find another method. But he was not in a hurry. As long as there was a way, he would find a way. Let's think about other things later. Let's deal with the problem at hand first. Laplace nodded. Angor disconnected the spirit bond and looked at Hoda. Shall we begin? Shall we send Avelda into the dream crystal now? Hoda said, "Let me log into the dream crystal first." After all, if he wanted to confirm whether or not Avelda had entered the dream crystal and obtain her opinion, he would have to have someone else in the dream crystal as well. Of course, Hoda would be the one to do that. He took out a small pouch from his bracelet and placed it on the table. There are all the loggers in here. Pick one. Hoda took the pouch and saw all kinds of accessories inside. They were similar to the loggers Gleipnir showed him earlier. However, Gleipnir's login device was even more beautiful and eye-catching. Angor's loggers, on the other hand, were simpler. They were mostly glasses, necklaces, rings, and so on. Compared to the bright colors, Hoda preferred the plain color of the device. Soon, he picked out a plain white porcelain finger guard from the pouch. Finger guards were usually worn by archers to protect their fingers from being cut by the bowstring. Hoda did not play with bows. He chose the finger guard because it was easier to carry around and would not attract too much attention. Hoda put on the finger guard and activated it under Angor's guidance. As the dream tentacles appeared, Hoda's mind became heavier and heavier, and he slowly fell into a dark and sweet dream. While Hoda slept, the giant city spirit blinked as if it wanted to say something. But in the end, it chose to remain silent. Angor also closed his eyes. However, he did not enter the dream crystal. Instead, he used the power of Dream Gate to observe Hoda. After making sure that Hoda walked through the dream bridge, entered the dream crystal, and was born outside of Rabbit Town, Angor looked away. Next, it was Avelda's turn. With Laplace's help, Angor quickly located the coordinates of Avelda's consciousness in the zombie crystal. Next, he began to refine his spirit energy and released spirit ripples to interfere with the coordinates. Soon, he sensed a strange ripple coming from the coordinates. Angor was already prepared. He quickly locked onto the ripple and cast Nightmare Dream at it. When the energy of Nightmare Dream was absorbed by the ripple, Angor knew he had succeeded. End of chapter. A glowing bridge extended all the way to the depths of the void of dreams. At this moment, a transparent figure of a member of the Crystal Eye clan appeared on the dream bridge. When she first appeared, she was like a wax figure. Her eyebrows were lowered, and her expression was frozen. But with the push of the tentacles, she was pushed into the depths of the bridge. Every time she walked a certain distance, her expression would change and become more and more vivid. When she walked into the depths of the dream bridge, her consciousness, her expression, and her movements were no different from those of a living Crystal Eye clansman. She was Avelda. Avelda felt her consciousness awaken. She opened her eyes and found herself walking on a glowing bridge. She was surrounded by nothingness. Her spirituality warned her not to get close to the bridge, let alone jump onto it. As long as she was on the glowing bridge, everything would be safe. Avelda did not know why, but her consciousness was still in a daze. Many of her memories were fragmented. Even her logic was lagging. Under such circumstances, Evelyn felt that it was better for her to follow her spirituality. Her spirituality was not only warning her of dangerous places, but also guiding her forward. It was as if the end of the bridge was the real safe place. Avelda believed that her spirituality would not lie to her. She walked forward step by step. While walking, she also organized her thoughts. She needed to piece the memory fragments together bit by bit. She needed to find her memories, her intelligence, and herself. Yes, Avelda only knew her name. She did not know anything else. But she had a feeling that she did not lose her memories. Instead, her consciousness was sluggish and needed some time to recover. When her consciousness was clear, she would be able to find herself. As for why her consciousness was sluggish? Avelda did not have an answer, but she was not anxious. After all, she should know the reason after her memory was restored. Avelda walked forward step by step. After every few steps, her consciousness gradually became clearer. It was as if a mysterious force had entered the depths of her fragmented consciousness and pieced the fragmented memories together like building blocks. The longer she walked, the stronger the mysterious force became. The speed of piecing the memories also became faster. Avelda kept walking forward, recovering her past memories. She found her lost consciousness and personality step by step. Angor saw everything that Evda did. He used the power of the dream gate to observe everything happening on the bridge. He didn't pay much attention to the dream bridge in the past. Compared to the others, Evda spent too much time on the bridge. Others could cross the dream bridge in 1 or 2 seconds, or even less than half a second. but Avelda walked on the dream bridge for a very long time. If one were to measure the time in the outside world, it would have been about 10 minutes. It would have been fine if Evelyn had stayed still. However, Evelyn kept moving forward. After walking for so long, she still hadn't reached the end of the dream bridge. As for which part of the dream bridge Avelda was on? How long until the end, even Angor, who had been keeping an eye on the matter, did not know about it. Because the dream bridge under Avelda's feet was constantly extending. In other words, the time Evda could reach the dream gate depended on when the dream bridge would end. Judging from the current situation, the dream bridge did not seem to be prepared to let Evelyn reach the dream gate so soon. Angor didn't know why at first, but as he continued to observe, he began to understand. As Evelyn moved forward on the dream bridge, her expression became more and more lively, and her eyes turned from dull to bright. Is she trying to find her lost consciousness? Perhaps Evelyn's consciousness was not fully awakened because she had been sleeping inside the zombie crystal for too long. This was why she was trapped on the dream bridge and had to find her lost consciousness again and again. It wasn't because the dream bridge was extending. It was because Evelyn's consciousness was not strong enough to walk out of the dream bridge. If nothing unexpected happened, Evelyn would only reach the end of the dream bridge when she woke up. Another 5 minutes passed. Finally, Angor sensed that the dream bridge was no longer extending. Evelyn, who had regained her consciousness, took a step forward and crossed the dream bridge. What appeared in front of Evelyn was a glowing gate. Evelyn already remembered many things. She even remembered that she was already dead. So I'm in soul form? Evelyn mumbled, but shouldn't souls be sleeping all the time? Why did I suddenly wake up? Could it be that a body that resonates with my saint corpse has appeared in the outside world? Evelyn looked at the strange gate in front of her. So this gate represents a resurrection ritual? Then I can come back to life as soon as I step through the gate, right? Evelyn looked a little sad. I don't want to see a crystallized descendant die like this, but I have to come back to life in order to fulfill my teacher's dream. I'll find a way to let your consciousness enter my zombie crystal. I'll find a body for you in the future. Evelyn muttered these words in a low voice as if she was trying to calm the guilt in her heart. Finally, Evelyn made up her mind and stepped into the gate. At the same time, Angor also opened his eyes. Laplace's voice came from the spirit bond. How's the discussion between Evelyn and Hoda? Evelyn just entered the dream crystal. Evelyn's consciousness is a little sluggish. It took her a long time to recover. That's why she's a little slow. But I said her entrance somewhere near Hoda. If I'm not mistaken, they should be talking by now. Angor didn't pay attention to how long they would talk and what they would achieve. He also didn't ask anyone to guide or introduce the dream crystal to them. Living people might not be able to see the potential of the dream crystal, but Evelyn, who had gone through a near-death experience, would surely see the future. This was Angor's confidence. Therefore, he only watched as Evelyn entered the dream crystal and didn't pay any attention to her. Just like what happened to Lady Marian, Angor didn't send anyone to guide her into the dream crystal. These existences who stood at the top of the pyramid had the ability to judge the uniqueness of the dream crystal. They did not need anyone to comment on it. About 5 minutes later, Hoda came out of the dream crystal plane. Everyone sensed Hoda's presence as soon as he opened his eyes. This world is moving faster than I thought. You're done with Avelda already? Angor muttered in his spirit bond. Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, he waited for a few seconds. I don't think he's here to talk to us. This was because Hoda didn't look at them at all. Instead, he was looking at the giant city spirit on the screen. Hoda didn't say anything, but his intense gaze showed that he had a lot to say. The giant city spirit considered for a moment and slowly moved several meters to the edge of the screen. As the giant city spirit appeared on the screen, the center of the screen began to glow, revealing a hexagram that flickered with electric sparks. The hexagram flashed and disappeared. Next, a door big enough to let the giant city spirit through appeared in the center of the screen. Hoda immediately understood what the city spirit meant. Hoda turned to Angor and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to talk to the city spirit alone. I'll be back soon." With that, Hoda controlled the giant city spirit to go through the door. The door closed. The giant city spirit on the screen also disappeared, as if it had really gone to private chat with Hoda. What will they talk about? Laplace asked. Angor looked at the dark screen and shrugged. The only thing they can talk about is the dream crystal. It's fine if they talk about it in front of us. Angor shook his head. Forget it. Maybe Hoda has his own plans. Fortunately, Hoda did not go back on his word. He left and returned quickly. In less than 2 minutes, the door in the center of the screen opened again, and Hoda came back. However, Hoda was the only one. The giant city spirit didn't come back with him. In fact, the giant city spirit wasn't even on the screen. Hoda walked up to them and bowed respectfully. I'm very grateful. I really did see Evelda in the dream crystal. She's as smart and beautiful as described in the books. I've heard of Evelyn's name since I was a child, and I admire her a lot. Being able to meet a legendary figure in the history books is one of my greatest wishes. When Hoda expressed his gratitude, he was very sincere. At least, Angor could tell that the old man was really excited. Positively excited. However, Hoda didn't come here just to thank them. There must be something else. As expected, Hoda's next sentence was, I have a presumptuous request. Go ahead. I want to get another login device. Don't worry, I won't ask for it for free. I'll pay for it. Hoda gave a brief explanation of the situation. Not long ago, he met Evelda in the dream crystallization plane. After their meeting, he chatted with her about some matters and told her about the situation in the dream crystallization plane. Evelyn was shocked to hear that an outsider was trying to interfere with the ceremony of wonder 2,000 years after her death. They even wanted to pry the foundation of this ceremony of wonders and abolish it. Although Evelda was against it at first, as she sensed her own body and learned more about the dream crystal, her thoughts began to change. But that was only Hoda's explanation. Did Evelyn really change her mind? The answer was still unknown. After hearing about the crisis in the outside world and the general situation of the dream crystal, Evelda did not immediately give an explanation. Instead, she hoped that Hoda would go offline and inform the giant city spirit. I want to talk to the city spirit in person. This was what Ebda had said. This was also why Hoda had contacted the giant city spirit the moment he went offline. Evelyn wanted to talk to the city spirit in person. But how? Without a doubt, there was only one way, and that was to let the giant city spirit enter the dream crystal, and they could chat there. I've talked to the city spirit, and it agreed to meet Evelyn in the dream crystal, Hoda said. However, if he wanted the giant city spirit to enter the dream crystal, he would need a login device. That was why Hoda asked Angor for help. Angor didn't hesitate. He took out the pouch again and asked Hoda to make his choice. Of course, Angor was more than happy to let the city spirit into the dream crystal. Even without Hoda's request, Angor already planned to talk to Hoda and let the city spirit into the dream crystal. Most of the time, seeing something with your own eyes was more effective than talking about it on paper. Just like the group of participants in the cloud cave, those who had entered the dream crystal plane were looking forward to the power of the dream crystal plane. Those who had not entered the dream crystal plane were still doubtful. It was the same thing. It didn't take long for Hoda to make his choice. Or rather, it wasn't Hoda who chose, but the city spirit. This was because the giant city spirit had directly projected the login device it wanted on the light screen. It was a special mask that looked like a pair of glasses. Back then, Angor could do whatever he wanted when crafting the logins. He did not care about the style or the source of the item. The origin of this spectacle-like mask was the mask worn by the male protagonist in a tuxedo in a certain anime about a magical girl's transformation in the holographic tablet. The mask was plain and white, but its appearance was exaggerated. It looked like a pair of sunglasses in the shape of a bat's wings. Angor didn't know why the city spirit chose such a mask. Maybe, the city spirit liked to exaggerate things. Since the city spirit chose the mask, Angor took it out and handed it to Hoda. A simple login device like this isn't worth much, so you don't need to buy it. Consider it a gift from me. However, Dream Mirror has a customization service. We can customize some other effects for the item under the premise of the login device. If you want to buy more after you've used up all your logins, you can customize them with special effects. Angor didn't forget to advertise his services. Hoda was stunned for a moment before he nodded. I will. Angor could tell that Hoda didn't trust the so-called customization services. It was understandable. This wasn't the southern wizardry region, after all. Angor's alchemy skills weren't spread out yet. I'll give the login device to the city spirit first. Please wait for a moment. Hoda took the device and returned to the door. The door closed. Hoda wouldn't come back anytime soon. Angor sensed that Hoda had already logged into the dream crystal. Along with Hoda, there was also an unfamiliar living being. End of chapter. At this point in time, there was no doubt that the strange creature that had logged into the dream crystal could only be the giant city spirit. Angor told Laplace what he just learned. Laplace did not comment on this. He only calmly said, Hoda did not choose to return. Instead, he chose to enter the dream crystal elsewhere. This is rather interesting. Laplace didn't say what interesting it was. But Angor could tell that it was something else. He was probably worried about Hoda. After all, when entering the dream crystal, Hoda's body in the outside world would fall into a deep slumber. If there was someone nearby with bad intentions, they might cause irreparable damage. Although Hoda had casually logged into the dream crystal in front of them, that was because the giant city spirit was watching in the dark. Hoda knew that even if his body was in a deep slumber, the city spirit would still help him if anything happened. Now that the giant city spirit had also entered the dream crystal plane, no one was keeping an eye on it. Hoda did not dare to enter the dream crystal plane in front of them. Of course, Hoda could ask the guards to come in and help him. But that would just be giving himself away. Once the guards came in, Angor and Laplace would know that Hoda was treating them as potential criminals even if they didn't do anything. That would be extremely rude. Not only would it offend people, but it might also cause unnecessary trouble. Hoda wouldn't do that. Therefore, using the excuse of temporarily leaving to enter the dream crystal in a place far away from outsiders was the best solution. Even if Angor and Laplace knew what Hoda was trying to do, they wouldn't offend anyone. And it was true. Both Angor and Laplace knew what Hoda was trying to do. But they didn't mind. Being cautious was always the first thing they should do. If even acquaintances were like this, then what was more, they were not even acquaintances with Hoda. Angor didn't care about Hoda's thoughts. Speaking of which, Quintera mentioned that the city spirit was raised from a small house. So, the real body of the city spirit is a small house? You're curious about its real body? Laplace asked. Angor rubbed his chin and shook his head. No, I'm just curious. What will it look like when it enters the dream crystal? Is it a small house? If the body was a house, then wouldn't entering the dream crystal be like bringing a house with you? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. I'll go check it out. Laplace nodded. Despite her calm expression, she was actually curious about what Angor had just said. Would the city spirit really turn into a house inside the dream crystal? Although he was very curious, Laplace did not enter the dream crystal. After all, this was an outsider's territory. Someone had to stay outside. He didn't enter the dream crystal either. He closed his eyes and directly entered the authority of Dreamscape Gate. Through the vision of the Gate of Dreams, he could clearly see the dream bridge and the figure walking alone on the dream bridge. When the city spirit came into his sight through the darkness, Angor was completely dumbfounded. This was not the first time he had seen a spirit type enter the dream crystal. Therefore, he had a general idea of what a spirit type's body would look like in a dream crystal. Almost all spirit type creatures, including elemental creatures, would keep what they thought of as their body when they entered the dream crystal. For example, tree spirit's true form was a tree, but it always appeared in human form, which was why it subconsciously considered this human form as its usual body. Therefore, it would also keep its human form when it entered the dream crystal. The subconscious was usually the sum of information collected by countless creatures. Therefore, the body it thought of could also be called the real body. With such an example, Angor was sure that the city spirit's body inside the dream crystal was the real body created by its subconscious. Angor guessed that the city spirit's real body was either a small house or its original form. Or it was a new body that was disturbed by the environment. Since the city spirit lived in the environment of the crystal eye race for a long time, its real body would be more inclined toward the crystal race. For example, Tree Spirit's real body was more inclined toward humans because it spent most of its time in contact with humans. But, Angor's guess was completely wrong. When the City Spirit's real body appeared in front of him, he realized that it was neither a house nor a crystal race. It was a lady with a gorgeous crystal palace on her head. Angor could not describe the scene in front of him. He had seen ladies who tied their hair up elegantly in a bun and braided their hair into all kinds of shapes, such as mountains, rivers, and forests. But he had never seen a lady whose entire head was a crystal palace. If he had to describe it, Angor could only think of an old animation he saw on his hologram tablet, Barrel Girl. She was the daughter of a noble family. Because of her beauty, she was afraid of causing trouble, so she was put on a barrel when she was young. Outsiders could only see her fair neck that was as smooth as a swan's, as well as her graceful body, her elegant clothes, and her ladylike steps. If the barrel on the girl's head was replaced with a gorgeous crystal palace, then this would be the city spirit in front of Angor's eyes. If one didn't look above her neck, they would only think that she was a lady just by looking at her crystal dress and her leisurely and gentle steps. But if one looked at her head, everything would be different. How should he address this scene before him, the girl with the palace head? Crystal Palace Lady? Or Barrel Girl? As Angor pondered, the city spirit had already arrived in front of the dream gate. She looked up and studied the gate. Yes, she was studying it. The windows of 2 houses in the Crystal Palace were opened, revealing the dark vortex inside. The windows were probably the eyelids, and the vortex was probably the eyes. The dark vortex carefully observed the gate of dreams, and the giant city spirit whispered, "Strange door, is it some kind of space transfer medium?" When the city spirit spoke, the gate of the Crystal Palace was opened. It was also dark inside. Without a doubt, the gate was the mouth. The city spirit only paused for a second or two before she closed her eyes. Forget it. I'll have plenty of time to, study it. Let's go see Avelda first. My dear Avelda, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't think you'd come to see me first after waking up. How would I dare to refuse your request? With that, the city spirit took a big step forward and jumped into the dream gate as if she could not wait to see Avelda. Angor did not know what to say. The city spirit's voice was sometimes high-pitched and sometimes pretentious. Angor forced himself to interpret the words lady and concubine in a slightly honest way. In fact, she was expressing herself in a wilder way. This did not match her ladylike appearance at all. So the city spirit was using the opposite approach. Also, from what the city spirit said, she asked Hoda to make Avelda the first person to enter the dream crystal not only because of her wisdom, but also because of her own selfish motives. She guessed that Evelyn and Evelyn were very close. Angor did not think too much about it. He did not enter the dream crystal to ask about the conversation between the city spirit and Avelda. They would talk about something else later. If Angor tried to talk to them with the answers he already knew, his answers might change. So, there was no need to pry now. He would know the answer soon. Angor opened his eyes. When he was about to tell Laplace about the city spirit, he saw Laplace holding a dragon scale in his hand and rubbing it as if he was thinking about something. Angor never saw the scale before. However, he could sense that there was a powerful and terrifying aura hidden within the dragon scales. Whose dragon scale is this? You're awake already? Laplace looked at Angor and saw the boy staring at the dragon scale on his hand. That's EIA's dragon scale. EA? Arcane Tome Dragon? Angor was a little surprised. Before they left the cloud cave, Laplace went to look for EA and obtained something from him. Was this the dragon scale? You'll find out about the dragon scales later, Laplace said in a flat tone. You'll know soon enough. How are you doing? Did you see the city spirit's true form? Angor felt like he had a lot of things to tell Laplace about the city spirit's true form. Honestly, the giant city spirit was too different from what he had imagined, as well as from the other spirits. There was too much of a difference. Even though Angor was not a gossiper, he couldn't help but want to share. Angor quickly explained what happened to the giant city spirit. After hearing this, Laplace was not too surprised. Instead, he guessed in a low voice, is the head a complete crystal palace? Maybe that's her wish. Her wish? Laplace nodded. Yes. Spirits don't have a fixed shape. Whether they have a true form or not depends on their inner wishes. The spirit of the Crystal City was born to match this marvelous structure. But it was only a house spirit at the beginning, which is a far cry from the spirit of the city. If you want a house spirit to become a spirit of the city, you have to teach it the same idea from the very beginning. When the house spirit was still a house spirit, Angor told it that it would become a spirit of the city in the future. This was the only way for the house spirit to grow into a spirit that could match the spirit of the city. Perhaps it was because of this that the house spirit dreamed of becoming a spirit of the city. Dreams could not only be reflected into reality, but also into one's subconscious. The subconscious was the sum of a creature's information, and the true form formed by the subconscious was the most desired form of the creature. Perhaps when the house spirit was first cultivated, she had this appearance, and as time passed, this appearance became her real body. It was both her original intention and her wish. That explains her appearance. But her personality? Angor was still confused, but he could still get the gist of it. Laplace said, "It's a personality problem. That's a combination of nature and nurture. No one can control it." After pausing for a moment, Laplace said, "However, compared to the appearance and personality of the giant city spirit, I'm more curious about whether its entry into the dream crystal would cause any changes in the dreamland. After all, the city spirit was the first spirit to enter the dream crystal. When Mirror Dragon entered the dream crystal, it brought the misty All Dragon's tomb with it. What would happen to the city spirit? Besides, Laplace knew that some of his clones, which turned into special NPCs, had spirits. If the city spirit happened to activate a spirit NPC, it was possible that a new dungeon would appear. Angor didn't think about that. Now that Laplace reminded him, he quickly used his authority sight to see if there were any changes. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes and shook his head. "I don't see any signs of a new wonderland yet. But that doesn't mean there's no wonderland. Last time, Barigon activated the misty All Dragon's tomb, but he didn't do so immediately after entering the dream crystal. Instead, he went to the surface of the dream crystal and fulfilled certain conditions. Now, the city spirit was still talking to Evda and Hoda in Rabbit Town after entering the dream crystal. It didn't do anything else. Therefore, even if there was a wonderland, there might not be enough conditions. Most of the conditions to open a wonderland dungeon weren't too difficult to fulfill, but sometimes luck was required. For example, one of the conditions to open the Walking Dead in Foggy Swamp was weather. Without the right weather, the dungeon couldn't be opened even if the other conditions were met. Even if the city spirit didn't open a wonderland now, it didn't mean it wouldn't open one in the future. As the first spirit to enter the dream crystal, Angor still needed to observe carefully. After talking about the city spirit, Angor had nothing else to do. He couldn't leave since he had to wait for Hoda to come back. Maybe he should go to the dream crystal plane and check it out. But before he could do so, Laplace's voice reached his ears. "I just checked. This room full of crystal clusters seems to be an ancillary space created deep inside the city." An ancillary space was similar to an interlayer space, but it didn't exist in the void. Instead, it was attached to reality. It was an ancillary space attached to the crystal city. What's wrong with that? Nothing. But since this is an ancillary space, I don't think the aura emitted from here will reach the outside world. Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. He didn't understand what Laplace was talking about. Was he going to do something big in the crystal cluster space? Laplace shook his head. "I mean, if you use a mystery item here, the mystery aura it emits won't attract attention from the outside world." End of chapter, huh? Using a mystery item, Laplace placed the dragon scale in her hand. You can use the dream whelk to pull it into the dream crystal. Pulling EIA's dragon scale into the dream crystal, so the dragon scale has some kind of special effect. Laplace saw through Angor's question and handed the dragon scale to him. "Take a look." Angor took the dragon scale and scanned it with his spirit feelers. Soon, he received some information. "It's a space storage?" Angor muttered in a low voice, but his tone was firm. Laplace nodded. "Yes. The space is unprotected. You can use your spirit feelers to go inside. Take a look at what's inside." Without hesitation, he controlled his spirit feelers and sent them into the space. With his mental energy, which had almost no blind spots, he could see everything inside the dragon scale space as soon as he entered it. The space inside the dragon scale space wasn't big. In fact, it was extremely narrow. It was only about the size of a storage box. At most, it could hold 1 or 2 sheets of bedding. However, such a small space was still quite spacious, which meant there weren't many things inside. There was only a finely framed oil painting, a pure white quill, a bottle of ink, and 2 stacks of paper. One of the stacks contained ordinary paper, which was relatively thick. The other was a smaller stack of paper. There were only a few dozen of them, but they all glowed with a faint light. Angor quickly understood what Laplace meant when he saw the oil painting and the paper. This is a word space? And it's a medium for paper? Laplace nodded. Yes. Previously, after experiencing the space of words, they were very interested in this. It was a special ability that involved the underlying operating logic, which was even more mysterious than the sorcerer's garden. They wanted to know if the word space inside the dream crystal would change into some kind of special operating law. Because of this, when they were chatting privately at the dragon banquet, Laplace said that she would look for Aya to borrow a word space. She would use the dream whelp to pull the word space into the dream crystal and see if there were any changes. He didn't expect Laplace to be so efficient as to talk to Noah right after the banquet ended. He even brought word space and paper as a medium. He did not forget to look at the painting carefully. Given the relationship between Laplace and EA, the borrowed oil painting would definitely contain a higher level of text space than the dragon feast space. What kind of environment would it be? Forest? Grassland? Or was it an ice field or a desert? Or was it the vacuum of the transcendence? Angor looked at the painting curiously. However, when he saw the surface of the oil painting, he was stunned. The painting was completely empty. It was a piece of paper with a slight oily mist. How could such a dull piece of paper be framed in such an exquisite frame? What did that mean? Could it be that there was actually some sort of explanation behind this greasy paper? For example, was there an ancient castle hidden in the fog? However, they would only be able to see it after the fog dispersed. There is no saying, and there is no castle. Laplace answered in a flat tone, it's just a blank piece of paper covered with tung oil. Angor was speechless. Laplace said, however, although there's no picture, there's indeed a word space inside it. And it's the highest level of word space. Angor looked at the misty coating in the painting in confusion. If it was the highest level of word space, why was there no picture inside? Because it's still in its initial state. If you want a picture, you need to write it on paper and add it to the painting. To put it simply, the oil painting shown by a word space was not drawn with paint or paper. It was described with words. For example, the oil painting of the dragon feast. To outsiders, the oil painting depicted a luxurious courtyard and a grand banquet. However, the banquet, including the tables, chairs, tableware, and curtains, were all described with words. When the words were finished, the painting would show the corresponding picture. Currently, the painting was blank, which meant that there was nothing inside the word space. If they wanted to make the painting colorful, they had to enter the word space and describe the objects themselves. Laplace said, the word space contained in this painting was actually cut out from the Arcana Library. They are of the same origin. The Arcane Library was also a word space, and it was the most powerful one created by Noah. Therefore, even though this oil painting had nothing on it, it was of a very high level. Because this painting was of a very high level, it could carry extraordinary items of at least the level of a wizard. The glowing papers Noah left in the word space are specially made by him. They can be used to describe supernatural items. Although EA had left them a stack of glowing papers, it was actually not much. This was because to create a transcendent item in the text space, it wasn't something that could be done with just a few sentences of description. It had to be detailed to the point of describing every single material. In other words, one had to have a good understanding of supernatural materials and enough alchemy knowledge. Then, one had to describe different supernatural materials on different pages. Finally, through the combination of these materials, it was possible to create a supernatural item. Therefore, even though there was a stack of glowing papers, if one really wanted to create a supernatural item in a word space, one could probably use up all the pages. However, Noah only left a small stack of special pages. It was not because he was stingy. It was because these special pages were very difficult to produce. They consumed the potential of the Book of Time. Producing 1 or 2 pages occasionally would not affect the talent of the Book of Time too much. However, if they were produced frequently and in large quantities, it would cause permanent damage to the Book of Time. Therefore, the fact that Aya left a stack of specially made papers for them was already a sign of his sincerity for Laplace's sake. But then again, even though the number of special pages was small, it was not a big problem for them. It was not like they would use them in the real world. They would use the dream whelk to pull them into a dream crystal and then use them again. This cycle was basically a freeloader. Since they had nothing else to do, Angor looked at Laplace. So, should we pull it into the dream crystal now, or do we create something in the painting first? In the end, they decided to pull the painting into the dream crystal first. Laplace only borrowed the blank painting from Noah under the pretext of research, and he would have to return it when the time came. Since the painting did not belong to them, there was no need to meddle with it. Of course, Noah would not mind even if they used the blank painting in the real world. After all, he was willing to lend it to them, and he even prepared the pen and paper so that they could use it. However, for Angor and Laplace, it was not important that they did not use the word space. Their goal was to pull the word space into the dream crystal. With the plan decided, Angor began to act. Laplace already confirmed that the crystal cluster space could hide the mystery aura as much as possible. However, as a precaution, Angor still decided to set up multiple layers of protection. He took out the geometric lock and used it to enter the silver forest space. Inside, he used the dream whelk. Although some of the mystery aura still managed to escape from the silver forest space, it was completely suppressed by the geometric lock and did not spread further into the crystal cluster space. With so many layers of protection, the city spirit would not be able to detect anything even if it had surveillance means. Back to the main topic. Angor had already pulled Noah's dragon scale into the dream crystal. Since the word space involved the fundamental laws, Angor was worried that it might cause some kind of impact to the current power logic. If that happened, there might be some strange weather phenomena. To avoid affecting the living beings in the dream crystal, Angor placed the dragon scale in a place far away from human habitation. Did anything happen? Laplace asked. Angor exited his vision. Nothing yet. Maybe it's because the painting is inside the dragon scale space. Should we go in and check it out? Laplace considered and nodded. With Angor around, he would not be worried if anything went wrong. Angor and Laplace both entered the dream crystal at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, they were already inside a vast crystal cluster space. This was the extreme region of the dream crystal. The extreme here did not mean the end. It meant purity. The crystal in the dream crystal referred to crystals. Almost everything in the dream crystal was made of crystals. They all looked the same at first glance, but in fact, the crystals in different regions had different properties. Just like how the earth outside was divided into red soil and black soil, the dream crystal was the same. The crystals in some regions were thin and scattered, which meant that they were not stable enough. This also led to a strange two-tiered view of the world in these regions. Due to the thin crystal structure, large underground spaces were created. The surface was one world, while the underground was another. However, in some places, the crystal structure was extremely pure and firm. In such places, there was almost no space underground. Such places were called polar regions by Angor because they were sturdier and had less underground space. Angor chose to place the dragon scale in the polar region not only because of the lack of people, but also because the crystals here were very stable. If the arrival of the text space caused some natural disasters, he would not be able to escape. Due to the structure of the extreme region, it would be more resistant to danger than other regions. Angor looked around and soon found AIA's dragon scale on a protruding crystal that looked like a table not far away. He checked the scale carefully and heard Laplace's voice. "What do you think? Did anything happen?" Angor looked back and saw Laplace already walking to him. Perhaps it was because of the special terrain of the extreme region, the temperature here was much lower than other places. Angor could see puffs of white mist coming out of Laplace's mouth when he spoke. Angor shook his head. Nothing yet. Maybe we need to take the painting out to see if it's going to affect it. Let's try it now then? Angor considered for a moment and nodded. All right. With that, he took a deep breath and took out the quill from his dragon scale space. The quill didn't cause any trouble, so Angor decided to strike while the iron was hot and take out the ink as well. Angor thought the ink would be similar to the quill. To his surprise, as soon as AIA's ink was taken out, the sky began to darken. Dark and gloomy clouds continued to gather. On the crystal plane, a biting cold wind began to blow. Of course, Angor and Laplace wouldn't miss this. Laplace tucked a strand of silver hair behind his ear. Is this the reaction of the dream crystal? Maybe. Angor considered. Angor couldn't tell if it was just a coincidence or if AIA's ink really caused the dream crystal to react. Still, it wasn't hard to find the answer. He just needed to take out the remaining paper and oil painting to see if they had something to do with the weather. Instead of using the oil painting, Angor took out a stack of ordinary paper from the dragon scale space. As soon as the paper was taken out, the dark clouds in the sky gathered even faster. Layer by layer, the dark clouds became even darker. It wasn't evening yet in the dream crystal, but the polar region was already covered by dark clouds as if it was night. The dark clouds covered a huge area. At least, it was impossible to see any light in the sky with the naked eye. It was now daytime and nighttime. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a cold knife was coming straight at him, scraping his face painfully. Angor could tell that the sudden change in the sky was caused by the paper in his hand. Thanks to his god's view, he could see that the dark cloud covered almost the entire polar region. And they were right at the center of the dark clouds. The ink attracted the dark clouds and wind. The stack of paper attracted dark clouds to cover his body. At this rate, once the transcendent paper and the final oil painting were taken out, they would probably have an even greater impact, and the scope would continue to expand. At the very least, half of the dream crystal would be included in the dream crystal. Angor was glad that he chose a place far away from human habitation. Angor's plan went awry. He had originally thought that the appearance of the transcendent paper and oil painting would only cover half of the dream crystal. But he was wrong. The truth was that, when the transcendent page was taken out of the dragon scale space, with them as the center, more than half of the dream crystal was affected. At the center. Above their heads, dark clouds covered their bodies while lightning bolts danced in the sky, creating a complicated web of lightning. The wind howled, and the tornadoes destroyed everything in their path. No matter how stable the crystal source was, it would still be affected by the combination of thunder, lightning, and wind. The ground of the dream crystal began to crack, and ravines began to form. Due to the pressure from the ground, the dream crystal began to lose its internal tension, which led to the rise of the dream crystal and the fall of the dream crystal. Tornadoes swept across the dream crystal, bringing with them bone-chilling wind, lightning bolts, and torrential rain. Puddles formed in the dream crystal while undercurrents appeared in the ravines. The torrential flood looked like a raging beast, trying to destroy and devour everything around it. The center of the dream crystal was no different from an apocalypse. The power of the apocalypse continued to spread out from the center, which affected more than half of the dream crystal. The further one went, the weaker the effect became. Sometimes, only the dark clouds could be seen. However, from the scope of its influence, one could tell that the changes brought about by the transcendent page were definitely a major event that would be recorded in the history books of the entire dream crystal. Angor and Laplace were still at the center of the apocalypse. However, they were not standing on the dream crystal. Instead, they were floating above a thick layer of dark clouds. Here, they were not affected too much by the apocalypse. However, Laplace already knew from Angor's explanation that the appearance of the extraordinary paper would greatly affect the dream crystal. Angor pondered for a moment. Based on the current situation, the oil painting might affect the entire dream crystal. If a transcendent page could affect half of the dream crystal, wouldn't an oil painting be able to affect the entire world? Laplace thought for a moment and said, that might not be the case. Angor looked at him in confusion. Not necessarily? Why? Laplace said straightforwardly, as long as it doesn't involve the mysterious power, there will be a limit to the impact and damage caused by natural disasters or man-made disasters. Before the extreme value is reached, the influence will continue to expand. But when the extreme value is reached, the influence may stabilize or even begin to decline. This was similar to an emotional threshold. Whether it was shock, sadness, fear, when one reached a certain limit, it was not easy to weaken it, but it was also very difficult to increase it. This was the so-called extreme value. Although natural disaster and emotional threshold were slightly different, the general meaning was similar. Regardless of whether it was the ink, the normal paper, or the supernatural paper, the influence on the dream crystallization was ultimately the same thing. The word space created by Noah through the secret of the book had an influence on the dream crystallization. In other words, the operating rules of the secret manual had an impact on the underlying logic of the dream crystal. The Book of Secrets is ultimately a derivative ability of EA's Book of Time talent. It might be able to affect the underlying logic of the dream crystal to a certain extent. But the effect must be limited. It can't fundamentally change the underlying logic. Since the effect is limited, the natural disasters reflected on the outside must also be limited. Once they reached a certain level, they would stabilize or even weaken. Therefore, the absolute increment theory that a supernatural paper could affect half of the dream crystal, while an oil painting that was more complete than a supernatural paper could directly affect the entire dream crystal, did not necessarily hold true. Angor pondered after listening to Laplace's explanation. You're right. Maybe the limit has already been reached by affecting half of the dream crystal. Even if we take out the oil painting, it won't increase any further. Of course, it's best if the limit has already been reached, Laplace said. But there's also a great chance that it hasn't reached the limit yet. In fact, the limit I'm guessing might not even exist. So, just in case, we should make some preparations before we take out the oil painting. Angor understood Laplace's meaning. By making preparations in advance, Laplace meant that the new residents would not be affected by the natural disasters. Angor would not interfere with a real natural disaster. In fact, he would take the initiative to let the new residents fight the natural disasters to further strengthen their connection to the dream crystal. However, the foreseeable natural disaster was not a real natural disaster. It was just a small experiment Angor was doing. Under such circumstances, Angor had to protect the new residents. As for how, it was actually quite simple. Most of the new residents, including those who registered in the outside world, were gathered in Rabbit Town. Furthermore, Rabbit Town wasn't considered big. As long as Rabbit Town was the center, he could use the ability to change the weather to create a small dome to guard against natural disasters, and everything would be done. Of course, there were still some people outside the town, but most of them had already entered the Wonderland dungeon. For example, Meow Meow and the lucky ones who were pulled into Sunlight Circus. These new residents in the dungeon did not need to worry about being affected by natural disasters. All Angor needed to do was to protect Rabbit Town. This was a simple task for Angor. Several minutes later, Angor used the dome to surround the entire Rabbit Town. The dome was colorless and did not emit any energy waves. Even if the natural disaster did reach Rabbit Town, under the dome's protection, the new residents would not know what was going on outside. Time would pass quickly. Of course, just in case, Angor still asked the bunny girl to spread a message among the new residents, telling them not to leave Rabbit Town for a while. As for the excuse, Angor would say that there was a dangerous world's grind outside. Considering how much the new residents valued their lives, they probably would not go outside. However, the same could not be said for those who came in using their registered devices. Maybe they would run outside when they heard that there was a dungeon. Angor did not need to protect these people. They could just log off if there was any danger. After doing all this, Angor finally decided to take out the oil painting. They were now floating in the sky, which was a safe place for now. However, that would not be the case after he took out the oil painting. In order to prevent the entire deep space zone from falling, Angor told Laplace about it and teleported to the Doomsday Crystal under the dark clouds. He was going to take out the oil painting from the crystal. The crystal could no longer be seen. The area where the crystal used to be had been turned into a vast ocean by the terrible storm. There was no end to it. In the distance, one could only see crystal mountains sticking out of the cracks in the ground. There was no other land in sight. The sea was not calm either. There were tornadoes, storms, and forests of lightning everywhere. Lightning bolts covered the dark clouds like webs, and the sea was also filled with pools of lightning. With the current level of the dream crystal, if any of the new residents were to come to this place, they would all die. There was no chance of survival. Even Angor would not dare to go too far without the protection of the weather. It's already the doomsday flood, Angor mumbled. I can't imagine what will happen next. Will the situation get worse if I take out the oil painting? Angor was planning to take out the oil painting right here. But after seeing the terrible scene, he decided to return to the sky first. Laplace looked at Angor and asked, "You took it out already?" He frowned and looked around. Nothing seemed to have changed. Angor shook his head. Not yet. Let's go somewhere else. The scene below was too apocalyptic. The sea had turned into a pool of lightning, and there was a bottomless abyss under it. This was the extreme abyss created by the expanding fissure. This place was extremely low. Even the sturdiest crystal couldn't withstand the corrosion of the apocalypse and turned into a terrifying abyss. He could not imagine what would happen if he took out the painting again before the disaster reached its peak. The whole area would be destroyed. He was even worried that the abyss would penetrate the core of the crystal. If that happened, it would be a real disaster. For the sake of the dream crystal, Angor decided to take out the oil painting somewhere else. He couldn't just keep pointing at the same spot. Laplace didn't mind either. Angor must have his reasons for making such a decision. Where do you want to go then? Let's go to the polar region. Another polar region. Even the polar region had a bottomless abyss. If Angor used a normal crystal, the abyss would go right through it. Therefore, he had to choose the polar region. There were many polar regions in the dream crystal, but there were only 4 or 5 large ones. The one they were in now was the largest one. The place he chose was the second most dangerous one in the area. Although it was called second, it wasn't much different from the first. In terms of size, it was about half the size of Gold's Pink Empire. From the perspective of a wizard, it wasn't that big. However, from the perspective of an ordinary citizen, it would take about half a year to cross the second polar region without any means of transportation and with only 2 feet to measure the distance. Laplace looked down at the polar region from high up in the sky. The surroundings were also vast, but it was worth mentioning that this polar region was not flat. It looked like a sunken basin. A basin? No. Angor shook his head. Angor shook his head. This place isn't a basin. It's more like an inverted pyramid. It goes down layer by layer. Laplace could only see a rough shape with his naked eyes. But from his god's view, he could see that the polar region was not just sinking down. Instead, it looked like an upside-down pyramid that was sinking down layer by layer. An inverted pyramid? Laplace tried to picture the region in his mind and found it strange. This was something that would never happen in the outside world. But here in the dream crystal, a world filled with crystals, something like this could happen. If it's an inverted pyramid, does it mean something? Laplace muttered, maybe this is where a fairyland dungeon will open? Angor shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. Even if there was a fairyland dungeon hidden here, he would still choose to use the painting here. After all, the fairyland dungeon hadn't appeared yet. He would just pretend that it didn't exist. I'm worried that this place will turn into an ocean too. If the bottom of the pyramid is the entrance to the fairyland dungeon, I don't think we'll be able to open it in the future, Laplace said. Once the ocean turned upside down, the entrance to the dungeon would be located at the bottom of the ocean. Considering the current level of the new residents, they probably wouldn't be able to enter it. That's all in the future. You can't say for sure. If you can't say for sure, just treat it as nothing. Angor didn't care. If they couldn't conquer the dungeon in a short time, they would wait until the future. Besides, it was hard to say whether there would be a dungeon entrance here. There was no need to worry about the future. Laplace also felt that this was reasonable. After all, they didn't need to clear the dungeon, so who cared if it was a flood that reached the heavens? So, let's take out the painting now? Laplace asked. Angor nodded seriously. He chose a relatively high position and slowly took out the last oil painting from the dragon scale space under the watchful eyes of Laplace. As soon as the painting appeared, a cold wind began to blow. A terrifying black vortex appeared in the cloudless sky at a speed visible to the naked eye every minute and second. The vortex kept sucking in the clouds around it. When the clouds were sucked in, they turned into black, scale-like clouds that quickly covered the sky. At the same time, lightning bolts danced in the sky. Then, a red lightning bolt appeared from the black vortex. Then, it hacked straight down. It was the painting. The lightning bolt was so fast that Angor didn't even have time to react before it hit the painting. Angor almost jumped out of his skin. Angor was very close to the painting. Luckily, the red lightning bolt seemed to be targeting the text space inside the painting. When it touched the painting, it went straight into the misty image and didn't bother Angor at all. Angor wasn't affected even though he was right in front of the painting. Still, Angor was scared. Just in case, he quickly backed away for another 1,000 meters. He looked at the floating painting from afar. So far, the painting didn't seem to be affected after absorbing the red lightning bolt. But Angor believed that it was only temporary. If the red lightning bolt was targeting the painting, it must have a purpose. Maybe it just didn't reach its goal yet. End of chapter. Did the painting absorb the red lightning? Or did the red lightning embrace the painting on its own? Angor was curious about this. He also thought of using God's view to examine the oil painting, but he could vaguely feel that the space inside the oil painting seemed to be undergoing some unknown changes. He could forcefully peek inside the painting, but he was worried that his observation would lead to changes in the path of the painting. Sometimes, observation was also a form of strength. In the end, Angor decided against it. There was no need to rush. It wouldn't be too late to observe the situation after the final result was out. While waiting for the result, the effect of the painting's appearance had not stopped yet. Similar to when the supernatural page was born, lightning bolts danced in the dark clouds, and rain poured down together with the lightning. Every drop of rain was tainted with terrifying lightning. The rain also poured down like a flood. From afar, it looked like a curtain of water wrapped in lightning bolts was falling from the sky. The rain and the lightning bolts were entangled together. They were filling up the sunken area at a terrifying speed. It was only a matter of time before this area turned into a sea, just like the polar region. However, the sea here was even scarier than before. Previously, there were only occasional pools of lightning on the surface of the sea. But this sea was almost completely surrounded by lightning bolts. It was not an exaggeration to call it the Sea of Lightning. This was the real Sea of Doom. Even after today, the lightning bolts in the sea would not completely disappear. For countless years to come, this place would become a forbidden area in the Dream Crystal. No mortals could enter. Apart from the heavy rain and pools of lightning, there were also cracks on the ground, violent tornadoes, and even hailstorms, which created all kinds of untimely but disastrous phenomena in this area. Here, a snow-white mountain suddenly appeared. Over there was a terrifying crack that looked like a natural chasm. Water bolts of lightning poured into the crack. There were both rumbling sounds of water and crackling lightning bolts. Lightning bolts were stirred up and rose from the crack. They traveled in the sea for a while, then entered the clouds and became part of the lightning net. Loud noises, terrifying scenes, and a storm of doomsday, with this place as the center, the lightning bolts kept spreading in all directions. It was like a piece of paper being burned by flames. In the blink of an eye, it burned to the distant shore. Dark clouds, lightning snakes, earthquakes, and storms covered more than half of the Dream Crystal Plain in the span of a few breaths. Moreover, the disaster was still expanding. However, at this time, the extent of the disaster seemed to be gradually stabilizing. Although it was still crazily tearing at the world, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. However, this violent feeling had already calmed down. It did not weaken, but it did not increase either. Seeing this, Angor calmed down a bit. It seemed that the extreme value that Laplace mentioned before should exist. According to the theory of extremum, it was estimated that the speed of the disaster spread would also decrease. As expected, not long after, in God's field of view, the terrifying black clouds were slowly fading. From black clouds to dark clouds, and from dark clouds to even shallower dark clouds. The dark clouds were the limit of the disaster. Beyond the dark clouds was a clear sky. However, as they walked deeper into the dark clouds, they began to enter the area affected by the disaster. Seeing this, Angor sighed in relief. He had already set up a protective barrier around Rabbit Town. However, if there really were lightning snakes and floods, Rabbit Town would probably become an isolated island even if it could hold on. And the current situation was the best. Rabbit Town was also within the area affected by the disaster, but it was only within the dark clouds. Lightning and storms could be seen occasionally, but it was basically impossible to form an ocean. Even lakes would be difficult to form. At most, small streams of water would form in some ditches and small puddles. Although the new residents of Rabbit Town hadn't experienced such a thunderstorm before, they weren't surprised. In the eyes of the new residents, the Dream Crystal Plain was a world. Wasn't it normal for a world to have ever-changing weather? The truth was not far from what Angor expected. He did not use the dome to block the storm and lightning. The rain poured down from the surface and flowed into the crystal cave underground. However, the new residents were not surprised by this. Instead, they were quite happy about it. There was rain in the Dream Crystal Plain before, but it was so small that it could not even be counted as a drizzle. The surface could not hold any water, let alone the rainwater flowing into the crystal cave underground. But now, the rainwater had accumulated and flowed into the ground, which meant that the drainage canal they dug earlier could be put to good use. Yes, when they were building the settlement on the surface, the new residents had considered the possibility of torrential rain pouring into the underground crystal cave. To avoid such a disaster, they began to dig drainage canals in the underground crystal cave. If there was water in the canals, it could be reused through the pipes. It could be said that the new residents' consideration was very thorough. However, at that time, the power of celestial changes had been weakened in the dream crystal, and there were no terrifying celestial phenomena. Instead, the celestial phenomena were very stable. There was not even a single rainstorm. The drainage canal was basically a decoration. But now, the appearance of the rainstorm gave the new residents a chance to use the drainage canal, which was mocked by the new residents for being a waste of effort. The new residents who participated in the construction of the drainage canal and witnessed its creation were all delighted. They were not only happy about the project, but also about the future. In the past, they could only get water from Silver Coral Island. However, not everyone could meet the prerequisites to enter the island. If they wanted water, they had to beg others, and they might even be mocked for being impure. Purity was the threshold to enter Silver Coral Island. But now, the rainstorm brought new hope and a new source of water for the new residents. Of course, they were happy. As for the thunderstorm? No matter how scary the thunderstorms were, they could not reach the bunny building underground, so the new residents did not feel anything. Of course, if someone left Rabbit Town and went deeper into the dark clouds, they would not have such an easy time. But they were not stupid, and they did not have anything important to do, so there was no need to go out now. Back to Angor. Angor told Laplace about the deceleration of the disaster. You're right. There is a limit. In comparison, although the impact caused by oil paintings is much greater than that of the special paper, the overall scope is actually about the same. It's still a long way to go to affect the entire dream crystal, Laplace said. Laplace replied, that's normal. After all, the oil paintings and special paper are just Noah's talent derivatives. These talent derivatives are different from the real laws of reality. It won't affect the dream crystal too much, Angor said. He rubbed his chin and nodded. It is. But it's still a big deal. It's even bigger than the Sorcerer's Garden. Does this mean that Noah's talent, secret in the book, has already surpassed the sequence of laws in terms of status? After all, the core of the Sorcerer's Garden was the sequence of laws. But when Angor pulled the forest of memory into the dream crystal, the effect was not as big as this. Compared to the Sorcerer's Garden, the forest of memory was already quite good. Status? Laplace considered and shook his head. I don't know. At first, Laplace thought that Book of the Book was a talent of the Book of Time, which was related to time itself. Maybe the dream crystal had such a big reaction because it was affected by the great power of time. But after giving it some thought, Laplace realized something was wrong. Book of the book talent had nothing to do with the great power of time. If Laplace insisted, it had something to do with words, knowledge, and creation. Therefore, the dream crystal's reaction had nothing to do with time. It had something to do with the nature of book of the book talent. Book of the book can create anything with words, Laplace whispered. Laplace said in a low voice, perhaps the will of the dream crystal has taken a fancy to this kind of core creation law? Or maybe the law of creation was very compatible with the dream crystal, which was why the dream crystal reacted so strongly. Maybe the dream crystal really cares about the law of creation? Angor paused for a moment before he continued, but no matter what, such a huge reaction means that the dream crystal welcomes word spaces. If it did not, the dream crystal would not react at all. Judging from the dark clouds that covered half of the dream crystal, it was clear that the dream crystal cared about word spaces. Maybe the dream crystal was analyzing the rules of word spaces. Maybe the future owner of the dream crystal would have something to do with the law of word spaces. Maybe the owner of the dream crystal was already combining with word spaces. While thinking about this, Angor suddenly noticed that one of the authorities in the tree of authority was moving. Angor closed his eyes and tried to contact the tree of authority to check. However, the tree of authority seemed to be changing in a special way. It felt like the combination of an oil painting and a red lightning bolt. Angor could force himself to look, but he was worried that it would cause negative effects. So, he had to wait for the change. Why are you frowning? Laplace noticed the change in Angor's expression. Did something happen? Angor nodded. Yes, I did. My authority is acting strangely. Laplace said, power anomaly? What kind of authority? Angor considered for a moment. Wonderland. Angor believed that after the word spaces entered the dream crystal, they would affect the basic logic of the dream crystal due to their unique worldview and operating rules. And now, the truth was right in front of him. Something must have happened to the basic logic of the dream crystal, as evidenced by the huge disaster. Disaster didn't mean bad. From the perspective of the living beings, this was a disaster. But from the perspective of the dream crystal as a whole, the raging thunderbolts and raging rivers and seas were not necessarily disasters. As a matter of fact, Angor had the same thought. Although he claimed it was a disaster, he didn't think so in his mind. This was because the current apocalypse wasn't a bad thing for the dream crystal or for him. For example, the terrifying weather phenomenon might look like the end of the world, but the logic behind it was that the authority of astronomical changes had a stronger influence on the dream crystal. This meant that Angor could do more things in the dream crystal. Also, the torrential rain and the terrifying earthquakes. They also looked like disasters on the surface, but in Angor's opinion, they were actually changing the environment of the dream crystal. Before, when Angor tried his best to control the astronomical changes, the most he could do was to make a small lake of rain. But now, in less than half a day, even the embryonic form of a sea was revealed. More variety in the environment could make the dream crystal last longer. Besides, many Wonderland dungeons could only be created in certain environments, which could also help the energy system of the dream crystal. Earthquakes could also create more variety in the environment. Although Angor called it a disaster, he was actually looking forward to the end of the world. There was no doubt that the dream crystal would enter a new era from today onwards. Back to the main topic. The impact on the basic logic of the dream crystal would surely bring about new changes. What he didn't expect was that Wonderland was the first to be affected and changed. What did Wonderland have to do with word space? Angor was confused. He had no idea what would happen to Wonderland because of the impact. He didn't dare to forcefully observe the changes in the Tree of Authority. He could only use God's view to observe the existing Wonderland dungeons and see if there were any changes. Several minutes later, he looked away. After a lot of observation, he found that the existing Wonderland dungeons didn't change at all. Maybe it just hasn't changed yet? Laplace asked, according to what you said, Wonderland is still undergoing changes. Maybe it'll change when the changes are over? Angor had the same idea. He could only wait. While waiting, Angor also checked the situation in Rabbit Town from time to time. He wanted to see how the city spirit and the others were doing. It had been half a day, and the city spirit, Hoda, and Ebda were still together. At first, they were in the process of wandering, talking to each other while touching various things in Wonderland. They even went to Silver Coral Island once. However, they soon left because Hoda could not enter Silver Coral Island. Later, after the torrential rain, they went to the rabbit building. In the room arranged by the new residents, they continued to gather and talk. Angor didn't pay attention to their conversation, but he didn't expect them to talk for so long. Are they telling Ebda about what happened after her death? Angor didn't know the details, but judging from the current situation, it would take a long time. Angor sighed and looked away. He sensed that the red lightning on the painting was slowly disappearing. Did this mean the painting and the red lightning had reached a truce? End of chapter. As the red lightning disappeared from the painting, Angor also noticed that the disturbance in Wonderland had calmed down. Angor was a little surprised by this. Could that red lightning be the manifestation of the authority of Dreamwalking Wonderland? If that was the case, then what would be the result of the abnormal movement in the Dreamland of Wonderland? Would a new Wonderland dungeon be created based on the text space? If so, would the new Wonderland dungeon follow the rules of the text space as well? For example, could the dungeon create anything by using text? Angor wondered. If there really was a new Wonderland dungeon that followed the rules of the text space, he would like to try it out. The combination of a Wonderland dungeon and text space would surely produce unexpected effects. As Angor was thinking about this, the disturbance caused by the authority of Wonderland finally calmed down. This meant that he could now observe the changes through the Tree of Authority. However, before he could do so, something unexpected happened. A light screen appeared in front of him out of nowhere. A light screen? Why would there be a light screen? Was this the result of the authority of Wonderland? Am I the only one who can see it? He looked at Laplace and saw that the man was also staring at something in front of him with narrowed eyes. As far as Angor could see, there was nothing in the direction Laplace was looking at. However, Laplace kept staring at the same spot as if she was surprised by something. You saw it too? Angor asked in a low voice. You mean, a strange screen? Laplace looked at Angor. Angor was sure that Laplace saw the screen as well. Moreover, it seemed that only he could see his own screen and not the screens of others. If Laplace could see the screen as well, it meant that the phenomenon was caused by a group of people. But what kind of group did it include? Did all the living beings in the Dream Crystal Plane see the screen, or was it only the two of them who were in the Doomsday environment? Angor planned to use his God view to check the situation in Rabbit Town. Did something happen to them, or to everyone else? However, the screen suddenly flickered a second before he entered the God's view. Before this, it was just a translucent screen with nothing on it. But this time, a small pattern appeared in the center of the screen. Angor took a closer look. An hourglass? Laplace muttered, a small hourglass that keeps turning upside down. What does it mean? Angor also saw the pattern in the center of the screen. As Laplace said, the hourglass kept turning, and he could vaguely see pixels on it. The scene looked familiar to Angor. A moment later, Angor spoke in a small voice, it means loading. Laplace looked at him. You know? I've seen something like this before. Angor gave a vague answer. Of course, he had seen similar games before. In his holographic tablet, there were some small games from ancient Earth. Whenever there was a map change, a dungeon entry, or a resource loading, this small hourglass image would appear in the center of the screen. Without a doubt, the hourglass in the screen referred to his memory. This was not the first time this happened. The Wonderland Instance dungeon also used his memory. Angor did not think too much about it. Of course, he was still complaining in his mind. The Wonderland Authority had to refer to the Game Instance dungeon in his memory. The Wonderland Instance dungeon had to refer to the Game Instance dungeon in his memory. Now, even the loading icon had to refer to the hourglass in his memory. Angor even wondered if the screen was referring to something in his memory as well. But he did not think it would help him now. Once the hourglass finished loading, the truth would be revealed. If I'm not mistaken, you'll see a new image when it's done, Angor said. How long will it take? Laplace asked. Angor considered. I don't know. But usually, when the loading icon shows up, it's almost the end of the game. In the game, the loading icon meant that the game was about to finish. Of course, Angor did not know if the dream crystal would have the same tacit understanding. While the hourglass was still loading, Angor decided to use God's view to check the situation in Rabbit Town. Next, he closed his eyes and entered universal vision from his personal vision. In less than a second, Angor found Rabbit Town's location. It was still raining heavily outside, but because of the drainage canal, it did not affect the residents of Rabbit Town. Many of them ran out of their houses and gathered at the entrance of the cave to look around. This was probably the first time seeing such a downpour. There were about 100 people who were full of curiosity. Since they were gathered together, Angor could observe them better. However, after careful inspection, Angor did not find anything strange about these people. Their eyes did not wander, and their minds were not affected either. So they could not see the screen, so only Laplace and Angor could see the screen? If that was the case, then could the appearance of this light screen be related to the region? Could it only be seen in the polar crystal fields? Or could it be that the light screen could only be seen in the scene of doomsday? As he pondered, he suddenly saw a girl wearing a pair of goggles looking around in the crowd. She kept turning her head, but no matter which direction she turned, her eyes were fixed in the same direction. When she said she was looking left and right, she wasn't sizing up her surroundings. It was more like she was testing. Several seconds later, the girl with the goggles seemed to have finished her test. She hesitated for a moment and patted one of her companions. Under her companion's puzzled gaze, she slowly asked, "Did you see a screen?" Hearing the girl's voice, Angor confirmed that she was someone who could see the screen just like them. If she could see the screen even though she was in Rabbit Town, Angor's guess was wrong. The screen did not appear because of regional or environmental factors. Then why was she the only one who saw the light screen among the 100 or so people? Yes, the companion of the girl with the goggles also gave a negative answer. With a confused look, he asked, "What light screen? Where's the screen? But why?" Angor quickly thought about it. First, he began to analyze the girl's identity. Angor recognized the girl with the goggles. Or rather, they were quite close. She was one of the managers of Rabbit Building, Jihan. Jihan was a member of Charlie's Palace. She had a high status as a direct descendant of Charlie 13. Most of the new residents in Rabbit Town were selected by Charlie's Palace. Jihan's identity gave her a very high status among the new residents. This was why she could become one of the managers of Rabbit Building. Angor recognized her because of something she did. Back when the Silver Coral Island dungeon first appeared, someone fell into the bottomless pool, and Jihan was the one who saved him. Because of Jihan's naivety and kindness, she became Meiji's favorite girl and was the first to enter Silver Coral Island. She was even the first person to challenge the small treasure pagoda. All of these made Angor remember Jihan. But why could Jihan see the screen? Angor considered Jihan's identity, status, and class, but he could not find any clues. He considered and decided to check the others first. If Jihan could see the screen, maybe there were others in Rabbit Town who could see it too. Soon, Angor found the second person who could see the screen. It was a chubby young man with a round head. Just like Jihan, he was also looking in the same direction. There was another young man beside him. Angor recognized this young man as well. It was Weiss, who wanted to enter the Wonderland dungeon. Weiss and the chubby young man seemed to be good friends. They were leaning on the balcony of Rabbit Building and looking at the drainage canal. It seemed they also wanted to go out and watch the rain. However, because of their strict parents, they did not dare to leave the building and could only watch from afar. "Hey, Fatty, you've been distracted for a while. What's wrong?" Weiss asked. The youth called Little Fatty hesitated for a moment before whispering into Wes' ear, "Wes, can you see anything unusual now?" Weiss was surprised. "Huh? What?" Fatty saw Weiss' expression and understood. "Fine. You can't see anything." Weiss scratched his head. "I don't know what you mean." "What do you mean?" "A screen." Fatty sighed. "It's fine if you can't see it. I guess this is my destiny." "Destiny?" Weiss was even more confused. "You're my best friend. I'll only tell you. Don't tell anyone else. Seeing little Fatty's secretive look, Wes felt an itch in his heart and immediately nodded. Of course, I promise to keep my mouth shut. Fatty spoke carefully, there's a screen in front of me now. I tested it and found that only I can see it. No one else can see it. I saw a book called The Reincarnated Magic Apprentice in the library. The main character in the book has a screen in front of him. It's his destiny, which allows him to analyze everything in the world. I think I found my destiny too. The more little Fatty spoke, the prouder he became. However, Wes, who was by the side, was completely confused. After all, he couldn't see the screen, so he couldn't understand Fatty's current state of mind. Angor also heard Fatty's voice, so he knew about the book Fatty was talking about. After all, he was the one who put the book in the tablet, so he must have read it. It was just a fantasy in the tablet. There were at least hundreds of thousands of books in the tablet, if not millions. Angor picked a few random books that fit his worldview and put them in the library, so that the new residents could enjoy their leisure time. He didn't expect Fatty to see it, and he even thought about it. Speaking of which, the main character in The Reincarnated Apprentice did have a screen in front of him, which was his cheat. It was similar to Fatty's current situation. It was no wonder that little Fatty would associate it with this book. Unfortunately, Fatty's wish came to nothing. The screen was probably not a cheat. After all, he wasn't the only one who had one. Angor chuckled and prepared to check if other people also showed up on the screen. Suddenly, Angor heard Wes words and stopped him from looking away. Seeing little Fatty's delighted expression, Wes said softly, if it isn't an illusion, then could it be a gift from the Little Treasure Pagoda? Little Fatty, ah? Wes continued, we entered the dream crystal together, and we spent most of our time together every day. Logically speaking, I should also have what you have. The biggest difference between us is that you've entered the mini treasure tower. So, you have a screen, and I don't. Maybe it's because I've never entered the mini treasure tower. Fatty rubbed his nose in confusion. Is that so? But I didn't even pass the mini treasure tower. I don't know how to set up the traps inside. Wes, but you went in. I've never been in the small treasure pagoda. That's the difference. Fatty scratched his head. That made sense. Was it really because he had entered the mini treasure tower before? While Wes and Fatty were still talking, Angor had already stopped listening. Earlier, Wes mentioned that he really wanted to enter the Wonderland dungeon, and that a friend of his had already entered the mini treasure tower. Although he failed, Wes still envied his friend. If Angor wasn't mistaken, Fatty was the friend Wes mentioned. According to Wes, Fatty challenged the first level of the mini treasure tower, which was a trap simulation test. He had to set up traps to catch thieves. Of course, Fatty failed in the end. But that was not important. What really mattered was that Wes and Fatty's words made sense. The biggest difference between Wes and Fatty was that one had entered the Wonderland dungeon, while the other had not. The screen showed up right after the Wonderland Authority's anomaly ended, so it was possible that the screen had something to do with the Authority of Wonderland. Angor looked at Jihan again. Jihan entered the mini treasure tower before, so she also had a screen. So far, the two people who entered the Wonderland dungeon in Rabbit Town both had screens. Does this mean that as long as one enters the Wonderland Instance dungeon, one will appear on the screen? Angor believed that this was the truth. End of chapter. Fatty and Jihan weren't the only ones. Both Angor and Laplace were in the same category. While Laplace cleared Helen's Dream and Sunshine Circus, Laplace also entered Sunshine Circus. Both of them fit the rule perfectly. So the rule is that the screen will show up when we touch the Wonderland dungeon? Angor mumbled. It wasn't hard to find out if this was the truth. He only needed to check the records of other people who entered the Sunbeam Circus. Without wasting any time, Angor quickly looked at little Laplace, who was also the rabbit girl. It didn't take long for him to find the rabbit girl. She was also in her own room in the bunny building. When he looked at the bunny girl, he was glad to see that she wasn't alone. She, Dog Deacon, and Little Red were all gathered together, and they were discussing something in a friendly manner. All three of them entered the Sunbeam Circus before. The rabbit girl entered Sunbeam Circus, while Canine Deacon and Little Red entered a special training dungeon. If the screen was really related to the Sunbeam Circus, then all three of them should be able to see it. With this in mind, Angor pricked up his ears to listen to their conversation. If all three of them could see the screen, then it was highly likely that they were talking about something related to the screen. Half a minute later, Angor got the correct answer. The rabbit girl, Canine Deacon, and Little Red all saw the screen at the same time. They were talking about something related to the screen. Canine Deacon and Little Red were asking the rabbit girl about the screen. They believed that the screen was some kind of mechanism in the dream crystal. The rabbit girl was Laplace's body, so she must know about the screen. Faced with the dog Deacon and Little Red's questions, the rabbit girl could only reply with silence because she did not know what had happened. In the dream crystal, the telepathic connection between the two bodies was sealed. Angor had to log off and use mind sharing to know more. Eventually, the rabbit girl gave them an answer, but it was a little vague. It's a new function. You'll know when the hourglass disappears. Of course, Angor told the bunny girl the answer through voice transmission. Although there was still no confirmation, at least it was an explanation. The dog attendant and Lil Red did not ask any more questions. After chatting with the rabbit girl for a while, Angor looked at the others again. This included the group of unlucky people who had been conscripted in the Sunshine Circus. There was also Meow Meow and Tomorrow Town, as well as others who were lucky or unlucky enough to enter the World Grinding Day and Silver Coral Island dungeons. Based on these people's feedback, Angor confirmed that everyone who entered the Fairyland dungeon, regardless of whether they cleared the dungeon or failed, would see a screen in front of them. In other words, Wes' guess was right. The screen was indeed related to the Wonderland dungeon. As for those who had never entered the Immortal Realm, none of them had a light screen. However, there was also a very special place, and that was the Silver Coral Island. There were many new residents who entered the Silver Coral Island, but they did not have a light screen. Only those who entered the small treasure pagoda had a light screen. In other words, only those who entered the challenge stage would be judged as having entered the Silver Coral Island instance dungeon. Otherwise, they would just be passing by. Come to think of it, it was normal. This was because when the new residents entered the Silver Coral Island, they didn't even receive the Wonderland prompt. Only when he entered the small treasure pagoda would there be a notification from the Immortal Realm, informing him of the number of floors he could challenge and the random rules of each floor. Therefore, whether or not there was a hint from the Wonderland might be the basis for determining whether or not he had entered the dungeon. After making sure he didn't miss anything, he retracted his god view. Laplace looked at Angor and asked, "What's the result? Are we the only ones with screens, or does everyone else have them?" He checked the screen to make sure the hourglass was still moving. Most of them don't. Only a small number of them do. A small number of people have it? Laplace pondered and said, "These people who can see the light screen should have some common characteristics, right?" Angor nodded and was about to tell Laplace the answer when Laplace interrupted him. "Only those who cleared the Wonderland dungeon will get the screen?" Angor was surprised. "How, did you know?" Laplace asked, "Is that true?" "More or less. But you don't have to clear the Wonderland dungeon first. You can see the screen even if you didn't clear it." Angor paused and asked again, "You guessed it?" Laplace nodded. "Since you're sure that everyone who can see the screen has common characteristics, it's easy to guess. Common characteristics meant that people could be divided into groups. For example, people could be divided into different groups by gender, region, background, race, and so on. The structure of the people in the dream crystal wasn't complicated. They hadn't reached the level of a complete and diverse society yet, so division was relatively simple. At most, there would be gender division, race division, or group division. Gender division was definitely not possible. Laplace didn't think he had a gender, but his body in the dream crystal was definitely female. Angor was a man, and both of them had a screen, so gender division could be ruled out. Race division could also be ruled out. According to Angor, most people didn't have a screen. However, most of the living beings in the dream crystal were humans. Even Angor was a human. Since Angor had a screen, most people didn't have one, which meant racial division wasn't possible either. Then it could only be human division. In Laplace's opinion, there were only two possible reasons for human division. First, new residents and registrants. Currently, registrants were the minority, while new residents were the majority, which fit the distribution principle mentioned by Angor. Second, those who cleared the Wonderland dungeon and those who didn't. This also fit the distribution principle. In fact, Laplace couldn't tell which one it was. However, Angor did mention that the authority of the Wonderland was acting strangely. Laplace didn't know whether the strange change had something to do with the screen or not. Since he didn't have any other answers, he had to treat it as something related. This was why Laplace mentioned that the screen was related to the Wonderland dungeon. After listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor had to admit that Laplace had a good grasp of the situation. Also, he knew so much about division, which made him an expert in political affairs. I've read the textbooks of the Evermorse. To the Longhua race, these are nothing more than elementary methods. Angor immediately understood what Laplace meant by Evermorse. The Evermorse loved to divide and divide people. They would divide people into two different factions, then lead them to fight each other until the conflict could no longer be resolved. Only then would the Evermorse be satisfied and leave. This was the origin of the Evermorse cultivation method. Therefore, the Evermorse were definitely better at analyzing division than those experienced politicians. Since Laplace had read the textbooks of the Wonderland dungeon, it made sense that he knew something about division. However, Angor believed that Laplace could figure it out even without reading the textbooks. After all, Laplace had a lot of knowledge. Anyone who touched a dungeon has a screen, Laplace said. So this screen is related to the authority of the Wonderland, right? Angor nodded. There was no doubt about it. Also, there was a high chance that the red lightning was absorbed by the authority of the Wonderland. Can you tell what the screen does based on the information we have? Laplace asked. Not enough. Angor shook his head again. Laplace nodded. You're right. Let's wait and see. I wonder when the hourglass will finish spinning. Next, he and Laplace waited patiently. While waiting, Angor was also wondering what the screen was. He told Laplace that he couldn't tell for sure because he didn't have enough information. Actually, he already had an idea in mind. There were two important pieces of information. First, the screen had something to do with the Wonderland dungeon. Second, the screen had something to do with the text space. No one here, including the knowledgeable Laplace, would be able to figure out anything from these two pieces of information. But if Angor or John were given the keywords dungeon, screen, and text, there could only be one answer. The chat bar, in any of the holographic games from Earth, the place where words appeared the most was also in the person's field of vision, and it was in the form of a screen. That was most likely the chat bar. Since the Wonderland dungeon was here, it didn't make sense for a chat bar to appear here. Angor believed that the screen combined the power of text to create something similar to the chat bar in the games back on Earth. However, he didn't tell Laplace about this because he couldn't explain why he came up with such a theory. He couldn't tell Laplace about what happened back on Earth. So he chose to remain silent. However, would the screen really be what he thought it was? Was it really just a chat box? He wasn't sure yet, so he had to wait for the hourglass to end before he could make a decision. Angor almost forgot about what was going on outside when the screen appeared. He only regained his senses when he saw a 100-meter-tall wave from the pool of lightning. Countless lightning tornadoes surrounded the entire pyramid like a cage. The scene was even more terrifying than the first polar region. Angor gulped. Should we retreat? Laplace said, I thought you stayed here because you had a way to deal with it. Angor didn't know what to say. He was too focused on the screen to notice what was going on outside. Still, if he stayed here, he would be fine with the power of celestial change. However, he couldn't do anything else other than controlling the weather to protect himself. It wasn't necessary. Laplace, then let's evacuate first. Without hesitation, Angor took Laplace and flew toward the clouds 10,000 meters above the ground. They couldn't stay down there, but they couldn't leave either. The painting was still floating in the air. The red lightning was gone, but the shockwave caused by the painting was still there. They would have to wait until the apocalypse slowly calmed down before they could take the painting away. Before that, they couldn't leave. After arriving in the deep space, about half an hour had passed. The lightning pool below was still churning, and it still looked very terrifying. Waves of lightning kept crashing into the distance. The tornadoes were still rampaging. However, the vortex at the center of the dark clouds was slowly coming to a stop. Previously, the red lightning had come out of this vortex. Now that the vortex was calming down, did that mean the apocalypse was stabilizing? Laplace suddenly spoke up. The hourglass is gone. Angor quickly looked at the screen again. At this time, in the middle of the light screen, the small hourglass that had been constantly turning had indeed disappeared, as Laplace said. What replaced it was a translucent, milky white page with 3 rows of black text. The first row read, Bulletin Board. Initializing. Bulletin Board. However, only the first row had text. The second and third rows were all a bunch of random characters. They seemed to have some sort of mental property, which allowed Angor to interpret them. The words read, Unknown function. Waiting to be activated. Bulletin Board. Angor realized that the page he just saw was a function introduction page. It introduced the 3 functions of the screen. However, only the first function was activated. And the first function was, the bulletin board. The other functions were all hidden. Angor had to meet certain conditions to activate them. There's no chat section, only a bulletin board? He thought it was a chat box, but he didn't see the word chat. Or maybe there was a chat section, but it was not activated, he had no idea. He would have to check the tree of authority later to find out more details. Speaking of which, what was a bulletin board? Was it a literal bulletin board? If it was a bulletin board with a literal meaning, then it would be an authoritative media or official announcement of some important news and political affairs to the general public. But the dream crystal didn't have any authoritative media. So what was the function of this bulletin board? While Angor was wondering, he suddenly heard a ding. The page on the screen changed. Angor took a closer look. At the center of the light screen, a small hourglass had appeared once again. It seemed to mean that he had entered the loading page again. However, the loading this time was different from the previous loading. This time, there were 2 rows of text below the hourglass. First clear announcement is in progress. Confirmed number of people in this announcement, 0/2, time confirmed, 3 minutes. Angor was dumbfounded. What's this? First clear announcement, first clear. Was it the first clear he understood? Angor scratched his head. If it was the first clear he understood, then the reference of the authority of the Immortals domain was a blatant copy of the game's setting, right? Angor felt that it was ridiculous. But when he thought about the series of operations after the establishment of the authority of the Immortals domain, he felt that it was understandable. At first, the Immortals domain was called Special Dream. But after Angor named it Dream in Wonderland and often called it a dungeon, the authority of the Immortals domain accepted the name by default. Even the notifications of the Immortals domain began to change accordingly. Obviously, Angor's subjective consciousness could slowly change the authority of the Immortals domain. To put it bluntly, the authority of the Immortals domain was very good at copying from Angor. Not only that, but the authority of the Immortals domain was also very rogue sometimes. For example, the authority of the Immortals domain was very good at intercepting. When Angor tried to pull Sweet Dream into the dream crystal, he did not really succeed in the end. However, some unknown things still entered the dream crystal. At that time, the authority of the Immortals domain intercepted Angor before he could decipher this unknown part. The unknown part of Sweet Dream was turned into a crystal creation called Love Pillow and hidden away. This kind of interception was not the first time it happened. As long as an item had a special origin or contained certain emotions, it could be pulled into the dream crystal from the real world and be intercepted by the authority of the Immortals domain. This kind of interception was actually a rogue behavior. Of course, this was Angor's understanding from a human's point of view. From the perspective of the dream crystal, this was not a rogue behavior. It was a complete logic chain, or rather, a worldview. Angor even felt that the new change of the authority of the Immortals domain, the light screen, might also be the authority of the Immortals domain intercepting the rules of the text space. In short, the operation of the Immortal authority had always been ridiculous. Because of this, when Angor heard the word first clear, he thought it was ridiculous, but at the same time, it was within his expectations. Angor chuckled and looked at Laplace. He wanted to confirm whether Laplace's light screen had changed as well. Laplace's answer was certain, there had been a change. But to his surprise, Laplace's display was different from the others. In addition to the 2 lines you mentioned, I have an extra button for confirmation, Laplace said. According to Laplace's description, a red button box appeared on her screen, and the word confirm was written on it. There was also a shadow of a small hand on top of the button box, which seemed to be hinting to Laplace that the confirmation button could be pressed by hand. In addition, there was a 3-minute countdown next to the confirmation button, as if urging Laplace to press it. Now he was sure that Laplace's authority was stolen again. It was the confirm button in the hologram tablet. Speaking of which, Laplace's display was different from Angor's. It seemed normal. If this was the first clear announcement, then Laplace was indeed one of the participants. What's the confirm button? Do I need to use it? Laplace was a little confused. From the display on the screen, it seemed like she needed to press the confirm button. However, Laplace was a little confused about what would happen after she pressed it. I don't have a confirm button here, so you must be one of the 2 unconfirmed people mentioned in the announcement. The other unconfirmed person, if I'm not mistaken, isn't online yet. Laplace showed a doubtful look again. You know who the other unconfirmed person is? Angor nodded. I have a guess. Most likely it's Glepner. However, I'll only know if my guess is right after you click the confirm button. Is Glepner one of the 2 candidates listed on the bulletin board? Laplace still did not understand. Why was it just her and Glepner? Where were the others? Glepner frowned. Should I press confirm now? Go ahead, Angor said. Angor knew a thing or two about the unconfirmed authority. The unconfirmed function was probably just a procedure or some kind of ritual. It would not make much of a difference whether he pressed it or not. Just look at the 3-minute countdown next to him. If he didn't press the button, the celestial authority would probably take over and let the authority take over. So, at least there was still room for maneuvering. Besides, this was the first announcement, and Angor really wanted to know what the authority was playing at. Even if it was just a procedure, he could at least learn something if he pressed it himself. Laplace didn't know what Angor was thinking. But since Angor was sure about it, she didn't hesitate any longer and, Laplace suddenly stopped and looked at Angor. How should I press it? The confirm button was on the screen. The light screen was something that only Laplace's eyes could see. Did she have to press it on her own eyes? The screen should be right in front of you. You can raise your hand and try to touch the button on the screen in front of you. If that doesn't work, focus your eyes on the button. Angor was not sure how to do it either. But he had a general idea. The screen should be right in front of you. You can raise your hand and try to touch the button in front of you. These 2 methods were also used to control the hologram tablet, holographic touch and eye motion capture. If the authority of the immortal realm really had a plagiarism function, it was probably these 2 methods. Laplace followed Angor's instructions. Yes, it works. Touch the air with your hand or look at it with your eyes. Angor was speechless. So you're plagiarizing without changing the template. Angor complained in his mind but kept a calm face. Press it then. Laplace checked the countdown timer. There was 1 minute and 30 seconds left. She nodded and pressed the button in the air without hesitation. The red button was pressed just like that. As the button caved in, Laplace's vision went dark. It was as if her consciousness had left her body and entered a strange dark space. However, although her consciousness had entered the dark space, she could still vaguely sense the situation outside. It was as if her consciousness was divided into 2 parts. Most of it was inside the dark space, while a small part was outside. It felt like her consciousness was separated, but it did not feel like her consciousness was separated. It was just that her consciousness was showing 2 different aspects. It was a strange feeling. She seemed to be able to walk around in the dark space, talk to Angor, and even see everything that was happening outside. Laplace wanted to continue studying this marvelous vision, but at this moment, the dark space changed. Rows of words appeared in the center of the space. Congratulations. You are the first to clear a special linked wonderland, Glutton's Feast. Now announcing the completion of the quest to the entire realm to show your glory. Please set your name? These words sounded like the description of the Wonderland. From these words, Laplace roughly understood what first clear meant. It referred to those who cleared a Wonderland dungeon for the first time. However, Laplace was a little puzzled. Why would it be the Paradise Dungeon, Gluttony's Feast? According to the order of clearing the dungeon, the first one she cleared was not Glutton's Feast. She cleared Helen's Dream, which led to another Wonderland dungeon, Beela's Sweet Dream, which led to the so-called linked Wonderland, Glutton's Feast. Helen's Dream should be the first clear, right? Also, what did the name of the setting mean? Was it the name used in the announcement? Laplace told him about what he saw. I knew it. She even copied the name of her game ID. But why was Glutton's Feast the first clear? Did first clear mean something else? What do you mean? Laplace asked. Angor shook his head and put the question aside for now. Nothing. These words basically tell you that you need to choose a name that represents your current self in the dream crystal. With this name on the first clear announcement, there's a high probability that everyone with a screen will see this announcement. As for the name, I think you can use your real name or a nickname. Or you can just make up a name for yourself. Angor explained his general idea based on his gaming experience in the tablet. While he explained, Laplace followed his instructions. The operation was simple. He could write, lock, or even record the name using his voice. As Angor said, he could do whatever he wanted with the name. For example, Laplace wrote the name Luigi in the row of. Along with the name, another line of text appeared below. Confirm your name, Luigi? Once the name is set, it cannot be changed without a corresponding item. Please make your decision carefully. Since Laplace explained the changes while operating the tablet, Angor also learned the information. Angor could not help but complain about it in his mind. A name is fine, but you can change it with a corresponding item? You're going to make more name cards in the future, aren't you? Angor rubbed his swollen temples. You're really going to call yourself Luigi? Laplace shook his head. Just trying. With that, Laplace deleted the name Luigi from the screen. However, she did not write down her name right away. Instead, she planned to do nothing. If she did not write anything when the countdown ended, she would not be exposed. Soon, the countdown came to an end. However, Laplace still did not change anything when the countdown reached 0. It seemed that he could not proceed to the next step without writing his name. Angor's screen did not change either. The confirmation time was 3 minutes, but 3 minutes had already passed. Angor said, maybe if you don't press the confirm button, the system will decide on its own when the countdown ends. But if you press the confirm button, the countdown will be cancelled, and your time will be used. To put it simply, 3 minutes was the time for the confirm button. It did not mean that the first clear announcement would come out after 3 minutes. Laplace, so if I don't press the button, my name won't be exposed? Angor considered and shook his head. I don't know. We'll know when the announcement comes out. Angor was now certain that the other confirm was Gleipnir. Back then, it was Laplace and Gleipnir who had completed the Gluttony's Feast dungeon. Therefore, they must be the first to clear it. Right now, Gleipnir was not online, so he could not receive the notification or press the confirm button. Therefore, when the announcement came out, Angor would see how Gleipnir was described, and he would know whether he would be exposed or not. Angor believed that since the first clear announcement was made, there was a high chance that Gleipnir would be exposed. It was just that the degree of exposure would be different. Laplace, by the way, what's the system you mentioned? The system decides on its own? What does that mean? Angor was speechless. That was too easy. Angor considered and explained, you can think of it as a non-artificial one. Think of it as the will of the authority ? Laplace already knew what Angor meant. But why did Angor call the non-artificial entity system? Laplace still found it strange. Maybe it was a word he made up himself. Just like the word dungeon, it was probably a special pronoun. Laplace did not pay too much attention to it and threw the irrelevant thoughts to the back of his mind. She decided to wait for a few more minutes and see. Laplace did not really care about whether her name was exposed or not. But if she could avoid it, she preferred not to. 3 minutes later, another row of text appeared in the center of the dark space. Perhaps Laplace did not press the button for a long time. Do you want to skip the naming step? If you do, your name will exist as a garbled code. Garbled names can be changed in the future, but only once. Garbled names cannot use all functions of the text bar. Please set your name as soon as possible. Laplace explained the situation to Angor. Garbled if I don't give it a name? Then I think Glepner's name will be garbled too. Angor paused and continued, are you going to use a garbled name? According to the notice, garbled names could not be used in the text bar. However, Angor did not know what the function of the text bar was, so it was fine to use a garbled name. Laplace also thought about this. She considered for a moment and said, forget it. I'll choose a name. According to their speculations, since Gleipnir wasn't online, it was most likely a garbled name. They already had a garbled name, so there was no need to add another. Anyhow, they had to try every possibility. This was also a way to learn more about the screen and the new function of the authority. A moment later, Laplace came up with a new name for herself. Ian Sr., end of chapter, Ianson from Silver Forest Dimension. It was also Fisher's family name. Confirm your name, Ianson? Yes. Laplace quickly clicked yes this time. As the name was confirmed, the lines of text slowly disappeared, and new changes began to appear in the dark space. A glowing crystal path extended from the depths of the darkness. Along with the crystal came the sound of footsteps. Not long after, the sound of footsteps approached. Laplace looked up and saw a figure walking out of the darkness along the crystal path. And the figure's appearance, it was Laplace himself. Please set your appearance. Yes. You can adjust your character's appearance and body shape by adjusting her facial features and muscles. Yes. Note. This appearance will become your permanent appearance in the text column. Please set it carefully. Yes. Laplace read the lines of text to Angor. You're pinching my face? Angor was a little surprised. Facelift was a special appearance that players could set for their characters in holographic games. This appearance would be used by players to control their characters in holographic games. If facelift was used in a holographic game, it would not feel strange at all. After all, holographic games were meant for online entertainment, which should be separated from real life. But in the Dream Crystal, was this face-pinching function really necessary? They were already facing each other in real life. Adding facelift would only create a barrier between them. Could it be that the authority of the Immortal Land was planning to modify the Dream Crystal into a large-scale game? That shouldn't be possible. Because the authority could not do such a thing. In the end, the Dream Crystal's Nightmare Lord's authority was only one kind of authority. The Nightmare Lord's authority in the Dream Crystal was innumerable. If a single immortal authority could completely change and overturn the underlying logic of the Dream Crystal, then the existence of the other authorities would be greatly weakened. To put it simply, if the immortal authority were to modify the Dream Crystal into a large-scale game, it would be a drastic change, and the authority would be affected. Previously, the authorities were all independent. If the Dream Crystal was turned into a large-scale game, all the independent authorities would be marked by the authority of Dreaming in Wonderland. Was that possible? The answer was, not likely. Powers would indeed affect each other, but it would not affect him to the point where he would have to name other powers. Since the authority of the immortal realm was unable to affect the overall situation of the Dream Crystal, then what was he trying to do by creating this face-pinching segment? Could it be that the authority wanted to change everyone's appearance when they entered the Wonderland dungeon, but wouldn't it feel like taking off one's pants to fart? That was because not all Wonderland dungeons were like the Sunshine Circus, where everyone entered together and could meet other people in the dungeon. Most of the Wonderland dungeons that appeared so far were single-player quests. For example, Helen's Dream, Uriel's Choice, Misty Aldragon's Tomb, and Treasure Tower. You entered the instance dungeon alone and completed the instance dungeon alone. From start to finish, you were alone. Do you really need to pinch your face? Generally speaking, in addition to satisfying one's aesthetic, the face-pinching function was more for having a face that was different from reality in social interactions. After all, it was to show your appearance to others so that they could tell who you were based on your appearance. In other words, facelift was a social feature. Even if you did not socialize, your face would become a label that matched you in other people's eyes. This was why facelift was often used in holographic games. Because this is your own symbol, your own label. However, the Wonderland dungeons were different. Most of the Wonderland dungeons were single-player quests, so there was no need to socialize or show one's face to others. Therefore, it was pointless for Angor to change his appearance. He could not figure out why the authority of the Wonderland would suddenly come up with facelift. Was it really possible to copy them all if they wanted to? Not leaving anything behind, however, not all of its functions were suitable for him. Different cultural backgrounds could lead to different situations where people could not acclimatize when they landed. Both Angor and John knew this. When writing books in the Dream Wasteland's library, John would occasionally move books from Earth to the Wonderland. However, he would never copy the original text. Instead, he would change the content according to local conditions to better suit the culture of the wizarding world. Also, there were some types of books that John would never do, which was to criticize the current situation. Different cultures would never resonate with such people. To put it bluntly, they would not be able to acclimatize. Similarly, Angor agreed with the authority of the Wonderland. He believed that using the Wonderland dungeons to train oneself was a feasible way to grow stronger. However, Angor did not think that it was a good thing that the authority of the Wonderland dungeon could completely copy the game's settings. The facelift function was one of the drawbacks. Angor rubbed his chin. Maybe I can use the Tree of Authority to influence the facelift function? Laplace suddenly added, that's right, I'm not sure. Because I haven't changed my appearance yet, a new line of text appeared. Just like the previous names, the Wonderland dungeon did not do anything for a long time, so some new information appeared. Do you want to skip the facelift? If you do so, no one will be able to watch your progress. Laplace read the text to Angor. Angor was stunned for a moment before he finally understood what was going on. So the facelift function was not to change one's appearance in the dungeon. It was to show the process of a player clearing the dungeon through the first clear announcement. In other words, the authority of the Wonderland dungeon was using this method to announce one's name to the world. At the same time, other people could watch the dungeon clearing video to learn more tricks. If that was the case, the facelift function was not undesirable. Also, the authority of the Wonderland dungeon did this for the privacy of the player who cleared the dungeon. Not everyone was willing to show their faces in public. Most of them preferred to keep a low profile, and the facelift function was to protect their privacy. Angor told Laplace about his theory. Laplace, in other words, the authority of the immortal land recorded the process of me clearing the gluttony's feast, and other people can see how I cleared it through the immortal land announcement? Angor nodded. That should be it. But I don't know if it's through the announcement or some other function of the text bar. Still, the general idea was correct. Are you going to make it public? If the clearance process at that time was made public, then the outer appearance would be modified. If not, then the outer appearance modification would be skipped. Laplace carefully recalled the process of clearing the dungeon of gluttony. In the end, Laplace shook her head. Never mind. Not now. Laplace did not really care about making it public. If the dungeon was really decrypted, and Laplace could share the knowledge to others as a reference, she would be willing to do so. It was a small step for the development of the dream crystal. However, she recalled that she and Gleipnir managed to clear Gluttony's feast so quickly partly because of their strategy, and partly because of cheats. The so-called cheats were Laplace's reverse scale that Angor brought into the real world. With the help of the reverse scale, she was able to defeat almost all the enemies in the dungeon. If other people saw such cheats, not only would they not be able to learn how to clear the dungeon, but they would also question the fairness of the dungeon. Therefore, skipping the dungeon was the best option. Angor agreed with Laplace's decision. When Laplace was clearing the dungeon, Angor chatted with her from time to time as a spectator. If someone found out that messages could be sent into the dungeon from the outside, Angor's identity would be exposed. Of course, he supported Laplace's decision. After reaching a consensus, Laplace chose to skip the dungeon without hesitation. As Laplace made his choice, Laplace, who was standing on the long path of transistors, slowly disappeared into the darkness. Immediately afterward, there was a flash of light, and Laplace's consciousness in the dark space instantly fell and returned to reality. At the same time, everyone with a screen could clearly see the changes happening in front of them. First clear announcement in progress. Confirmed number of confirmed participants, 1/2, confirmed time, 3 minutes. Previously, the number of confirmed participants was 0/2. Now, it was 1/2. Without a doubt, the one was Laplace. The only one who was not confirmed was Gleipner. Since Gleipner was not online, Angor assumed that his name and image would be skipped. As for whether it was true or not, they would know in 3 minutes. Time passed quickly, and the 3 minutes were up. As the countdown ended, the words on the screen slowly disappeared. The moment he disappeared, everyone in the dream crystal who had a light screen heard a ding sound that sounded like a mechanical clock jumping in their ears. Next, lines of words appeared in the center of the screen. The handwriting was also special. Not only did it mean something, but it could also be read using one's spirit. Even those who could not read would understand it. First clear announcement, congratulations to Xianxia and, for being the first to clear a special linked Wonderland, Feast of the Gluttons. The announcement was simple. It only contained one sentence. However, the color of the announcement was very bright, and it was placed on the screen. Anyone who turned on their screen would be able to see it. It took about half a minute for the words to appear. Next, the announcement became smaller and smaller. It was placed at a regular position on the screen and stopped flashing. Just when everyone thought the announcement was over, new words appeared in the center of the screen. Text bar announcement, 1. All intelligent beings who have entered the Wonderland dungeon will automatically activate the text bar. Angor already guessed this. He skipped it. 2. There are 3 ways to operate the text bar: manual operation, eye operation, and energy operation. Angor and Laplace already guessed this. However, they did not expect that they could use energy to operate the text bar. Still, energy was not a good idea for now. They did not have enough energy for themselves, and it would be a waste to use it to operate the text bar. In the early stages, manual and eye operation were more convenient. Angor kept reading. 3. How to open and close the text bar. This one mainly explained how to open and close the text bar, or the screen in their vision. The screen only took up a small part of their vision, and it would not affect their vision if they kept it on all the time. However, there were always people who could not even tolerate sand in their eyes, let alone a bright screen. Therefore, they had to find a way to open and close the screen. The method to turn off the light screen was indeed very simple. One could use hand gestures to control the light screen, directly pinching the light screen into a slit, and it would turn off. One could also use eye movements to control the light screen, select it, and use eye movements to drag it out of the field of vision, and it would disappear. The same went for energy operation. The way to open the screen varied from person to person. They could use hand gestures, eye movements, or energy trajectories as the basis for opening the screen. It was a very ceremonial way to open the screen. Angor was not sure if he copied the Wonderland Authority or created it himself. 4. Some words in the text bar can be manipulated. Angor was stunned for several seconds when he read the message. What did "some words can be manipulated" mean? Angor could not understand it. He decided to put it aside for now and read the rest. However, there were no more words. If the version was not updated, there would be only these 4 points. He could understand the first 3 points, but the 4th one was something he couldn't understand. Words can be manipulated? Is it typing, but there is no input field? Or is it clicking on words? Moving words. Angor tried to use hand gestures or eye movements to click on a word. Still, there was no response. As Angor was about to lose his mind, he suddenly saw the first announcement from the corner of his eyes. Congratulations to Xianxia and, for being the first to clear the special linked Wonderland, Glutton's Feast. Do I have to manipulate this place? Angor mumbled and reached out his hand to touch the announcement. As soon as he touched the word Xianxia, the screen in front of him suddenly flickered. Angor's vision blurred for a second. In the next second, everything around him changed. His consciousness seemed to have left the place and entered a pitch-black space. In the center of this dark space, a glowing crystal path suddenly appeared. Then, a figure walked out from the path. Angor took a closer look. It was a hooded figure with a cloak. Angor couldn't tell what the figure looked like, not even its gender. However, as he stared at the figure, lines of text began to appear on its body. Silver Forest, current achievement, first winner of Special Linked Wonderland, Glutton's Feast. Angor was a little surprised when he read the words. But not because of the content. When the cloaked figure appeared, Angor already knew what the authority of the Wonderland was doing. Angor was surprised to see how smooth the words were. It was exactly the same as when he was in the word space. Back then, as long as he stared at something for more than 2 seconds, words would appear in front of him to describe what he was looking at. Now, when Angor stared at the figure, familiar words appeared. It was exactly the same as in the word space. So the Dream Authority is using the special law of the word space here? Angor muttered to himself. After 2 seconds of silence, Angor looked at another line of text. He reached out a finger and tapped on it. Special Linked Wonderland, Glutton's Feast. As he did so, the dark space around him changed again. The darkness was driven away, and the cloaked figure representing Silver Forest also retreated into the unknown. White light flashed. In the next second, he found himself standing in a large garden in the middle of a dark void. The sky was blue, and the clouds looked like silk. The ground under his feet was moist, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil. In the distance, he could faintly see a beautiful multi-story villa. From the mottled roof and the walls covered with all kinds of thorns and vines, he seemed to feel that this was a small villa with a story. There was a small, winding path nearby where Angor was standing. Rosebuds were planted on both sides of the path. At the end of the path, there was a glass door. Nothing could be seen behind the door, but from the shape of the glass door, it seemed to be a greenhouse. He slowly scanned his surroundings. Previously, he had only glanced around. Now, he was carefully observing the things around him. As long as he stared at anything for a few seconds, text information would appear. For example, the rosebud beside her. Big Mary Rose's bud, a specially cultivated rose species. It grows very tall, and the thorns on the rose vine are sharp and long. If an ordinary person is scratched by it, it will leave a deep wound. It was also because the thorns of the Big Mary Rose could easily stab people that many flower growers called the flowers of the Big Mary Rose blood rose. A familiar message floated out. He stared at the small mansion in the distance and saw the same message. But perhaps because it was too far away, only a general name was shown, Fan Family's Villa. This was where the Glutton's Feast dungeon would take place. So I'm here because I clicked on the words? Angor whispered, no, this isn't a quest. It's just a projection. The air was filled with the moist smell of soil and the faint fragrance of roses. But Angor was sure that this was not the real Fairyland quest. This was because the Glutton's Feast had been cleared, and with the completion of the dungeon, the related crystal creations had disappeared. In other words, the quest itself was gone, so this place could only be a projection. Angor kept looking around. His eyes locked onto the arch of the glass greenhouse. The glass greenhouse was where the story of Glutton's Feast began. As Angor stared at it, the glass greenhouse displayed the corresponding information. But this time, there was more than one message. Glass greenhouse, a greenhouse filled with roses. It was once a warm place. But now, it has become a place of filth and blood. Glass greenhouse is where the Glutton's Feast quest begins. It is also the place where the replay is activated. Do you want to replay the clearing process of Glutton's Feast? Yes, no, the rows of words were very clear, telling him that the shadow replay was activated from the starting point of the dungeon, the glass greenhouse. Angor's guess was confirmed. This was not the real quest. It was just a projection of Glutton's Feast. With that in mind, Angor clicked yes. New words appeared in the next second. The player who cleared the quest has disabled the right to replay. With that, the environment changed again. Everything disappeared, and Angor's vision returned to the real world. Only the scent of roses lingering around his nose told him that he had been to a projection of the quest. It was not a dream. While Angor was still in a daze, Laplace turned to him. Did you click on the name of the quest? Angor nodded. Me too, Laplace said. Then I entered the quest I cleared earlier. Laplace did the same thing as Angor, and she chose the replay option before Angor did. Laplace was the one who cleared the quest, so she knew that the quest started from the greenhouse. That was why she looked at the greenhouse as soon as she entered the projection. Of course, Laplace also saw the replay option. Unlike Angor, however, Laplace had an extra option. Do you want to restart the replay? Yes/no? As someone who cleared the quest, she had the right to do so at any time. However, Laplace once again rejected the idea of opening the door. Soon, Laplace returned to the real world and saw Angor coming back to the real world. I thought the authority of Celestial Realm would create a pure text space after absorbing the text space, Laplace said in a low voice. Laplace said in a low voice, I didn't expect that the authority of the immortal realm would combine the characteristics of the text space to create such a text field. It can even directly see the playback, and the relevant text information of the items in the playback. Laplace's tone was filled with emotion. Angor nodded. He had the same idea. Speaking of which, I thought the authority of Celestial Realm was just projecting the quest. But now, I have a new idea. What is it? Laplace looked at Angor. Maybe the authority of Celestial Realm didn't project the quest. Instead, it used the rules of the text space to create a new quest called Glutton's Feast. Laplace considered Angor's suggestion and found it reasonable. This was because everything she had seen before could be displayed in words. This was exactly the same as the rules of the word space. It was highly possible that the Big Mary Roses and the mansion and the Fan family were all created by words. Since they were created by words, they couldn't be real projections. After all, Laplace was someone who had personally cleared the dungeon. She knew very well that when she looked at the flowers and plants in the dungeon, no text messages would appear. That's possible, Laplace said. Angor sighed and decided not to dwell on the topic. He would search the authority tree when he had the time to find out whether it was true or not. What he was more curious about was, if I'm not mistaken, the first quest you cleared was Helen's Dream, Laplace said. But the Fairyland dungeon mentioned in the announcement is a feast for gluttons. Why is that? Laplace pondered for a moment before saying, I've thought about the problem you raised before. Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace continued, it's not just Helen's Dream. We also cleared the Sunshine Circus dungeon. But the Sunshine Circus wasn't on the first announcement either. That brings me to another possibility. You mean? Angor narrowed his eyes as he thought of something. Exploration progress, Laplace said in a low voice. Angor's pupils shrank. Yes, it could be about the progress of the quests. Helen's Dream had a 99% completion rate. Sunshine Circus had a 79% completion rate. And Glutton's Feast had a 100% completion rate. That was the only quest with a full exploration rate. So, only a quest with a 100% completion rate could have its name on the first announcement? This was a very simple conjecture, but it was very reasonable. Angor never thought about it before because the quests he had been exploring recently all had special NPCs such as Meiji, Mushroom Concubine, and Time Poison. These quests did not have such a setting. Because of this, Angor did not think about the completion rate for now. Laplace, on the other hand, was more sensitive about the progress of quests. She quickly found the answer after comparing the quests she had cleared so far. So that's why the Authority of Immortals domain would let everyone see the replay of the game's progress in the first clear announcement. Because these quests are completely cleared, and no one else can enter them. Even if you see the process, you can only learn from other quests. You can't go to Glutton's Feast and replicate the process. All quests with a 100% completion rate would disappear completely. Not only would the quests disappear, but the crystal objects outside would also disappear. Because of this, other people could not replicate the process in the quests even if they saw it. In a way, did this protect the copyright of the people who cleared the quests, but Angor felt strange that the authority of the Wonderland would protect the people who cleared the quests from being copied. While they were talking in a low voice, Laplace suddenly spoke up, Hey, there's a new message in the message bar. He looked at the screen out of instinct and saw nothing different about the text bar. What message? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. You didn't see it? Glutton's Feast. Laplace read out the new information in the text bar, Reward, Gluttonous Feast. Just these few words and nothing else. Reward? Feast of Gluttons? Angor frowned. What do you mean? Did they give you the Glutton's Feast as a reward? I don't know. Let me try, Laplace said. As he spoke, Laplace tapped on the text column. The next second, Angor was still talking to Laplace, but when he looked back, Laplace was already gone. Where did he go? There was no trace of him at all. Angor could use God's view to observe the Wonderland dungeon. But now, Laplace was nowhere to be found. Even if Angor wanted to use God's view, he couldn't. The only thing he knew for sure was that Laplace didn't go offline. She must be somewhere in the dream crystal, but he didn't know where exactly. On the other hand, Laplace's vision went dark for a second. Then, she felt weightless. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Laplace opened his eyes. She was no longer in the sky. Instead, she was standing in front of the gate of a manor. The gate was locked. She couldn't open it or go out. It seemed she could only go inside. Inside the manor, there was a fertile field on one side, and a garden full of flowers and plants on the other. Vaguely, Laplace could see the pure white outline of the glass greenhouse in the garden and the big Mary roses in full bloom around it. Further away, there was a small mansion with a pointy roof covered in thorns. At this point, Laplace understood that the space he was in was the Feast of the Gluttons. To be more precise, this was the Glutton's Feast, the text space version. This was because everything here was described in words. For example, when Laplace looked at the gravel path under his feet and stared at it for 2 seconds, words appeared around him. Gravel path, this is a path that leads to the main house. It is paved with gentle Yuhua stones. The size and color of each stone have been selected by the servants. It is not only time-consuming but also labor-intensive. Not only the gravel path, but the fences, street lamps, flower beds, ornate trees, luxuriant fruit trees, swings under the trees. Everything was described with words. So, this was the text space of the original version of the dream crystal? Huh? The fruit trees are created by words? Laplace wondered. The words here can create fruits? End of chapter. Laplace walked closer and took a closer look. This fruit is really a creation of words. Laplace looked at the floating words with some surprise. Yellow waterberry, the fruit of yellow water mulberry. It tastes sour and can be eaten with sugar. Specially improved fruit tree, harvested once a month, with a yield of 50 pounds per plant. This orange-yellow fruit was called yellow waterberry. The reason why Laplace was so interested in it was because, to a certain extent, it was a living creature of words. Moreover, it was the best of the living creatures of words. As far as Laplace knew, EA had already researched various living creatures of words, led by animals and plants. However, EA's research on living creatures of words followed the theory of evolution from the lowest level to the highest level. For example, when researching invertebrate living creatures, he would start from the lowest level of sponges and amoebae, and slowly advance to hydroids and schistosomes, and finally to linear animals and ring animals, step by step. It was the same for plants. Although the research progress of word plants was much faster than that of word animals, this kind of fruit tree was also the highest level of EA's research on word plants. In other words, as the founder of the word space, EA himself had not researched many word fruit trees in the outside world, but the authority of the immortal state had described the perfect word fruit tree here. In terms of efficiency, it was much better than EA. Moreover, looking at the introduction of the yellow waterberry, it ended with 2 simple sentences, one of which was the description of the yield. This was much shorter than EA's description of the text fruit tree. In the outside world, the description of each word fruit tree was no less than the word earthworm they had seen before. As for the word earthworm, its descriptive language was so dense that it could not be seen on the floating screen. From this, it could be seen how concise and generous the description of the yellow waterberry was. The authority of the immortal state must have done some kind of processing or updating of the description of the word living creatures. If EA was here, he would probably be so shocked that his teeth would fall out. Although Laplace was also very surprised by the technology behind the word fruit tree, she was not the owner of the hidden secrets in the book talent, so she was not too surprised. At most, she plucked a yellow waterberry from the yellow water mulberry and planned to study it herself. Or wait for the future when EA entered the dream crystal and let him study it. It was EA's return for borrowing the word space. The yellow waterberry wasn't big. It was about the size of a prune. He put it in his pocket and took it away easily. Laplace sighed as he walked forward from the fruit tree forest. The plants, flowers, and even the weeds on the ground were all living creatures. Moreover, the descriptions were extremely concise. There were no exaggerated descriptions, nor were there any flowery words. It was plain and simple. If the description of living creatures in AIA is level 1, then the description here is probably level 10, Laplace muttered. This was the difference. In terms of efficiency and level, the transformation of the word space by the authority of Fairyland was far beyond EA's level. As expected of the embodiment of the underlying logic of the world. Authority. However, along the way, Laplace did not encounter any word animals. Whether it was bees, butterflies, birds, or fish, she did not see a single one. Laplace didn't know if it was because he didn't meet or because there was nothing here. She did not deliberately search for it. After all, what was more important to her now was to figure out how to get out. In fact, Laplace could vaguely guess that this word space might be the reward for the first pass by the authority of Fairyland. After all, it was clearly written on the screen, reward, feast for the glutton. But even if it was a reward, it should have told her how to use it. How to get out, Laplace paused. She remembered that she clicked on the reward on the screen to enter. So, could she leave by clicking on the reward again? As soon as Laplace thought of this, he immediately tried it. However, the result was not what she wanted. No matter how she clicked on the reward, there was no response. She clicked on other text messages, but there was no response. Laplace exhaled and looked around the tranquil manor. It seems that the way out is from the manor. Laplace was no stranger to this manor. After all, she had cleared it before. She knew very well that there were about 4 or 5 doors to the outside world in this manor, including the main door, various side doors, and even dog holes. But now, there was no way to open the main door, and there was no option to leave the word space at the main door. It seemed that if she wanted to leave the word space, she could not just leave the manor. There should be other mechanisms. However, even if Laplace speculated this result, she still walked toward the other side door of the manor. She wanted to try again to leave the manor from the side door. Facts proved that it was still not possible. Moreover, there was a dog hole near the side door. Laplace tried to stick her foot out of the dog hole, but was blocked by an invisible film of light. The appearance of this film of light meant that the entire manor was probably covered. It seemed that simply leaving the manor was not the right way. Laplace could only look inside the manor. There must be a way to leave here, but she did not know where it would be. According to Laplace's understanding of the feast for the glutton, there were 2 core places here, the glass greenhouse and the distant villa. In the original dungeon, the glass greenhouse was full of big Mary roses, and the key clue was the human head balloon. And in the villa was the big boss, Bila the glutton. So there was no doubt that if the exit was really in the core place, it was most likely in these 2 places. Thinking of this, Laplace decided to go to these 2 places first. From the nearest to the furthest, she went to the glass greenhouse first. It didn't take long for Laplace to reach the glass greenhouse. When she saw the familiar arch, she looked up instinctively. However, there were no human head balloons. Back in the dungeon, the glass door was filled with human head balloons. But here, it was completely peaceful. There was nothing unusual. There were only colorful roses in full bloom. Laplace carefully observed the roses and even went into the greenhouse to check. Still, she did not find anything that might lead her to the exit. The words floating in front of his eyes were all related to the rose species. Laplace sighed. So the clue was not here. As for why there were no human head balloons, it was understandable. This was a reward, after all, and it was unlikely that there would be any dangerous monsters. Besides, Laplace already destroyed all the human head balloons when she cleared the dungeon. It was normal that there were no human head balloons here. Laplace left the greenhouse and focused on the most important place in the manor, the main house. If she could not find her way out of the main house, she would have to wait for Angor to find her. Speaking of which, she had been wandering around the manor for 10 minutes already. Did Angor not notice that she was missing? With his ability, he should be able to find the dungeon easily, right? Or was Angor already looking for her but did not say anything? Was he watching her walk around the manor on purpose? Laplace gave it some thought and did not think it was possible. She knew Angor well enough. Angor was a bit of a joker, but he never showed it to his friends. In other words, he did not get his fun from his friends. Besides, watching Angor walking around the manor was not enough to satisfy his bad taste. So Angor did not show up until now? Maybe he did not know where she was. This was the only explanation for why Angor did not show up. Every time I entered a dungeon, there would be a corresponding crystal object. Angor could use it to locate the dungeon, Laplace thought. Laplace pondered. This time, I entered the text space by clicking on the screen. Angor can't see my screen, so there is no medium outside. Without a medium, it would be difficult for him to locate his location. So this was why Angor could not find her. Laplace did not think too much about it. She had already reached the entrance of the manor. The door was not locked, so Laplace pushed it open and walked in. She saw the familiar winding hallway, the rose-patterned carpet, the knight armors, the oil paintings on the red walls, and even the lace curtains. Everything was exactly the same as in the dungeon. The only difference was that there was Bela the glutton and Helen hidden under the mask in the dungeon, but there was no one else here except for Laplace. Laplace quickly walked through the hallway and arrived at the main hall. When he came here, Laplace found something different again. The oil paintings in the main hall were all portraits of Bela and her family. There were single portraits, double portraits, mother-daughter portraits, father-daughter portraits, family portraits, almost everything. The oil paintings in the dungeon all showed how the nouveau riche family wanted to show off, as if they wanted to tell everyone that they were the masters of this place. But there was not a single portrait in this place. Most of the oil paintings were blank. It was as if they were waiting for someone to fill the blank paper in the frame with color. The only thing that was not blank was the huge painting at the center of the hall. There was no such painting in the dungeon. Clearly, this painting was unique to the text space. As soon as he thought of the word unique, Laplace immediately paid more attention to it. If it was unique, did it mean this was the exit of the text space? Laplace walked to the painting and looked at it. In the huge oil painting, there was something she was very familiar with. It was not a painting of a scene, but an object. The so-called thing was a crystal-shaped whip full of barbs. However, this winding whip was full of large and small Mary roses. Although the roses were also crystal-shaped, they looked extremely beautiful when combined with the dark red color. There were also human heads growing out of the stamens of the roses. There were people of all ages. Just looking at this whip alone gave him a sense of horror. But Laplace knew very well that this crystal whip was actually the crystal creation that had disappeared. Previously, if Laplace wanted to enter the dungeon Glutton's Feast, she had to come into contact with this crystal whip first. In other words, the crystal whip was the medium to enter the dungeon. After Laplace's completion of the dungeon reached 100%, not only did the dungeon disappear, but the corresponding crystal creation also disappeared. At that time, Laplace thought that she would never see this long whip again. She did not expect that it would appear here in the form of a painting. Perhaps because she had been staring at it for a long time, the corresponding text slowly appeared above the oil painting. When Laplace saw this text, she was stunned. Space oil painting. This is an oil painting that contains space. As long as an item is placed in the oil painting will show the corresponding image. Space oil painting? And as long as something is placed in the painting, the corresponding image will appear. This is a transcendent item? There were two things that were the most difficult to create in the text space. One was a living text, and the other was a transcendent item. Transcendent items were more difficult than living text. This was because almost all transcendent items represented the accumulation of countless transcendent materials. Every transcendent material was a transcendent page. On the way here, Laplace had been thinking that since a transcendent living text appeared here, there might also be transcendent items. Of course, she was just thinking about it. She did not really think that there would be transcendent items. After all, transcendent items were really difficult to create. But she did not expect that a transcendent item would really come, and it was a space-transcendent item. Laplace felt that even if Aya used transcendent pages to write, it would probably be difficult to write a space item. As expected of the Fairyland Authority, the mastery of the rules and the control of words had probably surpassed Aya's own. Laplace shook her head and looked at the huge oil painting again. According to the information described in the text, as long as an item from the outside world was placed in the oil painting would show the corresponding image. Now, the crystal whip was in the oil painting. Did that mean that the crystal whip was currently in the oil painting? In the outside world, the crystal whip was a medium to enter and exit Glutton's feast. Then, could it also be used as a basis to enter and exit the text space? Laplace felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, why would the crystal whip be deliberately placed in the space oil painting, and in the most central position of the hall? It was also the most central place of the entire matter. Thinking of this, Laplace decided to try and take the crystal whip out of the space oil painting. But now, the problem was, how could she take something out of the space oil painting? Generally speaking, space items had their own core password, or owner recognition. If an outsider casually touched it, there was a high probability that there would be no way to take anything out, and there might even be a backlash. Laplace thought for a while and decided to try. This text space, if it was really as she guessed, was a reward for her. Then, according to the fairness of the Fairyland Authority, it should not have deliberately set up a barrier. End of chapter. Her finger slowly approached the painting. As soon as her finger touched the painting, ripples appeared on the surface of the painting as if it was water. The ripples brought with them a white light and a strong wind. Laplace's face was illuminated by the white light, which made her look like porcelain. The strong wind blew, causing her silver hair to flutter in the air. This lasted for several seconds. Until, when Laplace's hand reached into the painting and took out a crystal whip that was covered with thorns and blossomed with brilliant roses, the white light and the strong wind suddenly stopped. Laplace looked at the oil painting, which had turned blank. There was nothing in it. She now had a crystal whip in her hand. It was smooth to the touch and looked like a long snake. Core creation. This is the core creation of Glutton's Feast's text space. Activate it and you will gain complete control of the text space. She stared at the crystal whip. Soon, a string of text appeared. Laplace's eyes flickered when she read the string of text. So this was the core of the text space. If she was not mistaken, she should be able to leave this place after activating it. She had been in the text space for more than 15 minutes, but Angor still did not contact her. Maybe he really could not sense the location of the text space. In order to avoid worrying, Laplace didn't wander around the text space. Instead, he activated the crystal whip in his hand according to the text information. According to the description, she should be able to gain control of the text space as soon as she activated it. However, the rows of text that appeared in front of her eyes were different from what she expected. Host recognition process in progress. Checking identity. Target, Ian Sr., Ianson met the host recognition process. Host recognition process completed. Identity binding. Identity binding successful. Ianson has become one of the hosts of Glutton's Feast. Host recognition process in progress. Checking identity of the remaining hosts. Identity of the remaining hosts missing. Host recognition process, 1/2. Host recognition process interrupted. The crystal whip did not recognize a new master. So it was half done? In other words, Laplace was not the current master of the text space. If he wanted to become the master, he would have to wait for another person to enter the text space and make the recognition progress reach February 2nd. The other owner of the crystal whip was undoubtedly Gleipnir, who had cleared the Gluttonous Feast dungeon with Laplace. However, Gleipnir hadn't entered the dream crystal yet, so he couldn't make the crystal whip recognize him as its master. However, as the registered owner of the crystal whip, Laplace still obtained a part of the control rights of the crystal whip. For example, she could now leave the text space. Laplace chose to leave the word space without hesitation. In the next second, she felt her feet become light, and her body became weightless. When the sense of weightlessness disappeared, she had already returned to the outside world, an altitude of 10,000 meters. When Laplace opened his eyes, he saw Angor looking at him as well. Because of this, he quickly used his authority to create a thin layer of wind around her feet so that she would not fall from the sky. It seemed that the text space would exit from wherever one entered. Next time, it would be better to enter from a flat ground. If Angor didn't help her, she would definitely fall from the sky like this time. Laplace sighed in relief and looked up at Angor. Angor was also looking at her. "Where did you go?" he quickly asked when he saw her looking up. "Why did you suddenly disappear?" Laplace didn't answer his question. "You don't know where I went?" "I have some guesses, but they're just guesses. I really don't know where you went." When Laplace disappeared, Angor almost wanted to log out and ask. However, he sensed that Laplace did not go offline. He was worried that Laplace would show up again if he went offline, which would be terrible if Laplace fell from such a height. Even if Laplace could use the power of his reverse scale to protect him from falling, the bottomless lightning pool below could easily wear down the scale's energy. Therefore, Angor chose to stay where he was. As it turned out, Angor made the right decision. If Angor really left or logged off, Laplace would definitely fall into the abyss. Hearing Angor's answer, Laplace finally confirmed her guess. Since there was no medium in the outside world, Angor could not talk to her as if he was in a fairyland. "You said you have some guesses? Tell me, where did I go?" Laplace did not explain right away. Instead, she was curious about Angor's answer. Angor did not hesitate. "My guess is that you went to Glutton's Feast. After all, it's the first clear reward given to you by the authority of Wonderland." Angor clearly remembered that Laplace told him that there was a new line of words on his screen that no one else could see. Reward, Glutton's Feast. Reward. Based on this clue, Angor guessed that Laplace went to the Glutton's Feast dungeon. When Angor cleared the Glutton's Feast dungeon, the dungeon disappeared for good. Angor had reason to believe that the authority of Wonderland used the dungeon as a second reward for Laplace. "Am I right?" Laplace nodded. "Not far away." Angor had to admit that he knew more about the authority of Wonderland than Laplace did. With just a reward, he was able to guess most of the truth. Laplace sighed inwardly. He didn't keep them in suspense any longer, and simply recounted what he had gone through. The authority of Fairyland copied the Glutton's Feast with words? Angor was a little taken aback by Laplace's words. Laplace nodded. Apart from the human-headed balloons and other monsters, everything else was copied. "You copied living things too?" Angor frowned. "You copied living things too?" Laplace nodded. In order to prove his words, he took out the yellow waterberry that he had plucked earlier from his pocket. As soon as yellow waterberry appeared, he saw rows of words floating above it. The words described the origin of the yellow waterberry and its taste. "So there is." Angor's doubt disappeared when he saw Huang Shuimei's name. "But this Huang Shuimei's message is too simple." Angor remembered the words he saw on the earthworm. The words contained so many words that it almost recorded the earthworm's 18 generations of ancestors. There should be a lot of words to describe the yellow waterberry as well. But there was only one sentence about its taste and monthly yield. That was all. So simple. While Angor was still in shock, Laplace took out something else. She flipped her hand, and a faint halo flickered. Above her palm, a long crystal whip covered with large Mary roses appeared. However, the crystal whip was not real. It looked more like a hologram. "What's this?" Angor focused and saw the words on the whip. "Core creation. That's the core creation that controls the word space?" Laplace nodded. The real core creation should still be in the word space. After Laplace left the text space, he immediately discovered that he could vaguely sense the location of the core creation, which was still in the hall. However, even though Laplace could sense the location of the core creation, he could not take it out. He could only create a physical projection, just like what he was doing now. It was just a projection, but Laplace could use it to enter the word space. "Can I enter the word space?" Angor's eyes brightened up. Then, "Can I enter the word space?" He heard that the authority of the fairy realm had intercepted the information about the word space and created Glutton's Feast, so he wanted to check it out. He wanted to see what the authority of the fairy realm could do with Noah's talent. Now that he saw the function of the core creation, he quickly asked. "I don't know, but I can try." With that, Laplace prepared to use his crystal whip to drag Angor into his word space. But there was no reaction. It was not that there was no response at all. Laplace could vaguely sense some messages from the crystal whip. Access not granted. Authority not granted? Instead of not accepting them? Angor pondered. Then I think Gleipnir needs to go through the ownership process as well. Laplace nodded. Yes. That should be the case. Angor was planning to check out the fairy realm's authority, but he was mercilessly rejected. Still, Laplace's description already gave him a sense of wonder. A giant word space was given to the first clear winner. The authority of the fairy realm was so generous. He really wanted a word space, which could be used for research and rest. Angor felt that he should find some time to clear a fairy realm dungeon. But even if he went there himself, would he be able to clear it with 100% exploration rate? In fact, he couldn't make up his mind. Only clearing a dungeon with 100% exploration rate would count as first clear, and it was really difficult to do that. Take the Sunshine Circus dungeon for example. Angor was not sure if he could reach 100% exploration rate even if he sacrificed his life. Of course, Angor could not reach 100% exploration rate by himself. It was a shared dungeon, and the reward would be based on each person's completion rate. It was not enough for Angor to complete the quest alone. All his teammates had to do the same. Only then could the exploration rate reach 100%. Now that he thought about it, the Sunshine Circus dungeon was probably the most difficult one to clear 100% of all the dungeons he knew. There was also a dungeon like Tomorrow Town. Angor felt that he might not be able to find the hidden him if he tried to explore the dungeon in Mew Mew's shoes. Even 100% exploration rate was hard to achieve. Angor wanted a word space, but it was too difficult to put it into practice. He could not reach 100% exploration rate in all the known dungeons. Unless he was lucky enough to find an easy fairy realm dungeon like Glutton's Feast. Angor shook his head. It was too difficult. He had to put it aside and see if he could find a suitable one later. As an indirect holder of the fairy authority, he had not tried any other dungeons apart from Sunshine Circus. It was time to give it a try. Angor put his thoughts aside and looked at the core creation that was still floating in the air. He thought about the yellow waterberry that Laplace showed him earlier. The descriptions of these two items were very concise. I remember when I used words to create the aroma of the glutton flower lord before the dragon banquet. Back then, Marion wrote down the corresponding information and was going to copy it later. In other words, text creations could be replicated by copying text descriptions. But now, if Marion sees this core creation and yellow waterberry, she'll probably be dazed. Laplace nodded in agreement. She didn't believe that just by reproducing such a concise description, yellow water mulberry plants bear fruit, with a lot of sour water, a single plant can produce 50 pounds, it could create yellow waterberry in the text space. It was impossible. The authority of the immortal state must have modified the text description of the word space to some extent. That was why there was such a concise description in the text. What exactly was this modification? Angor did not know yet. If he wanted to copy it, he had to explore the core of the modification. Otherwise, copying the text alone would not work. Angor suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Speaking of which, we can't copy it, but we can be sure that the fairy authority changed the rules of the word space. What would Noah's reaction be if he knew that the living creatures and transcendent text items here are so simple? Laplace considered and said, he'll probably be very excited. She knew Noah well enough to know that he would be eager to find out how it worked. Then we should tell him and get him interested. Maybe he'll be able to use the word faster and clear the fairy domain dungeon? If Noah wanted to clear the fairy domain dungeon with a 100% exploration rate, it would be very difficult for him to do it alone. Back then, Laplace was able to do so only because of Angor's help. She also received a lot of reverse scales and magic scrolls from the real world. Otherwise, Laplace alone might not be able to defeat Bila, who had transformed into gluttony. Aya's situation was probably the same. In reality, he was very strong, this was undeniable. However, in the dream crystal, he had to start from scratch. With his ability, there was a high probability that he would not be able to complete the dream crystal perfectly. If he wanted to have a word space, he would have to bring in more mirror dragons. Wouldn't that greatly increase the efficiency of the fairy domain dungeon? However, Laplace's next question brought him back to reality. Sure, I can tell IA about it. But how do you explain why the word space appeared in the dream crystal? End of chapter. Angor was just thinking about the possibility of the mirror dragon race increasing the dungeon clearance rate. But Laplace's words brought him back to reality. Angor was speechless. Indeed, it was difficult for him to explain to Noah why the word space appeared in the dream crystal. Of course, Noah would definitely find the word space when he entered the dream crystal in the future. But he could not tell Noah about it now. When he found the word space in the future, he would figure it out himself and find a logical explanation to explain why the dream crystal had a similar word space. But if he told Noah about it now, Noah would surely guess that the word space had something to do with them. After all, Laplace just borrowed the painting from him not long ago. As a result, he immediately created a word space. Even the stupidest person would be able to connect the two. Therefore, he could not tell Noah about the dream whelk unless he was willing to share the secret of the dream whelk with Noah. However, his knowledge of the mirror realm was still shallow, and he was not as deeply rooted as the wizarding world. For now, he did not want to tell Noah about the dream whelk. Since he did not want to tell Noah about the dream whelk, he had to give up. Angor sighed. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. He would wait for Noah to find the word space himself. If Noah still had doubts, he would just blame it on the evolution of authority. Laplace did not say anything else. No matter what Angor decided to do about the dream crystal, she would support him. Next, Angor focused on studying the function of the word space. Currently, there was only one function displayed in the word space, which was to announce the first clear of a dungeon. However, the announcement was not just a simple announcement. There were also facelifting, naming, replay of the dungeon, and even the reward of a word space. These were all functions under the command of the word space. However, only Laplace and Angor knew about these functions. The others only knew the surface function of the announcement. Only when someone achieved a 100% completion rate and cleared a Wonderland dungeon first would they know about these functions. Angor already knew about the first clear announcement. He was more curious about the other functions of the word space. Earlier, when he loaded the word space, 3 rows of words appeared. They were frowny face word space, initializing. Unknown function, waiting to be activated. Unknown function, waiting to be activated. Only the bulletin board was shown, but Angor believed that since there were 3 rows, the bulletin board must have at least 3 functions. Other than the bulletin board, what were the other 2 functions? Angor believed that the large screen had more than one function for receiving information. Since everyone who entered the Wonderland dungeon could turn on the screen, there must be a reason for it. If it was just to marvel at someone else's first clear achievement, it wouldn't have meant much. At most, it would satisfy the vanity of the first person to clear it. If it was someone like Laplace, who had always kept a low profile, he wouldn't even be able to satisfy his vanity. Of course, the first clear announcement also had other uses. For example, it allowed others to watch the replay of the clear process and learn from the experience. However, in Angor's opinion, there was a limit to how much he could learn from replays. After all, there were only a few people who could reach 100% exploration. Most people didn't want to achieve 100% perfection. They only wanted to clear the game. The experience of the first person to pass the perfect exploration degree was not necessarily applicable to the general public. For example, could others replicate Laplace's first clear experience? Of course not. Others couldn't have Angor's guidance when clearing a dungeon, nor did they have the powerful reverse scale. If they wanted to clear Glutton's Feast, they would have to solve puzzles, hide carefully, and rely on their wits to win. Using this method to clear the dungeon wouldn't result in a high exploration degree. In other words, the replay of the first clear was not very useful for the general public. What was useful for the general public was the way to see things, the way to solve puzzles, the way to face NPCs, and the way to win small fights. These skills could not be learned from the replay of the first clear. The only way to learn these skills was to gather as many people as possible. In other words, communication. Angor wondered if there was a function in the bulletin board that allowed people to communicate with each other. It was the chat board that Angor had been thinking about for a long time. Would the second function be the chat board? Angor didn't know yet. But he had a feeling that even if there wasn't a chat board, the bulletin board must have a communication function. The bulletin board was like the mother tree connection in the dream wasteland. It provided a platform for communication. A platform that provided services to the general public required communication. As for the third function, Angor didn't know yet. But he believed it had something to do with the bulletin board. Angor told Laplace about his idea. Laplace pondered for a moment. I'm more curious about why there's unknown function, pending activation in the bulletin board. Maybe it needs to be unlocked. It's like a special wonderland. A certain condition must be met to activate the function, Angor said. Laplace nodded. That's what I thought. Take the bulletin board for example. There must be a condition for it to appear, and it's not hard to guess. Laplace glanced at Angor again. Angor understood right away. If there's a condition for the bulletin board, it can only be 100% exploration degree. 100% exploration degree meant the first clear. Laplace nodded. Yes. Only when someone cleared the wonderland first, the bulletin board will announce the first clear. Only then will it have meaning. Angor agreed with Laplace's analysis. He was also thinking about another question. If everything was based on meaning, what was the condition for the bulletin board to appear? Angor considered carefully. The bulletin board existed for communication. And communication required a large number of people. Currently, there were very, very few people who had light screens. They could be counted on one hand. According to the Earth community software recorded in the holographic tablet, if these people gathered together, they wouldn't even be able to form a community tribe. If that was the case, if the word bar really did have the function of chatting, could it be that there were too few people who had the screen? In other words, there must be a certain number of people with screens in order to activate the bulletin board. That's possible. Laplace agreed with Angor's idea. The bulletin board existed to allow people to communicate with each other. If there was no one to talk to, the bulletin board wouldn't matter. If that's the case, maybe we can ask everyone to try the Wonderland dungeon after entering the Dream Wasteland and activate the screens, Laplace suggested. Angor nodded in agreement. As for the Wonderland dungeon? That was easy. Mini Treasure Tower would do. They didn't need to clear the dungeon, and they didn't need to worry about success or failure. As long as they entered the dungeon, they would get the screens. Besides, if the bulletin board could be activated successfully, it would be good for all races. Communication was always the #1 motivation. Next, Angor talked with Laplace about the bulletin board he was thinking about. Many of them were quite imaginative, such as the bulletin board simulation, bulletin board games, and even lottery questions. Angor would consider anything that involved words. However, in Laplace's opinion, Angor's guesses were not as reliable as the chat bar. He just needed to listen. After a while, when Angor's imagination was running wild, he received a message from the Dream Gate. City Spirit and Hoda went offline. Angor frowned. He frowned because the timing wasn't right. He didn't want to go offline yet. The doomsday frenzy was weakening, but it wasn't over yet. Of course, Angor wasn't going to wait until the doomsday was over. He planned to take back the oil painting first. But since City Spirit already went offline, Angor and Laplace had to go offline as soon as possible. Laplace knew what Angor was thinking. She hesitated. How about I go offline first, and you wait here until the shockwaves from the oil painting fade? Angor hesitated and shook his head. Nah, let's go together. As for the oil painting, let it float for a while, Angor muttered. Angor muttered to himself, well, I'll just drop it into the lightning pool and get it back later. Laplace thought about it and felt that it made sense. The oil painting didn't have any horns, so it wouldn't get lost. Let's go together then. With that, Laplace's figure slowly faded away. She had already logged off. Angor didn't go offline right away. Instead, he sensed Evda's condition. Evda didn't go offline with City Spirit and Hoda. Her decision to stay online was also a sign of her attitude. Angor checked Evda's condition. She was standing on the balcony of Bunny Tower, quietly watching the crowd gathering around the sewer in the distance. She was in a daze. When she suddenly saw so many people, even if they were not of the same race, she still felt a sense of loss. At the same time, a trace of pleasant surprise surged from the depths of her heart. How could she not be happy when she came back to life after being dead for so many years? She couldn't find a suitable body for herself, and she was only living in the dream crystal as her consciousness. But so what, she might never find a suitable body. She might just stay asleep forever. She was already lucky enough to be alive. Why should she care about where she lived? Besides, she had been dead for 2,000 years. Apart from City Spirit, she had no other friends in the outside world. Plus, she used to do everything she could for the Crystal Eye race. She was already exhausted. It wasn't a bad idea to live a quieter life. Even if she had to live in the dream crystal for the rest of her life, she would be happy to do so. But will teacher be willing? Would Tunita be willing to end those endless rituals and the suffering of a young boy and live in the dream crystal? She talked to City Spirit and Hoda for a long time, but she still wasn't sure what Tunita's attitude would be. Let's wait and see. Maybe this really is a world with unlimited potential? Ebda knew that Tunita tied himself to the Crystal Eye race and planned for thousands of years so that he could see something better after he woke up. If the dream crystal had limitless prospects, then she could persuade Tunita to choose this place. It shouldn't be a problem for him. But she wasn't sure what kind of future the dream crystal had. Or rather, she didn't know what the upper limit of this world was. Ebda sighed as she looked at the crowd who were excited about the sewer in the distance. Well, it's good to be a normal person and live another life, Ebda muttered. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to a sleeping soul. With that, Ebda walked out of the balcony and went downstairs. She came from a normal life, and after 1,000 years of slumber, she couldn't wait to go back to the crowd. Angor heard Ebda's muttering. He also saw Ebda taking the initiative to look for the natives. So far, Ebda wasn't planning to go offline. Thinking about it, it was normal. In the dream crystal, she could have her own consciousness, body, and subjective energy. Compared to sleeping in the boundless and deathly still sacred corpse crystal, this was much better. However, Evelyn's words were right. She could only represent herself. She couldn't represent Tunita. No one knew what Tunita's choice would be. Angor didn't think too much about it. He took one last look at the oil painting floating in the air and logged out. He opened his eyes. He stretched his body and walked out of the geometric lock. There was a pitch-black barrier outside, and there was a familiar energy fluctuation inside. It came from Laplace. Laplace probably saw that he hadn't gone offline yet, so he created a barrier to prevent the giant city spirit from discovering anything fishy about it. Angor put away the geometric lock and walked to the barrier. As expected, the barrier parted on its own, revealing an entrance. Angor walked out and returned to the room full of crystals. He quickly saw Laplace not far away. He walked toward Laplace while looking around. Neither the city spirit nor Hoda had shown up yet. Even the crystal screen did not show any sign of activity. Everything was silent. But Angor was sure that Hoda and the city spirit had already logged out. They didn't show up. Maybe they were talking about what they learned after meeting with Evda? Or maybe they were observing them in the dark? About 5 minutes later, Hoda finally showed up. The crystal screen in front of them slowly parted from the center, revealing a dark and deep passage. Hoda's figure walked out from it. Light shone down. Hoda's face was revealed. To Angor's surprise, Hoda had already taken off the giant crystal shell he always wore, revealing his old and wrinkled body. However, Hoda did not completely abandon the crystal shell. He was still too old. Although he had not reached the point where he could not walk, he still had to rely on crutches. To avoid dragging himself with the cane, Hoda used another crystal shell to help him move. It was a spider-shaped crystal seat. Hoda was now sitting on the back of the crystal shell and controlling it to move forward quickly. The reason why Hoda had taken off his crystal shell was to show his sincerity. According to the traditional etiquette of the Crystal Eye race, showing one's true self meant honesty. Angor and Laplace didn't know about this tradition, so Hoda's effort was in vain. Still, Angor could tell that after going through the dream crystal, Hoda's emotions were completely different from before. Before this, although Hoda had shown great respect to them, this respect was more based on his recognition of Aya than anything else on the surface. But now, Hoda, from the inside out, had a serious expression on his face. He was even a little respectful. Angor wondered if Hoda's change was a little too drastic. Did the spirit of the giant city or Evda say something to him? Hoda didn't know that Angor had already noticed his change in emotions. But even if he did, Hoda probably wouldn't be able to change his mind. The dream crystal simply gave him too much of a shock. Before entering the dream crystallization, Hoda had thought about many things regarding the dream crystallization. He tried his best to think about the dream crystal in the biggest possible way. But now that he actually saw the dream crystal, he felt that his previous ideas were still too small. The dream crystal was a real world, that's right. Before entering, he hadn't thought of the dream crystallizer in his mind as a world. Instead, he felt that the dream crystallizer was similar to a mirror space. Inside a mirror space, there was an entire world. For example, the Crystal Kingdom, Pippi Castle, and the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom were all located in mirror spaces. Hoda had originally thought that even if the dream crystal had the gimmick of a dream realm, it would at most be a special mirror space. However, when he stepped into the dream crystal, he sensed the air and looked at the environment, as well as his body, which was still full of vitality despite having a rotten shell. Hoda finally realized that he was completely wrong. This wasn't a mirror space at all. Gleipnir wasn't lying. This was a new world that could be compared to the Sun Mirror domain. How terrifying would the benefits of a new world be? How big was the blueprint of a new world? As a prophet and a wise man of the Crystal Eye race, Hoda knew all too well about this. Besides, this new world could be reached without having to go through a level-jumping crisis. This further increased the value of the dream crystal to a whole new level, and all of this was just talking about the dream crystal itself. If he also considered the special law of the dream crystal, the ability to reincarnate the consciousness in the Saint Corpse crystal into a new inhabitant would be even more valuable. In this sort of situation, it was naturally difficult for Hoda to conceal his emotions. He was in awe of the dream crystal, and he was also in awe of the dream mirror, the actual controller of the dream crystal. This kind of reverence was also expressed in his external appearance. Hoda rode his crystal spider mount and arrived in front of Angor and Laplace. "I'm really sorry. Evelda's appearance was too shocking, and we lost track of time while talking. Sorry to keep you waiting." Hoda showed an awkward smile. He thought the giant city spirit would go offline after talking for a while. He didn't expect that they would talk for several hours. They almost talked about the history of the Crystal Eye race after Evelda's death. Even if they only talked about the condensed version, it was still very scary. After all, Evelda had been dead for almost 2,000 years. 2,000 years, and they only talked for a few hours. This was already the best they could do. Apart from talking about the past, the giant city spirit also talked about the present and future with Evelda. The present referred to the dream crystal. The future referred to the future of the ceremony of wonders and Prophet Tinada's future. Because the conversation was too detailed, and because Giant City Spirit and Evelda were once best friends, they wanted to talk about all aspects when they finally met. This was why they couldn't stop talking. Later, it was the overflowing drainage ditch outside that attracted a large number of people. The noise interrupted their conversation, and only then did they realize that so much time had passed. If it had been any other day, their heart-to-heart talk would have definitely become an unforgettable beautiful scene in their memories. But today was different. Angor and Laplace were still waiting for them outside. If they talked like this, wouldn't they be ignoring their important guests for a long time? Thinking of this, Hoda's heart instantly panicked. After regaining his senses, the giant city spirit also felt a sense of guilt in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't seen Evelda for so long, she wouldn't have realized that someone was waiting for them outside after half a day. Because of this, the giant city spirit and Hoda didn't show up immediately after going offline. As far as they were concerned, they had violated a taboo. Not only was it impolite to not see each other for too long, but they would also be seen as pretentious or arrogant. If the city spirit was in Angor's shoes and waited for hours in an enclosed space without receiving any news, she would definitely lose her temper. Both Hoda and the city spirit were certain that Angor and Laplace were already in a fit of rage. They didn't mind if other people were angry. But after seeing how good the dream crystallization was, how could they not care about the feelings of the creator of the dream crystallization? Hoda and the giant city spirit didn't return to the crystal cluster room immediately after going offline. Instead, they discussed countermeasures in the adjacent space. How to appease them. How to make up for it. After several rounds of discussion, they came up with a general plan. Gift giving. Instead of saying nice words, it was better to give something practical. And the gift they gave was, of course, a unique product of the crystallization race, a crystal shell. To show his sincerity and apology, Hoda took out a special crystal shell that the crystallization race never sold to the outside world. In their eyes, it was the most precious crystal shell, crimson armor. Normally, crimson armor was colorless and transparent like a crystal. However, when it was activated, the inside of the shell would be instantly filled with a bright blood red color. Besides, it was often used as armor, which was why it was called crimson armor. Angor stared at Hoda's crimson armor for a few seconds and declined. It wasn't because he didn't want Hoda's gift. He simply didn't want it. If Hoda took out another crystal shell, Angor might be more interested. However, Hoda chose to give him crimson armor. Crimson armor was valuable, but its greatest effect was defense. Ultimate defense, in Hoda's own words, after the scarlet armor was activated, even an attack that could pierce through the Earth's core could be easily blocked by it. Angor did some calculations and concluded that crimson armor should be able to defend against attacks from wizards. Without a doubt, it was a very good crystal shell. In fact, the giant crystal shell Hoda was wearing was made of crimson armor. For the crystallization race, the best crystal shell was a defensive one. But Angor still didn't want it. Compared to the heart space and the unbreakable heart mirror, crimson armor's defense was really mediocre. Instead, he was more interested in the crystal shells with special effects. This was why Angor refused the crimson armor. Still, Angor could see Hoda's sincerity by giving him the crimson armor. It should be noted that in the crystal race, all the crystal shells that had defensive functions were extremely expensive. For example, the defensive crystal shells recorded in the exhibition booklet, Pure Rock Crystal Cluster, cost as much as 50,000 crystals. Crimson armor, on the other hand, was much better than pure rock clusters in terms of defense. Besides, crimson armor couldn't be bought in the outside world. It was only available within the crystallization race. If one really wanted to calculate the price, using the pure rock crystal cluster as an analogy, the condensed crystals needed for a division of scarlet armor might be as high as 6 figures. And Hoda had taken out more than one scarlet armor at this moment. Angor could see Hoda's sincerity. It wasn't appropriate to use the number of crystals to measure sincerity, but when the number of crystals reached a certain level, sincerity could be measured. Angor could tell from Hoda's apologetic look that Hoda was feeling guilty for wasting their time. What Hoda didn't know was that Angor and Laplace didn't mind at all. Not long ago, when they learned that Hoda and the giant city spirit went offline, they felt that it was too early. It wouldn't be too late to go offline after they took back the painting. Therefore, Angor and Laplace didn't mind at all. However, Hoda didn't know what Angor was thinking. After Angor refused the crimson armor, Hoda's expression became even more awkward. In Hoda's opinion, Angor's refusal was a clear indication of his attitude. Angor was angry. Angor was being ignored for several hours for no reason, so it was normal for him to be angry. Hoda sighed in his mind and rolled his eyes. He felt as if his brain was going through a storm, trying to figure out a way to make up for it. Before today, Hoda wouldn't mind if Angor was angry. But after going through the dream crystal, he couldn't do anything about it. It was a new world filled with blue water. He couldn't ruin his relationship with the dream mirror because of this. Hoda kept thinking about what he should do. He even considered giving his giant mecha to Angor as a gift. But before he could express his thoughts, Angor spoke again. I'm more interested in the crystal race's opinion on the dream crystal. Hoda looked at Angor and saw a meaningful look in his eyes. Hoda immediately realized that Angor wanted him to make his stance clear. Hoda was definitely on the side of the dream crystal. He wanted to revive Tunida, but it would be better if Tunida could be revived in the dream crystal. Besides, if he could solve the ceremony of wonder, his reputation would reach a whole new level. If he had to choose a side, he would definitely support the dream crystal. However, Hoda couldn't speak for all his people, so he didn't dare to say anything even if he understood Angor's intention. Right when the atmosphere was slightly stiff, the light screen suddenly flashed, and the familiar white model appeared on the light screen. It was the giant city spirit. Don't worry. Regarding the dream crystal, the crystal eye race will stand firmly with the dream mirror. The giant city spirit's voice reached Angor's ears. Obviously, she had been eavesdropping. The giant city spirit was the first to state its position. Hoda sighed in his heart and no longer insisted. He nodded and said, "That's what I think too." Angor remained calm on the surface, but he was actually quite satisfied. Hoda was the prophet of the crystal eye race, while the giant city spirit was the root of the crystal kingdom. Both of them made this decision together, which meant they could represent the entire race. Besides, he was not angry at all. So, he decided to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation. But before Angor could say anything, the giant city spirit on the screen suddenly spoke again. "After we met Avelda, the crystal eye race's stance has been decided. So, just expressing our stance is far from enough to express our apology. Since you don't like the scarlet armor, I can make the decision to exchange it for something else." Angor's first instinct was to refuse the offer. The scarlet armor wasn't useful to him, but it could fetch an astronomical price in the market. Apart from the fact that the armor was useless to him, he also felt that a deal was only a deal. His relationship with the crystal eye race had not reached the point where he needed extra benefits to tie them down. He didn't even want the scarlet armor, let alone something else. However, when the giant city spirit mentioned something else, Angor swallowed his refusal. End of chapter. The spirit of the giant city traded the scarlet armor for the right to acquire a level 4 treasure from the Crystal City Treasury. As the name suggested, the Crystal City Treasury was a collection vault built by the Crystal Eye race. It contained a large number of treasures recognized by the Crystal Eye race. These rare treasures contained all kinds of things. There were books that contained secret knowledge, treasures from various worlds, and even mysterious secret treasures. The treasures in the Crystal City Treasury were divided into 6 levels. The value of the treasures increased according to the number. Level 1 treasures were the least valuable, while level 6 treasures were the best. The spirit of the giant city gave Angor the right to acquire a level 4 treasure. It was still far from the most valuable level 6 treasure, but it was already the highest level of treasure given out in many years. Level 4 treasures were extremely valuable even among the Crystal Eye race. Ordinary people would never see one in their lifetime. Even if the elders of the Elder Council wanted to borrow it, they would have to have great achievements as a prerequisite before they were qualified to write an application. Even if they wrote an application, it was unlikely that it would be approved. Although a level 4 treasure was still far from the best level 6 treasure, it was already the highest level the spirit of the giant city could give out. Angor already learned about the classification system of the Crystal City Treasury from the spirit of the giant city. However, as a non-resident of the Mirror Realm, he did not have a clear idea about the different levels of treasures. Therefore, Angor was about to reject it again. But the spirit of the giant city seemed to have read Angor's mind and said, "Don't be so quick to refuse. There are still many treasures from humans in the Crystal City Treasury." Hoda also added in a small voice, "The Crystal Eye race and humans are 2 different races after all. The best treasures of humans are not necessarily valuable to us. The other's honey, the other's arsenic." In other words, Angor might be able to find the best treasures of humans in the Crystal City Treasury. Hoda continued, "Besides, the Crystal City Treasury doesn't only contain human treasures. There are also many otherworldly treasures collected by us, such as the Book of Stars." After Hoda said this, he closed his mouth. Angor did not realize it at first because he had never heard of the Book of Stars before. At this moment, Laplace suddenly asked, "Is it the Son of the Stars Starry Sky book?" Hoda nodded. "Yes." Laplace frowned and fell into silence. Angor finally realized that he was being too presumptuous. He didn't like scarlet armor, and that was only limited to himself. But now, he wasn't just representing himself. He was also representing the entire Dream Mirror. Apart from himself, the Dream Mirror organization also had Laplace and her 3-hour double. Angor could reject scarlet armor, but there might be other people who liked it. Angor directly rejected Hoda on behalf of himself, but he forgot that there were other people behind him. For example, he didn't even know what the Book of Stars was, so he didn't really care about it. But looking at Laplace, she obviously understood the value of the Book of the Starry Sky. From her expression, it could be seen that she was tempted. He could reject the book, but he couldn't do so on behalf of Laplace. He felt very guilty about it. Previously, when faced with the scarlet armor that Hoda had given him, he should have discussed it with Laplace before making a decision, instead of acting on his own. Maybe I should apologize to Laplace. As he thought about it, Laplace suddenly asked to talk to him in private. Hoda nodded and retreated to the side. Laplace summoned an invisible barrier around herself and Angor. She then gave Angor a meaningful look. Angor quickly created a spirit bond to connect the two of them. As soon as the spirit bond was re-established, he quickly apologized to Laplace with a guilty look on his face. Laplace didn't know how to react. She didn't even say anything. After hearing Angor's explanation, Laplace finally understood what was going on. She chuckled in her mind and shook her head. No need. If I'm interested in scarlet armor, I'll contact you. For example, I'm very interested in this Starry Sky book, so I took the initiative to contact you. She didn't contact Angor before, which meant she didn't care about scarlet armor either. It didn't matter what Angor did. But if Laplace really found something interesting, she would definitely tell Angor about it, just like now. Angor felt a little better after hearing Laplace's explanation. But he also understood that Laplace was his friend, so he didn't mind. But if it was someone else, they might have some other ideas. Most of the time, acting on one's own was considered rude. What's this Tome of Stars? Angor pondered for a moment before asking again. It's a series of books written by a son of stars, Laplace explained. I heard there are 13,000 volumes in total. The contents of each book are different, and they record different types of the starry dome. Son of stars? Starry sky? What's that? Angor didn't know what to say. Son of Stars is the author's pseudonym. No one knows who he really is. But I heard that he came from a special race. Oh, right. The Son of Stars isn't a creature from the mirror realm. He used to be active in the origin world, but he wasn't a human. As for the starry sky. Laplace paused. You can think of it as all knowledge related to the starry sky. Different starry sky forms correspond to different points of knowledge. Oh. Angor nodded. He didn't really understand it, but he guessed it had something to do with the collection of astrological signs. The collection of astrological signs was a very mysterious thing. It was similar to the fate theory of divination. People without talent couldn't understand it even if they studied it for decades. Of course, Angor didn't think he had no talent. But even if he did, it would take more than a few sentences to understand the basics of astrology. Therefore, he maintained his silence at the appropriate time and did not delve deeper into the matter. Instead, he asked, Does Gleipnir want the Book of the Stars? Laplace nodded. Yes. The Book of Stars is like a holy Bible to astrologers. There were 13,000 volumes of the Book of Stars, which seemed like a lot. But these volumes were distributed across almost all general planes. If a single volume was given to an individual, it would be considered a great treasure. As for Gleipnir, as an astrologer, she didn't have a single volume. Because of this, when Hoda threw out the Starry Sky book, Laplace immediately understood that Hoda's bait was a straight hook. The target was Dream Mirror's external spokesperson, Gleipnir. And Gleipnir took the bait. Laplace was frowning because he was communicating with Gleipnir telepathically. When Gleipnir heard about the Book of Stars, she immediately expressed her desire. I must get it. However, it wasn't up to her to decide whether she could get the book or not. After all, she only had one chance to get the treasure. If Gleipnir got the book, no one else would have the chance to choose. That was why Laplace wanted to discuss this with Angor. Angor didn't hesitate. It's fine. I'll give it to Gleipnir this time. It was a way to make up for his previous regret. Besides, Gleipnir was the one who stood in the limelight during this time. The development of the dream crystal was thanks to Gleipnir. Of course, Angor was willing to help Gleipnir in this regard. Since Angor agreed, Laplace did not refuse. Most of the time, friendships were built on the basis of debt. The more he cared about it, the further he would push Gleipnir away. It's a deal, then. After confirming the situation, Laplace removed the barrier. How did your discussion go? Hoda sensed it as soon as the barrier disappeared. He controlled the spider shell to walk forward and ask. He didn't say anything. Instead, he let Laplace decide. How many copies of the Book of Stars do you have? Laplace asked. Only one, Hoda replied. Laplace was a little disappointed, but he didn't have to worry about the distribution of the Book of Stars. Laplace continued, what grade of treasure is the Book of the Starry Sky? When Hoda heard Laplace's question, he immediately knew that it was a success. At the same time, Hoda sighed in relief. A success meant that the problem between them was resolved. However, Hoda didn't know that there was no such thing. The Book of Stars is a level 4 treasure, Hoda answered calmly. A level 4 treasure meant that they could choose one right away. Are you going to choose the Book of Stars? At this moment, the giant city spirit, who had been silent all this while, asked, if so, I can directly send the Starry Sky book over. As the spirit of Crystal City, the spirit of the giant city could easily send the book over from the treasure vault. Laplace glanced at the spirit but didn't make a decision right away. Can we go to the treasure vault? Laplace still preferred the Book of Stars. However, having the spirit of the giant city send the book over might be convenient, but it would also reduce his knowledge. If he could directly go to the Crystal City's treasure vault to take a look, this trip would not have been in vain. At the same time, he could also broaden his horizons. Of course, the spirit of the giant city said. After that, the giant city spirit on the crystal cluster light screen slowly shifted its gaze to Hoda. Hoda understood and stepped forward. I'll take you to the treasure vault now. Angor was a bit taken aback. Angor was a little surprised. So fast? Angor looked at Hoda. There's no need to rush. We can talk about the undead crystals and dream crystals first. It's fine. We can talk while we walk, Hoda said. Hoda was being so proactive because he didn't want them to change their minds. If he could solve the problem between them as soon as possible, he would do it as soon as possible. Since Hoda and Laplace didn't object, Angor had no choice but to go along. He was planning to talk to Hoda about what they thought of the dream crystals on their way to the treasure vault. As Hoda said, we can talk while we walk. However, they didn't even have time to walk. Hoda brought them in front of the crystal screen, and the giant city spirit drew a familiar hexagram symbol on the crystal screen. Lightning flashed. They were teleported away. When Angor regained his footing, he heard Hoda's voice. We're here. That's the treasure vault of Crystal City, the Museum of Rare Treasures. Angor opened his eyes and saw that they were inside a giant ice cave. There were rows upon rows of crystal buildings in the cave. At this moment, they were at the top of an uninhabited tall building. Not far below them was an extremely resplendent crystal palace. People were coming and going in front of the palace. Not only were there members of the Crystal Eye race, but there were also people from other races. Based on the ratio of their numbers, the majority of them were foreigners. Is that the treasure vault of Crystal City? Angor was a little confused. Shouldn't a treasure vault be a forbidden area? Even if it wasn't a private area, it should at least be a forbidden area. Why did this place look like a museum with people coming and going? Wait, a museum? Angor suddenly remembered that Hoda mentioned something about this place. Museum of Rare Treasures? Angor looked back. Hoda and Laplace were nearby, but the spirit of the giant city wasn't here. Museum of Rare Treasures? Angor looked around. Isn't this a treasure vault? The treasure vault of Crystal City is called Museum of Rare Treasures, Hoda explained. That's not the name. What I want to know is the treasury in Crystal City open to outsiders? Hoda seemed to know what Angor was thinking. The Museum of Rare Treasures isn't completely open to the public. It's only open to a limited number of people. Those who are allowed to come here are all invited by the leaders of their races. In other words, only the core members of each race were allowed to visit the Museum of Rare Treasures. Also, the Museum of Rare Treasures isn't open to outsiders. Only treasures below level 3 are shown to outsiders. Also, only the outer parts are shown here. If there's knowledge or books involved, the inner pages won't be shown. Treasures below level 4 are kept in the secret vault. Even crystal-like clansmen can't enter them without permission. Angor nodded in understanding. It was understandable if they were only showing level 3 treasures. This was similar to showing off the crystal-like clansman's wealth in front of other races. "I'll take you inside," Hoda said. "But please wait for a moment." Hoda took out a crystal shell from his pocket and patted it on his chest. The giant crystal shell that had disappeared earlier once again shrouded Hoda's body. Angor wasn't surprised. Hoda was the crystal-like clansman's prophet after all. Hoda had to be prepared when he was outside, especially in a place like the Museum of Rare Treasures where outsiders gathered. Hoda returned to his giant form and asked everyone to follow him. Hoda jumped down from the tall building and flew toward the Crystal Palace, the Museum of Rare Treasures. Both Angor and Laplace quickly followed them. The Rare Treasures Museum was an invitation-only place. All visitors had to submit a special crystal invitation letter, which would be checked by the guards. Only after the letter was confirmed to be valid could they enter the museum. Remember, qualified did not mean guaranteed entry. The Rare Treasures Museum also had a strict rule: only 50 people could enter at a time. If there were more than 50 people in the museum, the rest of the visitors would have to wait in line outside until the number of people inside dropped below 50. Only then would they be allowed to enter. The explanation given to the public for this strict restriction on the number of visitors was that it was to allow all the visitors to have a more tranquil viewing environment. However, anyone who came to the Rare Treasures Museum knew that this was not the real reason. The Rare Treasures Museum took up too much space. There were more than 50 large collections in the city. Throwing 50 people inside was like throwing a few stones into an ocean. It would not cause any ripples. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more people inside, the museum would still be peaceful. So, what's the real reason? Angor looked at the giant crystal shell who was walking at the front of the group. The giant crystal shell was none other than Yoda. Hoda took the lead and led them to the entrance of the Rare Treasures Museum. As they walked, he explained the rules of the museum. He spoke as if he was also a visitor. Hoda paused for a moment and said softly, "Because the giant city spirit has only set up 50 clones here." Angor? Giant city spirit? Avatars? Hoda shrugged and did not explain further. They were now at the entrance of the Rare Treasures Museum, and there were many people around them. There were people waiting in line to enter the museum, as well as rows of crystal eye guards on patrol. Hoda's words would definitely attract attention, so he had to keep quiet for now. However, even if Hoda did not say anything, people were already looking at him curiously. Hoda led Angor and Laplace straight to the entrance of the Rare Treasures Museum. Everyone else was lining up, yet Hoda had swaggered in. It would be strange if this didn't attract attention. Their journey was smooth and no one stopped them. It was obvious that the crystal eye guards here recognized Hoda. On the contrary, the people in the queue began to complain that it was unfair. Fortunately, the guard revealed Hoda's identity. After learning that the one in the giant crystal shell was the only prophet of the Crystal Eye clan, the crowd gradually stopped shouting. On the other side, Hoda led Angor and Laplace to the main hall of the museum. Hoda finally responded to Angor's question in the quiet hallway. The giant city spirit has set up 50 clones in the museum, and each of them will monitor one person who enters. Angor was enlightened by what he heard. It turned out that it was not the Rare Treasures Museum that had an upper limit, but the number of clones of the giant city spirit was limited. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand the reason. After all, there were a lot of precious collections in the Rare Treasures Museum, so they needed to be on high alert. It was understandable for the giant city spirit to use a split spirit to monitor every single person who entered. In a way, this is like a one-on-one tour guide. Hoda shook his head. No, the giant city spirit is only watching from the shadows. It won't show itself. When Hoda said this, they walked out of the corridor and arrived at the main hall. Not far from them, someone was sightseeing. The person saw them from afar, nodded at them with a smile, and continued to wander around the hall. He was indeed alone. There was no tour guide beside him. Judging from the way the person was strolling, he seemed to be enjoying himself. At least on the surface, the visitors here were more relaxed than the other museums Angkor visited. The hall was large, there were many exhibits, and there were only a few people around. How could they not enjoy themselves? Of course, the visitors here all knew that someone was watching them from the shadows. But as long as the person didn't show up, they wouldn't be affected. This is the main hall, and also hall number 1, Hoda said as he began to introduce the hall. The hall number 1 and hall number 2 treasures were displayed. The hall number 3 treasures were displayed in the Hall of Premium. The Rare Treasures Museum had a total of 60 halls and 9 halls of premium. The lower the number of halls, the more valuable the items on display were. Hall number 1 was the first hall in the museum, and all the treasures here were level 1. While Hoda explained, Angkor also checked their surroundings. From the outside, the museum looked like a luxurious crystal palace. Inside, the decorations were almost the same as outside. There were lace, carvings, and mottled colored windows everywhere. Everything was so beautiful that it looked like a sacred hall bathed in holy light. However, although the holy church in the real world was gorgeous, it was solemn because of the faith and atmosphere. But here, there were no statues of gods, and there was no faith. There were only exhibits placed in glass cabinets. The degree of silence was similar to the holy church, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed and comfortable. At least, Angkor liked the environment here. Even his long-lost hobby of being a collector was starting to kick in. If only I could use the dream whelk to pull this place into the dream crystal, Angkor said to Laplace through the spirit bond. Hearing the sound transmission from the other side of the spirit bond, Laplace was stunned for a moment and frowned. Angkor's words reminded her of some unpleasant memories. Dream Wasteland, Beginning City. It was a strange city with all kinds of architectural styles mixed together. Between the crisscrossing paths, one could only feel dazzled, derogatory dazzling. When he thought of this, Laplace felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Let's not." Although the architectural style of the crystal eye race looks very similar to the dream crystal plane, ice crystals and crystals are different. Moreover, there are many races that come to the Rare Treasure Museum. Once they see the exact same museum in the dream crystal, they will definitely have their guesses. It's better to develop the dream crystal step by step. Leave the construction of the city to the races. Angkor glanced at Laplace with a surprised look. Although Laplace would occasionally speak at length, he usually spoke slowly and in a flat tone. Why did he speak so quickly today? Why did he speak so quickly and with such a sense of urgency? Angkor didn't think too much about it. You're right. I know it's better to develop the dream crystal step by step. I just like this building. It'll be great if I can bring it to the dream wasteland. If it's the dream wilderness, it shouldn't be a problem to place this building. Unfortunately, the dream whelk could only pull the building into the dream wasteland, not the dream wasteland. Angkor shook his head in disappointment. Laplace sighed in relief in her mind. But when she imagined the Rare Treasures Museum in Foundation City, she felt her eyebrows twitching again. Of course, Laplace wouldn't mind if the museum was dragged into the dream wasteland, but Angkor's teacher would definitely scold him for it. Laplace heard that John was trying his best to modify the city's layout in order to make up for Angkor's collector's addiction. But it didn't seem to be working so well. Occasionally, wizards from Brute Cavern would travel to Foundation City from the new city using airships. Wizards who visited Beginning City all shook their heads and sighed when they saw the city's layout. Luckily, the dream whelk couldn't pull a building from another world. To prevent Angkor's collector's addiction from spreading any further, Laplace began to shift Angkor's attention from the building to the exhibits. She took the initiative to talk about the exhibits. Angkor didn't mind. He did get collector's addiction from time to time, but it wasn't a hobby. Besides, he didn't have any external stimuli. Even if Laplace didn't try to change the topic, Angkor was already looking at the exhibits. They had followed Hoda through 6 exhibition halls, all of which were ordinary ones. Angkor didn't check each exhibit in detail, but he had a general idea about the classification of Level 1 and Level 2 treasures. Level 1 treasures could be sold to the public. In other words, everything on the display booklet was a Level 1 treasure. For example, there were crystal shells for sale in the display booklet: red cinnabar, green spirit, sapphire, wind crystal, rock crystal, and so on. Of course, the crystal shells displayed in the treasure museum had to be of the best quality. For example, Angkor saw a wind crystal in one of the exhibition halls not long ago. There was only one wind crystal in the entire exhibition hall. It was as big as a cloud and floated above the exhibition hall. It was surrounded by green whirlwinds. Everyone who entered the exhibition hall could clearly feel the power of the wind around them. Even if an ordinary person entered, they would be able to fly freely in the exhibition hall with the power of the wind. According to the introduction on the display board, there was only one wind crystal of such a high quality, even in the Crystal Eye clan. Hoda was quite proud of this wind crystal. It was only a level 1 treasure, but the fact that it occupied an entire exhibition hall showed how important it was. In terms of price, even the best level 2 treasures couldn't compare with this wind crystal. Angkor also saw quite a few level 2 treasures in the exhibition halls. Compared to level 1 treasures, level 2 treasures were obviously more valuable. Level 2 treasures were not for sale to the public. At most, they would be given to the higher-ups of various races. Take crystal shells as an example. For example, the vacuum membrane and teleportation crystal clusters he learned from Quintera were both level 2 treasures. These crystal shells were not on display in the booklet. Most races had never even heard of them. Only a small number of higher-ups knew about them and had the right to purchase them. The 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom was one of them. Of course, level 1 and level 2 treasures were not limited to crystal shells. There were also many other treasures, including those belonging to humans. For example, Angkor saw a level 2 treasure book called Griffin's Travels at Wild Lake in an ordinary exhibition hall. The book recorded the travels of a human wizard named Griffin, who lived in a very dangerous place called Wild Lake. It was just a travel book, but it contained many survival tips recorded by Griffin. There were even 3 spells recorded in the book. The 3 spells were Wander of Wild Lake, Featherfall of Wild Lake, and Griffin's Summon. Wander of Wild Lake and Featherfall of Wild Lake were cantrips. Angkor did not know the details, but he guessed that they were modified versions of Wander and Featherfall. Wander was a level 1 cantrip. After casting the spell, one could walk on water or other non-special liquid without falling down. Featherfall was a level 1 cantrip. After casting the spell, one's body would become as light as a feather. Falling from a great height would not cause any damage, and one could glide with the help of the wind. The first 2 cantrips recorded by Griffin were probably the advanced versions of Wander and Featherfall. Or rather, the modified versions of Wild Lake. However, he did not know what Desolate Lake was. According to the description in the travel book, it was a special and extremely dangerous energy lake. Because he wasn't familiar with the Desolate Lake, he didn't know what changes there were in the Desolate Lake version of the Wander spell and the Featherfall spell. Apart from the 2 cantrips, the travel book also recorded a spell that could only be used by wizards, Griffin's Summon. Angkor read about this spell in the Cloud Library. It was a summoner spell, not a new one. All in all, the travel book was not bad. Not only did it introduce the special Wild Lake, but it also recorded the cantrip and spell training. It might not be worth much to Angkor, but it was a priceless treasure to independent wizards. After all, to record a spell, not only did it require a strong foundation of knowledge, but it also required the support of an entire system. If an independent summoner obtained this travel book, he or she would not only learn the Griffin Summon spell, but also the entire system behind it. Angkor believed that a level 2 treasure was underestimated. But it was normal. Different environments would have different values. In the wizarding world, such a treasure would be priceless. But in the mirror realm, a level 2 treasure was already a high evaluation from the Crystal Eye race. Hoda continued to lead the way. They seemed to be wandering around the exhibition halls, but in fact, they were recording the auras of different halls. To enter the level 4 treasure area, you need to touch the auras of different halls. You can think of them as the password to enter the level 4 treasure area. Hoda explained while leading the way, the password is different every day, and so are the auras you need to touch. We've already touched the auras of 6 different halls. Now, we only need the aura of Fine Hall 66 to enter the level 4 treasure area. When Hoda said this, he had already walked to a teleportation array on the side. The halls here were all connected, but to touch the auras of specific halls, they had to go through them one by one. Angor and Laplace followed Hoda to the teleportation array without any hesitation. There was a flash of lightning, followed by a familiar sense of weightlessness. About 2 seconds later, they landed on the ground. They looked up and saw Hall 66 right in front of them. End of chapter. Every exhibition hall in the Rare Treasures Museum would have a unique nameplate. The nameplates were mainly numbers that indicated the number of the hall. Even though they were only numbers, the designers of the crystal eye race still put a lot of thought into the design. Angor noticed that the nameplates in front of each pavilion were all different. Some looked like neon signs hanging at the entrance of a shop, some looked like temporary bulletin boards erected near the exhibition hall, and some looked like street signs that were stuck in front of the exhibition hall like pins. However, none of the nameplates he saw so far were as special as Exhibition Hall 66. It was no longer a nameplate, but an aquarium. The entire Pavilion 66 was a huge aquarium. The aquarium was filled with an unknown, light blue liquid, which contained a large number of aquatic creatures. Near the entrance, there was a group of jellyfish. Hundreds of jellyfish formed the number 66. The number was alive. The jellyfish were moving all the time, but no matter how they moved, they would always form the number 66. The only difference was the font. If Angor didn't know that every exhibition hall had a numbered nameplate, he would have a hard time believing that these jellyfish belonged to Exhibition Hall 66. They were so lively and unique. What's wrong? Is it strange to see an aquarium here? Hoda asked. Angor shook his head. There was no real ocean in the mirror realm, so it was strange to see these sea creatures. However, Angor was only surprised by the creatures of the mirror realm. He was used to seeing sea creatures all the time. What surprised him was this fantastical and magnificent nameplate. A nameplate? Hoda was surprised. That's a strange point. Pausing for a moment, Hoda explained, unlike the nameplates of the ordinary pavilions, each of the nameplates of the premium pavilions has its own theme. Also, they were all designed by Ms. Honda, a great designer of the crystal eye race. Every fine art exhibition hall has a theme? Hoda nodded. The theme of Exhibition Hall 66 is the ocean. That's why Lady Handa designed such a special nameplate. Hoda looked at the nameplates carefully. Come to think of it, I didn't pay much attention to them before. Now that I take a closer look, there is something special about them. As expected of Lady Handa. Hoda sighed. Speaking of which, this Rare Treasures Museum was designed by Lady Handa as well. Angor was surprised. Oh, Lady Handa designed the Rare Treasures Museum as well? Yes. Hoda nodded. Angor's eyes flickered. The exterior design of the Rare Treasures Museum was already impressive, but the interior design was even more so. Even the small details such as the nameplate were exquisite. Angor's collector's addiction, which he tried to suppress, rose up again. He really wanted to use the dream whelp to pull the Rare Treasures Museum into the dream crystal. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Angor sighed. Angor sighed. There was no way he could drag the monster into his dream crystal. The dream crystal was still in its primitive development phase. This was the best time to build up popularity and trust. Angor tried not to make any exceptions in the dream crystal to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hoda didn't notice the change in Angor's expression. He continued, Lady Honda is indeed a genius designer. Many of the details of Crystal City's design were based on her books. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time. Angor was surprised. Born at the wrong time? What do you mean? Hoda explained, when she was alive, she wasn't as famous as she should be. She was only a designer with a small reputation. When she built the Rare Treasures Museum, she was criticized for being too extravagant and superficial. But after her untimely death, a series of books about her designs were published, which created the unique multi-ring school of design. That was how the museum became popular. Because of this, Lady Handa earned the title of Great Designer. Unfortunately, no matter how great her reputation was, it didn't mean much after Lady Handa's death. Hoda sounded a little emotional as he told the story. However, Angor's attention wasn't attracted by the story. Instead, he was focused on the word untimely death. Untimely death meant she was dead. According to the tradition of the Crystal Eye race, dead crystal eyes would turn into crystallized corpses and become one with the crystal city. If that was the case, did it mean that this genius designer could still be saved? Just like Evelyn, as long as he was pulled into the dream crystal, he would be revived. Angor's eyes brightened up at the thought. He really liked the interior and exterior design of the Rare Treasure Exhibition Hall, but he couldn't move the Rare Treasure Exhibition Hall into the dream crystal. But now, he could pull the designer who designed the Rare Treasure Exhibition Hall into the dream crystal. Wasn't this basically solving his collector's addiction? He could only pull one building into the Rare Treasures Museum. But if he could pull Lady Handa into the dream crystal, it would be like pulling an entire city into the dream crystal. Or even more than one city. However, there was one thing he needed to do. Lady Handa's crystallized corpse was still there. Angor cleared his throat and followed Hoda's words. Dying young and becoming famous after death is indeed the biggest regret of all. There are many similar examples in the human world. For example, there was a painter in my hometown. His paintings were worthless when he was alive, and he lived a poor life. It wasn't until he died that his paintings became famous and became his own genre, which was sought after by all royals and nobles. Lady Handa was the same. As Prophet Hoda said, she was born at the wrong time. Angor pretended to sigh in sorrow. Hoda also got into the mood at the right time. He was ready to express his grief and opinion. However, before Hoda could adjust his expression, Angor changed the topic. But you can throw the phrase born at the wrong time into the dustbin of history. Hoda? Angor looked at Hoda with a smile. Prophet, did you forget about the dream crystal? As long as there is a dream crystal, an existence like Lady Handa can be revived in the dream crystal. I think that if Madame Handa comes back to life and finds out that she was given the title of Great Designer after her death, she will probably be relieved. Hoda finally realized what Angor was talking about. Yes, with the dream crystal, even dead geniuses like Lady Handa could come back to life. Being born at the wrong time was a thing of the past. Angor looked at Hoda and pretended to ask casually, by the way, Lady Handa's crystallized corpse is still there, right? Hoda nodded. Of course. Under the effect of the ritual of wonder, the crystallized corpse is almost indestructible. Even if it's built into a city wall, it'll still be in its original state. Angor finally smiled. Since Lady Handa's crystallized corpse isn't damaged, we can send her into the dream crystal later. Later? Hoda was surprised. You mean, today? Angor nodded. Isn't this a little too hasty? Hoda asked out of instinct. If you want to recruit talents, there are still many deceased crystal eye race geniuses. Today is just an experiment. It doesn't matter if we recruit talents or not. Besides, as you can see, the dream crystal is still in its exploration phase. At this time, we need a good designer to give us some guidance. Hoda thought about what he saw in the dream crystal. So far, he only saw Rabbit Town, which was a gathering place. In terms of the buildings in Rabbit Town, there was a huge problem. The Rabbit Town building had its own unique features, and its interior design was also very innovative. However, it was too homogeneous and lacked many supporting facilities. As a designer, Lady Handa was also very knowledgeable about architecture. She would be able to use her talents in the dream crystal. However, Hoda still believed that reviving Lady Handa should be a lower priority. However, Angor's words made him change his mind. As it happens, the surface crystal is building a new Rabbit Town. If Lady Handa goes to design it, with her talents, the buildings she designed will leave a deep impression on the future generations. Hoda asked, a latecomer? Angor nodded. Yes, future generations. In the future, when all races enter the dream crystal, Rabbit Town will be their first choice. When they see the new Rabbit Town, they will praise the talents of the Crystal Eye race's designer. All races, praise the Crystal Eye race. The more Hoda listened, the more satisfied he was. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Sir, you are right. We should indeed let Lady Handa enter the dream crystal plane first. For the Crystal Eye race? No, for the various races in the White Sun Mirror region, we should design a small outpost town. In the future, they will leave from this small outpost town and go to the depths of the dream crystal plane to explore. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll contact the city spirit and have her retrieve Lady Handa's corpse. With that, Hoda hurried to the side. It seemed that Lady Handa was going to contact the city spirit. Angor and Laplace stood at the entrance of Pavilion 66 and waited in silence. While waiting, Laplace asked Angor through their spirit bond, "You want Lady Handa to build a museum in the Dream Crystal? I have an idea. But it'll be better if we can build something more beautiful than the Rare Treasures Museum." Laplace glanced at Angor and shook her head. She already knew what Angor was thinking after listening to the conversation between Hoda and Angor. As expected, this guy still wanted to build a museum. However, Laplace didn't mind. It looked like they were reviving talents for the Crystal Eye race, but these talents couldn't be sent to the real world. When they realized this, it would be the time for them to completely return to the Heart's Dream Crystal. The more such talents, the better. Not long after, Hoda returned. There was a faint smile in his cloudy eyes. It was obvious that the giant city spirit had brought good news. As expected, Hoda said, "I've contacted Lady Handa's family. They agreed to the revival plan. Giant City Spirit has also obtained Lady Handa's sacred corpse crystal. When we return, we will hand it over to you." Angor was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. "All right. Shall we continue? We've been waiting at the entrance of Pavilion 66 for a long time." Hoda stepped forward and led the way. "This way, please." They were already at the entrance of Pavilion 66, but there was still a long way to go before they could truly enter the building. The path was similar to an aquarium's underwater tunnel, which was surrounded by crystal glass. Behind the glass was a sea of blue liquid and all kinds of aquatic creatures. Walking through the tunnel made them feel like they were at the bottom of the sea. About half a minute later, they reached the real area of the pavilion. The theme of Pavilion 66 was the ocean. The decorations here didn't differ much from the previous pavilions. However, there were some small details such as seashells on the railings, light blue water lamps above their heads, and mermaids holding candles on the wall, which made the interior of the pavilion feel like an ocean. Angor glanced around and estimated that there were about 100 display cabinets in the hall. However, the most eye-catching one was the giant jellyfish floating in the air at the center of the display cabinets. The jellyfish looked like a living creature. Its tentacles were waving in the wind, and its translucent body was shining brightly. "That's a jellyfish," Hoda said when he saw Angor staring at the jellyfish. Angor didn't know what to say. "I know it's a jellyfish." "Jellyfish isn't the name of the creature. It's the name of the crystal shell." "Crystal shell? That's a crystal shell?" Angor took a closer look and noticed that the jellyfish wasn't emitting any aura of a living creature. Its translucent skin was indeed shining like a crystal. It really was a jellyfish's crystal shell. Angor remembered the description in the booklet: jellyfish, light blue crystal shell. Highly malleable and moldable. 1,800 crystals per shell. Jellyfish. In terms of the level of the crystal shell, jellyfish belonged to the middle and lower level. According to the Rare Treasures Museum's classification, the jellyfish was only a level 1 treasure. But this was Pavilion 66, a fine exhibition hall. Level 3 treasures were displayed here. Why did they put the jellyfish here? Of course, Angor believed that there must be a reason behind this arrangement. Maybe this jellyfish was the same as the wind crystal he saw earlier. Angor asked his question. Hoda shook his head. "No. The jellyfish in Pavilion 66 is different from the wind crystal we saw earlier. The wind crystal in the exhibition hall was huge and had excellent effects. But if you think about it carefully, it's still the same effect as the wind crystal. You can only say that the quality of the jellyfish is rare. But the jellyfish here is different. Its crystal shell is different from ordinary jellyfish. It's a special kind of shell." End of chapter. Angor's eyes lit up when he learned that the jellyfish had a specialized crystal shell. He was familiar with the term specialized crystal shell. He already heard about this kind of crystal shell from Quintera. It could be understood that although it was the same kind of crystal shell and its essence was the same, due to the interference of certain external factors, there would be obvious differences in the final effect that was presented. It was like, an orange in Huainan was an orange, while an orange in Huaibei was an orange. Here was an example. Rock crystal cluster, flaxen crystal shell. strong defensive power. 5,000 crystals per unit. This was the description of a regular rock crystal cluster, which only had defensive power. However, if it was specialized, it would become a new type of rock crystal cluster, sharpness specialization, flaxen-colored crystal shell. Possesses strong defensive power. Especially when facing sharpness-type attacks, the defensive effect will be doubled. 1C costs 6,000 crystals. Rock crystal cluster, teleportation specialization, flaxen crystal shell. After use, the user will enter a stiff state. While in the stiff state, the user will not be able to move. However, it can provide extremely strong spatial protection. The user will be able to remain unharmed during mid-long distance spatial teleportation. Rock crystal cluster, elemental specialization. Double defensive power against elemental attacks. These were the different specialization effects of rock crystal clusters. Of course, there were more than just these three. There were also blunt weapon specialization, spirit specialization, mana specialization, and so on. The overall effect of these rock crystal clusters was related to defense. However, different specializations would lead to different types of defense. For this reason, the prices of these rock crystal clusters varied greatly. A normal rock crystal cluster could be considered a level 1 treasure. However, if it was a rock crystal cluster that was specialized for teleportation, it would be no problem to raise the treasure level to level 2. Similarly, if a regular jellyfish could be considered a level 1 treasure, some of the rarer specializations could also be level 3 treasures. With this in mind, Angor glanced at the giant jellyfish not far away. The jellyfish's basic properties were strong ductility and plasticity. Since it was a specialized species, it must have ductility and plasticity as well. Angor wondered which specialization it would get. It wasn't hard to find out the specific specialization. Every item in the Rare Treasures Museum had a corresponding introduction. He already saw the crystal sign right below the jellyfish. He walked in the direction of the sign, and soon arrived in front of it, which was also right below the huge jellyfish. Looking up from here, one could feel the enormous size of the jellyfish, especially the area directly below it. It was as if there was a terrifying mountain above it that could collapse at any time. Even Angor could not avoid the pressure from the giant creature. Shaking his head, he shook off the inexplicable thoughts in his mind. He turned his attention to the vertical sign. There were many words on the sign, introducing the situation of the jellyfish above. However, he couldn't understand the language of the crystal eye race. But it did not matter. He looked down and found a special pattern at the bottom of the sign. The outer closed loop of this pattern was circular, with a triangular pyramid in the middle, and in the middle of the pyramid was a single eye. The meaning of this rune was the Eye of Spirit. Every sign in the Rare Treasures exhibition hall had the image of the spiritual eye on it. You could think of it as a spirit sensor node, which stored information about the corresponding item. By using spirit vision to observe the pattern, one could receive feedback and learn the specific information about the item. The feedback was not shown in words, but in spirit vision, which made it easier for visitors who could not read the crystal eye race's language. Angor was familiar with this. He skillfully used his spirit vision and looked at the single eye in the pattern. The eye glowed faintly, and a large amount of information was displayed in his spirit vision. Jellyfish, microscopic specialization, light blue crystal shell. Highly malleable, highly plastic, and can be manipulated in the microscopic world. According to the description, Angor had a general idea of what the jellyfish could do. The specialization of the jellyfish was more of a plasticity specialization. It could also perform highly efficient transformations in the microscopic world. To put it bluntly, the jellyfish could perform unhindered transformations in the microscopic world. Hoda came over and pointed at the giant jellyfish in the air. It looks like a jellyfish now, but if you use your spirit power to look inside, you'll see many microscopic worlds. Hoda looked at Angor. If you're curious, sir, you can take a look. Angor followed Hoda's instructions and spread his spirit power outward. He randomly chose a tentacle hanging down from the jellyfish as his target. At first, Angor did not notice anything wrong with the tentacle. But as he continued to observe, the inconspicuous marks on the tentacle's surface were also enlarged. Soon, he saw the land, the sea, the mountains, and the ravine, these tiny worlds were displayed on the small piece of skin on the tentacle. And this was not the end of the world. He kept using his spirit feelers and focused on the gully. As he got closer, he saw a sea of blood below. There was a small boat floating on the sea. Angor continued to observe. As the boat grew bigger, he saw a crystal plate on the boat, which contained a city. Angor moved closer to the empty city. There was a fountain at the center of the city and an ocean. He saw the crystal palace at the bottom of the sea. Angor kept going. He could not get any closer. However, this was not the limit of the jellyfish's microscopic specialization. It was the limit of his spirit power. His spirit power was already at its limit. If he went any closer, his spirit power would be torn apart on the spot. Even so, he was still able to see a terrifying microscopic world. Or rather, a microscopic world in the microscopic world. Although there were no creatures in the microscopic world, and it was just a dazzling technique of jellyfish, microscopic specialization, it was still possible to feel the terrifying potential of the crystal shell that had been specialized in the microscopic direction. As expected of a special crystal shell that could be rated as a level 3 treasure. If he could use this kind of shell in alchemy, it would be very useful. Especially for someone who was an enchantment expert. How many magic arrays could he add on to a crystal shell made from microscopic materials? Of course, Angor was only thinking about it. Even if the shell could be used for alchemy, he could not enchant it in the microscopic world. It was the shell of the jellyfish, not the writing area of Angor's hand. Once he could enchant something in the microscopic world, it wouldn't matter whether he used jellyfish crystal shell or not. Still, Angor paid more attention to the jellyfish, microscopic specialization. If the crystal eye race was willing to sell, he would not mind buying some for research. Sell? Hoda was curious. You want to buy jellyfish, mister? Angor nodded. I'm curious. I want to see if I can use it in alchemy. Hoda remained silent for a moment. If you want to buy a level 3 treasure trove, you'll need the agreement of the Council of Elders. However, if you use the level 4 treasure trove, we can let you choose 3 level 3 treasures. Angor shook his head without hesitation. Rare treasures like this would only work in the upper levels. There was no way they would work in the lower levels. Besides, Angor already promised Laplace that he would get the Book of Stars. He could not change his mind now. Seeing this, Hoda could only say, then I'll discuss it with everyone in the Council of Elders. If the Council of Elders agrees, I'll inform Mr. Angor nodded and did not know what to say. Angor walked around Gallery 66 again. Although the theme was ocean, most of the items here had nothing to do with the ocean. Even the jellyfish shell only had the name and appearance that were related to the ocean. Its effect had nothing to do with the ocean. There were many other items like jellyfish that had nothing to do with the ocean. For example, there was a mirror in a display cabinet not far from him. It was emitting an elegant fragrance. Angor had no idea what this mirror had to do with the ocean before reading the description. But when he read the description, he finally understood why the mirror was related to the ocean. According to the description, the fragrant mirror was called Thousand Wood. It came from the forest of 10,000 roaming, which was a treasure of the scent seekers. No one knew how it ended up in the hands of the crystal eye race. It was called Thousand Wood because the space inside the mirror was a land full of vitality. A large number of strange incense trees were planted on this land. These incense trees had joined together to form a forest. That was how the Thousand Wood got its name. For other races, the Thousand Wood mirror was not very useful. But to the fragrance-seeking tribe, it was a treasure. With the Thousand Wood mirror, they could use the different incense trees inside to create fragrant powders with different effects. Through the perfume powder, it could also give the fragrance-seeking tribe a powerful force. For this reason, the Thousand Wood mirror was an absolute treasure to the scent seekers. As for why it was placed in an ocean pavilion, it was because the incense trees that grew into a forest were also called Forest of Trees by the scent seekers. Forest of Trees? Can't it be an ocean? Hoda asked. Angor did not know what to say. Forest of Trees could be an ocean, but not a real ocean. Angor only thought about it in his mind. He smiled and did not comment on it. Of course, the items here were not only borderline ocean items. Many of them were actually related to the ocean. The most surprising one was a level 2 treasure, which was a book that recorded the secret condensation spell Summon Seawater. The secret condensation spell was a secret spell unique to the mirror realm. It was based on the ability to gather energy. Summon Seawater was a secret spell that could only be used by the mirror realm creatures. After learning the spell, one could summon real seawater from another world. Angor did not understand what it meant when he first heard about it. What was the value of summoning seawater? After thinking about it for a while, he got a general idea. As the old saying went, the enemy's honey was the enemy's arsenic. There was no ocean in the White Sun mirror realm. Even in the mirror space, there was rarely an ocean. Therefore, seawater was a scarce resource here. Once something became scarce, it would become extremely valuable. For example, if one could continuously summon seawater in the mirror realm, one might be able to create an artificial mirror with an ocean ecosystem. With an ocean, one would be able to raise some valuable marine resources. It could even attract some unlucky marine creatures who fell into the mirror realm. Therefore, even though the summoned seawater looked ordinary, it was of great strategic value to the living beings of the mirror realm. After going through Pavilion 66, Angor slowly gained a better understanding of level 3 treasures. There was indeed a fundamental difference between a level 3 treasure and a level 1 or level 2 treasure. Some of them had outstanding effects, such as the jellyfish microscopic specialization. Or they were meant for certain races, such as the myriad trees. Unfortunately, Angor did not see anything related to humans in Pavilion 66. They stayed in Pavilion 66 for about 10 minutes. This was probably the one they spent the most time in. The reason why they stayed for so long was not only because the level 3 treasure attracted them, but also because they could not help but stop and look at it. They wanted to get some of the aura of Pavilion 66. To enter a level 4 treasure area, one had to go through several pavilions and absorb the aura of different pavilions. However, that was still not enough to enter a level 4 treasure area. There are also requirements for measuring the aura of certain pavilions, Hoda said, and today's requirement is to absorb enough ocean aura. In other words, to enter a level 4 treasure area, they had to go through different pavilions and stay in a pavilion with ocean aura long enough to absorb the aura. For this reason, they had to stay in Pavilion 66 for 10 minutes to absorb the aura of the ocean. It took a long time, but the items in Pavilion 66 were worth their time. Both Angor and Laplace did not feel bored. When the 10 minutes were up, Hoda led them to one side of the pavilion. At the corner of the aquatic corridor, they saw a familiar hexagram array. Now, it was time to teleport. If nothing went wrong, they would be teleported to a level 4 treasure area next time. What was the difference between a level 4 treasure area and the other pavilions? With this question in mind, Angor slowly closed his eyes. The hexagram array began to flicker with electric sparks. Along with the sparks, everyone felt weightless. After a short moment of disorientation, Angor finally felt something solid under his feet. He opened his eyes again. End of chapter. However, it didn't make any difference whether he closed his eyes or opened them. Everything around him was pitch black. He tried to look at his hands, but they were still enveloped by absolute darkness. He could not see anything. From this, it could be seen that the surrounding darkness was the kind of pure darkness that could devour all light. Since his eyes couldn't see anything, Angor switched to using his spirit power. However, when he used his mental power to scan his surroundings, all he could see was nothingness. It was as if they were currently in a boundless dark void. When he used his spirit power to look down, he saw the smooth black and white marble floor tiles. It was also these floor tiles that seemed to be telling him that he was now standing on solid ground. Angor couldn't see anything clearly, but he wasn't too worried. First of all, this kind of darkness could only devour faint light at most, but if it was a strong light, such as the light spell, it could still dispel some of the darkness. He did not use the light spell now, purely out of respect for Hoda. Second of all, the darkness was darkness, but it did not affect the spirit bond. At this moment, Laplace was still talking in the spirit bond. What a big deal. Laplace's voice came from the other side of the bond. What big deal? Angor asked out of instinct. Laplace paused for a moment and spoke in a meaningful tone, "You'll know soon enough." Before Angor could think about what she meant, he saw a blinding flash of white light coming from above and dispelling all the darkness around him. The light was so strong that even Angor was blinded for a second. Subconsciously, he closed his eyes and waited for the white light around him to become gentle before he slowly opened his eyes. When Angor opened his eyes, he finally saw everything around him. Angor began to understand why Laplace would say such a thing was a big deal. It was really big. First of all, the space was huge. Angor used his spirit power to check his surroundings. He didn't see anything, but he had a general idea of where he was. Maybe he was in a big room. Now, his guess was right. The space around him was unimaginably huge. However, whether it was a room or not was another story. With Angor as the center, he was surrounded by endless black and white marble tiles. The huge tiles stretched far into the distance, and Angor still couldn't see the end of the marble tiles. It was as if he was in an endless marble room. But if it was a room, there should be a roof. But when Angor looked up, he only saw a small sun floating in the air, which was emitting a bright white light. Apart from that, he saw nothing but a dark void. The void was so high that he couldn't see the end of it. There was no roof. It was more of a question mark than a room. He was standing on marble tiles, and above him was the void and the small sun. This was the space he was in. It was so big that it seemed to be boundless. There was another big difference: there were people around him. Speaking from Angor's perspective. With Angor as the center, Laplace was about 30 meters away from him, and Hoda was also 20 or 30 meters away. However, Hoda was in a different direction. A few hundred meters away from Laplace and Hoda, there were many huge people standing around. Each of these people was 100 meters tall, and they were like tall towers that stood in the surroundings. Dozens of people surrounded Angor and Hoda. Angor was still a distance away from these people, and they didn't move at all. However, the sheer number of people still gave Angor a lot of pressure. Especially when the people were looking at Angor and Hoda with cold, emotionless eyes. Angor felt even more pressured. However, if one were to ignore the oppressive feeling and observe carefully, one would discover that these so-called giants were not living creatures. Actually, it wasn't appropriate to call them giants. Maybe Colossus was a more appropriate name. Each Colossus had a different appearance, but they were all covered in a crystal shell that looked like white porcelain. Their bodies were shiny, and their heads were also made of white porcelain. They had no hair, and there were black runes and shining crystal tubes everywhere on their bodies. Inside these crystal tubes, one could vaguely see a glowing liquid flowing. Angor also saw a Colossus with a white porcelain shell. Its chest was covered with a transparent membrane, which clearly showed the gears inside. There was also a miniature steam furnace that was giving off steam. So, are these Colossus all mechanical puppets? While Angor was observing the Colossus, Laplace and Hoda had already arrived. Angor glanced at Laplace. "That's really generous." Laplace didn't say anything. He only nodded. Hoda didn't know that Angor and Laplace talked to each other through spirit bond. He thought Angor was praising the crystalline race's generosity, and his tense expression softened a little. Hoda nodded to Angor. "This is the level 4 treasure area. It's a solidified mezzanine space. It's also called the Hall of Attendants." A solidified mezzanine space. Angor's eyes widened in realization. No matter what the name mezzanine space was, it always referred to a certain area in the void. No wonder he couldn't see the ceiling when he looked up. He could only see endless darkness. And he also understood why the marble floor led to an unknown end. This place was the void itself. To be able to solidify a mezzanine space and create such a large space for people to walk on. Angor had to admit that the crystalline race had a lot more resources than he thought. As for the Hall of Attendants mentioned by Hoda, Angor felt that the name was a little strange. But he didn't question the name. Instead, he pointed at the Colossus standing around them. "Those are mechanical puppets?" Hoda looked at Angor in surprise. "You know about them, mister? I saw them at Sage Pika's place. Earlier, Angor saw them at Paluxiu's station. However, those robots seemed to be used as laborers. Also, their shells were transparent, unlike the white porcelain shells of the Colossus here. Also, the tallest robot was only 2 meters tall, which was a far cry from the Colossus here. The reason why Angor was able to associate the Colossus with the Colossus was because of the transparent chest of the Colossus. The crystal robot had gears and a steam furnace inside, and the Colossus also had gears and steam furnaces on their chests. Also, the texture of the crystal shell reminded Angor of the two. And judging from Hoda's expression, Angor guessed right. Hoda calmed down a little when he heard Angor mentioning Sage Paluxiu. So you've met Sage Pika. That's understandable. Hoda paused and said, you're right. These are indeed crystal androids. To be exact, they're crystal-shelled robots. They're jointly developed by the Crystal Eye race and Paluxiu. Angor nodded. He already heard about this from Sage Pika. At that time, Angor also noticed something else from Sage Pika's words. The gathering was organized by Paluxiu. However, due to Paluxiu's notorious reputation, many races didn't want to go to Pippi Castle, so they chose the Crystal Kingdom as their base. To the public, they claimed that Paluxiu supported the gathering and the Crystal Eye race sponsored it. According to Sage Pika, the reason why the Crystal Eye race was willing to host the gathering was because Paluxiu and the Crystal Eye race had a long history of cooperation. The crystal-shelled robots were one of the projects they worked on together. However, in reality, the Crystal Eye race only provided the crystal shells. Paluxiu was the one who solved all the technical problems and obstacles. Although Hoda said that the gathering was jointly developed by the Crystal Eye race and Paluxiu, Angor believed that the Crystal Eye race was only a participant in the project, not the creator. However, he couldn't tell Hoda about this. When I was at Pika's place, all the crystal robots I saw were small. Why are they so big? Hoda nodded. Small mechanical soldiers are more suitable in the outside world, but this is the void. If we encounter void creatures, small mechanical soldiers won't be of much use, Hoda said. Almost all void creatures were gigantic. Therefore, in order to deal with the void creatures, they had created such a huge crystal and shell mechanical troop class. However, the above is only an official reason. Hoda suddenly changed the topic. This is an interlayer space, and it's solidified. It's naturally hidden. The chance of running into a void creature is close to zero. These gigantic attendants are mainly used to protect the level 4 treasure. Attendants? You mean these colossi are attendants? Hoda nodded. Yes. They're called the strongest soldiers in the outside world. But here, they're called attendants. Because each attendant here is responsible for protecting a level 4 treasure. As Hoda spoke, he tapped the black and white checkered marble tiles with his scepter. A sound wave that was invisible to the naked eye turned into ripples and spread out rapidly. The colossi that were affected by the ripple slowly began to change. A giant statue with its palms clasped together as if it was praying extended its hands forward and opened its palms. A halo of light floated out from its palms. From afar, it looked like something strange was floating in the halo. Not far away, another colossus took out a torch made of crystal shell from the void. At the top of the torch's flame, there was a bright object jumping along with the flames. There was also a giant statue with 3 eyes. Under the ripples, it opened its third eye between its eyebrows. Its third eye emitted a resplendent light. Another unique object was revealed in the light. There were also some colossal statues that had their chests cut open, revealing a heart that was cut out of crystal. The exterior of the heart was very dim, but the center of the heart was emitting rays of light, as if there was something hidden in the heart that could not wait to break out. Almost all the colossi in the outermost area showed different movements, each of which attracted different glowing objects. Without a doubt, these glowing objects were level 4 treasures. Angor couldn't help but sigh. He was wondering why he didn't see any level 4 treasures in this area. As it turned out, there were no display cabinets in level 4 treasures. Instead, powerful servants were assigned to protect the treasures. Each servant carried a treasure with them, which meant they were protected individually. Even if someone wanted to steal them, it would be difficult. Angor couldn't help but exclaim again, now this is a real big deal. Hoda was quite proud of himself, but he still put on a humble expression. It's normal to take some small measures to protect level 4 treasures. Is this considered a small protective measure? Angor shook his head. He knew Hoda was just showing off, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he put on a curious look and asked, if level 4 treasures are protected by servants, what about the higher level ones? Hoda clearly mentioned that there were level 6 treasures in the treasure vault of the Crystal Eye race. Level 4 treasures were already so extravagant. Would level 5 and level 6 treasures be even more extravagant? Hoda shook his head. No. Level 5 and 6 treasures don't need to be worshipped. They just need to be well hidden. Well hidden? Angor wanted to ask more questions, but when he saw that Hoda didn't want to talk about it, he gave up. Back to the topic at hand, the topic returned to the level 4 treasure. These level 4 treasures are all carried by the servants. How should we look at them? Angor asked. Previously, the treasures were all placed in display cabinets, and there was a sign outside that introduced the details. But now, all the treasures were carried by the attendants. If he wanted to see the treasures, would he have to climb onto the attendants' bodies, or did they have to show the treasures to them one by one? That would work, but it would be too much of a hassle. While Angor was wondering, Hoda raised his giant hand and made several buzzing noises toward the little sun in the sky. It sounded like he was talking, but Angor didn't know what language he was using. Following the buzzing noises, the little sun in the sky suddenly released a faint light spot. The light spots fell from the sky like raindrops. At first, they were fast, but when they were about to hit the ground, they slowed down and landed on Hoda's hand like a feather. Finally, he saw the light spot's true form. It was a display cabinet made of glass crystal. There was nothing in the display cabinet except for a glossy blue velvet display table. End of chapter. Angor looked at the display case curiously. The surface of the case seemed to be made of some kind of special crystal shell that could block spirit power. He noticed this because he saw some strange patterns on the blue velvet cloth. However, they seemed to have disappeared after a brief moment of distraction. Since he couldn't see clearly, he tried to use his spirit power to check the case, but it didn't work. Since that was the case, Angor decided to ask about it. What's this? Angor looked at Hoda. Hoda chuckled and explained, this is a spirit display case. Its outer shell is made of green spirit, spirituality specialization. This kind of crystal shell can block all spirituality detection. Spirituality was a general term used by idealistic powers in the mirror realm. Spirit power was also a part of spirituality. The original effect of the green spirit was that it had a natural resistance against the power of spirits and ghosts. In terms of its rarity, it was only a level 1 treasure. But now, with the addition of the term spiritual specialization, it immediately changed and became a level 3 treasure at the very least. The fact that this display case was made of level 3 treasures was more than enough proof of its rarity. Hoda pointed at the display case and continued, as for the blue velvet display case inside, you can think of it as a small teleportation platform. Before Hoda could finish, the blue velvet cloth inside the display case began to emit a faint light. The light came from a certain array on the cloth. Angor took a closer look and saw that it was an old acquaintance of his. It was the electric hexagram. In the Crystal Castle, anything related to the electric hexagram represented teleportation or spatial abilities. Clearly, there was a teleportation array set up on the blue velvet cloth. The pattern he saw earlier was probably the same one. Hoda looked at the glowing hexagram and continued, I don't think I need to tell you what it does. The teleportation array on the display case is connected to all level 4 treasures in the Hall of Attendants. If you want to see the level 4 treasures, you can use it to transfer the treasures in the attendants' hands to the display case. As Hoda said this, the various glowing items in the hands of the attendants also emitted spatial fluctuations, as if responding to Hoda's words. Angor sighed in relief. It's much easier to teleport here than crawling on a servant's body. Crawl into a servant's body? Hoda chuckled. You can't come into contact with the servants here. Once you come into contact with them, it will automatically be deemed as a provocation. The servants will also start hunting you down. In other words, if he wanted to view or obtain a level 4 treasure, he could only use the spirit ability display cabinet. Angor showed a look of understanding. Come to think of it, the servants were just robots after all. It was very difficult for them to determine whether the person they came into contact with had malicious intentions. Therefore, he decided to treat them equally. As long as they came into contact with them, he would start hunting them down. But then again, all the level 4 treasures here were connected to the psionic ability display cabinet. If someone with evil intentions knew about this, wouldn't that mean that as long as they controlled the psionic ability display cabinet, they would have a chance to decipher and obtain all the level 4 treasures? Hoda spoke again. By the way, the psionic ability display cabinet can only teleport 3 treasures per day. This is to prevent people from taking the treasures with malicious intentions. Angor understood what was going on. If he could think of a loophole, the Crystal Eye race's wise men would surely have thought of it. Their solution was simple. They simply restricted the psionic ability display cabinet's teleportation limit to 3 treasures per day. This meant that even if someone ran into a criminal, they would only lose 3 treasures at most. This solution was similar to a gecko abandoning its tail. Angor, however, had a hard time as a visitor. He was planning to see a few more level 4 treasures to broaden his horizons. But now, he could only see 3 treasures. And one of them had to be the Book of Stars, which meant he could only see 2 treasures. Angor considered and looked at Hoda. How many level 4 treasures are there in total? What are the effects of each one? Angor considered. He couldn't see the real treasures, but knowing their effects was still a good idea. However, Hoda gave him a less than ideal answer. So far, the Hall of Attendants has collected 93 level 4 treasures. Currently, 12 treasures have been loaned out. So, there are 81 treasures in the Hall of Attendants. According to the contract we made when we first built it, I can only tell you the name of each of the 81 treasures. As for the specific effects, you have to find a way to obtain them yourself. Angor? Only the names? Not the effects? Why did you set up such a strange rule, and didn't you tell me about the effects of the Book of Stars? Hoda saw Angor's confusion and explained, because not all of the treasures here belong to the Crystal Eye race. Many of them were donated by the Crystal Eye race, and some were even loaned here temporarily. Some of the treasures were loaned to the Crystal Eye race because these treasures were too precious to be safe in their hands. Thus, they lent them to the Crystal Eye race. For the Crystal Eye race, loaning treasures to the Crystal Eye race could not only ensure the safety of the treasures, but also gain a lot of benefits from the Crystal Eye race. If the Crystal Eye race was strong enough to protect the treasures, they could simply ask the Crystal Eye race to return the treasures. As for the Crystal Eye race, the borrowed treasures were also a kind of foundation for the Crystal Eye race. They could use the treasure's power within a reasonable range. Therefore, it was a win-win situation for the Crystal Eye race. Many of the temporarily borrowed treasures are not willing to divulge the information of the treasures to outsiders. That's why they set up this rule. Hoda said, as for the Starry Sky book, it was provided by the elders. In a sense, I'm also the owner of the Starry Sky book. As the owner, I can reveal the effects of the book to outsiders. This is not against the rules. After Hoda finished speaking, he added, it's also because there are many level 4 treasures here that our clansmen have temporarily borrowed. Deducting these treasures, the number of treasures you can choose from is about 36. So you're saying I can only know the names of these treasures, but not their effects? Yes. Hoda paused and suddenly changed the topic. But if you want to know the effects of these treasures, I can give you a suggestion. You can stay here for a while, and as long as you stay long enough, you'll learn the effects of all the treasures. The 3 treasures displayed in the spirit display cabinets each day will be shown to you at the same time. To put it simply, if he were to look at 3 treasures a day through the spiritual energy display cabinet, he would only need 12 days to finish looking at the effects of all 36 treasures. However, Angor did not have enough time to stay here for 18 days. Now that he thought about it, he finally understood why there were so many strange rules in this place. Angor sighed. 3 treasures was better than nothing. Besides, he still had know-it-all with him. Angor might not know about the effects of the treasures in the mirror domain, but Laplace was a native of the mirror domain and had lived for many years. He should know something about them. Angor could always ask Laplace about any treasures he was interested in. After making sure Angor understood all the rules in the Hall of Attendants, Hoda controlled the Leviathan to point at the air. A crystal screen about 3 meters tall appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Words began to appear on the screen. To make it easier for Angor to read, the words were all in the common language of the wizarding world. Soon, all the words were displayed. Angor took a closer look and saw that the screen was divided into 93 rows, each of which recorded the name of a level 4 treasure. Among them, there were 12 treasures whose names were shown in red. According to Hoda, these 12 treasures were currently on loan and not in the Hall of Attendants. Among the remaining 81 treasures, another 45 treasures' names were grayed out. Angor already knew that Hoda did not need to tell him that these 45 treasures were the treasures loaned to the government by the Crystal Eye race. They could not be chosen. His level 4 treasure acquisition could only be obtained from the remaining 36 treasures marked in black. Since that was the case, Angor did not look at the gray and red names. Instead, he focused on the 36 treasures he could choose from. Even so, he was still dazzled by the sheer number of treasures. Number 06, Crystal Shell, Wave, Undead Transformation. Number 08, Crystal Shell, Thin Wing. Number 19, Crystal Shell, Crimson Armor, Strengthened by Magnetic Field. Number 21, Scroll, Mirror Chronicles. Number 35, Scroll, Book of Stars. Number 49, Scroll, Art of Darkness. Number 58, Treasure, Crystal Shell Soldier, Scout. Number 81, Treasure, Kaleidoscope. Number 90, Treasure, Mon's Palette. Angor could understand the meaning of the words, but he could not guess the effects of the treasures by looking at them. However, Angor noticed that all the treasures had a number on them. He could roughly determine the category of the treasures by looking at the numbers. For example, the treasures numbered 20 and below were all crystal shells. Those numbered 21 to 50 were all secret scrolls, which included books, single-use scrolls, and so on. Those numbered 51 to 89 were treasures. Those numbered 90 and above were treasures. In terms of classification, precious treasures were the most common, followed by secret scrolls, crystal shells, and finally, secret treasures. There were only 4 of them, and only one of them was black. Angor took a quick look. He was most interested in the only secret treasure, Mon's Palette. After all, secret treasures were tainted with mystery. Although Mon's Palette seemed to have something to do with drawing, anything with mystery had its own value. Angor had already decided to put number 90, Treasure, Mon's Palette among the 3 treasures available for display. But before that, he needed to ask Laplace's opinion. If Laplace knew the effect of Mon's Palette, he could save one spot if it was not ideal. As for the other level 4 treasures, Angor had no idea yet. The only one he had was the Book of Stars. This was their goal, so they had to get a display spot. Angor glanced at Laplace, who had just finished looking at the crystal screen and was looking at Angor. Angor understood right away. Please give us a few minutes to think about it. Of course. Hoda nodded and stepped aside, leaving the 2 of them to their own devices. However, he didn't plan to talk to Laplace even if Hoda was far away. Instead, he chose to use the spirit bond. Apart from the Cosmos Tome, what else do we need? Angor asked through the spirit bond. What do you think? Laplace asked. I think we should look at the secret treasures first. Do you know anything about treasure number 90? Laplace knew what Angor was thinking. Of all the level 4 treasures, the most valuable one was a secret treasure. However, Laplace believed that Hoda and the giant city spirit only logged off a little later, which was not enough to trade for a secret treasure. Treasure number 90, on the other hand, must be a bait since Hoda put it on display. There must be something fishy about the treasure. Either it had terrible side effects, or its effect was not outstanding. Laplace didn't hide anything and spoke his thoughts. I don't know much about Mon's color palette. However, I personally believe that there is something fishy about this artifact. Angor wasn't stupid. He quickly understood what Laplace was trying to do. She was right. Treasures were too valuable. There was a reason why it was called half mystery. The name sounded childish, but it was true that a secret treasure was an item with mystery power attached to it. Would they really be able to obtain such a precious treasure so easily? If the treasure was really useful, they would choose to trade for it even if they did not want the Book of Stars. But judging from the current situation, there must be something wrong with the treasure. They had to make a decision now. Knowing that there was something wrong with the Mon's palette, Should he send it to the spiritual energy display cabinet as one of the 3 treasures to be displayed today? Laplace considered for a moment. I'll let you decide. Angor was having a hard time making a decision. How about we look at the other level 4 treasures first? Laplace nodded noncommittally. Sure. What do you think is the most valuable one among all the level 4 treasures we've seen so far? End of chapter. Laplace considered for a moment before answering. I'm not too familiar with level 4 crystal shell-type treasures. But I've heard about some scrolls and treasures. But I've never seen them in person. Also, I don't think they're all true. Yeah, I know. Rumors can be real or fake, after all. But it's fine. It's just a reference. Laplace nodded. Then I'll get straight to the point. After that, Laplace turned to look at the crystal screen. Number 20, Records in the Mirror. It said that it's a series of books transformed from the mirror surface of a special mirror ghost that had wandered through many mirror regions after it was killed. The book records the culture, ecology, and general rules of different mirror realms. Rumor has it that there are more than 10 volumes of journal in the mirror. In other words, it records the background of at least 10 mirror realms. In other words, it's the local history of Sun Realm, Kosan Realm, and other mirror realms? Laplace nodded. You can think of it that way. Angor raised an eyebrow. Then I don't think it's valuable. It was difficult for the residents of other mirror realms to learn about other mirror realms. For this reason, Journal in the Mirror was a very important source of information for them. Laplace, on the other hand, spent most of her time floating in the Mirror Sea. The eye of the Mirror Sea was connected to many different realms, including other mirror realms. Not only could Laplace learn about other mirror realms, but she could also obtain items from other mirror realms. This was much better than Journal in the Mirror, which only recorded information on paper. Laplace was the one who told Angor about the Kosan Mirror Zone. Apart from Kosan Realm, Laplace also knew a thing or two about other mirror realms such as Arc Realm and Teeny Realm. In Angor's opinion, Journal in the Mirror was basically worthless. However, Laplace didn't agree with Angor. My knowledge of the other mirror areas is more limited. That's because I can't control what comes out of the eye of the sea. Sometimes, it's just some unimportant fragments. Relying on these fragments, I can't get much information. As for the author of the Records in the Mirror, he has personally experienced other mirror regions, so the things he recorded are more complete. Also, don't think that the Records in the Mirror is just a book. It's a treasure formed after the mirror ghost died. Reading the Records in the Mirror isn't just about looking at words. Instead, you'll be able to see the actual scenes of the writer's travels to the outer realm. Just like the illusion shadow box you created. They would be able to follow in the footsteps of the recorder, see the scenery of the outer realm, and experience the scenery of the outer realm in real life. It could be said that Records in the Mirror was not inferior to the illusion video box. Because of this, Laplace believed that the information it could provide about the other mirror domains was definitely more detailed and abundant than his own. After hearing Laplace's explanation, Angor decided not to underestimate Laplace anymore. Thinking about it, it made sense. No matter what, it was still a level 4 treasure. How could it be bad, however, because Laplace was familiar with the Mirror Journal? The Mirror Journal did not need to be listed as an exhibit in the psionic energy display cabinet. Also, the Journal in the Mirror was non-critical intelligence knowledge. There were always ways to obtain such knowledge. Angor believed that everyone in the Council of Elders had read the Journal in the Mirror before. Since they had already read it, then he had to think of a way to pry out the information and knowledge in the mirror from them. He might not be able to do it today, but there would always be a chance in the future. At the very least, someone from the Council of Elders would enter the dream crystal in the future, and he could exchange the information there. The Journal in the Mirror was not a bad item, but it was definitely not what he needed right now. Not for now. Laplace understood this. He continued to talk about the other treasures he knew. As she said, most of the things she knew were secret scrolls. Most of them were similar to the Journal in the Mirror, which could be leaked to the outside world without obtaining the actual book. Angor ruled out all of them. However, there were a few scrolls that attracted his attention. Because in the version that Laplace had heard, these secret scrolls were full of secrets. For example, Journey Under an Umbrella, which was numbered 23. Judging from the title of the book, it seemed rather ordinary. It seemed to be a travelogue. However, when Laplace saw this travel book, she was surprised. In her words, this travel book is extremely famous in the mirror realm. It even caused a long war between many races. After the war, the book suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the Crystal Eyes. Angor's interest was piqued as well, so he listened carefully. According to Laplace, the origin of Journey Under the Umbrella was Naluto. She was Phantom Granny Naluto, the leader of the Shadow Clan, one of the strongest fighters in the Evermore clan. According to Naluto, the book contained a great secret. At first, no one cared about Naluto's words. After all, she was a Evermore, and it was her nature to sow discord. But later, someone found the book and really found the secret inside, which gave them great benefits. And there was more than one person. Among this group of people, there were even some who had risen from grassroots to transcendence, suppressing the surrounding tribes for over 100 years. Since then, Journey Under an Umbrella was exposed to the eyes of many races and became a target to be fought over. Many races went to war because of this, which led to an era of war. Later, Journey Under an Umbrella mysteriously disappeared from the battlefield, which put an end to the war for a short time. Journey Under an Umbrella. Angor frowned. Journey Under an Umbrella is related to the leader of the Everhustle clan, and a war broke out between the two clans. Isn't this the aftermath of the seduction? The Changhua race cultivated by stirring up confusion, causing wars and stirring up people's hearts. This was the source of their growth. No matter how he looked at it, Journey Under the Umbrella seemed like something that Nalujuo had thrown out to mislead people. Laplace spoke in a plain tone, "You're not the only one who can see that. Every race can see it. But so what? Naluto is the source of the provocation, but Journey Under an Umbrella isn't fake. Let me put it this way. The Evermores do love to seduce people and create conflicts. But in order to create a large-scale provocation, they're willing to pay a great price. They're even willing to pay legendary treasures. Because of this, people can see that the Evermores are behind this, but they still can't help themselves. To put it bluntly, it was all about money. The Evermores paid a lot of money to create such a provocation. Most people would end up as cannon fodder, but there were always some lucky ones who could benefit from it. Now that Journey Under an Umbrella is in the hands of the Crystal Eye clan, they're the lucky ones who had the last laugh during the provocation. Now that I think about it, the Evermore clan is kind enough to give one of them a chance to join the competition. If they want to maximize their benefits, they could have used a treasure to seduce people, then they could have taken the bait and returned the treasure to themselves. In that case, not only would he be able to cultivate with the power of temptation, but he would also be able to take advantage of it without having to pay any treasures. Laplace seemed to have seen this coming. That's exactly what the Dark Clan of the Evermores did. I'm not a member of the Longhua clan, so I can't comment on whether the Dark Shadow clan or the Dark clan did the right thing. But at least for now, the leader of the Darkness clan, Yoth, is far weaker than Naluto. Based on the ranking of official magi, Yute was at the early stages of rank 3, while Nalujua was at the peak of rank 3. Naluto, AIA, Laplace, in terms of rank, they were all at the same level and belonged to the top of the pyramid in the White Sun Mirror region. As for Yute, he was still weaker than Nalujuo and the others. At most, he was in the upper middle of the pyramid. He rubbed his chin. Taking everything and taking everything. That's not giving anyone a way out. Naluto's method is better than the Darkness faction's method in terms of sustainability. He shook his head. But whatever the Evermores do has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to Journey Under an Umbrella. Since Naluto mentioned that there's a secret in the book, I'm sure it's true based on what other people have found. I wonder what the secret of Journey Under an Umbrella has to do with. If it had something to do with the book itself, Angor would have to get the book to find out. But if it had something to do with the book's contents, perhaps he could learn something from the people who read Journey Under an Umbrella. Laplace remained silent for a moment. I don't know what the secret in Journey Under an Umbrella is. But I did ask Gleipnir, and she told me that she heard a rumor. Gleipnir knows something? Angor was surprised. Laplace said, she and Saluda are close friends, and Saluda and Nalujuo are close friends. So it was Saluda who told her? Laplace nodded. Yes. But she can't tell if Shaluda is telling the truth. Just think of it as a rumor. According to Shaluda, journey under an umbrella hides a secret passage that leads to a strange world. Huh? Angor was taken aback. He had thought that the secret was some kind of unique cultivation technique or some kind of treasure map, but in the end, it turned out to be a secret passageway, a secret passage hidden in the book. Is this a joke? Laplace said. That's what Gleipnir said. Nobody knows the details. Then what's this strange world you're talking about? Shaluda doesn't know much about it either. She only heard that it's similar to the worlds described in fairy tales. Shaluda doesn't know what kind of world it is. Maybe it's a world of minions or an animal world? Angor frowned. A world related to fairy tales, huh? Angor had been to quite a few worlds related to fairy tales. For example, the Nightmare Realm was similar to a fairy tale, but it was a dark one. The Teapot Kingdom also looked like a fairy tale. Angor even felt that the Mirror Domain was similar to a fairy tale. Wasn't the world behind the mirror a fairy tale? Therefore, the answer that Shaluda gave was not only pointless, but also even more confusing. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to give up. Should we take one of the spots for Journey Under an Umbrella? Before Laplace could say anything, Angor shook his head and said, Nah, it's fine. Our target this time is the Starry Sky book. The other two treasures are purely for the sake of broadening our horizons. Let's go with the unknown. Through Laplace's explanation and Gleipnir's explanation, Angor had a rough idea about the contents of Journey Under an Umbrella. There was no doubt that the book contained a secret. However, if he wanted to know the secret, he would have to obtain Travels Under an Umbrella. But this time, they already decided to choose the Book of Stars. Since they couldn't get Journey Under an Umbrella, there was no need to show it to the public. Plus, even if they did show the book, they would only be able to see the outer layer. They wouldn't be able to see the content or the so-called secret. Laplace remained silent for a moment. If you're interested in Journey Under an Umbrella, we can give up on the Book of Stars for now. Angor shook his head without hesitation. I don't even know what's inside Journey Under an Umbrella. Why would I be interested? Compared to the unknown Journey Under an Umbrella, Angor didn't know anything. The Book of Stars they already knew was more suitable for their current situation. Laplace opened her mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. All right. Next, Laplace told Angor about several other secret scrolls she knew. Among them, Art of Darkness number 49 caught Angor's attention. This was because this was a book that originated from humans, and it was a book related to alchemy. The Art of Darkness appeared in the White Sun Mirror region about 200 years ago. At that time, it was obtained by the ancient Tooth Fairy. After that, it appeared in an auction in the Tooth Fairy ancient ruins. Before the auction started, Luigi received an invitation. He didn't go, but he read the invitation. The invitation letter roughly recorded the information of each auction item. Among them was a brief introduction to Art of Darkness. According to the description, Art of Darkness was related to an ancient school of alchemy in the wizarding world. The book recorded some secret alchemy spells of this school. However, the spells seemed to be more of an art field rather than a core alchemy technique. Even so, they were still considered secrets of this ancient school of alchemy. Even in the wizarding world, such a book would be one of the best. End of chapter. The Art of Darkness. Angor lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Laplace glanced at Angor but didn't interrupt him. About 2 minutes later, Angor looked up at Laplace again. Does the book have anything to do with any school of alchemy? No. Laplace shook his head. No? Angor looked a little disappointed. You're interested in the book? Laplace asked curiously. Angor nodded. It's an alchemy book, after all. And it's related to an ancient school of alchemy. As an alchemist, I'm interested. Laplace considered. If you're interested in the book, we can give up on the Book of Stars for now. No, thanks. Angor quickly waved a hand before Laplace could finish his words. The reason why I'm interested in the Art of Darkness is that it records ancient alchemy schools, not the techniques recorded in it. Alchemy isn't a subject where the older, the better. In other words, for a magus, any subject or discipline is a process of constant improvement with the passage of time. Ancient techniques may be outstanding, but they won't be able to become the best in modern times. That's because technology is constantly iterating, removing the impurities and preserving the essence, and developing step by step. For example, machine alchemy. It was an alchemy racetrack that only appeared in this era. As soon as it showed its potential, it immediately became a favorite among alchemists. It covered a wide range of subjects and possible effects. Angor once read a travel book in the research department. According to the book, in a distant world, there was already a miraculous machine kingdom that rose to the top of the general plane in a short period of time. In the book, the machine kingdom was a civilization created by machine alchemy. Wizards always used words carefully when writing. Miracle was not a word they dared to use carelessly. In the book, the rise of the machine kingdom was called a miracle. If a normal person saw this, they wouldn't think too much about it. However, any magus with a little bit of experience would definitely think too much about it. Could this miracle be related to another miracle? If the machine kingdom really had something to do with a miracle, it meant that machine alchemy had a bright future ahead of it. He turned around to look. In ancient times, there was no systematic mechanical alchemy. This was a new school of alchemy that had been slowly iterated since ancient times. This was also proof that the older the alchemy, the better. Of course, Angor agreed that nothing was absolute. Ancient alchemy must have its merits. Otherwise, why would there always be alchemists chasing after ancient relics? Even so, Angor believed that at least 70 to 80% of alchemy techniques were based on modern standards. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, also, I know something about the ancient alchemy schools. Many of them were slowly eliminated because they were not competitive enough. These alchemy schools that were eliminated by him definitely do not have a monopoly on their technology. Once they lose their power, they will definitely be divided up. Therefore, if the art of darkness is passed down from an abandoned alchemy school, its value will be further reduced. So, I don't need art of darkness. I don't have to get it just because I'm interested. After hearing this, Laplace nodded. Indeed, Angor's analysis made sense. Besides, as an alchemist, it was understandable that Angor would be interested in alchemy books. Shall I continue then? Laplace asked. Angor nodded. Laplace looked at the crystal screen. That's all about the scrolls. Now, let's talk about these treasures. Unlike scrolls, treasures don't have fixed names. Most of the time, they will change their names when they are passed to other people. So, I don't know much about them. So far, I only know number 78, number 81, number 88. Laplace went on with the story of treasures. Angor listened carefully at first, but he soon lost interest after hearing about the effects. None of them were suitable for humans. Still, some of them sounded okay. For example, number 81's kaleidoscope had nothing to do with flowers. Instead, it had something to do with a kaleidoscope. When the mirror shone on a living being, the person would fall into a strange world similar to a kaleidoscope, and it would take a while for them to return to their senses. It was a very special item for controlling people's minds. Unfortunately, controlling the kaleidoscope required convergence energy. No other energy could activate it. Most of the treasures Laplace talked about were similar. They all had something to do with convergence energy. No matter how good their effects were, they had nothing to do with Angor. Soon, Laplace finished telling Angor all the information he knew. Laplace asked, "Have you made a decision? Which 3 do you want?" Angor was still hesitating. "The Book of Stars, of course. I need to think about the other 2. Laplace wasn't surprised by Angor's answer. There were many level 4 treasures here, but most of them were unknown. It would be difficult to make a decision blindly. Angor looked back at the crystal screen. Earlier, they focused on analyzing scrolls, treasures, and other items. They didn't pay much attention to the crystal shells. Maybe these could be used as options. Angor looked through the list carefully. It was hard to guess what the shell's effects were just by looking at their names. However, some of them were specialized crystal shells, and the effects of the specialization could be vaguely seen. For example, Pool of Light, Exorcism specialization in number 13. Angor didn't know what the Pool of Light was, but he could guess what Exorcism specialization was. In the transcendent world, spirit removal mostly meant the elimination of negative energy. Or taking it a step further, it was the elimination of the tainted power of the dead. Pool of light, exorcism specialization. Based on its literal meaning, maybe it was a shell with a purifying effect. Angor didn't care whether his guesses were correct or not. Anyway, he started looking at the shells according to his own understanding. Then, he finished looking around. Still, he didn't see any shells that he was interested in. By now, they had been here for almost an hour. After this, they still needed to talk to Hoda and the giant city spirit about the undead crystals. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Maybe the blood calamity ritual had already sent them the message. Besides, the 8-hour preparation time for the clone was almost up. Angor looked at Laplace. How about this? Apart from the Book of Stars, there are 2 more display cases. Let's each pick one. Laplace could see that Angor was hesitating for a long time, so he nodded. Sure. Which one do you pick? Laplace asked. Angor hesitated. I'll pick number 90, Mon's palette. According to their previous analysis, the treasure might have some serious side effects, or it might not work well. However, Angor didn't know which one to pick. He simply chose the one that looked the most valuable. Angor looked at Laplace. It's your turn. Laplace nodded. He glanced at the crystal screen and soon chose his target. This one. Already? You don't need to think about it? Angor muttered and looked at the number Laplace pointed at. However, what he saw surprised him. Number 49, Secret Scroll, Art of Darkness. Art of Darkness. Art of Darkness? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. Did you pick it because I'm interested in it? Laplace shook his head. No. I just asked someone to help me. Help? Angor widened his eyes in confusion. Laplace said indifferently, actually, I don't know why he chose the Art of Darkness. But after I told him all the numbers and the names of the treasures, he chose number 49, which is Art of Darkness. Who's he? Angor asked. Laplace said, Luigi. Luigi? Angor's eyes widened. When Laplace said she asked someone to help her, Angor knew that Laplace must have used mind-sharing to explain the situation to his past selves. He asked his past selves to give him suggestions. Based on what Angor knew about Laplace's past selves, he thought it would be Gleipnir who gave him suggestions. After all, Gleipnir was a clairvoyant. If Angor told her about the situation, she might be able to find the best treasure through her divination. But unexpectedly, Laplace got the answer from Luigi. Why Luigi? Laplace glanced at Angor. You want to know why it's not Gleipnir, right? Angor chuckled but did not say anything. Laplace said, she didn't choose Gleipnir because she already has the Starry Sky book. Her divination will be biased. So, I don't need to ask her for help. As for why I chose Luigi? The answer is very simple, because I can't choose either. If I had to choose, I could only rely on my luck. However, my luck isn't that good. On the other hand, Luigi's luck has always been good, and his intuition is very sharp. So, I told Luigi about the situation and asked him to make the decision. Although Laplace's answer sounded ridiculous, it actually made sense after thinking about it carefully. Luigi's intuition, or spirit sense, was not as good as Red Sword Dorcas, but it was definitely better than most people. Relying on his spiritual sense to choose, he was indeed the best partner for a lazy person. So Luigi chose Art of Darkness based on his intuition? Laplace nodded. Did Luigi say anything about his intuition telling him something about Art of Darkness? In other words, did Luigi know why his intuition told him to choose Art of Darkness? Laplace shook his head. No. It's pure intuition. Angor remained silent for a moment. He looked at the words of the book on the screen, especially the word black. His eyes flickered for a moment. When he talked about Art of Darkness with Laplace, he mentioned ancient alchemy schools. While chatting, he recalled an ancient alchemy school in his mind. The School of Death. However, this thought only flashed through his mind and he didn't think too much about it. Now that Luigi's instinct told him to choose the Art of Darkness again, Angor's thoughts returned to his mind. If Luigi's intuition told him to choose Art of Darkness, it meant the book was valuable to them. The Art of Darkness was an alchemy book written by a human wizard, which meant Laplace and her real self were not related to the book. Angor was the only one who knew about it. Angor did not think he had anything to do with the ancient school of alchemy. But if he had to find one, he could only think of something related to the school of death. The alchemy books he took from Nether City in the Nightmare Realm contained many techniques related to the school of death. So Art of Darkness had something to do with the school of death. Angor believed that it was possible. As far as Angor knew, the school of death was the most mysterious school of alchemy in ancient times. They worshipped death and rebirth, and the color black represented the initial state of chaos. The representative of the school of death, Odorous, once said, "Black is a true color, because there are many different variations of it. Black is the origin of all other colors." From this, Angor could tell that the alchemists of the school of death greatly worshipped the color black, which was the symbol of death. As for the book number 49, The Art of Darkness, although he didn't know what it was about, the title of the book mentioned darkness. And he knew that the book had something to do with ancient alchemy schools. Both of these clues fit the style of the school of death. Now that he thought about it, Art of Darkness might really be about the school of death. If it really was a book about the school of death, Angor would like to read it. The alchemy books he got from Nether City in the Nightmare Realm were mostly about techniques. They did not mention much about the school's philosophy and history. Art of Darkness, on the other hand, was about art and darkness. Maybe it also talked about the school of death. Angor really wanted to know more about these things. What do you think? Should we follow Luigi's instinct and choose Art of Darkness? Laplace asked Angor to choose one of the treasures, but he still asked for Angor's opinion after some consideration. Since they were already sure that the Book of Stars was their target this time, the remaining two treasures were more for the purpose of widening their horizons. Obviously, such an opportunity would be better for Angor. Angor considered and nodded. Art of Darkness it is. He wanted to know if Art of Darkness was really written by the School of Death as he suspected. If the answer was yes, then he might have to think of a way to obtain the Art of Darkness by some unconventional means in the future. After making their decision, they notified Hoda. Hoda walked closer and looked at the three treasures Angor pointed at. Number 35 Book of Stars, number 49 Art of Darkness, number 90 Mon's Palette. Are you sure these are the treasures? Angor nodded. 2 scrolls and 1 treasure. That's a bit unexpected. Hoda thought they would be interested in the crystal shells or other treasures, but it seemed they were more interested in knowledge. Hoda considered and agreed. This was quite fitting for a wizard's image. The pursuit of knowledge and truth. How do you plan to arrange the treasures? Hoda asked. The Book of Stars should be the last to be displayed. As for the other 2 treasures, it didn't really matter. Let's arrange them according to their numbers. Hoda nodded. All right. I'll do it now. Hoda gestured for Angor and Laplace to step back. He placed the spirit display case between them. Next, Hoda's hunchbacked real body walked out of the crystal shell and staggered to the display case. Next, Hoda began to mumble something as if he was chanting an incantation. The cane in his hand began to glow as he chanted the incantation. Amidst the light, one could see electric sparks. The walking stick with electric sparks floating around it tapped lightly at the center of the spiritual energy display cabinet. Streaks of lightning also began to appear around the display cabinet. Furthermore, from the outside to the inside, the lightning slowly shrunk. Finally, the electric light drilled into the velvet on the table. On the smooth velvet material, the familiar hexagram array began to flicker. At the same time, the white crystal shells of all the servants in the distance began to glow as if they were responding to the display case. It was also at this moment that Hoda started chanting again. This time, he didn't use any language. In fact, it didn't seem to be a systematic chant. It sounded more like a specific frequency. As soon as the incantation was finished, an invisible circle of light appeared under the display case. The circle of light quickly spread across the black and white checkered marble tiles and reached the foot of a giant servant statue who was praying with its hands crossed over its chest. Following the influence of the halo, the giant statue slowly opened its eyes, and the crossed hands in front of its chest fell down. Its hands fell down, revealing the transparent chest of the giant statue. Through this layer of transparent crystal shell, one could clearly see the gears that were constantly rolling in the chest of the giant statue, as well as the steam furnace that was emitting white mist. Above the steam furnace, there was a glowing object that was constantly rotating. Without a doubt, this glowing object was the level 4 treasure that the giant statue was guarding. The circle of light entered the body of the giant statue from its feet until it reached the vicinity of the glowing object. In the next second, the glowing object disappeared from the chest of the giant statue, leaving only an electric hexagram array in its place. Then, an item slowly appeared in the spiritual energy display cabinet in front of everyone. It was a color palette that emitted a faint mysterious aura. Number 90, Secret Treasure, Mon's Color Palette. This was the only secret treasure they could come into contact with in the Hall of Servants. From its appearance alone, this palette was just an oval-shaped wooden board that had been polished and polished. There were no patterns or depressions on it. If it wasn't for the mysterious aura that slowly emanated from the spirit display case, it would be difficult to tell that this was a secret treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mon's color palette. Hoda looked at the wooden palette in the display case with a strange expression. After several seconds, he continued, as for the information about this treasure, you can look at the screen on the side. The words on the crystal screen that displayed the name of the treasure had changed. Instead, it displayed the information about Mon's color palette. The information was more detailed than Angor expected. Not only did it describe the function of the treasure, but it also indicated its origin. Angor was a little bit curious about Mon's color palette. He wanted to see what was so special about this treasure. However, after reading the information, his curious expression slowly turned into numbness and stiffness. Mangda's color palette, this secret treasure, really made him speechless. Earlier, Angor and Laplace speculated that the Crystal Eye race was willing to put this treasure as an obtainable option because it had some powerful side effects. However, the real situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Mon's color palette did not have any side effects. It was just that its effect was similar to having no effect at all. Name, Mon's color palette. Appearance, a polished, oval wooden board. A wooden pen of the same color is embedded in the center of the board. Function, by touching an object with the tip of the wooden pen, you can copy the color of the object and display the copied color on the palette in the form of paint for the artist's use. Remark, as long as the color copied by the wooden pen does not change, the paint on the palette will always be there with a constant measurement. Angor felt helpless after reading the description of the effect. There was no doubt that this palette was useless to him. Or rather, to most supernaturals or even mortals, Mon's color palette had no effect at all. Not only did it not have any special effects, but the mysterious aura it emitted could also attract the attention of powerful beings. Angor might not even have time to explain the function of the palette before he or she was killed and robbed. Speaking of which, Mon's color palette was similar to the Dreamwalk of Moonlight Coast. Its effect was pointless, and it only served to harm Angor. However, the dusty Dreamwalk was given a new lease of life in Angor's hands. It turned from a useless mystery item into a powerful strategic mystery item. Could Mon's color palette achieve the same effect as the Dreamwalk? Angor did not think so. Extracting and copying colors. Angor did not know what kind of situation this effect could be applied to. Perhaps it would be of some use to some superhumans who liked to draw. However, such supernaturals had to be very powerful. Otherwise, they would be attacked as soon as they took out the palette. There were very few people like that. The first thing that came to his mind was Feng the magic painter. If Angor could get in touch with Feng, he would ask him if the color palette had any practical potential. However, he could not reach Feng right now. Judging from the palette's effect, he did not see any potential. He could only skip it. But before that, he did not forget to ask Laplace's opinion. Maybe Laplace could see the potential of the palette, however, Laplace did not answer right away. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Did Laplace really see the potential of the color palette? About half a minute later, Laplace spoke through the spirit bond. I don't know what potential it has. But I think I know where it was created. The crystal screen not only introduced the effect of Mon's color palette, but also indicated its origin. Before this, Angor only cared about its effect and did not pay much attention to its origin. Now that Laplace mentioned it, Angor looked at the item's origin. He glanced at it briefly. To put it simply, when the Crystal Eye race obtained the palette, they also obtained a diary. The owner of the diary was a painter named Mengda. Because of this, the final name of this palette was named Mon's palette. Several entries of Mon's diary appeared on the screen. According to Mon's diary, he lived in a place called Morningvale Town. According to the diary, Morningvale Town seemed to be a dangerous place. The people who lived here lived in darkness and oppression every day. However, Mon did not mention what kind of oppression it was. It seemed that he did not want to talk about the dangers hidden in Morningvale Town. Later, for some unknown reason, Mond finally lost his patience and wrote in his diary that he was going to fight back. He took his beloved palette and went to a castle outside Morningvale Town that was occupied by an evil witch. And then, that was it. It was a very simple story. Angor did not see anything too profound about it. In fact, he had more questions in his mind after reading it. According to the diary, it was an evil witch who was oppressing them. But how did she oppress them? Also, Mond was only a painter. How did he fight back against the witch, not to mention whether the color palette had become a secret treasure at that time? Even if it had become a secret treasure, could its ability to copy colors be used against the evil witches? Anyway, Angor was even more confused after reading the diary. He could only look at Laplace. Laplace said, in the first diary entry, Mond mentioned that Dawn Valley Town, where he lived, was superior to Sunrise Province. The Shuguang Province is one of the 12 provinces of the Riguang State. As far as I know, the Sunshine Kingdom is located on a small island in the Zitimeas Archipelago outside the southern region. Zitimeas Archipelago? Angor was a little surprised. He was not unfamiliar with this name. If not for Sunders forcing him to change his life path, he might have stayed at Zitimeas Archipelago for a long time. His first destination after entering the wizarding world was White Coral Floating Island Academy, which was located near Zitimeas Archipelago. To learn more about the academy, Angor did some research on geography. He knew that there were hundreds or thousands of islands in Zitimeas Archipelago, and 80% of them were ruled by independent countries or forces. Angor did not know all the countries in Zitimeas Archipelago, but he did not remember a place called the Sunshine Kingdom. The Sunshine Kingdom is gone, Laplace said in a soft voice. Laplace continued, Zitimeas Archipelago is not too far from the Sky Kingdom. The Sky Kingdom was the home country of Ensign Fisher, the original owner of Laplace's current appearance. But it was also gone. Angor did not expect Sky to be so close to Zitimeas Archipelago. But then again, Sky Kingdom was also an island country located near Devil's Water. As far as Laplace was concerned, as long as they were in the same sea area, the distance would not be too far away. Laplace said, because I promised Fisher that I would take care of her brother. So I kept an eye on him until he became a supernatural and left Sky Kingdom. That's when I fulfilled my promise and stopped looking after him. Later on, I had a sudden impulse to see how Big Brother Fisher was doing, so I went to the southern region. It's just that I didn't find any information about Big Brother Fisher, but because I was looking for him, I learned some information about the nearby islands. One of them is the Sunshine Kingdom. The reason why Laplace remembered the Kingdom of Riguang was that it was the same as the Kingdom of Sky. They were both island nations, and both ended up being destroyed. However, the Sky Kingdom was destroyed because of the pirates' wanton raids. The Sunshine Kingdom, on the other hand, was removed from the physical world. Removed from the physical world? Angor was confused. Laplace nodded. Yes, it was wiped off the map by the Supreme Sect. If you go to the Zitimeas Archipelago now, you'll see nothing but a vast sea. There are no islands left. Why? Angor did not like the Supreme Cult, but he did not think they would do something meaningless. So the Supreme Cult wiped out the Sunshine Kingdom because something happened to the country? Or maybe it was something that went against the teachings of the Supreme Cult, Laplace said, because Japan lost its color. Lost its color? Angor was surprised. What? Literally. The Sunshine Kingdom lost its color. All colors are being stripped away. Only black, white, and gray are left. People, plants, buildings, and objects all lost their original colors. Moreover, this discoloration disorder was like a plague, spreading wildly. Everyone who went to the Sunshine Kingdom would lose their color as well. Along with the color loss, the disease spread to other places. Even the supreme cult was alerted by how quickly the disease spread. In order to prevent the spread of the disease and the entire southern region from being affected by it, the supreme cult used all their resources. The supreme sect had used all of their resources to wipe Guam off the map. Laplace looked at Mon's diary again. As far as I know, the supreme cult once investigated the origin of the disease. It's Dawnlight Province's Dawnlight Town. So you're saying that Mond might have something to do with achromatism? Laplace didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he said, it's not necessarily Mond. Maybe it's the evil witch that Mond is going to fight. Of course, it's also possible that achromatism has nothing to do with either of them. After all, the Supreme Cult's investigation only revealed that it originated from Morning Valley Town. They didn't mention any specific person. Angwer understood what Laplace meant. There was no evidence to prove that these two people were related to achromatism, so it wasn't appropriate to equate them with each other. But then again, since Laplace mentioned the achromatism, it was obvious that he had his suspicions. Laplace nodded. You're right. But it's not a person. It's... Laplace looked at the color palette in the psionic display cabinet that exuded a faint mysterious aura. It's this. Mond's palette, Laplace explained slowly. Achromatism caused the entire Re kingdom to gradually lose its color, leaving only black, white, and gray behind. Mond's palette, on the other hand, extracted and copied colors from all things. In terms of effects alone, achromatism and the color palette were completely corresponding, or rather, complementary. Laplace believed that there must be some kind of connection between the two. Laplace suddenly changed the topic. Do you know what kind of effect a mystery item will have when it's born? Angwer didn't expect Laplace to change the topic so quickly. Laplace was talking about the color palette a second ago, and now he was talking about the birth of mystery items. Angwer didn't know how to react for a moment. It'll slowly go from order to chaos. Laplace chuckled when he heard the answer. Your answer might be more professional. But as far as I know, the birth of every mystery item in the natural world will only cause one kind of effect, and that is, disaster. The birth of every mystery item in the natural world is always accompanied by an unknown disaster. For example, the woe puppet that little Peach mentioned. When it was first born, it appeared in the form of the wishing puppet, Boisa. It looked like a blessing. But when it takes on the form of the woe puppet Xianxia, it brings disaster. Moreover, this disaster will continue to spread and eventually destroy the world. At this point, Laplace turned the topic back to the present. Looking back now, doesn't achromatism look like a disaster that will erode the whole world if it is not stopped? Yes, Angwer answered firmly this time. The Supreme Cult was the representative of the southern region's world consciousness. Normally, they would only do something on the stowaways. However, if they did something big, it meant that the world consciousness had sensed a crisis that could threaten the entire world. The Supreme Sect had wiped out the entire Re nation, including the mainland and all living beings. Wasn't this a big move? The achromatic syndrome might really make the will of the world feel threatened. And wasn't this in line with what Laplace said? I have a theory, Laplace said. Seeing that Angwer seemed to have figured it out, he added, maybe the achromatism means that a mystery item is about to be born. And this mysterious item might very well be Mond's color palette, Kieran said. Because achromatism was losing color, and the color palette was absorbing color. Laplace didn't believe that there was no connection between the two. But now that we know for sure that Mond's palette is only a treasure and not a mystery item, it means that the Supreme Cult's plan worked. I don't know how they did it, but they did stop the achromatism from spreading. This is probably why the palette didn't become a mystery item. In the end, it became an ordinary treasure. After Laplace finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. After a while, he nodded slowly. Not only was the theory self-consistent, but all the evidence suggested that this might be the truth behind it. Angwer looked up at the color palette in the display case. If she was right, the simple function of the palette was to extract and copy colors. However, it cost an entire country, 12 provinces, and hundreds of millions of lives to achieve such a feat. He was a little shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Just as Laplace had said, most of the mysterious things in nature did not bring about blessings when they were born, but rather, unavoidable disasters. From order to disorder, they would eventually lead to terrible consequences. Of course, there were always exceptions. However, such mystery items were usually taken away by supernaturals without leaving any traces behind. The ones left behind would be especially conspicuous. After a moment of silence, Angor looked at Hoda. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Hoda nodded. "I want to know the color of the diary we found." "Huh?" Hoda was surprised. Since Angor had been communicating with Laplace through the spirit bond, Hoda didn't know about this. Now that Angor asked about it, he didn't know what Angor was talking about. Angor considered and asked again, "I want to know if there are any colors other than black, white, and gray in Mon's diary? Not just the color of the handwriting, but the cover, the pages, and even the spots left on them. Are there any other colors?" Hoda didn't know why Angor asked such a question, but he still considered carefully and answered, "The cover of the diary is pure white. Very white, without any other colors. The same goes for the pages inside. As for the handwriting, it's pure black. I don't see any other colors." Angor and Laplace exchanged a knowing look when they heard Hoda's answer, especially when he used the word pure when talking about black and white. They both knew that this was what the other person expected. People might use the word pure to describe the color of black. But to make a pure white color, especially a page, one had to be extremely skilled in papermaking. Normal pages usually had a little bit of color on them. The fact that Mon's diary could be written in pure black and white without any impurities was actually very surprising. It didn't necessarily have anything to do with achromatism, but it was enough to make a connection. If Mon's diary lost its color, it means Mond lived in an era not too far away from achromatism. "Maybe it's happening right now," Angor whispered through the spirit bond. "If it's happening right now, then the color palette might have something to do with achromatism." The color palette was inside the spirit display case, and they could see it clearly with their eyes. It was a normal wooden color, not black, white, or gray. The color palette wasn't affected by achromatism, but the diary was. They found it together. There must be some kind of connection between the two. "It doesn't matter whether it's connected or not," Laplace said. Angor nodded. "You're right. My eyes have been opened, and I've learned a secret about the southern wizardry region. It's not a bad idea to let Mon's color palette take the spotlight." As for whether Angor was interested in Mon's palette, not for now. Angor couldn't think of any use for it. Maybe it would meet its destined owner one day and wipe the dust off it. But Angor didn't think it would be him. "Are you sure you want the second item?" Hoda asked. "If you regret it later and want to look at it again, you can summon it back to the spirit display case, and it'll take up 3 spots. "So, are you sure you want it?" Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. They already knew everything they needed to know about Mon's palette, so there was no need for them to keep looking. Hoda didn't say anything else. After teleporting the palette away, he followed the process of summoning the palette and did it again. However, this time, it wasn't the colossus that was summoned by the light circle. Instead, it was a colossus that placed its hands in front of its chest and formed a triangle. The glowing object was right in the middle of the triangle. The light circle wrapped around the object and took its place in the triangle. Meanwhile, the object was teleported to the spirit display case by the hexagram array. Number 49, Art of Darkness. Hoda took a few steps back and left Angor and Laplace alone. Angor looked at the Art of Darkness in the display case first. There was nothing special about it. It was just a black-covered book. The cover was black, and the word Art of Darkness was written horizontally in the middle of the cover. The word black occupied a line by itself, and the font was relatively large. The word art was below the word black, and the word was slightly smaller. The book's thickness was normal as well. It should be between 80 and 100 pages. The display case blocked Angor's view, so he could only see the cover of the book. He couldn't find anything suspicious about the cover either. Angor shook his head and looked at the introduction of Art of Darkness on the crystal screen. His pupils shrank as soon as he read the first sentence. Art of Darkness, by Odorous. When he saw the author's name, he knew that he was right. Art of Darkness was indeed a work of the Death faction. Odorous was the most famous representative of the Death faction. One could even say that he was the sacred child of the faction. Not only did Odorous deeply understand the truth of Death faction alchemy, but he also created the unprecedented quadruple original spell. He pushed Death faction alchemy to the top of the world of alchemy. Back then, anyone who mentioned the Death faction would immediately think of Odorous. When Angor saw that the author of Art of Darkness was Odorous, and the title of the book had something to do with darkness, he knew it. It had to be a work passed down by the Death faction. Angor calmed himself down and continued reading the introduction. However, there wasn't much information about the book. Compared to Mon's color palette, the book looked rather shabby. In summary, there were only 3 sentences. The first sentence introduced Odorous as a master alchemist who defeated countless geniuses in the field of alchemy. Odorous had his own unique artistic style when it came to shaping alchemy products. He was known as the Master of Beauty. After reading the introduction, Angor felt that only the first part of the story was trustworthy. The Master of Beauty at the end was probably something that the seller had purposely sealed to express the word art when the book The Art of Darkness was auctioned. Angor had read many alchemy notes from the Death faction, and some of them also introduced Odorous. However, the notes only mentioned darkness, death, and rebirth. They never mentioned beauty. For anyone who reached the level of a master alchemist, beauty was already considered a master alchemist, so they wouldn't mention it on purpose. The second sentence introduced the general content of the Art of Darkness. That was similar to the content recorded on the invitation letter that Luigi had received back then. In simple words, the book contained secret alchemy spells, but most of them were about shaping alchemy products and Odorous' personal artistic style. It was basically impossible to learn alchemy by relying on the Art of Darkness. The third sentence was a riddle. It is said that there are secrets hidden in Art of Darkness. This came from the auctioneer of Tooth Immortal Ruins. We don't know if it's true or not. It was very likely that the auctioneer had deliberately said the sentence as a marketing tactic, or perhaps a marketing code. Books with secrets would definitely attract more people's attention and be auctioned at a higher price. Of course, it was also possible that Art of Darkness really contained secrets, just like Travels Under an Umbrella. However, since the crystallize added this came from the auctioneer after getting the book, it meant that they didn't find any secrets after reading the book. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such an introduction. There were only a few introductions on the screen, so it didn't take long for Angor and Laplace to talk through the spirit bond. What do you think of the book? Laplace looked at Angor. I'm interested. Angor didn't hide his thoughts this time. It was a book written by the Death faction after all, and the author was Odorous, the most famous Death faction figure. Even if the book only introduced art, Angor was still interested. But I'm not impatient yet. Angor was telling Laplace not to give up on the Book of Stars. End of chapter. Angor was interested in the Art of Darkness, but he was only interested in the historical facts of the School of Death recorded in the book. He was only interested in the information, but he didn't need to know it. Not to mention the actual knowledge recorded in the Book of Stars. This was why Angor decided to give Lotties a heads up. Laplace nodded and changed the topic. You're not interested in the Art of Darkness because of the art recorded in it, right? Laplace had only seen a few of Angor's creations, but even so, he could tell that Angor's craftsmanship was extraordinary. Compared to the alchemy items sold in Tooth Immortal's ruin, Angor's alchemy items were much more artistic. It was obvious that Angor had his own unique taste and style when it came to alchemy. Would someone like Angor really buy a book about Art of Darkness just for the sake of another type of art? Laplace didn't think so. As expected, Angor nodded without hesitation. Art isn't what I'm interested in. I'm more interested in the school of alchemy behind the book. Laplace raised an eyebrow. School of alchemy? She glanced at the crystal screen. The introduction of the Art of Darkness on the screen was limited to the ancient alchemy school, but it did not explain in detail what school it was. You know about this school of alchemy? Laplace asked. Angor nodded. The author of this book, Odorous, was quite famous in the ancient world of alchemy. His school is called the School of Death. Death faction? Laplace repeated as he felt that this name was a bit ominous. Especially when death and alchemy were combined together, the ominous feeling almost jumped out of his mind. Why this name? After pondering for a while, Laplace could not help but ask, how is death related to alchemy? Or is it just a name that has nothing to do with alchemy? It has something to do with it. The School of Death believes in death and rebirth. The so-called death is to cause all matter to die, or to put it in a state of withering. When matter is completely dead, it will transform into a new form. This form is called the four original elements by the death faction alchemists. Then, through the four original bodies, one can reshape matter. This matter will have a new form and even a new property. This is the so-called rebirth. He briefly explained the alchemy theories of the death faction. Laplace didn't understand until Angor gave her an example. Let's say there was a cold material that was slowly killed by the death faction alchemists until it finally died and turned into the four original substances. The alchemists of the death faction used a special method to ignite the hope of rebirth. In the end, it was reborn as a thermal material. After death, the cold element material would become the four original elements. After the four original elements were reborn, they would become the heat element material. There wouldn't be any other substances mixed in the process, but it would completely change the properties of a substance. It changed from cold to hot. The nature and property of a substance changed. This was something impossible to happen in the eyes of any supernatural. And yet, the death faction alchemists did it. This was the alchemy theory of the death faction. Laplace, who had lived for 10,000 years and seen all kinds of storms, still found it hard to believe when she heard about the four original elements. Was this really an idea that existed in this world? Was this really alchemy, not creation? I haven't seen the four original elements yet, but according to what I know, the death faction alchemists do exist. Also, Angor suddenly paused. He looked hesitant as if he wanted to say something but didn't know whether to say it or not. In the end, he decided to speak up. Also, with my limited knowledge, I think the death faction's alchemy is reasonable from my point of view. Laplace frowned. Reasonable? Are you sure this is reasonable? Angor didn't notice Laplace's expression. He lowered his head and continued, as far as I know, all wizards follow one unspoken rule. It's called the principle of equivalent exchange. This principle can also be applied to the death faction's alchemy. Cold substances of the same quality and quantity become hot substances of the same quality. Isn't this a special principle of equivalent exchange? However, under normal circumstances, there is no way to achieve the principle of equivalent exchange. The death faction used a trick and used a common four primordial origins as a medium to achieve an equivalent exchange under the effect of the medium. This is the essence of the death faction's alchemy as I understand it. However, he knew that his understanding was superficial. There must be more to the death faction's alchemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used death and rebirth as their theme. They could have just used equivalent exchange as the theme. Therefore, Angor was sure that his understanding was not correct. He only told Laplace what he knew was wrong because he wanted to use a more superficial understanding to explain the reason behind Laplace's alchemy. Although Angor felt that his explanation might be even more wrong. With that in mind, he quickly explained his thoughts to Laplace so that Laplace wouldn't take his words too seriously. Laplace considered for a moment and said, I don't know if your explanation is correct or not, but looking at it from the perspective of equivalent exchange is a novel idea. Moreover, this angle does seem to make some sense. Laplace shrugged. Forget it. I don't know alchemy anyway. Forcing myself to think about it will only get me stuck. I just need to know the general idea of the death faction. It doesn't matter to me whether it makes sense or not. Angor sighed in relief when he saw that Laplace had given up on asking about his ideas. Laplace now understood that Angor was interested in Art of Darkness because it was the work of the death faction. As an alchemist, it was only natural that Angor would be interested in the ridiculous core idea of the death faction. Laplace pointed at the last line of the introduction of Art of Darkness. Do you think there's a secret in Art of Darkness? Angor followed Laplace's finger and looked at the crystal screen. I heard that there are secrets hidden in Art of Darkness. I can't tell you if there's a secret or not, Angor said after a moment of contemplation. But in my opinion, unless there is clear evidence to show that there is a secret. Like in Travels Under the Umbrella, there are witnesses and history. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything hidden in the book. This was because the Art of Darkness was just a book. Even if it had secrets that were hidden very deeply, as long as it was placed in front of them, there would always be a way to discover it. For example, prophecy spells. Art of Darkness was not a mystery item. Prophecy spells could easily find out what was wrong with it. As for whether Art of Darkness had anti-prophecy measures, it didn't matter, because if it really had anti-prophecy measures, wouldn't it indirectly prove that the Art of Darkness was a secret? The introduction on the crystal screen did not mention anything about anti-prophecy measures, which meant there wasn't. He told Laplace what he was thinking. Laplace suddenly spoke up. The crystal eyes aren't stupid. Besides, the book first appeared in Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins. Those Tooth Immortals called themselves scholars, so they're not stupid either. If you can figure it out, they can figure it out as well. Since they have also thought of it, they still noted in the introduction that there is a suspected secret hidden in the Art of Darkness. Does that mean that, in their opinion, this book does have some illogical aspects? Angor was surprised. He didn't think about this before. He pondered for a moment and said, I can't tell. Laplace said, since we can't tell, let's just ask. At this point, Laplace paused the communication through the spirit bond and looked up at Hoda, who was not far away. Seeing this, Hoda immediately understood and hurried over. Are the two of you planning to exchange for the third treasure? Laplace said, I do have that intention, but before that, I want to ask you a question. Hoda nodded politely. Please, sir. Laplace pointed at the last sentence of the introduction of the Art of Darkness and asked, if there are secrets in a book, there are many ways to find them. But I don't think you've found the secret of Art of Darkness? Hoda nodded without thinking. Yes. Laplace said, since you haven't found the secret, why did you add that sentence? Since you added this sentence, does that mean that you've actually discovered that there's something wrong with this book? Hoda thought for a moment. Well, I don't know. Laplace gave Hoda a cold look. You don't know? Or you don't want to tell me? Hoda quickly waved his hands. I really don't know. I've read the original Art of Darkness, but I didn't find anything. Then why did you add that line? Yes. Angor Hoda said, I didn't add it. The giant city spirit added it. The giant city spirit? Laplace and Angor looked at each other. He's telling the truth. Angor's voice came from their spirit bond. Through his beyonder perception, Angor could tell that Hoda meant what he said. Maybe Hoda really didn't find anything wrong with the book. It was the giant city spirit who did. Can you help us ask the city spirit why it added those words? Hoda nodded. Hoda hesitated and nodded. Sure. Please wait a moment. Hoda walked to the side and drew a hexagram on the ground with his scepter. Next, he was surrounded by the light of the hexagram and slowly closed his eyes. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Hoda opened his eyes and walked out of the hexagram. I just asked the giant city spirit. It said that there is indeed something wrong with this book. Hoda stepped forward and said quickly. There's a secret? Angor was surprised. Hoda chose to be more conservative this time. The giant city spirit doesn't know if it's a secret or not. Hoda didn't hide anything from Angor since this wasn't related to the Art of Darkness itself. He told Angor everything he learned from the giant city spirit. According to the spirit, it was someone from Tooth Immortal ruins who discovered the secret of Art of Darkness. They found that there were a lot of empty spaces in the book. It was as if there were hidden words in the book. This made them feel very strange. Therefore, they used some divination methods to see if there was really a hidden language. The results were vague. It seemed that there were hidden words in the book. However, the divination didn't tell them how to activate the hidden words. Scholar Jinghai spent many years on his experiments, but he still couldn't find a way to reveal the hidden words. In the end, he had to give up. Later, a Crystal Eye clan member bought the book and studied it for a while. Still, he couldn't find anything. After the Crystalite clan member died, he gave the book to the giant city spirit. After studying it, the giant city spirit placed the book in the Rare Treasures Museum. After listening to Hoda's explanation, Angor's eyes widened. He said to Laplace through the spirit bond, "As expected, you were right. There were many smart people out there. He wasn't the only one who thought of using divination methods. Furthermore, the other party had already used divination and managed to divine something. However, even if they knew the hidden words, they couldn't activate it. They could only look at it. Speaking of which, I'm surprised someone from Tooth Immortal Ruins sold the book even though they knew there were hidden words in it. If the hidden words are valuable, they'll lose money if they sell it at a low price." Laplace spoke in a plain tone. Usually, hidden words in the empty spaces of a book are used to explain the things recorded in the book. You can think of them as insights or notes after reading the book. For example, if a book was used to record a spell, the main body of the book would contain the theory and control method of the spell, while the empty spaces would contain the author's cultivation experience and techniques. Most of the hidden words in the blank spaces were explanations of the existing knowledge in the book. Besides, they couldn't figure out how to activate the hidden words. This was why Tooth Immortal Ruins was willing to sell the book. They were selling both Art of Darkness and the unknown hidden words at a premium. End of chapter. Laplace turned to Angor and said, "You should know now. Since Ancient Tooth Fairy dared to put Art of Darkness up for auction, they must know the hidden words in the blank space. They're probably the author's notes and thoughts. This kind of hidden text is definitely valuable, but the foundation of its value lies in the Art of Darkness." In other words, Ancient Tooth Fairy believed that Art of Darkness was more valuable than the hidden words. It wasn't hard to understand. Knowledge itself was more important than reading notes. In fact, Laplace also agreed with this point. Therefore, the Ancient Tooth Fairy still chose to auction the Art of Darkness before unlocking the hidden text. Laplace suddenly paused. Under Angor's puzzled gaze, Laplace's voice came from the other side of the spirit bond. "Do you really think Ancient Tooth Fairy doesn't know how to solve the hidden words in Art of Darkness?" Angor hesitated. "I don't think so." Laplace chuckled but didn't say anything. Angor frowned. "You mean Ancient Tooth Fairy already solved the hidden words? Did they sell it because they knew the hidden words had no value?" Laplace shook his head. "No. Ancient Tooth Fairy probably didn't solve the hidden words. But I think they already know how to do it. They just can't do it. That's all." Angor finally understood what Laplace meant. Ancient Tooth Fairy knew how to solve the hidden words, but they lacked the necessary conditions to do so. Laplace said, "I said that because the Art of Darkness is more like a handbook than a book." Laplace pointed at the cover of the book. "Take a closer look at the 2 lines of words on the cover." Angor looked at the cover as well. The first line was black, while the second line was art. No matter which line it was, the characters were all beautiful and elegant, especially when looking at the swirling strokes at the corners of the words, as well as the jumping vertical and vertical strokes of the runes. They all showed how unique and beautiful the words were. It would be very difficult to produce such a charming font just by relying on rigid printing. In other words, the 2 lines of words were handwritten by the author. Handwriting, leaving blank space, hiding the words, binding and making a booklet. Wasn't this the norm for a wizard's handwritten letter? It was no wonder that Laplace would say that this book was not like a regular publication, but more like a privately bound handbook. However, regardless of whether it was a formal book or a personal handbook, what did it have to do with the solution of the hidden language? Angor was still confused. Laplace did not continue to beat around the bush and directly explained, "The audience is different. Officially published books and personal letters written by Odoros are aimed at different audiences. The former was aimed at the public. The latter, on the other hand, was targeted at a very small group of individuals." At this point, Laplace suddenly asked, "Who do you think will end up in the hands of a wizard's handwritten notes if nothing unexpected happens?" "Most likely, they'll fall into the hands of their relatives, peers, or students." Laplace nodded. "That's right. Similarly, the Art of Darkness is Odoros' personal handbook. According to the normal process, the target audience of the handbook he recorded must be someone close to him. And the people close to him are most likely his students or peers from the Death faction. Since we've determined the target of the Art of Darkness, what kind of hidden language do you think the book will contain? Of course, Angor knew what Laplace was trying to tell him. Something like an inherited language, or a common language used by the Death faction. An inherited language could be understood as a secret code between teachers and students. Only the inheritors of such a language could activate and read it. A common language referred to a common code shared by an organization or a group of people. Once someone from such a group came into contact with a common language they were familiar with, they would use a method that everyone in the group knew to decipher the hidden language. Regardless of which type of hidden language the book contained, one thing was for sure: Ancient Tooth Fairy could not decipher it. An inherited language could only be deciphered by someone from the same lineage as Odoro's. Ancient Tooth Fairy did not receive Odoro's knowledge, so it could not decipher the hidden language. If it was a common language, only someone from the Death faction could decipher it. The Death faction had been in decline for countless years, which meant it was impossible to decipher it either. That was why Laplace said something like this. Ancient Tooth Fairy knew how to decipher the hidden language in the Art of Darkness, but they could not do it. Because they did not meet the requirements to decipher the hidden language. After listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor fell into deep thought. What's on your mind? Laplace noticed that Angor remained silent for a while. Angor shook his head. Nothing. I'm just thinking. What's the common language of the Death faction? So you're going to decipher the hidden language of the Art of Darkness? Angor shook his head again. Not yet. I'm just thinking about it. At least, I don't know anything about it from the information I gathered. Angor obtained many books about the Death faction from Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. However, none of them mentioned anything about the common language of the Death faction. But Angor was sure that the Death faction had a common language. For example, Brood Cavern also had its own secret code. Every organization had their own way of keeping secrets. Generally speaking, there were two ways to decipher a common language. The first was to use a unique codebook to decipher it. Such codebooks were only available to the members of an organization. Also, they would usually change their codebooks every few days to prevent other organizations from deciphering the common language. The second was to use supernatural materials or abilities that only belonged to the organization. For example, the Magic Flute Monastery, a large wizard organization in the southern wizardry region. The secret language of the organization could only be deciphered with a supernatural material called Holy Flute Water. Holy Flute Water was an exclusive material of the Magic Flute Monastery, which could not be found anywhere else. And because of the specialization of the Magic Flute Holy Water, it became the Magic Flute Monastery's secret solution. As for the research department of Floating Mech City, they used door opening to decipher the common language. All members of the Research and Development Institute would learn a cantrip exclusive to the Research and Development Institute. It was called door opening. It was usually used in the city of Floating Mech. Anyone who wanted to enter or leave the city would need to use the cantrip. However, if a member of the department used a secret language to decipher the secret, he or she could also use door opening to decipher the secret language. Of the two examples mentioned above, one was to use transcendent materials, and the other was to use transcendent spells to solve the universal hidden text. But there was more to it. Some common languages could only be deciphered by a supernatural aura. For example, Sunders didn't say that Phantom Island was a common language. However, in the notes he left for Angor, there were many hidden contents that required Nightmare Aura to read. In a way, Sunders' method was also a common language. Now that he knew how to decipher the common language, he decided to check the secret language in Art of Darkness. The secret language couldn't be deciphered using a codebook. Codebooks were usually used by low-level organizations, which had obvious drawbacks. Therefore, the only way to decipher the secret language was to use a supernatural ability unique to the Death faction. Would the Death faction choose exclusive transcendent materials or unique transcendent abilities to solve the enigma? Angor had no idea. But both were possible. If the answer was a supernatural material exclusive to the Death faction, Angor guessed that it would be one of the four elements. Only the Death faction could create the four elements. Therefore, it was highly possible to use the four elements as the key to decipher the secret language. So, if the Death faction chose to use supernatural abilities as the solution to the universal hidden text, what kind of exclusive abilities would they use? There was only one answer Angor could think of: Blacken. Blacken was also a special spell used by the Death faction. It could return substances to the four elements. No one who wasn't a member of the Death faction could learn Blacken. If the hidden text in the Art of Darkness was really activated by the four original elements or the blackening spell, Angor believed that he could give it a try. After all, he already knew how to learn Blacken. Of course, this was only possible if the secret language in Art of Darkness was a common language instead of an inherited one. Laplace noticed the change in Angor's expression. She didn't ask what Angor was thinking, but she could guess that Angor had found a way to decipher the common language of the Death faction. Laplace thought for a moment and said softly, "If you really have the ability, I think the Crystal Eye race will allow you to read and use the Art of Darkness even if you don't have the right to obtain the level 4 treasure." As long as Angor could decipher the secret language, Hoda wouldn't hesitate to lend Art of Darkness to Angor. Angor considered and shook his head. "I don't have that ability yet." He wasn't lying either. Even if the secret language in Art of Darkness was Blacken or the four elements, Angor had to learn Blacken first. But he only knew how to learn Blacken. He hadn't mastered it yet. For now, he didn't have the ability to decipher the secret language in Art of Darkness. But he wasn't going to give up on Art of Darkness. Since he knew there was a Death faction alchemy book here, he would find a way to trade for it from the Crystal Eye clan. Even if it wasn't for the secret language, he would still trade for Art of Darkness for the historical facts of the Death faction. And he was confident that he could achieve this goal. After all, as the creator of the Dream Crystal, he had a lot of leverage. Now that the wool puppet could show up at any time, the Dream Crystal was even more important. Angor could control more space. Even if he didn't rely on the outside threat, he was confident that he could get Art of Darkness just by relying on the souls sleeping inside the Saint Corpse crystal. There was no rush. Laplace nodded. "You're right. There's no need to rush. You don't have to do it yourself. Just leave it to Glepner. She'll do it." "She'll use what she has," Laplace said. "Consider it a gift in return for the Book of Stars." Angor didn't reject Laplace's offer. Compared to Angor, Glepner was more suitable to handle such diplomatic affairs. Besides, Angor believed that with Glepner's methods and their current leverage, they wouldn't even need to pay anything. They only needed to drag the Crystal Eye clan for a while to get what they wanted. So there was no rush. They just needed to wait. Their private conversation came to an end for the time being. Angor looked at Hoda. "Now that we have a general understanding of Art of Darkness, we can show you the Book of Stars." This time Angor said show instead of show. Hoda nodded. "So you're going to give the Book of Stars as the reward for the level 4 treasure?" Angor nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Without wasting any more time, Hoda sent the book back to the servant. Next, the velvet in the spirit display cabinet began to flash again. The familiar light circle appeared again. This time it swiftly arrived in front of a calm colossus. Under Hoda's urging, the colossus slowly moved. It reached out a hand covered in white porcelain and blue crystal tubes and reached toward the sky. The colossus moved like a child admiring the stars in the night sky. It couldn't help but reach out its hand to grab one of the stars. Of course, a child couldn't catch a star. But the colossus did it. When it reached out its hand, a cluster of floating light spots appeared around the small sun in the sky like a river of stars. The colossus stretched its hand forward, and a shining star in the galaxy seemed to be pulled by some kind of gravitational force. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the sky, dragging a long tail behind it as it fell from the sky and landed in the colossus's palm. The colossus didn't move. Stars were still shining on its hand. At this moment, it really looked like a giant who could reach out and grab a star. Without a doubt, this glowing star was the treasure the colossus was guarding. The light circle, which had been waiting for a long time, quickly jumped onto the colossus' hand and formed a hexagram array to replace the glowing star. Meanwhile, the real star had already reached the spirit display cabinet under the illumination of the hexagram array. End of chapter. A hardcover book that was thicker than 2 bricks stacked together was presented on the velvet cover. Without a doubt, this extremely thick book was the Starry Sky book. According to the previous process, the crystal screen should have projected the detailed introduction of the Starry Sky book. However, Hoda did not do so. Instead, he reached a hand toward the spirit energy display cabinet. The complicated defensive runes around the cabinet avoided Hoda's hand as if they didn't see it at all. Even the glass cabinet, which clearly had physical properties, was like an illusion in front of Hoda's hand. Hoda's hand went through the spirit energy display cabinet and took out the star tome. Hoda rubbed the cover of the book to make sure it was real and handed it back to Angor. I won't show you the details of the book on the screen. You can read it later, Hoda said. Neither Angor nor Laplace had any objections. The crystal screen only showed a summary of the book, which could be used to gather information. But if they already had the real item, it didn't really matter. With that done, Hoda spoke in a soft voice, now that the 3 treasures have been displayed, it's time for us to leave. Angor nodded. He was about to say something when he heard something not far away. Crack. Crack. It sounded like a piece of glass that was about to shatter. Both Angor and Laplace heard it, and they quickly found the source of the sound. Angor followed Laplace's gaze. 100 meters away, the shining halo on the hand of the star-grabbing statue suddenly began to crack. It was about to be destroyed. What's going on? Angor wondered. Hoda glanced at it and said indifferently, it's not a big deal. It just activated the servant's defense mechanism. Did the servant's defense mechanism just get activated? It's nothing, Hoda seemed to have seen this coming. He explained slowly, the servants have their own rules. Their job is to protect the treasures in their hands. As for how, they could sense the treasure's aura. As long as the servants could sense the treasure's aura, they would stay still. If the treasure's aura changed or disappeared, the servants would go into defensive mode. As for the halo, it was a way to transmit aura. The halo on the servant's hand is connected to the array inside the spirit energy display cabinet. When the star tome is still in the cabinet, its aura will be transmitted to the halo through the array. When the servants sensed the aura of the star tome through the halo, they would assume that the book was still in their hands. Similarly, although the previous secret treasure's color palette and art of darkness had been moved to the display cabinet, because the circle of light could constantly transmit auras, the attendants would think that the treasures were still there and would not have any reaction. But now that Hoda had taken the Starry Sky book out of the display case, the treasure had disappeared, and the circle of light could no longer detect the aura of the treasure. The attendant naturally sensed that something was wrong. Angor's defense mechanism. Angor frowned. What do you mean by activated defense mechanism? Hoda said, it will attack all living beings indiscriminately. Since we're the only ones here, it will target us. Angor didn't know what to say. Hoda chuckled. But don't worry. We took the treasure from here. It's part of the process. The solution is simple. Give me a moment, gentlemen. With that, Hoda slowly walked to the spirit energy display cabinet under the watchful eyes of Angor and Laplace. He lifted his scepter and pointed it at the cabinet. The originally gorgeous display cabinet instantly disintegrated, turning into countless floating specks of light. These spots of light had fallen from the small sun in the sky, but at this moment, the drifting spots of light did not return to the small sun in the sky. Instead, they constantly changed shape and condensed in midair. 2 seconds later, a new star tome appeared in front of him. The Book of Stars looked real, but he was sure that it was just an illusion. There was nothing in the book. However, he sensed the familiar aura of a treasure inside the star tome. It was the same aura as the real star tome in Angor's hand. Was Hoda trying to swap it out? Using a fake book to replace the real one, Hoda did exactly what he was thinking and did as he was told. The star tome floating in the air flew back to the hand of the Colossus. The Colossus sensed the aura of the treasure inside the star tome and slowly calmed down. Hoda saw that the servant had stopped the defensive mechanism, patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and said, "See, it's very simple. The Starry Sky book guarded by the servant has already been given to you, so all you need to do is find a temporary replacement treasure and give it to it." Yes, it's simple. But isn't it a little too simple? He thought these servants would have a complicated screening system, but it turned out that they only needed to use illusions to fool them. that was not simple at all. It was very crude. Did it mean that someone who knew how to cast illusions could take away all the treasures here just by imitating the aura of the treasures? Hoda chuckled. Like I said, only 3 treasures can be displayed each day, and not at the same time. He could only display 3 items a day at most. This was a strict condition. Because of this, some people wanted to rely on the illusion of treasures to take away all the treasures. This was impossible to achieve in a short period of time. There's another hidden condition, Hoda said. The defense mechanism can only be turned off once per day. Hoda had already used the star tome illusion to turn off the defense mechanism once, which was the upper limit. If he wanted to obtain the treasure again today, he had no choice but to use the illusion to fool the servants. In other words, even if someone who knew how to cast illusions could enter the hall of attendants, they could only steal 1 treasure per day. And before that, they had to go through a series of procedures, such as obtaining permission to activate the spirit display cabinet. This was almost impossible to achieve. Currently, only Hoda and the spirit of the giant city had the permission to activate the spirit display cabinet. Therefore, anyone who wanted to steal the treasures would have to go around the program to do so, which was even more difficult. Especially when the spirit of the giant city was watching, it was basically impossible to bypass the program. All in all, using illusions to fool the servants was only a facade. The complicated rules behind it were the true pillars of the Hall of Attendants' security. Angor sighed in his mind when he realized what was going on. Actually, he was a little tempted. After comforting the servants, Hoda led the group out of the Hall of Attendants. It was a peaceful journey. Soon, they left the Rare Treasure Museum. Once again, they used the teleportation array to return to the previous space filled with crystal clusters. To Angor's surprise, the spirit of the giant city was already waiting for them inside the cluster space. Angor wasn't surprised by the spirit's appearance. What surprised him was that the spirit didn't appear on the screen this time. Instead, it showed up in its true form. The body of the spirit was that of a graceful lady, but the head on its neck was a dazzling crystal palace. Even though he already saw the city spirit's true form in the dream crystal, he still couldn't help but be shocked by the sight of it in front of him. Fortunately, he had already seen the spirit's true form, so he could at least maintain a calm expression on his face. As for Laplace, although it was her first time seeing the real body of the giant city spirit, she had seen countless strange creatures in the projection of the empty mirror sea. The spirit's appearance wasn't enough to surprise her. However, the way the spirit spoke made Laplace frown a little. You're finally here. Let me wait a bit. The spirit of the giant city sat on the crystal cluster sofa and looked at the people who came in. It was very satisfied that they didn't pay too much attention to its image. While I was waiting, I was thinking of going to the dream crystal to meet Sister Evelda, but I was worried that I would be too engrossed in my conversation with Sister Evelda and forget to return, which would neglect the 2 of you. So, I had to wait here in boredom. It's so boring. Before this, the spirit of the giant city spoke in a rather calm manner. Although it occasionally had a temper, it still fit its image as a white model. Besides, the spirit of the giant city had been keeping the crystal city safe all this time, so Laplace subconsciously used the word steady to describe the spirit. But now, the spirit's behavior was clearly not steady at all. Its voice was sometimes soft like a lady's, and sometimes harsh like a madwoman's. Its personality was extremely changeable. Also, it used various words like I, and I to show its wild and changeable side. Laplace was a little surprised by this change. However, if he had to choose, Laplace preferred the spirit of the giant city. It was changeable, but it seemed to be more realistic. He wasn't unfamiliar with the spirit's way of speaking. He already saw it in the dream crystal. Still, he was surprised that the spirit of the giant city was willing to show this side of itself. Sorry. The treasures in the Hall of Attendants were too precious. We were dazzled by them and wanted to choose everything. This also caused some delay when we were choosing the treasures. The spirit of the giant city looked at him again. The 2 windows on the top of the crystal palace opened, revealing 2 black vortexes inside. These were the spirit's eyes. The black vortex stared straight at him. The items in the Hall of Attendants are nothing special at all. The real treasures are the level 5 and level 6 ones. If you're interested, I'll take you there one day. Those are forbidden areas. Hoda quickly reminded Angor, that's a forbidden area. Level 5 and Level 6 treasures were the real forbidden areas. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the forbidden areas. The giant city spirit coldly snorted. The window in the middle of the crystal palace was pushed open, and it let out a sigh. The forbidden zone was set up by Tunida. Once Tunida enters the dream crystal, he will remove the restrictions of the forbidden zone and it will no longer be a forbidden zone. Hoda wanted to say something, but the spirit of the giant city waved a hand to stop him from interrupting. Hoda smiled bitterly and could only walk to the side of the giant city spirit. We'll talk about this later, the spirit said. Why don't you sit down and talk? Angor and Laplace quickly sat down. The spirit of the giant city opened its mouth and showed them a smile. Are you not angry anymore? If you are still angry, this concubine can apologize again for my previous neglect. Of course I'm not angry anymore. Angor wanted to say that they weren't angry at all. But on second thought, he didn't care if the spirit believed him or not. From a third party's point of view, Angor and Laplace would be free to ask for the Cosmos Tome. Therefore, they had to admit that they were angry. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel safe even if they had the Cosmos Tome in their hands. He even considered if he should say, I'm still angry. Maybe he could get another treasure for free. Then he would choose Art of Darkness. However, his face was not that thick, so he could only follow the words of the giant city spirit and nod his head in agreement. The city spirit sighed in relief and put a hand on its heaving chest. Thank goodness you're not mad anymore. Otherwise, I don't know what to say to Evda when we meet her. Angor raised an eyebrow. Back in the dream crystal, he heard the spirit of the giant city talking to itself, so he knew that the spirit was close to Evelda. Now it seemed that the relationship between them was deeper than he had imagined. It was possible that Evelda was the one who suggested the spirit of the giant city to give them a level 4 treasure as compensation. Besides, judging from the current situation, both the spirit of the giant city and Hoda showed great interest in the dream crystal, which meant that they were already on the side of the dream crystal. Since the two most powerful crystal eye elementalists had already turned around, the path ahead would be smooth. The only problem now was Tunida's opinion. However, just as Gleipnir said, Tunida's dream originated from the empty mirror monster, and the empty mirror monster was actually Laplace. For this reason, Tunida's personal will would not be too much of a hindrance. Of course, this was only Angor's personal speculation. He still needed to hear what Hoda and the spirit of the giant city had to say. End of chapter. After a simple exchange of greetings, the gate of the giant city spirit's crystal palace opened, revealing the slightly upturned red lips. I think we should be able to talk about the dream crystal now. Angor and Laplace looked at each other and nodded. Of course. In the following time, the giant city spirit and Hoda began to talk about the dream crystal. While talking about what they saw in the dream crystal, they also asked Angor about some questions they had in mind. From the conversation they had with Evelda and what they had seen in Rabbit Town, it could be seen that they approved of the dream crystal. Between the two of them, the spirit seemed to approve of the dream crystal more than Hoda. And he was right. It was Evda's influence that changed the spirit's mind. Almost every once in a while, the giant city spirit would mention Sister Evelda's words, Sister Evelda's thoughts, Sister Evelda's intentions, and so on. Angor could tell how important Evelda was to the spirit. From the spirit's description, Angor could tell that Evelda was full of praise for the dream crystal. In fact, Evelyn had already made a decision. I'm not going offline for now. I'll let the spirit take care of my corpse. Evelda's decision to stay offline meant that she was ready to become a new resident of the dream crystal. Once she had this idea, she had already begun to stand on the side of the dream crystal. Furthermore, with Evelyn influencing the giant city spirit's thoughts naturally changed and leaned towards the dream crystal. The spirit had already made up its mind during the conversation. On the other hand, Hoda, who already supported the dream crystal a few days ago, became more cautious when talking to them. Basically, Hoda was the one who raised all the doubts and questions. Hoda's questions could be summarized in 3 words: past, present, and future. Among them, the core of the word past was to search for the origin of the dream crystallizer. In short, Hoda wanted to know where the dream crystal came from. Of course, Angor couldn't answer that question. Thus, Hoda took a step back and said, I'm asking about the origin of the dream crystallizer because I want to know if there is a purpose behind its birth. Although Hoda did not know how the world was born, he knew that the birth of a real world would not have a so-called purpose. Hoda asked this question because he wanted to know if the dream crystal was created by humans. Because only a world created by humans would have a purpose. Since you can't confirm the origin of the dream crystal, can you tell me if the future of the dream crystal will be guided by humans? Hoda didn't say it out loud, but he was asking if the Dream Mirror organization would guide the development of the dream crystal. Furthermore, it would be, is there an ulterior motive behind your guidance? Angor couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. When Hoda asked about the origin of the dream crystal, he knew that Angor of course didn't want to know. Hoda raised the tone of his question because he knew Angor wouldn't answer it. If Angor refused, Hoda would immediately change the tone of his question to a normal one. This would make Angor think that I just refused your first answer, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to refuse again. Therefore, Angor would probably answer the question under the influence of compensation. Hoda was using such a strategy to speak. Angor was very familiar with this tactic. John always used it to PUA him when he was little. John only wanted to move the grapevine rack outside the window, but he was too lazy to do so. He put on a serious face and said, the orchard outside is too dense. It's blocking the light in the room. Let's remove the orchard and plant some more later. Angor cared a lot about the orchard when he was little. There were many rare fruits that John grew there. Angor loved the taste of those fruits. When he heard that John was going to remove the orchard, he was terrified. She really thought that John was trying to destroy the orchard. She did all kinds of analysis and samples, and finally confirmed that the grapevine rack was blocking the sunlight. Hence, she took the initiative to move the grapevine rack, and then carefully asked John if the sunlight had improved. John waved a hand mercifully. Make do with it. Angor sighed in relief. He thought he got what he deserved. Later, he learned that John was exaggerating to increase Angor's tolerance level. Then he used Angor's improved tolerance level to solve the problem at hand. Hoda's tactic was the same. Angor understood Hoda's sinister idea. But he still decided to answer after some consideration. He just got the Book of Stars, and he planned to find a way to get the Art of Darkness in the future. For now, Angor decided to play dumb for a while. In John's words, the Dream Mirror and the Crystal Eye race were still in the early stages of their honeymoon. For everyone's sake, Angor didn't mind playing dumb for a while. Will the future of the dream crystal be guided by someone? Angor considered for a moment and nodded. Of course. The inertia of any civilization doesn't happen on its own. It happens under the guidance of the races in the civilization. So, as long as the dream crystal keeps moving forward, it will be guided. But who exactly is the guide? I can't say for sure either. Perhaps it's the mirror dragons who use their powerful strength to guide the various races forward, or the Longhua race who incites public opinion to lead the various races against each other, or perhaps it's our dream mirror who uses the login device to guide them. Angor directly told Hoda all his thoughts. Hoda asked this question because he was worried that the dream mirror race would become a manipulator to guide the races. But how did the dream mirror become a manipulator? In Hoda's opinion, the loggers were a way to control the races. Angor saw through Hoda's plan. He thought for a moment. Instead of continuing to bury this bomb and becoming a hidden danger, he might as well detonate it himself. Of course, he didn't do it right away. He had a plan. Hoda was worried that the Dream Mirror would use the loggers to control the races, so Angor told him that the Dream Mirror could use the loggers to guide the races. It was true, but the other races also had their own ways of doing so. The mirror dragons of Hunter Dragon's divine kingdom could use their great power to influence other races. The Evermores were also masters of manipulating people's minds. They could influence other races by simply stirring up public opinion. Therefore, when he looked back at the Dream Mirror, he realized that the Dream Mirror, which relied on physical means to restrict the number of people in each race, was child's play compared to their ability to manipulate people. Hoda could only see that the Dream Mirror wasn't as powerful as he thought. Of course, Angor only wanted to show Hoda this. If Hoda knew that he was the one who created the Dream Crystal, and that he was in charge of everything, the answer would be different. Hoda thought about it carefully and agreed with Angwar's idea. Hoda wasn't stupid. He didn't think that other races could be guided because he was too focused on the dream mirror. Besides, there were no other races in the dream crystal right now, so he subconsciously ignored them. Now, with Angwar's guidance, he realized that the dream crystal wasn't a place where only one person could control it. The other races could use various methods to guide the development of the dream crystal. So could the Crystal Eye race. As for how the Crystal Eye race would do that, Hoda already thought of a good way, which was to rely on the Saint Corpse crystal. The Saint Corpse crystal would allow more Crystal Eye race people to become new residents and never go offline. This was a great advantage. They would become the front line of the Crystal Eye race, helping them expand their territory in the Dream Crystal and earning great achievements. Besides, the Crystal Eye race could enter the Dream Crystal earlier than other races, which was also an advantage. Thinking of this, Hoda finally felt relieved. However, he hadn't thought about whether the souls sleeping in the Sacred Corpse crystal who had turned into new residents would really help the Crystal Eye race wholeheartedly in the future. It was still an unknown. Even Angwar didn't have a definite answer yet. Hoda asked about the past and the present. There were 3 key questions about the present. First, how to distribute the logins of different races. Angwar answered, "You should ask Gleipnir about this." Angwar knew almost nothing about the races in the White Sun Mirror, so he couldn't answer this question. It was best to leave it to Gleipnir, the real leader of the Dream Mirror, to deal with it. Second, how to deal with the souls in the Saint Corpse crystal. Angwar gave a serious answer. The Saint Corpse crystal could definitely enter the Dream Crystal, but it needed a better arrangement. Besides, the Crystal Eye race had accumulated too many Saint Corpse crystals over the past 2,000 years. If all the sleeping souls of the Crystal Eye race were to enter the Dream Crystal, there would be hundreds of millions of them. It would be a big problem to settle such a large population. Besides, the other races would definitely be wary of it. So, he had to take it one step at a time. In the early stage, he could pull some important deceased people into the Dream Crystal, such as Evda and Tunida. In the later stage, he would slowly let all the Saint Corpse crystals into the Dream Crystal. Angwar used the proper arrangement method to restrict the Saint Corpse crystals. It sounded like a good reason, and even Hoda didn't find it a problem. However, Angwar didn't tell Hoda the real reason. It wasn't that he didn't want to pull all the sleeping souls into the Dream Crystal, but he couldn't. He couldn't locate the souls in the Saint Corpse crystals, so he had to rely on Laplace's help every time. This was extremely inefficient. If he could pull all the souls into the Dream Crystal at once, Angwar would be willing to do so. Population was the real benefit of development. Too many souls might cause chaos in the early stage, but things would eventually calm down. Once things calmed down, the benefits of population would show up. Angwar didn't mind eating until he was fat, but he simply couldn't do it. Hoda also agreed with Angwar's idea. Letting the Saint Corpse crystals into the Dream Crystal would be a simple arrangement. However, Hoda also made a request. "I hope that the first batch of souls pulled into the Dream Crystal will be technicians." Hoda was still thinking about the construction of the city. Giving priority to technicians to build a newbie town in the Dream Crystal would not only show off the Crystal Eye race's abilities, but also raise their status in front of other races. Hoda didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. Angwar naturally agreed with Hoda's suggestion wholeheartedly. He had always hoped that the Dream Crystal would develop quickly. Building a town was the first step to the development of the Dream Crystal. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, professional work should be left to the professionals. Angwar agreed with the Crystal Eye race's aesthetics. Especially the designers of the Rare Treasures Museum, led by Lady Honda. Their designs would be considered top-notch even in the wizarding world of the South. Angwar agreed with Hoda's suggestion. "We can send Lady Honda into the Dream Crystal first and let her be the chief planner of the town." Hoda naturally agreed. Since both sides agreed, the matter was settled. Next was the last question regarding the core content of the present, which was also the third question. Third, the influence of the Dream Crystal on the outside world. Earlier, Mr. Ao's secretary, Aya, confirmed that some special fairyland in the Dream Crystal could be extended to the outside world, which allowed the Mirror Dragon to gain great benefits. For example, Cuculus obtained the ability to eat black nightshade from the fairyland in the dream crystal. Using this as a basis, Noah told everyone that the dream crystal could affect reality. Hoda naturally believed AIA's words. However, after entering the dream crystal this time, he carefully observed for a long time. Not only did he observe the outside world, but he also observed the changes in his own body. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Nor did he find anything that could affect reality. Could it only be triggered by entering a fairyland? But did the dream crystal have a fairyland like the Misty Isle Dragon's tomb that specifically targeted the Crystal Eye race? If so, where could it be? How could he trigger it? Angor didn't know how to answer Hoda's question. He really didn't know if the dream crystal had such a place. Why would the Misty Island Dragon's tomb affect the mirror dragons in the real world? Angor tried to figure out the answer to this question. But he never got an answer. At first, he wondered if it was because they were both dragons. But on second thought, he didn't think so. The dragons in the Misty Island Dragon's tomb were abyss dragons. Abyss dragons and mirror dragons were both dragons, but they had nothing to do with each other. Angor didn't understand why the Misty Island Dragon's tomb could resonate with the mirror dragons. Did he not understand? How should he answer Hoda's question? Did the other races in the White Sun Mirror region, including the Crystal Eye race, have a similar Misty Island Dragon's tomb to guide them? Both yes and no were not suitable for him. Angor frowned at Hoda's question and said in a self-deprecating tone, "I'm just a person who entered the dream crystal ahead of time and had a little bit of permission. I'm not the god of the dream crystal. I can't answer your question. You can only find out if there is a dream crystal dungeon for the Crystal Eye race. I can't help you." Hoda listened carefully and found Angor's words reasonable. Angor wasn't omniscient, so it was normal that he didn't know anything about the dungeon. However, Hoda didn't believe that Angor only had a little bit of permission. If he could make a login device to enter the dream crystal, he must be someone highly valued by the consciousness of the dream crystal. Maybe he was the destiny of the dream crystal. Hoda wasn't the only one. The other races in the Cloud Cave, including the Mirror Dragons, all had the same idea. However, they believed that not only Angor, but also Laplace, Glepner, and Luigi were all destiny of the dream crystal. Or rather, they were favored by the consciousness of the small world. What they didn't know was that Angor wasn't the destiny of the dream crystal. He was the creator of the dream crystal. They couldn't blame themselves for not being able to figure it out. That was because destiny was already the limit of what they could imagine. Creating a world was something that not even legendary existences could do, so they wouldn't believe that Angor was the creator. However, the most unlikely answer was the one that was closest to the truth. Hoda nodded. "You're right. It's my fault for not thinking about it." As far as Hoda was concerned, Angor was the chosen one of the dream crystals. It was also very difficult to obtain unknown information. Just like the supreme cult in the southern region, they were favored by the world will and often participated in major events in the southern region. Even so, they only participated in events that had already happened. The supreme sect didn't know about the unknown things that had yet to happen and were still hidden in the dark. Hoda agreed with Angor's explanation. Angor could not predict the existence of a dungeon related to the Crystal Eye race. Since this matter was an unknown, Hoda decided to give up on asking. As Angor said, time would tell them the answer. Back to the main topic. So far, Hoda was satisfied with Angor's answers regarding the past and present. At this point, Hoda was already leaning towards the dream crystal from the depths of his heart. He was willing to let himself and the Crystal Eye race board the dream crystal, which was a flight to a new world. However, there was another important question he had to consider. That was the one that couldn't be avoided. Tunita. If Angor wanted Tunita to enter the dream crystal as well, he had to meet a certain condition. At the same time, this condition represented the future of the past, present, and future. Did the dream crystal have the potential to allow Tunita to ascend to a higher level? Tunita spent a large amount of resources to construct the ceremony of wonder so that he could have a chance to revive. However, his lifespan and potential limited his development. If he wanted to see a higher world, he had to find a younger body with better potential and a longer lifespan. Tunita's target for revival was the Force Tower. This was something that could satisfy him. If Tunida wanted to give up on the Force Tower and revive in the Dream Crystal, Angor had to prove that the Dream Crystal had such potential. I can't. I don't have the right to prove the potential of the Dream Crystal. It's still the same as before. Whether or not there is potential, you'll know when you see it for yourself. Just like Madame Evelda, Tunida has the right to choose. Let him enter the Dream Crystal plane. And take a look. Angor's words sounded like a suggestion, but he was actually urging Tunida to enter the Dream Crystal as soon as possible. Only when Tunida entered the Dream Crystal and regained his consciousness could they find answers to many questions. Whatever they said now was only for the discussion of outsiders. Tunida was the only one who could make the decision for himself. Of course, Tunida might not be satisfied with the Dream Crystal when the time came. However, as long as Tunida's consciousness remained in the Dream Crystal, many things could be solved. For example, if Tunida wasn't satisfied with the Dream Crystal, Angor could accidentally make him fall into a fairyland dungeon where he couldn't log off. Whether Tunida could clear the dungeon or not, as long as he stayed in the Dream Crystal for a long time, Angor would find a way to make him talk. However, Angor didn't think such a method was necessary. The fact that Tunida could become a sage and a prophet meant that his mind was not the same as ordinary people. Tunida would surely see the endless potential of the Dream Crystal. Even if Tunida couldn't see it himself, Angor would find a way to make him see it. Of course, Angor didn't mean to force Tunida. Angor wanted Tunida to see the potential of the Dream Crystal with his own eyes. For example, he could let Tunida talk to an NPC who could dream. As long as Tunida understood the meaning of dream, he would understand the terrifying power behind it. When the time came, Tunida would naturally make the right choice. Or worse, he could ask Mirror Phantom Laplace to talk to Tunida. There were always more ways than difficulties. Hoda considered and didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the city spirit and asked for its opinion. The city spirit covered the front door of the palace with a slender hand and yawned. Don't ask me. Ahem. The city spirit suddenly realized that her voice was getting stuck in her throat. She coughed twice and adjusted her tone. Then, she said in a ladylike voice, I don't have any opinions. I'll listen to Sister Evelyn. Evelda isn't here. Hoda shook his head. City Spirit shrugged. Of course I know that Sister Evelyn isn't here. Before we went offline, didn't we discuss this with Evelyn? Evda's idea is the same. Let's do as Sister Evda says. The City Spirit went back to being a hands-off boss. Angor found it hard to believe that the City Spirit was the same as the one who dared to go against EIA for the St. Corpse crystal. It had only been a few hours, and the City Spirit's stance had changed so much. And it was Evelda who changed the Spirit's mind. Angor didn't know how Evelda managed to change the Spirit's mind, but he was glad that Evelda was the first one to be pulled into the Dream Crystal. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the City Spirit's stubbornness. Hoda looked at Angor and said, Evelda suggested something as well, which is in line with your opinion. She also wants Prophet Tunida to enter the Dream Crystal. The only difference was that Angor wanted Tunida to enter the Dream Crystal and see the new world with his own eyes. Evelda, on the other hand, wanted Tunida to enter the Dream Crystal so that she could talk to him in person. Regardless of whether the Dream Crystal plane had unlimited potential or not, Evelda selfishly hoped that Tunida would stay in the Dream Crystal plane. She could not bear to see the youth of the Crystal Eye race suffer the sorrow of having his body taken over by his ancestors. When she was alive, she could not see the future and could only pass away with regrets. Now that she had awakened in the Dream Crystallization plane, she finally saw the new blue sea of the Dream Crystallization plane in the foggy path of the Crystal Eye race. Now that there was a new option, since Evelda was willing to talk to Angor, it was time to put an end to this farce that had lasted for 2,000 years. Evelda was a bit of a hindsight, but she still stood up for Angor. As Tunida's student, Evelda knew Tunida better than anyone else. Since she was willing to talk to Tunida, many problems could be easily solved. Then we'll do as Evelda says? Hoda nodded. Let's do that. In the following time, the two sides began to discuss when to let Tunida enter the Dream Crystal Valley. Angor and Laplace didn't mind. If they entered the Dream Crystal early, they could solve the problem as soon as possible. If they entered the Dream Crystal late, they could just delay it a bit longer. Since Greater already had Greater, it didn't matter how long it took. Hoda and the city spirit, on the other hand, had different opinions. Hoda felt that they could wait a little longer. They could wait until the dream crystallization plane had completely entered the crystal Irace's field of vision. Once the crystal Irace understood the dream crystallization plane, they could then use Tunida as their flag. This would increase the crystal Irace's desire to enter the dream crystallization plane. Judging by the time, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer. The city spirit, on the other hand, felt that it was too long. Since Avelda said she wanted to talk to Tunida in person, she should do it as soon as possible. As for what Hoda said about finding the best time to encourage the crystal Irace to enter the dream crystal, the city spirit didn't think it was necessary at all. The external threat of the woe puppets was still unsolved. Whether they wanted to enter or not, they would enter the dream crystal eventually. Therefore, there was no need to choose the right time. Hoda and the city spirit didn't have any problems with their ideas. They were just expressing their own opinions. However, they didn't have the same starting point, so no one could say for sure who would win. In the end, both of them realized that they couldn't convince each other. Left with no choice, Hoda decided to give in. Because of the city spirit's personality, it was difficult to change her mind once she made up her mind, unless Avelda mediated. However, the city spirit's current starting point was Avelda. Therefore, Hoda couldn't ask Avelda for help. He thought for a while and decided to give in himself. Because if they continued to argue, they wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion. Even if both sides took a step back and came up with a compromise, it would be difficult for the city spirit to agree to it. Therefore, after rubbing his temples, Hoda accepted the city spirit's opinion. However, Hoda also raised an idea of his own. We can arrange for Tunida to meet Avelda as soon as possible. But before that, I hope to pull a group of sleeping ancestors into the dream crystal. Hoda wasn't using this to negotiate. He felt that Avelda was the only crystal Irace member in the dream crystal. After Tunida entered, he might be a little lonely. If more crystal Irace members, especially those who used to be Tunida's friends, entered the dream crystal first, it might make Tunida feel a greater sense of belonging to the dream crystal. This would also increase Avelda's chances of persuading Tunida. The city spirit agreed with Hoda's request. However, it didn't matter if she agreed or not. Angor was the only one who could pull the sleeping souls into the dream crystal. Angor looked calm on the surface, but he was actually sighing in his mind. Originally, he was thinking of going to Sen to see what the blessing of the god's blood doppelganger was. But now, it seemed that he would have to postpone it for a while. Pulling Tunida into the dream crystallization plane wouldn't take too much time and effort, but if he had to pull a bunch of sleeping souls into the dream crystallization plane, it would take a lot of time. Since there was no other way, he had to pull them one by one. What do you think, Mr. Hoda? As we've discussed before, we can use this chance to pull Lady Honda into the dream crystal so that we can start planning and designing the city in advance. Angor pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. He would have to pull them in sooner or later. Now was a good time. He wanted to see if he could find a convenient way to pull the souls into the dream crystal more easily. As soon as Angor agreed, Hoda began to discuss with the city spirit which undead crystals should be pulled into the dream crystal first. They were so engaged in a heated discussion that they even turned on the crystal screen and listed the important personnel that they acknowledged on it. The first name that appeared on the crystal screen was none other than designer Honda. With the heated discussion between Hoda and the giant city spirit, the list of names on the crystal screen was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. End of chapter. Kadyuta, slumbering in year 125 of the crystal calendar. A great botanist who cultivated the iceberg millet series for thousands of generations. Kongda, slumbering in year 347 of the crystal calendar. An astute spatial expert who expanded 3.7% of the inner space of the crystal city. 10,000 curved tower, slumbering in year 611 of the crystal calendar. Before slumbering, he was a political scientist and a powerful leader. Xianxia, slumbering in year 656 of the crystal calendar. Lived from the Ice Age to the crystal calendar. The strongest assassin in the history of the crystal Irace. Madota, slumbering in year 1912 of the crystal calendar. A double agent. Studied in the Valley of Division. Learned from the Changhua clan. Good at sowing discord. A rare master of psychology. Shadaoma's Tower, slumbering in year 233 of the crystal calendar. One of the strongest warriors in the 200 to 300 years of the crystal calendar. Kita, slumbering in year 166 of the crystal calendar. A clairvoyant with strong intuition. Pioneer of the worm style. Uduoda, slumbering in year 553 of the crystal calendar. Known as the most beautiful crystal race. Passed away at the age of 20. The discussion between Hoda and the city spirit reached its climax. Regardless of whether this person was useful or not, they would add them as soon as they thought of them. On the other side, Angor was also observing the names scrolling on the screen. This was a selection of talents, after all. Angor hoped that the dream crystal would welcome a new batch of talents as soon as possible. At first, he was quite satisfied. Those who showed up on the screen were all famous people who deserved to be praised, whether in terms of achievements or talents. They were definitely the best of the best. But as the names scrolled down, the names on the screen became more and more strange. Shadaoma's Tower was one of the strongest warriors in the 200 to 300 years of the crystal calendar. He was a warrior after all. He should be useful in conquering the fairyland dungeon. But was it really necessary to put someone like Uduoda, who relied on her looks, in the first batch of people to enter the dream crystal? Could Uduoda create an idol economy in the dream crystal? Besides, even if the National Idol project was launched in the dream crystal plane, Uduoda was only a member of the crystal race. It would be difficult for other races to approve of her. Take Angor for example. He couldn't even tell the difference between a Crystal Eye clan member's gender, let alone their looks. Only by knowing the names of the Crystal Eye clansmen could he tell their gender by using Ta and Da. Was it really appropriate for Uduoda to be included in the first batch of candidates? Hoda didn't respond to Angor's question with an awkward expression. The giant spirit, on the other hand, spoke frankly. What do you mean? Of course it's very suitable. With such a beautiful woman by our side, everyone's enthusiasm for work will increase a lot. Take you for example. If there is a beautiful woman staring at you from the side, in order to show off your masculine charm, you will definitely work hard to show off your talent. Me? Angor pointed at his own nose. The giant city spirit blinked. Is what this concubine said wrong? Angor sighed. When I'm working seriously, I don't care if there are people around me. If I put my attention on the people around me, my work efficiency will only be reduced by the people around me, not doubled. Angor didn't know where the giant city spirit heard about this men and women working together will not get tired situation. It might make sense for ordinary jobs. But for highly detailed jobs, it didn't matter if there was a man or a woman beside you, because you wouldn't even look around when you were working. Angor wasn't the only one. Almost all wizards were like this. Besides, men and women working together will not get tired was still men and women working together, which meant that everyone was working. But the giant city spirit's situation was men working, women watching. Could this really stimulate work passion? Angor doubted it. The giant city spirit waved a hand carelessly. Maybe I gave the wrong example. Anyway, for Crystal Eye clansmen, working together will definitely improve their efficiency. When Uduoda was still alive, she helped Mista become a scholar, and encouraged Xianxia to work hard and become a great musician. Oh right, I almost forgot about Mista and Xianxia. They need to be registered too. The giant city spirit ignored Angor's reaction and focused on the registration on the crystal screen again. Mista, sleeping in year 595 of the crystal calendar. Youngest scholar of the Crystal Palace. Master of Surveying. Xianxia, sleeping in year 712 of the Crystal Calendar. Great musician. His original song, Hymn of the Crystal Palace, is still the opening music of the Crystal Palace. Mihata, sleeping in year 999 of the Crystal Calendar. Master of Mechanical Design, the giant city spirit seemed to be inspired by Uduoda's name. A lot of people's faces popped up in its mind. In an instant, more than 10 new names appeared on the crystal screen. Master of Surveying, Master of Music, Master of Mechanical Design, Actuary, Lecturer of Law, Famous Painter. All of them sounded useful, but Angor didn't know why they were included in the first batch. The list on the crystal screen was already going beyond the first 100 names. Angor quickly stopped it. How about this for the technicians? It wasn't that 100 names were too many. It was just that there weren't that many truly great people and technicians who could leave their names in history. More and more people like Uduoda were forced to be included in the list. It wasn't that they couldn't be included in the first batch. Is 100 enough? Hoda was a little confused. We have enough technicians for the early stages. But we can add some laborers later. After all, technicians couldn't make the most of their skills. They needed laborers to help them. Of course, the laborers could also choose living members of the Crystal Eye race and enter the Dream Realm as guest laborers through the login device. However, living people could not stay in the Dream Realm forever. The souls in the Holy Corpse Crystal could be transformed into natives. They would not go offline and could continue working. It was necessary to have a group of natives for the early stages of development. The requirements for these laborers were simple. They had to listen to orders and have done the relevant work before. Angor thought that Hoda and the Giant City Spirit would write down several hundred more names. However, they didn't write anything on the crystal screen. In Hoda's words, I can't remember the names of these laborers. I'll just take some Saint's Corpse crystals. From the graveyard. Crystal Eye clansmen can do these jobs. How many laborers do you need? Hoda asked. Let's do about 200 for now. Angor estimated the efficiency of the recruitment process and the time he had to spend on it. It wasn't that he didn't want more. It was just that he needed Laplace to locate each worker. Angor didn't mind it for himself, but he didn't want to waste Laplace's time. Therefore, he made a compromise. With 200 people, if they were fast enough, they should be able to complete it in an hour. 200? Isn't that too little? Hoda grumbled, but he didn't say anything else. After discussing with the city spirit, he turned to Angor and said, please wait for a moment. I'll go with the city spirit to get the crystals. They could send their subordinates to retrieve the 200 Saints' Corpse crystals from the graveyard. As for the remaining 100 Saints' Corpse crystals from famous historical figures, as well as the most important one, Tunada's Corpse crystals, Hoda and the Giant City Spirit had to go get them. These Saints' Corpse crystals were either in forbidden areas or enclosed graveyards. Only Hoda and the Giant City Spirit, who had the highest authority, could retrieve them. Especially Tunada's Saint Corpse crystal. Not only did Hoda and the Giant City Spirit have to be present, but 80% of the remaining elders of the Elder Council must also be present to open the Forbidden Holy Palace and take out Tunada's Saint Corpse crystal. They also wanted their subordinates to do it for them, but they had no other choice. I'll send my secretary, Bonita, to accompany you. If you need anything, just tell her, Hoda said in an apologetic tone. About 5 minutes later, an exquisite-looking Crystal Eye woman appeared in the crystal space. Of course, Angor couldn't tell that she was a woman just by looking at her appearance. However, since Hoda said that his secretary's name was Bonita, and the word da in her name, there was no doubt that she was a woman. Bonita already knew her task. After entering the crystal space, she bowed to Hoda and the Giant City Spirit and came to Angor and Laplace, waiting for further instructions. Hoda and the Giant City Spirit didn't waste any time. They quickly left the crystal space after bidding farewell to Angor. After they left, Bonita said respectfully, esteemed guest, if there's anything you need, please let Bonita know. Bonita will serve you with all her heart. Angor waved a hand. I don't need anything for now. Angor glanced at Laplace, who shook his head to indicate that he didn't need anything either. Seeing this, Bonita tactfully said, then I'll wait by the side. If you need anything, you must call me. She walked to the other side of the crystal space and sat down, where she could see Angor and Laplace without being blocked by the crystal space if she looked down. She could see what was going on without disturbing Angor and Laplace, which showed how clever she was. Bonita probably couldn't hear their conversation from her position, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he chatted with Laplace through their spirit bond. They mainly talked about the Cloud Cave and the preparations for the Divine Blood Clone's blessing. Gleipnir told me that the Cloud Cave isn't doing anything yet, Laplace said. Blood Calamity probably hasn't contacted Granny Dragon Crow yet. As for the Divine Blood Clone, her blessing isn't ready yet. Let's wait for a while. Angor was thinking about going to the Silver Forest base to check if the clone's blessing was ready. But now, it seemed he had to wait for a while. Since he didn't have anything else to do, maybe he should check the doomsday in the dream crystal. Angor considered for a moment and decided against it. No one knew when Hoda and the others would come back. He couldn't go in alone while Laplace stood guard outside, right? Maybe later. When the first batch of crystallite technicians entered the dream crystal, he could go in and take a look. For now, he should wait outside. Still, waiting like this was boring. He considered for a moment and took out the Book of Stars from his bracelet. Previously, they had immediately left the attendance hall after obtaining the Starry Sky book, not wasting even a second. Angor didn't even read the book. He knew that the star tone was related to the so-called cosmic panorama, so he probably couldn't understand it. But it didn't matter. Besides, he had nothing to do right now, so he could use this chance to kill some time. He didn't have time to check the star tone before, so he put it in his bracelet. Now that he held it in his hand again, he finally realized how heavy it was. If one had to compare the thickness of the Starry Sky book, it would be as thick as 2 bricks. In terms of thickness, it could only be considered average. However, its weight was probably the heaviest of its kind. Angor put his hand on it and estimated that it weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms. This didn't match the book's thickness. Could it be that this weight was caused by the thick shell? Angor checked carefully and found that the book was so heavy not because of the thick shell, but because of the pages inside. From afar, the star tome looked like a hardcover book. The pages were made of wood pulp and had a yellowish color. But when Angor touched them, he realized that they weren't made of wood pulp at all. They were some kind of heavy parchment. It was just that the thickness of the parchment was about the same as the thickness of the parchment. A lot of parchment was stacked together, which made the star tome so heavy. The outer shell of the star tome was dark blue with white dots scattered on it. It looked like someone sprinkled correction fluid on the parchment, which made it look like the universe. Angor touched the thick shell and didn't feel anything special, so he turned it over. The first page was the prologue. Before reading the preface, he carefully touched the pages again. It feels a little like human skin, but it seems to be heavier than human skin. I wonder what kind of skin it is. Angor even used Narda's vision and couldn't see the origin of the parchment. He could only be sure that it wasn't human skin. Angor wanted to ask Laplace, but Laplace shook her head. She couldn't see the origin of the parchment either. He had to give up. Angor looked at the prologue, which seemed to be a summary of the star tome. However, Angor didn't pay attention to the content. Instead, he carefully observed the characters. It wasn't surprising that the characters were written in the universal language. According to Gleipnir, the author of the star tome was a son of stars who was active in the origin world. The origin world was the world of wizards, which was dominated by humans, so it wasn't surprising that the book was written in the universal language. Angor didn't pay attention to the universal language. He was more interested in the way the characters were printed. They didn't look like they were printed or written with a pen. Instead, they looked like, Angor rubbed his chin. Why do these characters look like they grew out of the parchment on their own? To be precise, he believed that the parchment and the words were one and the same. They didn't look like they were printed or written on. Angor even touched the prologue with his finger. There was no strange uneven feeling. It was completely integrated with the parchment. He didn't turn off Narda's vision because he didn't turn off the Narda's vision yet. Narda's vision allowed him to see the information of materials. Known materials would be displayed in detail, while unknown materials would be divided into relatively unknown and absolutely unknown. Relatively unknown materials would not be marked with the name of the material. Only some information about the material's nature would be displayed, and the server would calculate the material's origin and nature. Absolutely unknown materials would be displayed as? Through Narda's vision, the materials displayed on the paper were all? And they were all related to the paper. None of them were related to the ink seal. It was as if the ink seal did not exist. Angor was really surprised by this. However, he knew that he would not get an answer no matter how surprised he was, so he had to hold back his curiosity for now. Instead, he began to read the prologue. There wasn't much content in the prologue, only 4 sentences. However, each sentence seemed to be heavily encrypted. Angor could understand each word, but he did not know what it meant. Angor was still puzzled after reading the whole thing. It took him a while to collect his thoughts and try to understand the 4 sentences using his own mind. The first sentence seemed to be introducing himself. After all, the author of the Cosmos tome was called a child of stars. But why was a child of stars not a person, but a messenger of the star spirit? Was it a general term? Or was it some kind of fanatic in a religion who had reached the extreme of their faith and abandoned their own personality? The second sentence seemed to be hinting at the reader's identity. But what was the power of the stars? Was it something like astrology? The third sentence, I hope I can find my star spirit, Angor muttered in a low voice. He did not get it. Star spirit? Was it a synonym? Or was it some kind of spirit? The last sentence, which was also the fourth sentence, was the stars will always watch over you. Angor could understand the literal meaning of the sentence, but he felt that there was something more to it. Normally, humans would watch over stars. But here, the stars were personified, and stars were watching over humans. This was obviously a hidden meaning. However, he had no idea what it was referring to, just like the other 3 sentences. So this is an encrypted document for astrologers? Angor complained in his mind while reading the rest of the book. He wanted to see if there were any related introductions in the later chapters. The next page of the preface went straight to the main text without even a table of contents. The content of the main text was also very concise. Every page was accompanied by pictures and words. Most of the pictures were constellations, which were similar to the constellations he saw in the hologram tablet. In the dark background, several strangely arranged stars were lit up. The stars were connected into lines and formed a strange pattern. In the picture on the first page, a few stars were connected and looked a bit like an undulating curve. At the bottom of the design were the words, matching characters. He glanced at the first page and saw a number 3489 at the end of the page. It seems to be referring to the 3489th reign astrology. Below, it explained in detail what this astrology meant from various angles. For example, from the perspective of prayer, the 3489 reign astrology represented moderate abundance. From Angor's point of view, there was nothing good or bad about it. From the perspective of astrology, the 3489 reign astrology represented the singing of the stars. There was sorrow, there was joy, and there was gain. From Angor's point of view, he could not understand it. From the perspective of the stars, the 3489 reign astrology represented 1/3 of excess, 7 times of overload, time sequence 7. 339 seconds. Other than praying, astrology, and the perspective of the stars, there was also the perspective of interrogation, battle, fate stars, and all other things. Just one astrological explanation alone took up more than 10 pages. Every page was densely packed, and different answers were given from different perspectives. But the answers were all vague. Anyway, Angor could recognize most of the words, but he could not decipher any of them. Angor continued reading. Most of the content was the same. The front part was a star-matching diagram, and the back part was an explanation of the relevant angles. There were all kinds of formulas, calculations, and ambiguous answers. Of course, there were also some differences. For example, there were hundreds of pages of encrypted text written with strange star symbols. Angor could not decipher them even with language analysis. It was probably the secret code of the owner of the astral power. Angor felt dizzy just by looking at them. In the end, before his eyes were overwhelmed by the numbers, Angor closed the Book of Stars. He couldn't understand it at all. He couldn't even judge the value of the Starry Sky book. Angor heard a saying before, books also choose their readers. Most likely, the book did not choose him. While rubbing his slightly swollen temples with one hand, he lifted the large volume of the Starry Sky book with the other hand and handed it to Laplace, who was beside him. You should keep this book. Give it to Gleipnir later. I feel nervous reading this book. As a researcher, a scholar, he felt uneasy because he could not understand the book. Laplace chuckled and took over the book. For those who don't know anything about it, this book is like a book that can't be understood. Even I find it hard to understand this book. You don't understand it? Angor looked at Laplace in surprise. You don't understand it either? Laplace nodded. Gleipnir and I share our memories. But you should know that memory does not mean ability. Memory does not mean ability. Angor's mind went blank for a second. He then recalled his experience in Sunlight Circus. It's just like how Luigi got full marks in the Sunshine Circus, but you only got 13 points. Laplace did not know what to say. He tried to forget the memory again. He felt that he should not have said anything. Although the memories of his death attacked him again, Laplace still held back his emotions and said calmly, "You can say that." Luigi had unparalleled talent in performing. Laplace, on the other hand, shared all of Luigi's memories and understood the technique of Luigi's playing, but she could never perform as well as Luigi could. This was what people meant by memory does not mean ability. Similarly, Laplace had all of Gleipnir's memories and knew how to operate her astrology, but to ask her to do it, there was no way. She had memories and knowledge, but no talent. If one wanted to read the Starry Sky book, one had to have the talent to do so. Laplace was not a talent. If she tried to read the book, her situation would be similar to Angor's. She might be better than Angor. After all, Laplace also knew a lot about astrology. However, she did not have astral energy, so she could only understand 0.5% of the book at best. On the other hand, with Laplace's comfort, Angor finally calmed down a little. If even Laplace could not understand the book, it was only natural that he could not. After indulging himself for a while, Angor calmed down a little and asked, "What kind of book is the Book of Stars?" "What do you want to know?" Laplace asked. Angor knew that he would not get an answer from the main text. Reading the main text required talent, especially when there were codes in it. Angor reached out his hand and turned to the preface of the book. "Just these few sentences," Angor said. "You don't have to explain the rest." Laplace read the preface. Since she had Gleipnir's memories, she could roughly understand what they meant. But this also involved the theory of idealism. For example, she could explain the last two sentences, but she might not be able to explain it clearly. She considered and said, "If you have any questions, just ask them through the spirit bond. I'll tell Gleipnir and she'll answer you." "Good. She's not busy anyway." Angor nodded. He had a general idea of what was going on in the cloud cave because he could sense strangers logging into his dream crystal from time to time. Without a doubt, these newcomers were the guests of Cloud Cave. The guests were trying to broaden their horizons in the dream crystal, while Gleipnir did not come online. Angor guessed that Gleipnir did not want to guide the newcomers. Since she was not online, Gleipnir must be free. Angor asked through the spirit bond. The first sentence of the preface says that a son of stars is not a person, but an emissary of the astral spirits. What does that mean? Gleipnir's voice soon came from the spirit bond. Of course, this was just Laplace's simulation. Before I answer your question, I want to know if you know anything about astral spirits? Angor shook his head. Not really. Are they some kind of spirit? Gleipnir chuckled. Spirits? They do exist, but the astral spirits mentioned in the preface of the Book of Stars are not spirits. They're called astral spirits. Angor's eyes widened. His mind was filled with astral spirits meant world? So you don't know much about the stars, Gleipnir said. Instead of explaining what astral spirits was, Gleipnir changed the topic. So, what do you think the stars are like? I don't know what you mean. Gleipnir continued, when night falls, the thin clouds disperse. If you look up now, you should be able to see the endless stars. In your opinion, what do these stars mean? Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Because of Gleipnir's words, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu and recalled some things from a long time ago. When Angor was very young, to the point where his knowledge of the world was limited to Gru Town, John, as his first teacher, used various methods to teach Angor about the world. Angor was quite happy about John's guidance. Back then, Angor was very curious about the world and believed that John knew everything. He knew why flowers smelled good, why dandelions were blown away by the wind, why the stones in each section of the river had different shapes, and why waterfalls were formed. When he asked his father, Old Pad, about these things, Old Pad had no idea. Angor admired John a lot back then. Whenever he had any questions, he would ask John. One night, he leaned against the railing of a stilt house and looked at the stars in the night sky. Why are there so many stars in the sky? He thought John would give him a scientific answer like he always did. However, John remained silent for a while. If you were in my universe, I would tell you that most of the stars in the sky are stars. The flickering light in the sky might very well be a spark that came from an infinitely distant place countless years ago. But in this world, I don't know how to answer you. Angor did not understand John's meaning back then. He only understood it when he grew up. The universe where Earth was located was different from the one where the wizarding world was located. It was hard to tell whether the stars in the sky were distant stars. This was why Gleipnir's question gave Angor a strong sense of déjà vu. At this moment, it was just like that moment in the past. Angor pondered for a while before he spoke. I once heard that the stars in the sky are projections of the world. Yes. The stars in the wizarding world were not stars. They were projections of worlds or planes. They hung high in the night sky and used their own ways to tell all living beings that the universe was big, and humans were not the only civilization. A chuckle came from the other end of the spirit bond. As expected, your answer is exactly the same as what everyone in the southern wizarding region knows. Angor noticed the subtle meaning in Gleipnir's tone. He thought for a moment and asked, so, is this perception wrong? Gleipnir said indifferently, it's not wrong, but it's not right either. The stars you see are indeed projections. Some of them may be projections of worlds, but most of them are shadows of billions of silent planets. Shadows of billions of silent planets. Angor repeated Gleipnir's words in a low voice. There were two key words in the sentence that caught Angor's attention. Billions, billions, billions. This seemed to be an extremely large number of words that were rarely used in normal times. Angor noticed this because the first sentence of the Book of Stars prologue used this word, I lead billions of astral spirits to provide assistance to those who use the power of the stars. Angor did not believe that Gleipnir would mention such a huge number of words out of nowhere. It had to be related to the Book of Stars on a deeper level. The second word that caught Angor's attention was planet. Or rather, the concept of planet really caught Angor's attention. Almost everyone in John's homeworld knew about the concept of a planet, which was a gigantic celestial body in the universe. It could even be said that John's hometown, Earth, was also a planet in essence. But the concept of a planet did not exist in the wizarding world. If Gleipnir did not mention planet today, Angor would never have thought that there was such a thing in this universe. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this a different planet? Angor wondered in his mind. There was no way he could figure it out by thinking alone, so he decided not to waste time and asked the question directly. What do you mean by shadows of billions of planets? Angor asked, and what is a planet? Several seconds later, Gleipnir responded. What is a planet? I don't know because I've never seen it before. I can only summarize my understanding of planets from the few remaining words in some books about the star spirit world. Gleipnir considered for a moment and began to explain the planet in her mind. As she spoke, Angor gradually learned about a secret he had never heard of in the southern wizarding region. The astral plane. According to the classification of worlds, the astral plane was similar to the mirror realm, dream realm, spirit plane, etc. It was a special world. Its power could cover a boundless plane. In almost any world, as long as there was night, as long as there was light and suitable weather, one could look up and see the endless starry sky. The endless starry sky was related to the projection of the astral plane. The fact that the astral plane could project its own starry sky meant that it was a special world. What kind of world was the astral plane? Gleipnir had never been there, so she did not know. But from the records in many books, she could roughly figure out the general situation of the astral plane. The astral plane was full of dark holes. There was no sound, no air, no living creatures, no light source. Nothing. It was like an oppressive void. However, the astral plane was not only filled with dark holes. There were billions of planets. The billions here was not a specific number, but a general reference. It was a general reference to the number of endless planets in the star spirit world. In other words, the number of planets could be described as innumerable. However, uncountable could not express the shocking feeling of numbers. That was why there was a clear number like billions and billions as a byword. These billions of planets floated in the dark holes of the astral plane. Each of them was as big as a world. They were illuminated by the glowing planets, which projected their bright and beautiful shadows into the real world. They became the starry sky. "These are the planets I know," Glepner said. "That's all I can tell from the lucky flashes in the books." To put it simply, they were huge celestial bodies made of unknown materials floating in the dark holes. Each of them was as big as a world. Glepner had never seen them with her own eyes, so she did not know if they were really that big. After listening to Glepner's explanation, Angor felt his scalp tingling. The so-called dark holes were very similar to the cosmic holes John once told him about. Cosmic holes referred to places in the universe outside the filamentary structures of galaxies. There was only the darkness of eternal night and endless loneliness. To put it in simpler terms, it was like looking up at the starry sky, excluding the bright stars in the sky, a large pitch-black curtain. These were cosmic holes, which were far away from the stars. In the void of the universe, there were only dim planets and a very small number of galaxies. That was John's description of the Earthling's view of the universe. From a certain perspective, the dark void that Glepner mentioned was very similar to the universe void. Moreover, there were countless planets floating in the void. This seemed to have some kind of connection with the universe observed by the people on Earth. Angor suddenly had an idea. Was the world John was in really another universe? Could it be that the universe on the other side actually referred to the star spirit world? Could it be that Earth existed in the astral plane? If this conjecture was correct, then wouldn't there be a new way to help Chown find his way back home? Angor felt his emotions swelling up. His thoughts, which had been silent for a long time, began to come alive. He forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath. "You said those planets are as big as a world. Then, are there living people on them?" "Of course. Only planets with living beings can give birth to astral spirits," Glepner replied. "Astral spirits?" Angor frowned. "What's that?" "You can think of an astral spirit as the consciousness of a world. But it's different from a world's consciousness. A world's consciousness is an amalgamation of countless consciousnesses. Astral spirits, on the other hand, are sentient. They can even become intelligent creatures. In ancient times, astral spirits were also known as the consciousness of a planet, which was why they were mentioned in the same breath as the consciousness of a world. But now, the consciousness of a planet changed its name to astral spirit. Astral spirits did not like the name consciousness of a planet. Instead of a planet's consciousness, they were more like a spirit of a planet, so they called it astral spirits. After listening to Glepner's explanation, Angor felt that his brain was overloaded again. Astral spirits? Was this the consciousness of Gaia? If only planets with living beings could give birth to astral spirits, then if Earth was in the astral plane, it should have astral spirits too, right? But John never mentioned astral spirits on Earth. Even the concept of Gaia's consciousness was only a legend on Earth. It had never been proven. Was his guess wrong? Was Earth not in the astral plane? The astral plane was not Earth's universe, Angor considered and asked, "Do the people living on Earth know about astral spirits?" Glepner nodded. "Of course. Even outsiders like us know about astral spirits, so they must know about them too. It's said that astral spirits can guide intelligent creatures on a planet. You can even think of them as kings." Angor felt more and more unsure about the answer of Earth is in the astral plane. If astral spirits could guide civilizations, people on Earth should know about them. But neither the hologram tablet nor John's story mentioned astral spirits. Angor's guess about Earth being in the astral plane began to waver. Still, Angor did not give up completely. He considered and asked two more questions. Are there humans in the astral plane? How can we go there? John was a human. If there was a human civilization in the astral plane, the possibility of Earth being in the astral plane would increase. However, Glepner's answer disappointed him. Human civilization is one of a kind. I've never heard of any human civilization in the astral plane. Even if they look human, they are not. Take the shadow royals of the Evermores for example. Apart from their darker skin, they look no different from humans. Are they humans? No. Their internal structure is completely different from humans. They can only be called humanoids. There might be humanoid civilizations in the astral plane, but there was no human civilization. This answer lowered Angor's guess about Earth being in the astral plane. According to Sunders, John was rejected by the consciousness of the wizarding world, but his soul and body were still human. As for how to get there, Glepner shook his head. No one knows. Isn't the astral plane a special world? How come no one knows how to get there? Glepner sighed. The astral plane is different from other special worlds. We only know about its existence, but we can't enter it. It's a completely sealed world. Angor frowned. But you said the astral spirits don't like the name consciousness of a planet, so they came up with this name. Doesn't that mean there's a way to get in touch with the astral spirits? If there was a way to get in touch with the astral spirits, how could there not be a way to enter the astral plane? Glepner's answer shocked Angor again. Astral spirits can be projected from the astral plane. They can exist as projections in the real world, Glepner said. Gleipner said, however, their projections aren't active projections. They need to be summoned. At this point, Glepner revealed a secret that Angor had never heard of before. Oh, right. I heard that some summoner wizards in the origin world can summon astral spirits. The astral spirits they summon have the power of the stars, which is stronger than many demons summoned from other worlds. Summoners who can summon astral spirits to do battle are called astral sorcerers. Many secrets about the astral plane are spread by astral sorcerers. The author of the Book of Stars, the Son of Stars, is said to be an astral sorcerer. Of course, apart from astral sorcerers, Sons of Stars can also be astral masters. Angor was still digesting the name astral sorcerer a second ago, but now he noticed a new term, astral master. Angor's mouth moved faster than his brain. Without thinking, he asked, "What's a astral master?" It's a creature who left the astral plane and came to the real world. They used to be creatures of the astral plane. Now that they're here, they're called astral masters. Angor blinked. Astral masters are projections like the astral spirits summoned by astral sorcerers? Glepner denied, no. They have real bodies. Real bodies? Angor was still puzzled at first. When he thought about it carefully, he realized something. You mean, astral masters come from the astral plane? If they can leave the astral plane, then, Glepner cut him off. I know what you're trying to say. If astral masters can leave the astral plane, there must be a way to enter it. Angor nodded. If there was a way to leave, there must be a way to enter. This was the case of two sides of the same coin, like light and shadow. Where there was light, there would be shadow. Indeed. Many people believe that if there are astral masters, there must be astral ascenders. Unfortunately, so far, there is no evidence to prove that there is a way to enter the astral plane. Even the astral spirit projections themselves said that there is no way to enter the astral plane. At least for now, the astral plane is still a special world that can only be left, but not entered. Only left, but not entered. Angor repeated the conclusion in a low voice. He still did not believe it. In his opinion, the astral plane was similar to the Khazadar world, which was the spirit plane. In the past, the Khazadar world was also considered a one-way ticket. Only after a living person died and turned into an undead could they enter. But with the development of soul energy, powerful undead spirits from the Khazadar world would descend to the human world, and living people also had ways to enter the Khazadar world. Especially soul-manipulating wizards, many of their powerful spells could only be learned in the Khazadar world. Therefore, although only a few people could enter the Khazadar world, it was still better than the one-way ticket in the past. Similarly, Angor felt that the astral plane might be the same. The current consensus about the astral plane was, only left, not entered. But that was only for now. With more research on the astral plane, there might be a way to enter it in the future. It was even possible that at this moment, in an unknown place, someone had already discovered a way to enter the astral plane. How did a star master leave the astral spirit world and come to this world? Angor asked after thinking about it. If he knew how a star master left the astral spirit world, he might be able to reverse the process. However, Gleipnir's answer made Angor feel helpless again. Almost all star masters don't know how they left the astral spirit world. Many star masters were still reuniting with their families one second, but in the blink of an eye, they left the astral spirit world the next second. There were no signs, nor were there any other signs. Just like the books in Rabbit Town's library, they transmigrated to another world without any warning. However, the transmigrations in the books were for the sake of the plot and background. These transmigrators were basically protagonists who could rise to the top in the future. And when a star master transmigrated, the final outcome was almost always tragic. They did not want to leave the astral spirit world. When they came to a strange world, many of them could not even survive a night. Even if they managed to survive, they would feel all kinds of discomfort. Many of them even suffered from homesickness. Homesickness was a kind of mental illness. Although it was a mental problem, it could cause severe physical symptoms. It was difficult to cure, and the mortality rate was extremely high. Therefore, these star masters did not receive the treatment of the protagonists in the books. If they did not have supernatural means, they would end up in more tragic ends. Hearing this, Angor completely abandoned the idea of reversing the way to enter and exit the astral spirit world. It made sense. There were many smart people. If he could think of it, others could too. For so many years, no one had ever tried to reverse the coordinates of the astral spirit world through a star master. There must be some difficulties involved. Angor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Back to the topic. Based on the clues he knew, the probability of Earth existing in the astral spirit world was extremely low. But to say that Earth was definitely not in the astral spirit world was a bit too absolute. After all the information Gleipnir knew about the astral spirit world was from bits and pieces found in ancient books. Many of them were just her speculations, not actual evidence. In this case, many of the information she said could not be trusted completely. The best way to confirm whether Earth was related to the astral spirit world was to see it for himself. However, according to Gleipnir, the astral spirit realm was only exiting and not entering. It was impossible for Angor to go to the astral plane in the near future. But even if he couldn't go to the star spirit world for the time being, he still had a second option. That was to find a star master, or perhaps a star spirit warlock, and obtain more information from them to confirm whether or not Earth was in the star spirit world. Of course, it would be best if he could find an astral warlock. Because the astral spirits summoned by astral spirit warlocks were still in the astral spirit realm, the clues were more reliable. Do astral sorcerers only exist in an origin world? Gleipnir, most star spirit warlocks are in origin worlds. However, there are also many star spirit warlocks that travel everywhere in search of star masters. Why would an astral sorcerer need a star master? Angor asked. Gleipnir said, I'm not too sure about that. Before he could ask more questions, Laplace spoke up, I know. Huh? Both Angor and Gleipnir were surprised. Laplace, I saw images of astral sorcerers looking for star masters in the empty mirror sea. Gleipnir. You never told me. Laplace spoke in a plain tone, you didn't ask me. Besides, the information is useless to you. Gleipnir thought about it and felt that it made sense. She wasn't interested in the astral spirit realm or the so-called star spirits. She was more interested in the arrangement of the stars in the sky, which was recorded in the Book of Stars. Both Gleipnir and Laplace didn't care about the information at all. She simply put it away in the deepest part of her memory. If it weren't for Angor's sudden question, Laplace would have emptied his trash basket by now. Laplace, based on what I saw, I think I know the truth behind the astral sorcerer's travels. The reason why astral sorcerers look for star masters is because they can contact the star spirit behind the star master. Star spirits were only born on planets with living creatures. Star masters, as living creatures, must have star spirits on their original planets in the astral spirit realm. As long as you can contact a star spirit, you can sign a summoning contract with it. This way, you can increase the number of star spirits you can summon. For summoners, being able to summon more star spirits to fight for them was undoubtedly a good thing. Also, the feedback from summoned creatures was a way to improve a summoner's level and ability. This was why astral sorcerers looked for star masters. Laplace still remembered the image she saw in the empty mirror sea. It was a very young male astral sorcerer who found a star master on a dark lake. The star master was a lightman who lived on water for a long time. Laplace named them Leathermen. They lived on the surface of the water and were very light. They could walk on the surface of the water. They have long, thin mouthparts that can reach into the water and feed on the plankton in the water to survive. The astral sorcerer and the lightman talked for a while, as if asking for the other's opinion. The lightman knew that the astral sorcerer could summon the star spirit behind him, so he immediately agreed to the astral sorcerer's request. After all, as a tragic star master, he knew that he couldn't return to the astral spirit realm. Being able to see the former king through the astral sorcerer was also a kind of comfort. Then, there was the operation that Laplace couldn't understand. The astral sorcerer began to arrange the ritual and draw a complicated summoning diagram. Finally, with the lightman as the medium, the star spirit behind him was summoned. That was the first time Laplace saw a star spirit. The summoned star spirit was completely different from what she imagined. It was a huge, flashing golden light, mosquito. Terrifying mouthparts, buzzing wings. Even if it was just a projection, she could feel the power of the star spirit. Facing this terrifying mosquito star spirit, the astral sorcerer was silent for a long time, as if he was dissatisfied with its appearance. When summoning sorcerers chose their summoned creatures, most of them had their own aesthetic needs. There were quite a number of cases where they refused to summon their summoned creatures because of their appearance. The aesthetic here wasn't the beauty that humans defined, but the beauty that the summoner liked. For example, some summoners valued tentacles as their beauty. Between a beautiful girl and an ugly man with tentacles, they would choose the latter over the former without hesitation. And this mosquito star spirit didn't fit the astral sorcerer's aesthetic needs. However, the astral sorcerer and the mosquito star spirit communicated for a while. It seemed that something happened during the communication, and the astral sorcerer slowly accepted the mosquito's beauty. In the end, they reached a summoning contract. Because the place where they made the contract was above the water, the reflection on the water recorded everything, and it was also captured by the empty mirror ocean. Therefore, Laplace, who was in the mirror realm, witnessed the whole process. She even knew the general content of the summoning contract. The mosquito star spirit will respond to the astral sorcerer's summons and send down its projection to fight side by side with the astral sorcerer. And the price this star spirit warlock needs to pay is to replace the mosquito star spirit and take good care of the people it left behind. In other words, that very unfortunate lightless person star master. That's the whole story, said Laplace. The existence of astral sorcerers was very important to them. They were the key medium for summoning astral sorcerers. Especially the astral sorcerers who cherished their subjects. They would fight side by side with the astral sorcerer in order to make the astral sorcerer's life better. Angor learned more about astral sorcerers and astral sorcerers after listening to the story. Unfortunately, this information was only a supplement to his knowledge. It had nothing to do with the secrets of Earth that he wanted to know. Suddenly, Glepner spoke through the spirit bond. You seem interested in astral sorcerers? Angor considered for a moment and nodded seriously. Yes. I'm not just interested in astral sorcerers. I'm also interested in the astral plane. Both Glepner and Laplace noticed Angor's serious tone. They thought Angor was just trying to expand his knowledge. But now, it seemed that there was more to it. Angor rarely spoke in such a serious tone. Out of instinct, Laplace wanted to ask Angor for the reason, but she held back the urge after a second thought. Angor's serious tone meant this matter was very important to him. And the more important something was, the more likely it was to be a secret. If Angor wanted to tell them, he would tell them without asking. Laplace considered her words carefully and asked, You want to go to the astral plane? Laplace asked because Angor said he was interested in the astral plane, not the astral spirits. Angor nodded. If possible, I'd like to see the astral plane for myself. But I don't think it's possible now. Angor muttered something and seemed to have made up his mind. I'm interested in the astral plane because I want to find an answer. I want to. Angor hesitated for a moment. I want to know if there's a human civilization in the astral plane. Realization flashed in Laplace's eyes. Is that why you asked whether there are human beings in the star spiritual sector? Angor nodded. It's very important to me. If possible, I'd like to go there and see for myself. Or, I can ask the astral spirit of an astral sorcerer. Laplace knew that Angor had more to say, but she didn't mind. Angor must have his own reasons for doing so. Laplace and Glepner discussed in a low voice for a while. About half a minute later, Laplace said, I don't think we can find the way to enter the astral plane for now. But I'll keep an eye out for astral sorcerers and astral masters for you. Glepner added, most astral sorcerers live in the origin world. If you want to find them, that's your best bet. But the southern region is too far away from the origin world. If you really want to go, you can use the shadow mirror to check the other mirror realms nearby. Maybe there's a mirror passage that leads to the origin world. The world that the White Sun Mirror region covered was mainly the southern region and the surrounding few worlds. If he wanted to go to the origin world, he would have to check the other mirror realms first. Glepner's suggestion was a serious one, but Angor didn't really need to go through all that trouble. He could simply use the Abyss Plane's phase gate to travel to the origin world. Angor already planned to go to the origin world. Now that he knew he could become an astral sorcerer, he was even more eager to go there. But he knew it wasn't the time yet. He still needed to improve his strength. Even if he used a phase gate, he wouldn't directly teleport to the origin world. Instead, he would first go to another abyss plane, then use it to travel to the East Plane, the Western Continent, or the Northern Territory. After that, he would teleport to the origin world from the other three realms. This was a very dangerous path. The abyss plane corresponding to the southern region was called the Plane of Barrenness, which was the weakest of all the abyss planes. If Angor wanted to teleport to another plane, such as the plane of pride, greed, or sin, he would most likely run into a truthfinder demon. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. Whether it was in terms of fighting or survival, he had to improve himself in order to survive in another plane. Besides, even if he left the plane of barrenness and went to the other three realms, he wouldn't necessarily have a smooth journey. Sometimes, a human's heart was more complicated and dirty than a demon's heart. Even if he had to go to the origin world, now was not the time. Still, Angor could feel Glepner and Laplace's sincerity. He thanked them sincerely. Next, Angor changed the topic to the Book of Stars. He already knew a thing or two about the astral plane, but he still had many questions about the secrets contained in the Book of Stars. For example, there were billions of planets. According to Glepner, astral spirits were born from living creatures on the planets. That basically confirmed that out of the trillions of planets, the vast majority of planets did not have a star spirit. Then, what was the meaning of these dead planets existing in the star spirit realm? Could these planets cultivate astral spirits on their own? For example, they would send people to planets with living beings to spread life to these dead planets. Would those planets have a chance to give birth to astral spirits? Glepner was speechless for a while. Isn't the birth of a celestial spirit a bit too far away from us? Angor considered and agreed. There was no point in asking for the answer now. Even if someone could create a celestial spirit, he couldn't do it himself. With that in mind, Angor gave up on such far-fetched questions for now. Instead, he asked a more important question. What does the Book of Stars mean to those who wield astral energy? What does it mean? Glepner thought for a moment and said softly, this is very complicated to explain. To put it simply, it can allow us to avoid a lot of toxic and redundant information and obtain the most direct and suitable power of the stars. There were many people who could wield astral energy. For example, most prophets could use astral energy. There were also astral sorcerers, astrologers, starlight walkers, and so on. They all had astral energy. Their professions were different, but the essence was the same, the use of astral energy. Where did the astral energy come from? The answer came from the projections of the stars in the night sky. For example, Glepner could draw astral energy from these projections to perform divination. However, it was important to note that not all starry sky projections could absorb energy from the outside world. Only an astral image with a star spirit could absorb energy from it. At this point, Glepner briefly explained the meaning of astrology. An astral projection could be understood as a constellation that was guarded by an astral spirit or multiple astral spirits. Here was a simple example. A triangular constellation consisted of 3 stars in 3 different positions. If they were connected by lines, they would form an isosceles triangle. The star at the apex of the triangle had an astral spirit. As for the other 2 stars, they were dead stars. However, because these 3 stars could form an astral projection, Glepner could draw energy from the triangular constellation. If the 3 stars here were dead stars, none of them had an astral spirit. Glepner could still draw energy from the 3 dead stars. However, the energy was poisonous. This poisonous astral energy was known as the Death Star. Once one came into contact with this poisonous Death Star force, it was almost certain that one would die. Therefore, those who mastered astral energy could not simply borrow astral energy from astral projections. They were risking death at any time. How could one tell if an astral projection had an astral spirit? Could one draw energy from it? This was a necessary lesson for anyone who mastered astral energy. Even so, many people still got lost in the astral energy. After all, it was still very difficult for most people to tell if an astral projection had an astral spirit. While everyone was being tortured to death by the power of the Death Star, the Starry Sky book appeared out of nowhere. The book was compiled by the Sons of Stars. There were 13,000 volumes in total, each of which recorded tens of thousands of different astral projections. The book also noted whether there were astral spirits in each astral projection. This allowed Gleipnir, an extraordinaire who relied on the power of the stars, to see the light of hope. He could use the Book of Stars to determine whether an astral projection had an astral projection. In this way, he could avoid the astral energy. After listening to Gleipnir's explanation, Angor finally understood what the book meant to them. No wonder Gleipnir couldn't wait to get the book. The book was a lifesaver for anyone who mastered astral energy. In fact, it was a sacred book that could help them reach a higher level. Gleipnir also took the chance to express his gratitude to Angor again. After all, Angor gave up the chance to get a level 4 treasure in exchange for the Book of Stars. This was an unforgettable favor for Gleipnir. Angor was still calm about it. He lost the chance to get a level 4 treasure, but because he chose the Book of Stars, he learned about the astral plane today. And Earth might exist in the astral plane. Even though the possibility was low, it was still a possibility. Angor believed that this information was already more valuable than a level 4 treasure. Therefore, not only did he not feel disappointed, but he also felt happy because he had obtained the Starry Sky book today. Astral plane. If possible, I'd like to see it myself, Angor muttered to himself. Even if Earth wasn't in the astral plane, he still wanted to see it. If possible, he even wanted to take John to see it. He wanted to see if the universe of the astral plane was similar to the one on Earth. If the two were really similar, could there be some kind of unknown connection between the two? If there was such a connection, it would be a great motivation for his future research. Astral plane, Angor muttered one last sentence and calmed himself down. After that, he stopped asking about the astral plane and the Book of Stars. Instead, he talked about other things. However, Angor still didn't think about the astral plane. Or rather, he wouldn't let go of this new obsession until he saw the astral plane. About half an hour later, Hoda and the giant city spirit finally returned to the crystal cluster space. 2 piles of glowing crystals were placed in front of Angor and Laplace. If outsiders saw them, they would probably think that they were just 2 piles of gemstones. But who would know that these beautiful crystals were actually the corpses of the Crystal Eye clan? In terms of appearance, there was no difference between the 2 piles of crystals, and there was no difference in their radiance. According to Hoda, the pile on the left was the corpses of the crystallized soldiers they brought from the graveyard of guards. The corpses of these soldiers would become the main force for the construction of Rabbit Town, or laborers for short. As for the pile on the right, it was the corpses of famous people, experts, and scholars who died in the past 2,000 years, led by Lady Hond, and no matter how famous they were when they were alive, they're no different from ordinary corpses after death. Angor sighed. Hoda also heard Angor's words. He blinked his eyes and didn't say anything. Angor didn't want to continue the topic. Instead, he looked at Hoda. Should I send them into the dream crystal now? Hoda nodded. 300 new arrivals isn't a lot in terms of numbers, but it's not that big of a number. But there are 100 geniuses among them, and these geniuses often have personalities. Personality was the word Angor used after careful consideration. He was going to say that geniuses often had quirks and were usually undisciplined. But on second thought, he felt that it was too biased, so he changed the word. But even so, Hoda and the giant city spirit both understood what Angor meant. The 200 Crystal Eye race guards were obedient and disciplined. However, the 100 Crystal Eye race geniuses were likely to do something ridiculous after entering the dream crystallization plane. So, just in case, you should go into the dream crystal cluster and help them. Angor glanced at the city spirit as he spoke. Hoda's help might not work. After all, some of these geniuses died a long time ago, and Hoda might not have been born before they died. Using the laws of the late dynasty wouldn't work. So Hoda might not work. But the giant city spirit was different. It had been guarding the Crystal Eyes race since it was born. Every member of the Crystal Eye race was in awe of it. If the giant city spirit went into the dream crystal cluster to help these geniuses, even the most undisciplined geniuses would have to listen obediently. That was why Angor made such a suggestion. The giant city spirit and Hoda looked at each other and nodded. Okay. Hoda said, I'll go with the giant city spirit. I'll deal with the Crystal Eye soldiers. The giant city spirit couldn't wait to see Evda in the dream crystal cluster, so it said without hesitation, as for those so-called geniuses, leave them to me. I'll make them understand that geniuses need to have a temper, but they also need to have self-control. Hoda and the giant city spirit left the crystal cluster space. Since they would fall asleep after entering the dream crystal cluster, they chose to go to a safer place to avoid any accidents. Only Angor, Laplace, and Hoda's secretary, Bonita, were left in the crystal cluster space. Bonita already knew what was going to happen, but she still felt a little uncomfortable when looking at the two piles of shining quartz crystals not far away. She subconsciously turned her head away, unwilling to look at those glowing crystals. At first, Angor didn't understand why Bonita was avoiding them. But now, Angor finally understood what was going on in Bonita's mind. To crystallize, these crystal corpses were actually corpses. For humans, it meant that Angor was looking at 300 skeletons scattered in front of him. Most people wouldn't be afraid of corpses, but they would still frown at the sight of them. If there were friends or family members among these corpses, they might even close their eyes to avoid looking at them. That was probably what Bonita was feeling. Since Angor wasn't a Crystal Eyes, he couldn't sympathize with Bonita even if he knew what she was feeling. In his eyes, these crystal corpses were more like beautiful gemstones. It was hard to sympathize with them, but Angor's manners didn't change at all. He was going to ask Bonita to help him, but he decided against it. He and Laplace would do it one by one. Angor glanced at Laplace and asked through their spirit bond, should we pull these Crystal Eyes guards into the dream crystal first, or these geniuses? You decide, Laplace said in a noncommittal manner. Angor considered and decided to pull the geniuses first. At first, he planned to pull in the well-trained guards first since he couldn't do it all at once. It would take him at least 1.5 to 2 hours to collect all the crystal corpses. If he pulled in the guards first, they would be able to endure the loneliness better. But later, he decided to pull in the geniuses first. With the giant city spirit watching over them, these individualistic geniuses shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Perhaps it would be better for these geniuses to first come into contact with the dream crystal and then calmly spend an hour or so to think about the present and their future. Laplace didn't object to Angor's decision. He picked up a pile of crystal corpses on the right and began his work. Laplace would locate the sleeping souls in the crystal corpses and mark their specific coordinates. Angor, on the other hand, would search carefully within the range. As long as he could find the slightest clue, he would be able to pull them into the dream crystal. At first, Angor wasn't very familiar with the process, so he could only pull one soul per minute. But as his hands grew hotter, his proficiency skyrocketed. Soon, he could find 3 or even 4 souls per minute. About half an hour later, Angor sent all the geniuses into the dream crystal. While pulling in the geniuses, Angor took a look at the dream crystal. On an empty field about 100 meters away from Rabbit Town, the crystallized geniuses with different appearances were looking at each other. Some were whispering, some were mumbling to themselves, and some were crying. but they all tried their best to keep their emotions in check. The slender lady with the crystal palace on her head was none other than the giant city spirit. She stood in front of the field and glanced at everyone with an indifferent gaze. Evelda was also here, but she didn't stay with the giant city spirit. Instead, she joined the crowd and talked to people she knew. As Prophet Tunita's disciple, many crystal eyes knew Evelda or heard about her before. Because of this, it didn't take long for Evelda to be surrounded by people. Angor listened to the conversation between Evelda and the geniuses. He noticed that Evelda was guiding the conversation so that the new residents would gradually accept their new situation. Angor was glad to see this. These geniuses, because of their personalities and their arrogance, were the easiest to not recognize their own situation. With Evelyn's guidance, the public opinion was directed. With Evelda's guidance, Evelda could save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. After making sure that the geniuses were safe in the dream crystal, Angor looked away. He looked at the remaining 200 crystal corpses, which represented the crystal eyes guards. He looked at the tall pile of crystals. Angor and Laplace exchanged a look and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Let's continue. Angor sighed and began another round of assembly line work. Angor swore in his mind as he worked hard to pull more geniuses. After today, he had to find a way to get more corpses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it one by one. Red Sigma Mata opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. He was surrounded by a pitch-black void, and he was on a bridge that emitted a faint light. Didn't I die? Red Sigma Mata muttered in confusion. Am I really dead? I should be dead, right? He wanted to recall the scene from the previous second, but he felt that his memory was like a lump of stiff paste, and he could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Red Sigma Mata knocked hard on his hard skull, trying to wake up his stiff mind. His slow mind did not become active because of this, but some memories of his life were knocked out from the depths of his mind because of this knocking. Red Sigma Mata still remembered that he was a member of the exploration team. His job was to explore the mirror spaces that appeared near the Crystal Kingdom with his teammates. In the mirror realm, there were mirror spaces that were born and destroyed at every moment. However, there were also many mirror spaces that would exist for a long time after they were born. These mirror spaces were both dangerous and also an opportunity. The danger was the instability of the mirror spaces. They seemed to exist for a long time, but it was very likely that they would shatter as soon as they entered the exploration, causing the explorer's soul to dissipate. Moreover, these mirror spaces would constantly move, and they might collide with the Crystal Kingdom one day. Although with the Crystal Kingdom's sturdiness, there was usually no need to worry about it being damaged, it was also possible that the internal space would become unstable because of the collision, causing a large earthquake. Therefore, these mirror spaces that remained near the Crystal Kingdom were very dangerous. However, these mirror spaces were also filled with opportunities. This was because the birth of the mirror spaces was the operating law of the mirror realm's bottom layer. It was a stream of light that the world will intercepted in the outside world. Once they intercepted the projection of a transcendent being, it was a great opportunity for them. For example, they could obtain all kinds of magical materials through the intercepted projection. Or they could intercept the remnants of other worlds and find all kinds of treasures in the real world. They could even obtain a lot of precious knowledge. Of course, the above situations were very rare. Most of the time, there was nothing inside the mirror spaces. Even so, they were very valuable. They could be refined into condensed crystals. The stronger the internal law of the mirror space, the more condensed crystals it could refine. And condensed crystals were the foundation of every mirror realm creature's survival. Therefore, even if the mirror spaces were filled with danger, the various races would still send explorers to explore these mirror spaces. Even if they didn't gain anything, they could still refine the mirror space into a condensed crystal. At the same time, they could also eliminate the possibility of the mirror space colliding with the clan land where they lived. The Red Gemata was one of the pioneers. He still remembered that he was exploring a mirror space just a second ago. What happened next? Sigma Mata tried his best to recall, but to no avail. At this moment, the bridge beneath his feet suddenly shimmered. An inexplicable thought appeared in Sigma Mata's mind: perhaps I shouldn't stay here, or it will catch up again. Why would he have such thoughts? Who is it? Why would his body tremble when he thought of it? It will catch up? Then was it behind him? Red Sigma Mata looked back in confusion. He did not see anything. All he saw was a spinning black hole that looked like a giant mouth that could swallow everything. Looking at the black hole, a new thought appeared in Sigma Mata's mind. I seem to have come out from a black hole. This black hole is dangerous, Sigma Mata said. As for why it was dangerous, Sigma Mata did not know. He had already lost his memory of what happened in the black hole. Perhaps it was referring to the black hole? Perhaps I shouldn't stay here. I need to get away from this black hole. Sigma Mata mumbled to himself as he walked forward. As Sigma Mata got away from the black hole, the frozen memories started to melt like an iceberg. His mind started to work faster. Just by getting away from the black hole, I feel like I'm alive. Sigma Mata said. Why is this happening? Could it be that the black hole is really going to kill me? Sigma Mata thought about it carefully, but he still could not figure out the reason. Perhaps he did not have enough memories. Thinking of this, he sped up. The further he got away from the black hole, the more active his thoughts became. Not long after, he had already crossed half of the bridge. From here, he could vaguely see a glowing door in front of him. He did not think about the meaning of the glowing door. Instead, he focused on the memories that had just been unsealed. Before this, he only remembered that he was exploring in the mirror space. What happened later and how he got here had all disappeared. But now, he remembered a lot. He was indeed a member of the Crystal Eye Race's exploration team. He was also the leader of the exploration team. His job was to explore the mirror space near the Crystal Kingdom. In the latest exploration, the members of the pioneering team entered a mirror that looked ordinary from the outside. But as soon as they entered, they found something strange. Inside the mirror space was a long tomb. Looking at the strange burning candles, the murals on the walls, and the horrifying skeletons on the ground, Sigma Mata immediately realized that they might have hit the jackpot. They had encountered a transcendent projection left behind by the world's consciousness. Also, it seemed to be the tomb of a transcendent creature. This kind of mirror-like space was the most valuable mirror-like space apart from the special mirror-like space. Not only were there transcendent materials inside, but there might also be treasures from the outside world. But even though it was valuable, it was also the most dangerous. Especially in a tomb, transcendent creatures would definitely set up many traps before they died. If there was no exploration plan, it was very likely that everyone would be trapped here. As the leader of the exploration team, Sigma Mata immediately made the decision to stop the exploration. He told the others to evacuate first and return to the Crystal City to find a trap expert. He and the two vice leaders would stay here. He thought that as long as the trap expert arrived, they would be able to explore the ruins without any hindrance. But what he did not expect was that there seemed to be some kind of gear mechanism in the tomb. The tomb kept changing under the influence of the gears. By the time they reacted, the exit of the mirror space behind them had already disappeared. In other words, they had unknowingly fallen into the ruins. The three of them voted and decided not to stay here and wait for help. Instead, they took the initiative to search for the exit. Then, they encountered danger. The process along the way was fraught with danger. But fortunately, they made it through. They even found the main tomb of the ruins. The main tomb was filled with strange scrolls. The materials were unknown, and the writing on them was also unknown. At least, Sigma Mata did not know what kind of words they were. But with so many scrolls, it meant a lot of knowledge, and knowledge was a treasure. Everyone was very excited. But at this moment, a figure floated out of the coffin in the main tomb. What happened after that? Sigma Mata thought carefully. He vaguely remembered that it seemed to be a dead spirit. It still had intelligence, and it was angry that its resting place was disturbed. Then, they seemed to have a battle. The two vice leaders also seemed to have died. Looking at his dead teammates, Sigma Mata was very angry. Then, Sigma Mata could not remember clearly. It seemed that the dead spirit disappeared, and he himself committed suicide. Did I commit suicide because I witnessed the death of my teammates? Sigma Mata scratched his temples. Am I that loyal? Oh right, where did the dead spirit go? Did the rescue team after that meet the dead spirit? Sigma Mata muttered to himself for a while and suddenly thought of something. No, I'm already dead. Why should I worry about them? Sigma Mata was silent for a while and looked around. So, I'm really dead. So, this is the world after death? Sigma Mata was a little sad. He did not expect to die like this. But when he thought that he still had intelligence after death and could still come to the world after death, the sadness lessened a lot. He remembered hearing a rumor that after death, one would go to a world full of souls. He should be in that spiritual world now, right? But someone also said that Prophet Tunada built the Wonder Crystal City and cut off the path to the world of souls. After all the Crystal Eye race died, they would stay in the Crystal City to protect their people. I protected the Crystal City when I was alive, and I still have to protect my people after death. Sigma Mata curled his lips. Am I that noble? I don't want to be noble. Can't you let me go after death? Sigh, forget it. If this is not the world of souls, then I should be in the Crystal City now. Sigma Mata mumbled and walked to the end of the bridge. In front of him was a glowing door. The door was open, and he could vaguely see the world behind it. There seemed to be crystals everywhere. So, I'm really in the Crystal City? Sigma Mata rubbed his chin. What should I do now? Walk in directly? Sigma Mata followed his train of thought and prepared to step into the Crystal City to take a look. Even if he was dead, he still wanted to see the changes in the Crystal City. Especially when he saw his old friends and the other members of the exploration team. My teammates, especially Kitten, have very weak mental fortitude. Who knows, maybe he's still crying over our deaths right now. Sigma Mata wanted to see his teammates make a fool of themselves. He was even more motivated to enter the door. But just as Sigma Mata was about to move, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. There's someone else here? Sigma Mata turned around subconsciously. It was pitch black behind him. Although the bridge was glowing, its light could not completely disperse the darkness around him. He could only see a figure walking towards him from afar. Is it Imada? Or is it Tada Kai? Imada and Tada Kai were the two vice-captains of the exploration team. They were also Sigma Mata's most trusted teammates. Unfortunately, according to his memory, they died before him. Sigma Mata felt that since he had woken up, they should have woken up as well. They should be looking for him now. But why was there only one footstep at the other end of the bridge? Whatever, it's probably one of them. Sigma Mata retracted his foot that was about to step into the door. He stood in front of the door and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. He could not lose, even if he became an undead, he still wanted to show off his abilities as a captain in front of his teammates. Sigma Mata happily waited for his teammates to arrive. But, as the footsteps got closer, his expression slowly became strange. Whether it was Imada or Tada Kai, he knew them very well. He could also recognize their footsteps. Now, the footsteps from the other end of the bridge were not Imada and Tada Kai's footsteps. Instead, it was a very unfamiliar footstep. It was very light and crisp. It did not sound like a crystal stepping on the ground. Could it be that it was not Imada and Tada Kai? A bad premonition arose in Red Sigma Mata's heart. He put away his cool pose and looked at the dark mist with vigilance. Not long after, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. When he saw the other party's appearance, Sigma Mata's pupils shrank. How could it be? How could it be him? It's you? The person with strange lines on his face looked at Sigma Mata in front of the door. I remember you are a grave robber. Did you bring me here? Sigma Mata looked at the person angrily. He did not know what language the person was speaking, nor did he understand what he was saying. But it was definitely not something good. This person was the undead that killed Imada and Tada Kai in the main tomb and forced him to commit suicide. Why? Why would he appear here? Sigma Mata got into a fighting stance. No matter how he came here, he had to find a way to kill him. He could not let him enter the door of light behind him. Inside was the Crystal City, the place where the Crystal Eye race lived. He could not let the undead enter and destroy the lives of his people. Sigma Mata shouted angrily and rushed in front of the undead. He activated the polymerization energy in his body and was ready to punch the undead's face. But where was the polymerization energy? did my polymerization energy disappear? I'm already dead. It's normal that I don't have polymerization energy. No, it's not normal. Doesn't the mirror ghost have polymerization energy too? Although Sigma Mata was complaining in his heart, his hands did not slow down. Without polymerization energy, he would fight with brute force. The undead did not expect Sigma Mata to charge at him directly. He could not use his energy, and he could not even sense his natural brain. Where was this place? Why couldn't he even sense his brain? While he was wondering about the changes in his body, Sigma Mata's fist had already landed on his face. Last one. Angor rubbed his swollen temples and looked at the corpse crystal in his hand. Pulling someone was easy, but locating the slumbering soul inside the corpse crystal was very taxing. The soul ripples were so weak that Angor could hardly locate them with his spirit power alone. In other words, the soul ripples were at the level of cells. Angor's spirit power, on the other hand, was at the level of the naked eye. It was very difficult for Angor to locate the tiny cells with his eyes alone. He had to use a microscope, which Laplace was now doing. She would circle the area while Angor worked on it carefully. Even with Laplace's help, Angor still had to find the soul ripples himself. Each time, he had to refine his spirit power even more before he could find the soul ripples. The process was extremely taxing. Angor had to do it 300 times in a row. Even if he was made of iron, he could barely stand it anymore. Luckily, there was only one left. Angor handed the corpse crystal to Laplace and forced himself to look at the screen. The last one is called Dida. She's a woman, a famous musician who hibernated in year 545 of the crystal calendar. Angor felt even more dizzy. The first batch is focused on construction. What's the use of musicians? Laplace was trying to locate Dida's soul, but her spirit power was much greater than Angor's. She could even respond to Angor while doing so. Year 525 of the crystal calendar? Isn't that the same era as Eudota? Angor thought carefully and realized that they were indeed from the same era. Eudota, who was known as the most beautiful crystal eye in history, hibernated in year 553, which was very close to Dida's time. They should be from the same era. Angor considered. Well, they're not that useless. They can work together as a cheerleading team. One uses her beauty to motivate people, while the other uses her inspiring music to encourage people. With that in mind, Angor began to believe that the first batch of people could be useful. 10 seconds later, Laplace found the location of Dida's soul and gave it to Angor. Another 20 seconds later, he sensed Dida's soul and used Nightmare Dream to send her into the dream bridge. Once he was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. He stretched himself and threw himself on the sofa without caring about his image. While meditating, he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, trying to get rid of his tired spirit. After lying on the bed for 5 minutes, he finally felt less tired. When I get back today, I'll figure out how to locate and recruit people in batches. He wouldn't be able to take it if he continued to dawdle like today. It wasn't that he didn't have the patience. In fact, if he was asked to recruit hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people, he could still patiently recruit them. However, the number of zombie crystals in Crystal City was more than just tens of thousands. They were counted in hundreds of millions. He had no idea how to locate hundreds of millions of souls. No matter what, he had to figure out a way to recruit people in batches. Laplace understood Angor's feelings, but she was still curious about one thing. Where are you going to start? Let's start with the microscope, he blurted out without thinking. A microscope? Laplace was stunned as he didn't understand the meaning of this word. Angor also realized that he misspoke. He sat up and cleared his throat. I mean, I'm going to create a device that can detect soul ripples in detail. Laplace nodded. As an alchemist, Angor had to start from an alchemy point of view. She didn't know much about alchemy, but as far as she knew, every time an alchemist developed a new instrument or refined a new product, there would be a few months, a few years, or even a few decades in advance. Could the current research and development really catch up? Although Laplace had doubts in her heart, she did not ask directly. Instead, she asked tactfully, the research of this new instrument should be very difficult, right? Not really. I don't know much about souls, but there are soul manipulators in Brute Cavern. I'll go back to the Dream Wasteland later and ask them. Laplace asked, you can refine it just by asking? Angor nodded subconsciously. Something like that. As long as he knew the reason, he could craft a supernatural artifact right away? He didn't even need to shake it before casting a spell? He didn't need to figure out the reason or draw a sketch before finding the material. Laplace didn't think this was the same as the alchemist she knew. But when she thought about how Angor managed to craft the unbreakable TT mirror in just a few hours, she didn't think too much about it. Laplace let out a deep sigh inwardly. She looked at Angor's calm face and decided not to ask further. Since Angor was so confident, she would wait and see. Laplace asked, how's your recovery going? Do you want to check the dream crystal? It's about time. Let's go. It was impossible to get rid of his mental exhaustion in a short time. However, he was mostly fine now. At least he didn't feel tired anymore. Besides, entering the dream crystal was like sleeping, which could help him recover from his exhaustion. Before entering the dream crystal, Angor glanced at Bonita, who was standing on the other side of the crystal cluster space. Angor considered for a moment before speaking. Do you want to check the dream crystal? 2 minutes later, Angor, Laplace, and Bonita logged into the dream crystal at the same time. Location, outside Bunny Town, beside Hoda. Hoda wasn't surprised by their sudden appearance. Now that everyone was here, it wasn't surprising that Laplace and Angor would enter the dream crystal. However, he was a little surprised to see his secretary, Bonita, entering the dream crystal as well. Bonita chuckled awkwardly. I didn't want to go at first. Bonita snuck a glance at Angor as she spoke. Hoda thought for a moment and realized what was going on. Just like when he went online with Giant City Spirit, he also ran to a safe place before going online. Now that both Laplace and Angor had entered the dream crystal, leaving Bonita alone in the outside world would be a great risk. Therefore, Angor decided to let Bonita go with them. Hoda thought he already knew the answer. However, that wasn't the case. He only brought Bonita into the dream crystal because she was Hoda's secretary. As the secretary of the highest leader of the Crystal Eye race, her overall planning ability was definitely online. She was able to connect the dots and make the best arrangements for the 300 Crystal Eye race clansmen. After all, Hoda was a prophet and the spirit of the giant city. Angor couldn't just let them do all the work. That was why he wanted Bonita to serve as a bridge between the two. As for his and Laplace's safety, well, he wasn't too worried. Hoda wouldn't do anything to them. Besides, Laplace had a lot of avatars. He could just send one of them to deal with the problem. Hoda didn't know what was going on, but having Bonita online did relieve some of Hoda's pressure. Hoda planned to check on the dead Crystal Eye clansman himself. But when he thought about how those strange geniuses would keep asking him questions, Hoda felt a headache coming. There were many questions he didn't know how to answer. Luckily, Bonita was online now, so he could leave it to her. Hoda gave a simple order and immediately became a hands-off boss. Bonita was still shocked by her surroundings and the historical figures who had been revived. However, before she could finish her surprise, Hoda gave her another task. Bonita didn't want to, but this was her job after all. She pulled herself together and nodded. She put the unnecessary thoughts aside and began her work. First, she had to take notes. While Bonita was busy working, Hoda came to Angor and thanked him for his help. Most of the Crystal Eye clansmen were rebellious, which gave Hoda a headache. But he had to admit that it was great to see these historical figures standing in front of him. Hoda couldn't hold back his excitement. They didn't use the ceremony of wonder to take over a young man's body. Instead, they were reborn in this new world with their original faces. This made Hoda feel both excited and relieved. He supported the ceremony of wonder in the past, but he still felt a little guilty when he saw the young man's death. Now, when he thought about how the young man wouldn't be trapped in winter, and how his dead soul could live forever in the dream crystal, how could he not feel relieved? How could he not feel, and all these feelings were combined into one word, thank you. Thank you to Angor and Laplace. Angor simply waved a hand to show that he didn't mind. It was a win-win situation anyway. While chatting with Hoda, Angor also observed the 300 glittering warriors not far away. They were clearly in different camps. The crystallized soldiers were in a square formation, while the strange geniuses were in another camp. Angor could tell at a glance because the crystallized soldiers were disciplined, law-abiding, and quiet. In contrast, the strange geniuses were more chaotic. They each went their own way and did their own things. Fortunately, they were disciplined by Avada, so they didn't wander off. Angor took a quick look and withdrew his gaze. Although these people all looked different and dressed differently, they were all crystal people in his eyes. There was no way to differentiate them. He had originally wanted to see how beautiful the so-called most beautiful member of the Crystal Eye race in history was. However, after searching and comparing them one by one, he realized that they were not as beautiful. He couldn't find them at all. He couldn't even tell their gender. In this case, it seemed that there was no point in looking at Uduoda. He withdrew his gaze and looked around. The appearance of the 300 Crystal Eye race people attracted the attention of the people of Rabbit Town. Some bold people had already approached them and tried to talk to them. Hoda and the city spirit didn't stop them. Communication was inevitable. Besides, with the help of these natives, the Crystal Eye race people could quickly integrate into the local life. They even hoped that more natives would come so that they could help answer the questions of the strange geniuses. However, only a few dared to do so. Most of Rabbit Town's residents only peeked at them from the Rabbit Building. They didn't dare to approach them. While the residents of Rabbit Town were talking to the new visitors, Bonita was almost done with the count. The first step was to count the number of people and register their names. Therefore, Bonita was very fast. There would often be some troubles when counting geniuses, such as all sorts of questions. Not only would they be asked about the dream crystal, but they would also be asked about what happened to them after they died. They would even ask about their loved ones, relatives, and enemies. Faced with a series of questions, Bonita showed her high standards. Her way of dealing with it was to ignore it. These people were all famous historical figures anyway. She could recognize them at a glance. There was no need to ask them personally. She just recorded their names in her book. Soon, she finished recording the number of people in the geniuses' camp. Then, it was the Crystal Eye race's guards. Facing the guards, Bonita recorded even faster. Their discipline was strict, and there were even general-level officials leading them. Even though they were from different eras, they still showed great military discipline. Bonita's recording was done without any hindrance. However, after recording, Bonita felt that something was wrong. Weren't there 200 Crystal Eye soldiers? Why was there one missing? Was the number 200 not a real number but a general one? 199 was equivalent to 200? Bonita wanted to ask the prophet, but after thinking about it, she decided to ask the soldiers first. They didn't revive individually. Instead, they entered the dream crystal as a whole. If there was a shortage of soldiers, they would know best. Bonita reported the situation to the leading general. With the general's help, each team started to report their members. After a short while, Bonita got a result. There's really one person missing. The leader of one of the explorers was missing. His team members, on the other hand, were all alive. Bonita asked carefully and confirmed that the name of the pioneer team's leader was Red Jametta. She had no recollection of this name. But according to the other team members, Red Sigma Mata had encountered the undead in the ruins while exploring a certain mirror dimension and had died. 2 other vice-captains had died with him. Their 3 sacred corpse crystals had been stored in the guard cemetery, including the rest of the team. After they died, they were also placed in this cemetery. Now, the entire team, including the 2 vice-captains, was in the formation, but Red Sigma Mata was missing. This puzzled the team members. They had thought that Red Sigma Mata had not been chosen to log in, but after Bonita's question, they realized that they were missing one person. Without a doubt, the missing person was their captain, Red Sigma Mata. Did the captain get lost on the light bridge? That glowing path is called the light bridge, right? Someone asked softly. Hey, Tata Kai. Are you blind or deaf? Evelyn just said that it was called the Dream Bridge and you blurted out the light bridge. I really wonder how you were chosen as a vice-captain. Something like that. Tata Kai shrugged. The meaning of a name is that when you say it out loud, others will understand what it is. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong, as long as you understand. Tada rolled her eyes, but in the blink of an eye, she frowned again. Although the captain's IQ is not very high, the dream bridge is just a straight path. He shouldn't get lost. Besides, the light door on the other side of the bridge is so obvious. As long as his head hasn't been kicked by a crystal beast, he will know that he must go in the direction of the light door. Tada Kai said, "That's true, but the captain doesn't take the normal path. Could he have jumped off the bridge and landed in the void? How could he be that stupid?" Although that was what they said, they still considered this possibility. Red Sigma Mata had not entered the dream crystal, so something must have happened. According to their own experience, the only thing they could think of was Red Sigma Mata jumping off the bridge. While they were discussing, Bonita was also thinking. She had also experienced the dream bridge and seen the endless dark void outside the dream bridge. When she was walking on the dream bridge, she was a little worried, afraid that she would fall out. Would there really be someone who would jump out of the bridge without a care? Although she did not believe it, this seemed to be the only explanation. Otherwise, why would the red Gemata not appear? It was impossible for him to stay in front of the door of light and hesitate to move forward, right? Bonita decided to report it to the higher-ups first. If Sigma Mata really did something irrational, it was not something she could handle. She could only leave it to Prophet Hoda to decide. A few minutes later, Bonita told Hoda everything that had happened. Hoda was also dumbfounded after hearing this. He did not know what had happened, but he was certain of one thing. When he took over the corpses of the guards, he had counted them. There was indeed a clansman called Red Gemata, but why didn't he enter the dream crystal? Personally, he did not believe the speculations of Bonita and his Red Gemata teammates. If those geniuses from the other square formation who liked to show off their individuality had jumped over the dream bridge and fallen into the void, he would believe it. After all, geniuses always wanted to do something unusual. However, as a former guard who had even reached the position of captain, he would not do something that was obviously impossible no matter how unpredictable he was. Plus, Hoda had never dreamed before, but as a prophet, he knew a thing or two about dreams. As far as he knew, the dream bridge restricted one's consciousness, and it was not something that one could simply leave. Only those who had the ability to control dreams, such as dream wizards, would be able to jump out of the dream bridge. As for others, they would only land on the same spot if they jumped out of thin air. Hoda did not think this was the reason. In his opinion, it was most likely that Angor had left out Red Gemata. After all, there were 200 corpses in total. It was normal that one of them was missing. Hoda asked Bonita to calm down the Red Gemata team members while he went to Angor and explained the situation. Angor was puzzled. Did I leave out one? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. He did not miss anything in his memory. Laplace said without hesitation, no, they've all entered the dream crystal. Hoda frowned. All of them? But Bonita did a head count, and one of them was missing. Angor looked at the group of people who were mumbling to each other. Their voices were low, but Angor could easily hear them through the wind. From their conversation, Angor heard that Red Gemata did not enter the dream crystal. Could it be that something had really happened? Angor asked Hoda to calm down. I'll go offline and check. Hoda thought Angor was going offline to check if he missed any corpses. But Angor was actually going offline to control the authority. Angor clearly remembered that he brought all 200 people with him. If one person was missing, it meant that the person was still on the dream bridge. Of course, Angor did not think that Red Gemata would jump out of the dream bridge. In his opinion, Red Gemata's consciousness was still on the dream bridge. After all, Red Gemata had been dead for a long time, and his consciousness had been sleeping inside the corpses for many years. Perhaps his consciousness was still in a sluggish state, and that was why he did not enter the dream crystal. As for why Red Gemata was the only one who was not affected, Angor could only come up with one answer: individual differences. Soon, Angor opened his eyes in the real world. But he quickly closed them again and began to control the authority. He could control the authority in the dream crystal as well. However, using it in front of Hoda and giving him an answer right away would only raise his suspicions. So, Angor decided to go offline first. Soon, he received some feedback from the authority. There was indeed another dream bridge that connected to the dream gate. According to the information, the bridge had been connected for a long time, but no one had entered the dream gate yet. Angor quickly realized that the dream bridge was connected to Sigma Mata. Nothing happened for a long time. Maybe his consciousness is still in a sluggish state, Angor mumbled as he used his authority to view the situation from God's eye. Using God's view, he quickly located the people on the bridge. But what he saw left him a little dumbfounded. Why are there 2 people? And why are they fighting? Inside the crystal space. Fighting? 2 people? It was Laplace. Not long after Angor logged off, Laplace also logged off. She also wanted to know why there was one person missing. Besides, if something did happen, she could still discuss with Angor in real life how to deal with it. So, she told Hoda that she was leaving and logged off. However, when Laplace heard Angor's answer, she was also puzzled. Wasn't there only one Red Gemata? How come there was another person, but now she understood why Red Gemata didn't enter the dream gate. It was because he was fighting with someone else. According to Angor's description, the fight was quite intense. They were throwing punches and kicks at each other as if they wouldn't give up until the other was dead. They were so engrossed in their fight that they completely forgot about the dream gate. Yes. And strangely, they're not from the same race, Angor said while using an illusion to simulate the scene. A dark void stretched across the horizon. A long bridge of light led directly to the dream gate on the other side. Not far in front of the dream gate, 2 figures were beating each other crazily. One of them had the appearance of a member of the Crystal Eye clan. If he was not mistaken, he was the missing Sigma Mata. As for the other person, he looked like a human male. However, there were many strange blue patterns on his face. From afar, they looked like lines. But if one zoomed in closer, they would see something shiny in the middle of the lines. Rather than looking like lines, they looked more like tiny tubes. The tubes were fused with the skin of the face, as if they were natural organs. Apart from the tubes on his face, he didn't look any different from a human. His height, limbs, and facial features were all human. In fact, he was quite handsome in human terms. Not the kind of manly handsome that matured noblewomen would like. Instead, he looked more like a young girl with a heart as deep as poetry. He was dressed in a slim-fitting black suit. The dark color of the suit accentuated the whiteness of his face. Is it a human? Angor muttered. He couldn't tell for sure, so he looked at Laplace who was standing beside him. Laplace shook his head. I can't tell. The only difference was the tubes on the man's face. Laplace didn't see anything similar in the mirror ocean projection. Even if he did, he would only think it was a human with painted lines on it. Unlike Angor's illusions, the mirror ocean projection couldn't be paused or zoomed in to observe the lines on the man's face. Fine. I don't care if he's a human or not. But why are there 2 of them? Angor had no idea what was going on. It was obvious that he had only pulled the crystallized corpses. How could a non-crystallized eye race appear? More importantly, how did he get 2 people at the same time? Also, shouldn't the 2 souls each have their own dream bridge? Why were they on the same one? Angor couldn't figure it out. Wait. He suddenly thought of something. Back in the wizarding world, he pulled Roland into the dream wasteland. Roland had 2 personalities, and both of them could enter the dream wasteland at the same time. The dream bridge that Roland's 2 personalities experienced was the same dream bridge. So, could it be that the man with the tattoos on his face was a Red Gemata personality just like Roland? But it was strange that a Crystal Eye man's second personality turned into a human. He told Laplace about his multiple personalities theory. Laplace also felt something was off. It doesn't look like 2 personalities. Let's not talk about the racial differences between personalities. Do personalities really fight each other like this? Look at their eyes. It's like they killed each other's parents. It was normal for multiple personalities to fight against each other, but it was rare to see someone so hostile toward each other. Laplace considered. How about this? I'll go to the dream wasteland and ask Red Gemata's teammates. If he really has a second personality, the teammates who spend time with him will definitely notice his abnormality. Should I go with you? Laplace shook his head. You should keep an eye on them. Maybe they'll tell you the truth as they fight. When there was a fight, there were also curses. And when curses were used to gain the upper hand, they would often reveal the truth. Angor gave it some thought and agreed. Maybe he could get some useful information by waiting a little longer. 10 minutes later. Angor rubbed his swollen temples and opened his eyes with a helpless look. These two people would occasionally curse each other during their fight. But Angor couldn't understand what they were talking about. He could understand a few words from Red Gemata, but he couldn't understand a single word from the human man. It didn't sound like a human language at all. At least, Angor didn't know any human language that sounded like this. Angor also noticed something else. Both Red Gemata and the tattooed man didn't understand what they were talking about either. The two sides were like chickens and ducks talking to each other. It was no wonder that they were fighting rather than cursing each other most of the time. If one couldn't understand the other person's words, no matter how nasty they were, it was like hitting cotton. But this detail made Angor doubt the theory of multiple personalities again. If there really were multiple personalities, how could they not understand each other's words? Besides, Angor couldn't understand the language of the tattooed man. But judging from the syllables he used, the language was probably self-consistent. A self-consistent language couldn't be created by the second personality, right? So it was very likely that they weren't the second personality. Maybe they really were two different races. Laplace slowly opened his eyes. Angor was about to tell Laplace about the language when Laplace spoke first. I think I know who that person is. Huh? Angor was a little surprised. Did he confirm his identity so quickly? Was it really Red Gemata's second personality? However, Laplace's answer was completely out of his expectations. He's probably an undead from the ruin. Following Laplace's explanation, Angor slowly understood what happened. When Red Marta led his team to explore the mirror dimension, they encountered a graveyard ruin. Unfortunately, he ran into the original owner of the graveyard, who was now an undead being, and died a horrible death in the ruin. As for why Laplace was so sure that the tattooed man was the undead being from the ruin. This was because Sigma Mata and the two vice-captains had encountered the undead together, and the two vice-captains had been killed by the undead first. Laplace briefly described the tattooed man's appearance in the dream crystal, and the two vice-captains immediately confirmed that he was the undead being who killed them. But there's something strange about this place. Strange? Laplace explained, according to Red Marta's teammates, they only found the dead bodies of Red Marta and his two vice-captains when they entered the graveyard owner's room. They didn't see the undead being. Today, when the two vice-captains entered the dream crystal together, they claimed that they were killed by an undead being. The others thought that they were killed by the traps in the ruin. So the two vice-captains were killed by the undead creatures first, and Honma Mata died with them. But Honma Mata must have done something to make the undead creatures disappear as well. So the people who helped them collect their bodies didn't know about the undead being's existence at all. Laplace nodded. That's right. Now, the strange question is, after the death of the two vice-captains, what did the Red Gemata do? If we don't have any other evidence, I'm guessing that Sigma Mata died together with the undead creatures, which solved a huge problem for future explorers. But now, we know that the Red Gemata and the spirits of the ruins are on the same dream bridge. So, the theory of mutual destruction might not be accurate. Angor paused for a moment. I have a theory. Maybe Red Marta did something to fuse with the undead being when he was alone. Or maybe he used his own body to seal the undead being. Laplace immediately understood what Angor meant. So, after Red Marta died, the undead being also went into hibernation with his consciousness inside the Saint Corpse crystal. But today, when Red Marta's Saint Corpse crystal was unsealed, he and the undead being were both awakened by dream walk and entered the dream bridge. Angor nodded. Yes. This is the only way to explain why there are two consciousnesses inside the Saint Corpse crystal. Laplace agreed with Angor's theory. This also explained why they only found the corpses of Red Marta and the vice-captains, but not the undead being. But I still don't understand how they managed to enter the same dream bridge. Angor paused for a moment before continuing, even if one crystal can contain two souls, I still don't understand. Two souls should also be two dream bridges. What's wrong? Laplace muttered. Perhaps the undead in the ruins and the souls of the red gemata have fused in some way. In fact, it's not two souls, but one soul that carries two consciousnesses? At first glance, Laplace's speculation seemed to make sense. But he had to first believe that soul fusion was real. As far as Angor knew, he had never heard of such a thing. Besides, one was an undead being, while the other was an ordinary soul. Even if they did merge, the negative energy in the undead's body could easily erode the red gemata. When the undead were assimilated, it would be difficult for them to retain their consciousness. Wait. Angor suddenly remembered that red gemata and the tattooed man would curse each other when they fought on the dream bridge. Angor didn't know what they were talking about, but their consciousnesses were clear. Are you sure it's an undead, not an undead creature? The so-called undead were actually fallen souls. Almost all of them were filled with evil, negative energy, bloodthirst, and darkness. Undead beings had no sense of reason. They only knew how to kill. Only living souls or undead beings had a sense of reason. Living souls meant that their bodies were still alive, but their souls had left their bodies. Undead beings meant that their bodies were dead, and their souls had no one to rely on. Among them, living souls had the most complete sense of reason. Undead beings had a sense of reason, but they were already affected by negative energy. As time passed, they would become colder and crueler, and eventually become undead beings. If the tattooed man was an undead, he would be unconscious. His consciousness would be chaotic, and it would be impossible for him to be rational. But the tattooed man in the dream bridge had clear eyes. He didn't look like someone who had lost his mind. Angor suspected that the tattooed man wasn't an undead being. Laplace hesitated for a moment. The two vice-captains of Sigma Mata said something about the undead creatures in the ruin. Maybe they mistook it for someone else? Undead beings were rare in the Sun Mirror domain, so it wasn't strange for them to be mistaken. Angor considered and waved a hand. Forget it. Whether or not Red Marta's soul fused with the undead beings, we can't get a clear answer by guessing. Once Red Gemata and the undead from the ruins enter the dream crystal, we'll ask them directly and we'll know. Laplace nodded. It was better to ask the person involved than anyone else. But, didn't you say they were fighting on the dream bridge? Laplace wasn't sure if they could stop fighting and enter the dream crystal anytime soon. Angor didn't know when they would stop fighting. If I can't stop in a short period of time, I'll go to the mountain if the mountain doesn't come to me. If they didn't enter the dream gate, he would move the gate to them. But he didn't tell Laplace about it. They should be here soon. Let's go online and wait. Laplace didn't ask any more questions and logged into the game together. The other Crystal Eye race members weren't surprised by the small incident at Red Marta's place. While Angor and Laplace were offline, they had already finished the final statistics. After going online, Angor asked the manager of Bunny Tower to connect with them. It didn't take long for the new Crystal Eye race members to head to Bunny Town under the lead of Evda and Bonita. They were heading toward their new lives. Hoda and the giant city spirit stayed behind. As soon as Angor and Laplace came online, they sensed that Angor had something to say. Probably something to do with Red Marta. However, they didn't ask as soon as possible because they were busy dealing with the new members. Now that most of the Crystal Eye race members had gone to Bunny Town, it was a good time to ask about the situation. Something happened to Red Marta, Angor said. We noticed that there are 2 consciousness waves inside his corpse crystal. Since it involved the control of the dream gate, he didn't want to reveal the details. Instead, he chose to use a different excuse. 2 consciousness waves? What do you mean? Hoda was confused. Angor shook his head. I don't know. It's my first time seeing something like this. Can he enter the dream crystal now? Hoda asked. He's online now, but he's still stuck on the dream bridge stage. We don't know what's going on. Maybe his consciousness is still frozen? Or maybe he was affected by the 2 consciousness waves and got into some kind of accident? Hoda already learned about what happened to the new Crystal Eye race members when he was doing the head count. After entering the dream bridge, all of them would need some time to recover their consciousness. After all, it was normal for their minds to be frozen after sleeping for so long. It was understandable that Angor mentioned that the Red Gemata's consciousness had not fully recovered yet. As for the possibility that it had something to do with the two consciousnesses? Even Angor didn't know the answer to that, so Hoda had no choice but to listen. The door of the palace above the giant city spirit suddenly opened, and a harsh voice came out. What do we do now? Wait for him to come online? I don't have that much time to waste on him. Hoda cleared his throat. I'll wait here. You should go back to Rabbit Town. I'm sure you're needed there. Besides, Evda is waiting for you too. The giant city spirit raised its head. The window that represented its nose opened, and a snort came from inside. You have good eyesight. When Evelda left, she kept looking back at me. I think you saw it. Alright, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go find Sister Evelda first. After saying goodbye to Angor and Laplace, the giant spirit began to walk toward Rabbit Town. Swaying its body and walking for more than 10 steps, the giant city spirit suddenly thought of something. It turned its head and said, if you need me here, call me at any time. Hoda nodded with a smile. Without saying anything else, the giant city spirit returned to Rabbit Town in high spirits. When the giant city spirit was far away, Hoda gave Angor and Laplace an apologetic look. I'm so sorry about the Red Marta. Why don't you go back to work and leave this place to me? It's fine. I'm also curious why the Red Marta didn't show up for so long. If something happened to it, it'll be our responsibility. So, let's stay here and wait. At this point, Hoda did not try to persuade him any further. They chatted about the situation of the dream crystal while waiting in silence. While doing so, he kept an eye on both the Dream Bridge and Rabbit Town's surroundings. After all, there were 300 Crystal Eye clansmen here, and many of them had unique personalities. Maybe they met the prerequisites of a certain dungeon. This was why Angor had to be so careful. If an immortal suddenly showed up, they wouldn't be caught off guard. 10 minutes later, everything was still calm. Perhaps he was overthinking. The Crystal Eye clansmen didn't trigger a new Wonderland dungeon. However, this didn't mean they wouldn't do it in the future. It was likely that the prerequisites weren't met yet. On the other hand, the fight on the Dream Bridge was still ongoing. According to Angor's observation, the fight between Red Marta and the tattooed man was getting more and more intense. They were even trying to push each other off the Dream Bridge. However, they couldn't cross the Dream Bridge even if they tried their best, let alone push someone else away. However, their intention to kill the other party indirectly confirmed the words of the two vice-captains. There was a high probability that the tattooed man was really the undead of the ruins. Red Sigma Mata watched as his two vice-captains were killed by the undead in the ruins. If he didn't take revenge, how could he calm down the rage in his heart? Now that the undead had shown up in front of him, he had to do everything he could to kill it. This was why they didn't want to stop fighting. Angor couldn't help but sigh deeply. Judging from the current situation, they wouldn't stop fighting for several hours. Even if they stopped, they wouldn't enter the Dream Gate right away. Maybe they would just stop for a break. Angor decided not to wait any longer. He had to start his secret operation. He controlled the Dream Gate to move toward the two combatants. However, he didn't do it too quickly because it would easily attract their attention. Instead, he moved slowly. He would only move the Dream Gate a few steps forward when the two combatants were rolling on the ground. They couldn't tell where they were going anyway. Even if they saw the Dream Gate approaching, they would think that they were rolling toward it, not the other way around. After 3 minutes of micromanipulating, the Dream Gate was already very close to them. They still thought they were fighting and rolled to the edge of the Dream Gate. Red Marta tried to move further away, but the tattooed man thought he was trying to run away and pinned him down on the ground. They looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. Once again, they forgot about their rationality and began to fight each other like crazy. In the midst of the fight, they rolled once again. Angor controlled the Dream Gate to move a small step forward. It was like a net that caught two insects that were rolling down the cliff. After a flash of light, their bodies began to lose their balance and fell directly into the human world under their incredulous gazes. Red Marta and the tattooed man felt like they were falling from a high altitude. They were moving fast at first, but slowly, they slowed down and floated in the air like bubbles. Finally, they landed on the ground. In the eyes of Angor and the others, they simply appeared on top of the wasteland. Apart from causing some ripples in the air, nothing else was amiss. They opened their eyes. The dream crystal also welcomed 2 new residents. Hoda's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw 2 people appearing at the same time. After a while, Hoda pointed at the tattooed man and asked Angor in a trembling voice, At first, Hoda thought that the tattooed man was a logging guest like him and the giant city spirit. However, the tattooed man and Red Gemata entered the dream crystal at the same time and appeared in the same place. This made Hoda lose his confidence. Angor also mentioned that there were 2 consciousnesses inside the undead crystal of Red Gemata, which was why Angor had mentioned that he sensed 2 consciousnesses. Hoda's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Hoda stared at Angor for a long time. Finally, Angor looked at him and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, he's the other consciousness inside Red Marta's corpse, Angor said. Hoda was dumbfounded when he heard this answer. How could there be 2 consciousnesses inside the corpse? Even if there were 2 consciousnesses, they should belong to 2 Crystal Eye clans. Why was there only 1 human? Hoda wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He didn't need to ask to know what Hoda wanted to ask. He wanted to know the answer to that as well. Angor looked at the confused tattooed man and Red Marta and said, This is not a good place to talk. Let's go back to Bunny Town first. Several minutes later, inside a half-open hall inside the Bunny building. Everyone was gathered here. Laplace, Angor, Hoda, Giant Spirit, Evda, as well as Red Marta and the tattooed man, who hated each other so much that they wanted to fight each other on the spot, were all sitting on a round bunny sofa. There was no door to the hall. There were only 2 corridors leading to the left and right. Several Crystal Eye clansmen were looking into the hall from one of the corridors. They were Red Marta's teammates. 2 of the vice captains had ugly expressions as they stared at the tattooed man. Angor wasn't surprised to see this. After all, they were killed by the tattooed man. Of course they wouldn't be happy to see the tattooed man suddenly appearing in the dream crystal. Angor planned to bring the 2 vice captains with him. He needed them to fill in the story about the ruin. But after thinking about it, he decided to drop the idea. Right now, he was still playing the role of a person who didn't know what was going on. If he called the 2 vice captains in now, wouldn't it reveal that he already knew about the tattooed man's identity? Therefore, it was better to wait first. After everyone was seated, Hoda began to explain the current situation to the giant city spirit. Hoda did not deliberately lower his voice, so the others could hear their conversation. Even the Red Gemata could hear it. The others were more or less shocked as they stared at Sigma Mata and the tattooed man suspiciously. On the other hand, Sigma Mata, who had been very angry before, now displayed the calm temperament of a Crystal Eye soldier. Even though his heart was in turmoil, he did not ask any questions. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't dare to speak. After all, he might not know the others on the other side, but he had seen the giant city spirit before. The giant city spirit was the guardian of the Crystal Eye race. In a sense, he was his superior's superior. How could he dare to speak rashly in front of such a great figure? On the other side, the tattooed man also remained silent. However, unlike Sigma Mata, he simply could not understand the language of others. He only agreed to cooperate with them because he was in an unfamiliar environment to protect himself. It could also be explained by the fact that he had no choice but to lower his head. It didn't take long for Hoda's explanation to come to an end. The giant city spirit was also puzzled. He pointed at the 2 people in front of him and asked, They came from the same corpse crystal? How can something like that happen? Most likely. Otherwise, there's no other way to explain why 2 people came in at once. The giant city spirit frowned and looked at Evelda, who was standing beside him. Did your teacher ever tell you about this? Evelda shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. No, he didn't. The corpse crystal is 1 body, 1 soul. It carries 2 consciousnesses, which means there are 2 souls in 1 body. Teacher never mentioned this. But he did say that any logical chain designed, no matter how standard and strict it is, may have some loopholes that even the designer did not consider. Tunita used the ritual of wonder to create a corpse crystal that carried a sleeping soul. It was an artificially designed logical chain. It looked like a closed loop, but as Tunita said, there must be loopholes in any logical chain that could be designed. Perhaps the corpse crystal carrying two consciousnesses was one of the loopholes in the ritual of wonder. The giant city spirit naturally believed Evelda's loophole theory. However, there must be a reason for the loophole to appear. Two souls in one body? How, and one of the souls looked like a human? The giant city spirit considered for a moment and opened the door of the crystal palace. A loud voice came from inside. You too. Yes, Sigma Mata, and you, the man with the tattoo on your face. Everyone, introduce yourselves. In the face of the giant city spirit's question, Hongwa Mata did not dare to be negligent and quickly reported his identity. The information he said was the same as the information that the giant city spirit already knew. It was certain that Red Sigma Mata alone was normal. The giant city spirit asked both of them to explain themselves because it was worried that Sigma Mata would be affected or mutated due to having two souls in one body. However, it seemed that Sigma Mata could still be trusted. Then, the giant city spirit turned the head of the palace and looked at the tattooed man. The tattooed man did not have any other reaction other than showing a hint of surprise at the giant city spirit's appearance. He also did not follow the giant city spirit's order to introduce himself. The window that represented the giant city spirit's nose was blown open by a sharp snort. What? Are you not giving me face? The giant city spirit had lowered its voice and was trying to show a threat. If it was in the outside world, with its voice, expression, and strong aura, it could indeed threaten others. However, it was now in the dream crystal and had lost all its power. Although others could see the giant city spirit's threat, without the aura, it was not as imposing. The tattooed man seemed to be used to this kind of person who rose to power at the slightest disagreement. In the face of the giant city spirit's threat, he just sneered and completely ignored it. The tattooed man's attitude made the giant city spirit even more unhappy. Its eyes began to darken. Seeing this, Evelda sighed silently and reached out to press the back of the giant city spirit's hand. The giant city spirit wanted to shake it off at first, but when it saw that it was Evelda's hand, its imposing manner softened instantly. Even its voice became gentler. What's wrong? Was my voice too loud? Evelda laughed and shook her head. No, what I want to say is that maybe it's not that he's ignoring you, but that he doesn't understand what you're saying. The giant city spirit was stunned. Huh? Evelda said, when we were talking just now, I noticed that he doesn't seem to understand our language. At first, when they were talking about Sigma Mata and the two souls in one body, the tattooed man did not have any expression at all. There was no fluctuation in his eyes at all, even to the point of being confused. Compared to him, Sigma Mata on the other side was very calm, but the flickering in its eyes betrayed its fluctuating mood. Sigma Mata's expression was understanding, while the tattooed man's was a typical ignorant and fearless expression. Why was he ignorant and fearless? According to Evelda's analysis, it was very likely that the tattooed man did not understand the language. The two windows of the giant city spirit's heart were overflowing with doubt. Really? But I was speaking the common human language. How can he not understand it? Is it possible that the tattooed man isn't a human? Angor asked. Is it possible that the tattooed man isn't a human? Not a human? The giant city spirit looked at Angor. He looks like a human, no? Angor pretended to be hesitant. I noticed it already. The glowing tubes on his face have completely merged with his body. They're almost like organs. Humans don't have organs like that. Maybe he's a living being of some sort. The giant city spirit carefully observed the tattooed man's face. Previously, she had thought that the tattoos on his face were tattoos, but now that she took a closer look, they really did seem to be some kind of pipe, so he's not a human. Sigma Mata, who had been behaving politely, suddenly spoke up. Can I say something? The giant city spirit nodded. Go ahead. I don't know if he's a human or not, but I can testify that he doesn't understand our language. After a moment of hesitation, Sigma Mata continued, furthermore, I have a rough idea of his identity. The giant city spirit was surprised that the tattooed man couldn't understand human language, but she was now attracted by Sigma Mata's words. You know who he is? Red Gemata, yes, if I'm not mistaken, he's the undead that killed Imata and Tata Kai. When Sigma Mata said this, she looked directly at the tattooed man. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. The tattooed man also looked at Sigma Mata with disdain. How dare a grave robber act so arrogantly? First time I've ever seen one. However, no one understood what he was talking about. Sigma Mata heard the man's words as well. She didn't know what he meant, but she assumed that the man was mocking her. Originally, the flame in his chest had already been extinguished after experiencing the high intensity of the previous fight. But now, the tattooed man's mocking voice ignited it again. It was like a spark that instantly started a prairie fire. Sigma Mata wanted to stand up and rush to the tattooed man's side. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was forcefully suppressed by a wind that came out of nowhere. Sigma Mata was puzzled when a familiar voice came from the corridor. Captain is right. That man with tattoos on his face is the undead from the ruins. He's also the murderer who killed us. Tatakai was the one who spoke. He pulled Imada. Imada and I were killed by him. I can still remember the feeling when Imada's head fell in front of me. Tada rushed into the hall and gasped for breath. The anger in her eyes was so strong that it seemed like flames were burning fiercely. Imada was more restrained, but her body was trembling. The hatred in her eyes was no less than Sigma Mata's. Lord Giant City Spirit, please help us. Sigma Mata looked at Tatakai and Imada in disbelief. He didn't see anyone else when he came here. He was sitting with his back facing the corridor, so he didn't notice them. This was the first time he saw Tatakai and Imada after entering the dream crystal. He was in a daze. They had died in front of him. Why were they here? Sigma Mata's doubts were thrown to the back of his mind. No matter what happened, Tatakai and Imada were revived. Everything was fine. Sigma Mata looked at the corridor. He saw the other team members waving at him. The fire in his heart was burning, but it was completely cured by the wave of his teammates. Previously, he had wanted to make a move. However, at this moment, Red Yamada calmed down and began to persuade Tatakai and Imada. Calm down, Sigma Mata said. Did you forget what I said? Only by calming down can we solve the problem. As long as you are alive, we can overcome all difficulties. Tatakai and Imada looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Sigma Mata came in later and didn't know about the dream crystal. Even when they mentioned the sacred corpse crystal, he didn't think much about it. He thought that they were revived by some power. Imada hesitated and said softly, actually, we are all dead. Not just us, but you and the others in the team. Sigma Mata was confused. Huh? Sigma Mata wanted to ask more, but the giant city spirit said, I'll let the others tell you about this later. Now, let's solve the problem in front of us. The two of you are called Tatakai and Imada, right? Since the two of you are related to this, come in first. The giant city spirit called Tatakai and Imada in and let them sit beside Evelyn. Evelyn gave them a gentle smile and nodded. She seemed to be telling them to relax. It will be solved. After the two vice captains sat down, the giant city spirit started to ask them about the exploration of the ruins. It didn't take long for them to learn about what happened in the ruins. Even Angor could not help but feel a little disappointed after hearing the story. They only wanted to wait for the trap expert in the tomb. They didn't expect the tomb to move on its own. In order to avoid being affected by the traps, they escaped to the main chamber. Then, they met the undead spirit of the main chamber, the tattooed man. Both Tatakai and Imada were sure that the tattooed man was an undead. Angor asked them if they knew the difference between an undead and an undead. Their answers also showed that they knew the definition of undead. According to what they said, they also thought that the tattooed man was a dead spirit at first. The reason was that the tattooed man had said a lot of things to them when he saw them. Although they couldn't understand his language, since the tattooed man could speak and express himself, it meant that he might have a mind of his own. Only an undead would have a mind of its own, not an undead. However, when the tattooed man began to attack them, they immediately realized something was wrong. The tattooed man's ability was filled with dense negative energy. When the tattooed man approached them, they could also sense the chaotic and negative energy coming from him. Only undead could use negative energy to attack. Undead could not use negative energy. In fact, negative energy was like poison to them. Once they touched it, they would quickly turn into an undead. Therefore, the tattooed man was definitely an undead, at least, in their eyes, he was an undead. As for why the tattooed man could speak, they didn't know. Maybe he wasn't speaking logical words, but some meaningless undead gibberish. However, that was then, and this was now. Back then, they really believed that the tattooed man was an undead. But now, Tatakai and Imada hesitated. The tattooed man was sitting in the hall. He didn't show any aggression, nor did he release any undead energy. His eyes were clear, as if he had a mind of his own. Although he would occasionally get angry when he looked at Home Imada, it was only directed at Home Imada. This was obviously different from the undead's desire to attack indiscriminately. Maybe, the tattooed man was an undead in the outside world, but he regained his mind inside the dream crystal. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Tatakai and Imada's speculation. If the dream crystal could help an undead regain their sanity so easily, it would solve a problem that had been bothering the worlds for countless years. Even the special bullets from Prelude to Rebirth might not be able to save an undead. Just the act of entering the dream crystal was comparable to the effects of secret treasures and mystery items? Angor did not buy it. Also, he had done similar experiments before. Undead creatures couldn't regain their sanity in the dream wasteland. This was because their intellect had been assimilated and contaminated by the negative energy. Only by dealing with the contaminated intellect could they proceed to the next step. So why did the tattooed man appear to be sober now? Angor believed that the old man was an undead spirit himself. As for why Tatakai and Imada could sense the negative energy from him, he could not figure it out either. Maybe he was mistaken, or could it be that the tattooed man happened to be in a depraved state? It had a certain level of intelligence and a certain level of negative energy in its body. However, there was no need to think too much about this for the time being. Since the tattooed man had shown his rational side in the dream crystal, he would be able to find out the answer by asking him later. Now, back to the main topic. Tatakai and the others had told him everything that had happened in the ruins. However, in their narration, there were still many points that made people feel puzzled. The most suspicious point was, after the two vice-captains were killed by the tattooed man, what did Red Gemada do? Why did the tattooed man become part of Red Gemada's undead crystal? Everyone was curious about these two questions as well. When Angor asked them, they all looked at Red Gemada. Since they could not understand the tattooed man's language, they had to ask the other party. However, in the face of everyone's questions, Red Sigma Mata put on a troubled expression. Actually, I forgot about it too. The spirit looked at Red Gemada through the open window. You forgot about it? Or you don't want to tell us? Red Gemada bitterly said, I really forgot. I only remember that Tatakai and Imada were killed by him. Looking at their corpses, I was very angry. Then, I rushed towards him. The spirit leaned forward. And then? Red Gemada shook his head. I don't remember anything else. I don't remember anything else. The last thing I remember is I killed myself. The Red Gemada actually committed suicide? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, feeling incomparably surprised. After they digested the news, the giant city spirit continued to ask, do you still remember the reason for the suicide? Red Gemada shook his head. I don't remember. I only remember that I was determined to die. Hearing this, Hoda seemed to have thought of something. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he tapped the ground with his cane. Is there such a possibility? With the sound of the cane hitting the ground and Hoda intentionally raising his voice, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. So Red Gemada found out that the tattooed man entered his body and had to kill himself? As for why the tattooed man entered Red Gemada's body? Maybe he wanted to take over Red Gemada's body? Or maybe he wanted to do something harmful to Red Gemada's body. In short, the final result was that Sigma Mata committed suicide with a strong determination to die. Using his body as a prison, he trapped the tattooed man's soul. Everyone could understand Hoda's guess, and they were inclined to agree with it. However, this was still just a general guess. From the main point of view, there was a certain logic to it. But in terms of the details, there was nothing at all, and it could not stand up to scrutiny. For example, Red Gemada used the sacred corpse crystal as a prison to trap the tattooed man's soul. Red Sigma Mata felt that this made sense, but he also made it clear that he did not have such an ability. So, how did the tattooed man get trapped? Why did he enter Red Gemada's body? It was still a mystery. Hoda sighed. Looks like we have to start with the tattooed man. Hoda looked at the tattooed man. Although he was cautious, his eyes were clear. As one of the people involved, he must know something. The tattooed man noticed Hoda's gaze. He narrowed his eyes and asked softly, "Why are you looking at me? You look like an accomplice of the grave robbers." The tattooed man was obviously talking, and he was talking to her. Unfortunately, Hoda did not understand. If only I knew what he was talking about. Hoda sighed. He suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. Hoda turned to look at the giant city spirit. I remember that 10,000 Ben's tower is proficient in linguistics. Why don't we let him take a look? 10,000 Ben's tower was one of the 100 geniuses who had entered the dream crystal. Before he went into hibernation, he was a political scientist and diplomat. Before he joined the elders, he had studied linguistics. The giant city spirit said, 10,000 Ben's tower has indeed studied linguistics. However, it's basically the languages of the other races nearby. Although the other races spoke their own languages, they were all native languages of the mirror domain. However, this tattooed man did not seem to be from the mirror domain. Hoda knew that he was desperate, but he could not think of any other way. At least, 10,000 Ben's tower had studied linguistics. He might be able to understand the tattooed man's language. In the end, the giant city spirit was convinced to let Evda go outside to find 10,000 Ben's tower. While waiting for 10,000 Ben's tower to arrive, everyone analyzed the tattooed man in low voices. They tried to guess his origins and determine his language. However, after much analysis, they still felt that the tattooed man was human. However, his language was completely different from the common language. Hoda rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. If only I could use my Soul Sorcerer ability here. Soul Sorcerer was a supernatural class belonging to the mirror race. They could control the minds of others and draw special runes. No matter which race they belonged to or what language they spoke, they would be able to understand the meaning of these runes. The runes represented the language of the soul. The language of the soul was common to all intelligent races. Unfortunately, even if a soul sorcerer entered the dream crystal, they would not be able to use their soul language because they could not use their soul language. Speaking of soul abilities, Spirit Bond could also be considered a soul ability. However, the Spirit Bond was only used to connect others, not communicate. Otherwise, he could also try to talk to the tattooed man by bypassing the language barrier. While they were discussing, the tattooed man sitting across from them suddenly began to move. He seemed to be restless and kept looking back as if he was looking for something. His actions attracted the attention of the crowd. What's he doing? Someone asked in a low voice. Who knows? Maybe he's looking for a target and is about to start a massacre. It was one of Red Mata's teammates. They once collected the bodies of Red Mata and his 2 vice captains. They did not have any conflicts with the tattooed man, but they were still wary of him. I think he's looking at Uduida. Don't tell me he's attracted by Sister Uduida's appearance? Damn it, Sister Uduida is mine. A Crystal Eye race member spoke with a worried look. Come on, Sister Uduida? She went into hibernation in year 553 of the crystal calendar, while you were born in year 977 of the crystal calendar. In terms of age, she should be your grandmother. While everyone was discussing, the tattooed man suddenly stood up from the sofa. He walked straight toward them. Or rather, toward the hallway. At first, they thought the tattooed man was going to attack them. But they soon realized that he was trying to leave. No way, the matter was not settled yet. They could not let this murderer escape, without needing Hoda's order, the Crystal Eye race. Members quickly united and blocked the hallway, leaving no room for the tattooed man to escape. The tattooed man kept mumbling something, trying to explain. But no one understood him. The tattooed man felt helpless at this moment. He clearly only wanted to go and see what exactly was calling out to him. But this group of detestable tomb robbers just wouldn't let him. They were the ones who interrupted his hibernation and almost turned him into an undead. But now, they were acting all arrogant. damn it, fine, fine. I'm under their roof. The tattooed man let out a long breath of resentment. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and sat back down on the sofa. But the voice was still calling him. If it was an ordinary call, he could completely ignore it. However, this call seemed to be connected to him. It felt as if his brain was calling out to him. Unfortunately, he could not control himself no matter how much desire he had. Angor noticed the tattooed man's strange behavior. Even when the man sat back down, his restless expression was still obvious. At first, Angor thought that the tattooed man could not stand the hostile gazes of the other Crystal Eye race members. But after careful observation, he found that the tattooed man did not care about the gazes of the other Crystal Eye race members. His attention was only on a certain direction. Was there something there? Angor glanced around and saw a familiar Crystal Eye race member. Uduoda? Could it be that the tattooed man had the same sense of beauty as the Crystal Eye race members and could see the beauty of the most beautiful Crystal Eye race member? But soon, Angor realized that he was wrong. Uduoda could not stand being stared at by the tattooed man, so she changed her position. In an instant, the area where she was standing became empty. But the tattooed man was still looking in that direction. There's no one here. Why is he still looking there? Maybe he's not looking at a person? Angor exclaimed in his mind. He subconsciously activated God View and looked further away. He went through the walls of Rabbit Building and kept looking forward. Outside was Rabbit Town. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Following this direction and continuing forward, there was a drainage ditch. The ditch was connected to a series of depressions. Due to the continuous rain outside, several depressions nearby had already formed a pool of water. There were several hundred people gathered around the lake. Angor took a quick look and saw that a singer from the Crystal Eye race came here. She was singing rain and new life in her beautiful voice by the lake. It was hard to tell whether the new life she was singing was Rain or himself. Among the crowd, Angor also saw Avelda talking to another Crystal Eye race member. If Angor was not mistaken, the Crystal Eye race member talking to her was Wanwan Tower, who specialized in linguistics. Using God View, Angor kept moving forward. There were more low-lying lands in front of him, but most of them were still dry. Only the low-lying lands near the drainage ditch had a thin layer of water. When Angor looked at the deepest part of the ditch, he froze. At the center of the ditch, he saw a whirlpool-shaped door. End of chapter 3462. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.